Chapter 1 Daily Intelligence System. The Divine Gift Continent. During the autumn harvest season, just outside the quaint town of Hippo, on the wind-whispering plains. In the vast expanse of rice fields, hundreds of ragged and emaciated serfs toil diligently. Not far from them, a corpulent landowner, adorned in opulent attire, surveys the scene, flanked by a retinue of attendants. Should any serf falter in their labor, the landowner unhesitatingly raises his riding whip, delivering a vicious strike. Thus, amidst the cacophony of the landowner's shouts, the serfs dare not slacken their efforts, enduring fatigue and pain as they persevere. At this moment, hidden 200 meters away in the thicket, a figure lies concealed among the weeds, undetectable by any passerby. "Barto, you wretched cur, I have awaited your arrival," Ron mutters to himself, an intense murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. However, he refrains from any rash actions, instead silently reciting the phrased daily system in his mind. Instantly, a phantom screen materializes in his consciousness. Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. Barto, the landowner of Hippo, intends to eliminate future threats by coercing you into signing a slave contract, selling you to the impoverished Noble Craig in Kula City. 2. The destitute Noble Craig possesses a peculiar penchant for the depraved, reveling in the torment of young boys, employing brutal methods and tools. 3. Your sister Alice, in a desperate bid to ensure your ability to pay the civil tax, has succumbed to the machinations of Madame Miraf at the exchange, signing a slave contract for 4 silver coins, becoming a textile worker for the Sal family in Kula City. 4. The small wooden cabin where you reside lies approximately 50 meters west of a large tree, which houses a nest containing 5 eggs. 5. 200 meters southeast of your dwelling, 3 raspberry bushes are on the verge of ripening. 6. The region encompassing Kula City is soon to be gripped by a cold front, with temperatures set to plummet. 7. Recently, enormous beastly paw prints have appeared along the main road outside Hippo, instilling fear in the populace and causing them to refrain from venturing out. 8. Due to the rumors surrounding the beast's presence, the price of grain in Hippo has surged. 9. Fearing the beasts might trample his fields, Barto has compelled the serfs to hasten their harvest within 3 days. 10. During his inspection of the fields, Barto will inadvertently step into the trap you have set in the ditch at noon, losing a wallet. The time is nigh. Ron lifts his gaze slightly, eyeing the sun overhead with a glimmer of anticipation. That trap, I have infused it with potent surprises. Even if it does not kill him, I can at least reap some initial benefits. A silent smile spreads across Ron's face, his previously handsome features contorting into a somewhat twisted and sinister expression. 10 days prior, he was merely an ordinary youth from the Huasha nation of Blue Star. A sudden twist of fate led to his soul traversing into this realm, occupying the body of a young boy. As his memories merged and he grasped the situation, he found himself in an exceedingly precarious predicament. He now bears the name Ron Yeager, a farmer's child from Hippo. Unfortunately, his father, a laborer, had succumbed to illness, and his mother had inexplicably vanished. Only his sister Alice remained, their sole companion in this harsh existence. Fortunately, their father had been a freeman of Hippo, leaving behind a wooden cabin at the street corner and a modest plot of farmland outside the town. Though their lives were arduous, they managed to scrape by through farming. However, Barto, the landowner, set his sights on the siblings, employing unscrupulous means to seize their home and land. Without property or farmland, should they fail to pay the annual civil tax, they would lose their status as freemen, descending into the depths of slavery, devoid of surname and dignity. In desperation, Alice resolved to sell herself at the exchange, securing 4 silver coins to enable Ron to pay the tax and preserve the Yeager family's legacy. It was at this critical juncture that Ron arrived, activating the daily intelligence system. This system possesses but a single function: to refresh and provide 10 pieces of intelligence each day at dawn. Typically, the content of this intelligence is intricately linked to his actions. Moreover, the time frame of the information spans not only the present, but potentially the past and future as well. Through the intelligence acquired over the past days, Ron has discerned that Barto, is the shadowy figure responsible for his family's downfall. Even after seizing their property, he remains relentless, intent on enslaving Ron and exerting complete control. Furthermore, due to Ron's striking appearance and handsome features, Barto seeks to sell him to a noble with perverse inclinations. Such actions have engendered a profound hatred within Ron, fueling his desire for vengeance against Barto. Yet, as the slave master, Barto employs knights and attendants for protection, rendering Ron, a frail youth, powerless to retaliate. Thus, Ron must bide his time, utilizing the daily intelligence to seek refuge in an abandoned thatched hut in the wilderness. After waiting for 7 or 8 days, he finally received a valuable piece of intelligence yesterday. Barto would, during his inspection of the fields, inadvertently stumble into the low-lying area of the ditch at noon, falling and becoming covered in mud. Seizing this rare opportunity, Ron's anger surged, and his resolve hardened. He retrieved a rusty animal trap he had previously located through the daily intelligence, replacing its spring mechanism and soaking it in excrement. Under the guise of a passerby during the day, he stealthily approached the low area with water at midnight, setting the trap. Rust and filth, even if you survive, you shall surely be plagued by tetanus. Ron chuckles coldly, then focuses on the 10th piece of intelligence for the day. I wonder how much money that wallet might contain. Will it suffice to purchase a book on breathing techniques? Through his memories, he understands that on this divine gift continent, some extraordinary powers exist. Among the most commonly traversed paths is the cultivation of an energy known as fighting spirit through breathing techniques, enabling one to become a formidable knight. Even the most novice of apprentice knights possesses the strength to slay bears and tigers. Thus, I must acquire the breathing techniques to become a knight, thereby gaining control over my own destiny. Ron silently vows, his heart aflame with determination. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze sharpens. He observes Barto gradually approaching the spot where he had set the trap. Faster, move faster. Barto lashes out with his whip, roaring furiously. You worthless slaves, if you dare to slacken, I shall have you strung up and whipped all day long. Suddenly, as Barto arrives at the ditch, he notices a stalk of wheat left unharvested due to the serf's negligence. Being the miser he is, he rushes over, eager to collect it. However, in the next instant, a blood-curdling scream escapes Barto's lips. Chapter 2, Acquiring the Wallet. The scream reverberates through the heavens and the earth. Even from hundreds of meters away, Ron can hear it distinctly. A surge of joy fills Ron's heart, yet he remains composed, observing quietly. My foot, my foot. Barto, sprawled on the ground, clutches his right foot, wailing in agony. The steward and attendants, taken aback, hurriedly rush to his side. The serfs, hearing the commotion, momentarily cease their labor in confusion. Upon recognizing that the injured party is Barto, a flicker of schadenfreude crosses the once numb faces of the nearby serfs. At this moment, the steward crouches down, discovering that Barto's right foot is tightly ensnared by a massive hunting trap, blood oozing profusely. Oh, by the grace of the goddess of creation, someone, quickly, the steward exclaims, urgently directing the guards to remove the trap. Yet, as soon as the guards make a move, Barto, racked with pain, shouts, You fools, stop at once. The guards hesitate, sweat pouring from Barto's brow as he grits his teeth to assess the situation. The trap's grip is so fierce that it has pierced through flesh and is biting into the bone. Thus, Barto hastily instructs, Be gentle, carry me back first. The guards, with utmost caution, lift Barto slowly. Just as the steward prepares to escort Barto away, Barto suddenly recalls something and exclaims, Wait! The steward promptly halts, looking down in inquiry. Sir, do you have further instructions? Barto, gasping in pain, points at the serfs in the field. Leave some of the other attendants behind to ensure they finish their work before returning. Remember, no slacking. Understood, sir. Only then does Barto allow the steward to escort him away. The serfs in the field, their expressions devoid of emotion, have long grown accustomed to Barto's exploitation and miserliness. Yet, as they lower their heads and resume their labor, their eyes betray a deep-seated hatred. Must I continue to wait? From the thicket, Ron furrows his brow. Surely that wallet will not be picked up by someone else? A sense of unease stirs within him. Yet the current situation is beyond his control, compelling him to remain patient. After the passage of more than 2 hours, the wheat field was completely harvested, and the overseer's attendant took all the slaves away. Ron, still too fearful to move, waited for over half an hour as the sun gradually sank in the west. Noticing the desolate surroundings, devoid of any human presence or returnees, Ron finally rose to his feet. He rubbed his numb legs and hurriedly made his way to the spot where Bardis had fallen. After a meticulous search, his eyes suddenly brightened with discovery. He swiftly extended his hand, pushing aside some scattered wheat straw. There, beneath the debris, lay a square leather wallet, unmistakably buried within. Without pausing to inspect it, Ron snatched up the wallet and turned to flee. Yet, not long after his departure, another of Bartos' attendants arrived on the scene. Meanwhile, in another part of town, within the grand courtyard at the center of the residential area in Hippo, stood an imposing structure made of bricks and tiles, adorned with exquisite decorations that exuded a sense of opulence, reminiscent of medieval architectural elegance. This was the residence of the Bardis family, sprawling over 1,000 square meters, and one of the most luxurious edifices in Hippo. Inside the bedroom, Bardis was in a fit of rage, cursing incessantly. Damn that beast! Who on earth set that trap? He fumed. If I catch you, I swear I'll shatter your bones. And what of my wallet? Has it been retrieved? Did those slaves find it? Make sure to check thoroughly. Beside him, the steward, Boak, hastily reported one by one. My lord, I suspect that the trap was set by local farmers. With the wheat crop ripening, they are fearful of birds and rodents pilfering their harvest, thus employing scarecrows and traps to safeguard their fields. However, we have yet to ascertain who exactly set it. As for your wallet, Boak hesitated, bowing his head slightly deeper. I have already dispatched someone to investigate those slaves, but no signs of theft were found. Rest assured, I have also sent men back to the fields to conduct a thorough search. We should recover it soon. Upon hearing this, Bardis was about to unleash his fury when the family doctor, Leiden, rose to speak. My lord, your wound has been thoroughly cleaned and is ready for dressing. However, Leiden hesitated, adding cautiously, nonetheless, to avoid any unnecessary risks, I advise you to consult Dr. Gavin in the city. It would be prudent to obtain some advanced medicinal treatments for your safety. Bardis pondered for a moment before dismissively waving his hand. No need, Dr. Leiden. I trust your expertise. Seeing that Bardis disregarded his counsel, Leiden chose not to press the matter further. He simply bandaged the wound, offered a slight bow, and exited the room. Once outside, Leiden shook his head. During the treatment, he had noted that the iron teeth of the beast trap were rusted and coated with a foul, murky substance. Bardos' injury had penetrated to the bone and had become contaminated by these foreign materials. Merely cleansing and applying ointment would likely be inadequate, potentially leading to infection and a host of other complications. Yet, as a family doctor, Leiden was only equipped to handle ordinary ailments such as colds, fevers, or minor injuries. For a wound of this severity, one would have to seek out Dr. Gavin in Kula, a distinguished physician renowned for his advanced anti-inflammatory treatments, currently serving the aristocracy of Kula's affluent district. Regrettably, Bardis, being the miserly hoarder that he was unwilling to part with any more of his wealth. His claim of trust in Leiden's skills was merely a convenient excuse. I hope Lord Bardis will make a swift recovery otherwise. Leiden thought to himself as he moved forward. I fear I may soon find myself seeking a new employer. Meanwhile, within the desolate forest outside the town of Hippo, there stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. Its roof had long succumbed to decay, now merely concealed by a makeshift covering of straw and tea this moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk approached, a figure was seen sprinting towards this direction. None other than Ron Dahaha. I have truly stumbled upon a treasure, Ron exclaimed with exuberance. Coming to a halt to catch his breath, he then cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any signs of recent visitors both inside and outside the cabin. With a sigh of relief, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Although the latch of the door had long since broken, rendering it ineffective, he felt a sense of security. Ron retrieved his wallet and opened it with care. A gold coin, a glimmer of golden light, caught his eye, and Ron's heart soared with joy. Chapter 3. The Wolf Breathing Technique. Energy fruit in this divinely blessed continent. Nearly all kingdoms utilize gold, silver, and copper as the primary materials for their currency. The Mandi Kingdom, where Ron resided, was no exception. These three materials were combined with other substances to create three distinct currencies: the gold lion coin, the silver wolf coin, and the copper deer coin. The exchange rate for each currency was 1 to 100. Thus, one gold lion coin could be exchanged for 100 silver wolf coins or 10,000 copper deer coins. A typical three-member household in Hippo Town could scarcely earn more than a single gold lion coin in a prosperous year. With this gold coin, I might be able to acquire a decent breathing technique. Ron mused, his gaze flickering with ambition, but he understood well that in this world, possessing formidable strength was the key to obtaining all one desired. However, after a moment's contemplation, he composed himself. Breathing techniques were not easily procured. Moreover, being alone, he was aware of the wisdom in keeping his wealth concealed. Caution was imperative. After a brief silence, Ron forced himself to clear his cluttered thoughts. He scrutinized his wallet once more and discovered, in addition to the resplendent gold coin, 6 silver coins and 22 copper coins. Among these silver coins, 2 are of 5 value. Ron raised an eyebrow, due to the substantial exchange rates of gold, silver, and copper. The Mandi Kingdom had further delineated the denominations of its coins. For instance, the silver coins were classified into 1 value, 5 value, 10 value, and 50 value coins. Reflecting on this, Ron's expression darkened. His sister, Alice, had sold her possessions to procure 4 5-value silver coins. "Sister, please endure for a while longer. I vow to restore your freedom." Ron silently pledged his fervent desire to acquire a breathing technique resurfacing in his mind. After simple calculation, the total value of the coins in his wallet amounted to 1 gold coin, 14 silver coins, and 22 copper coins. As darkness fell, Ron's stomach began to grumble, reminding him that he had not eaten since ambushing Bartis earlier that day. Hastily, he secured his wallet and recalled the information from the system yesterday. He ventured out to gather ripe raspberries nearby and collected 5 bird eggs from a tree. Upon returning, he ignited a fire with flint. Setting up a campfire, he took out a small iron pot and added the remaining rice, some salt, and the wild vegetables he had foraged. As Ron munched on raspberries, he awaited the completion of his vegetable porridge. When the porridge finally boiled and wafted an enticing aroma, he cracked the 5 bird eggs into it. Ever since their family's wealth was stripped away, and his sister Alice was forced into servitude for 4 silver coins, Ron had been living frugally. Afraid to spend unnecessarily, he had only dared to purchase a modest amount of rice and a pinch of salt in town, managing to scrape by for nearly 10 days with the foraged vegetables. However, today's unexpected bounty of bird eggs and raspberries brought him considerable joy. After a hearty meal, Ron rubbed his round belly. Contentedly extinguishing the campfire, he lay down on the makeshift bed crafted from old wooden planks, resting his hands beneath his head as he gazed through the thatched roof at the rising moon. The gold and silver coins could wait, but tomorrow he could venture into town to purchase more rice and salt with his copper coins. Furthermore, the cabin needed repairs, as cold air was expected, and rain might soon follow. No, it would be prudent to seek a safer location, especially given the presence of magical beasts in the wilderness. This desolate forest was undeniably perilous. Gradually, Ron closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Until the midnight hour, when he suddenly awoke, his eyes wide opened, he heard the familiar notification sound in his mind, signaling the refresh of daily information. The alerts for today were as follows. 1. To the west of your current dwelling, 3,000 meters away in the mountainous region, lies an abandoned stone house. Point 2. Bartis. The farm owner has fallen into your trap, but failed to receive timely and appropriate medical attention, resulting in a fever. Point 3. Without subsequent proper treatment, Bartis will succumb to his illness and the ensuing infection within half a month. Point 4. The merchant Madame Myril has embezzled 60 silver coins from your sister's transaction. 5. In her youth, Madame Myril was a captivating beauty, known for her promiscuity and numerous lovers, one of whom was Bartis. Point 6. Madame Myril and Bartis share a secret trade involving the trafficking of free people. You and your sister are among their targets. Point 7. Bardis is a miserly and selfish man, distrustful of outsiders. Most of his wealth is hoarded within his household. Point 8. After turning 40, Bardis lost his ability to bear children, leading his wife, Grace, to have an affair with the steward, Pak, with whom she bore a son named Lola. Point 9. Bardis's eldest son, Naim, will be intoxicated at the tavern tonight and will drop a notebook containing the wolf breathing technique at the corner of 2nd Street on his way home. 10. In the civilian district's marketplace of Hippo Town, a butcher shop received a fresh batch of wild rabbits at noon today. One red-tailed rabbit contains an undigested low-level energy pearl within its abdomen. Wait, what did I just see? Ron's eyes widened as he sat up abruptly. His drowsiness vanished entirely as he fixated on the 9th and 10th pieces of information displayed on the ethereal screen. Breathing technique? Energy pearl? Overjoyed, Ron realized that he had been pondering how to acquire a breathing technique, and now, fortuitously, he had stumbled upon information regarding it. Moreover, the source of this technique was none other than Bardis's son. A broad smile spread across Ron's face. The father provided him with a wallet, and the son offered a breathing technique. If it weren't for Bardis being his adversary, Ron would almost feel inclined to express his gratitude to the family for their generous gifts. And then, there was the energy fruit, another valuable treasure. Excitement surged through him, as this energy pearl, a product of fantastical plant life on the Divine Continent, served not only as a potion ingredient, but could also be consumed to enhance one's physical constitution. Although it was merely a low-level energy fruit, its value exceeded that of 5 gold coins. Most importantly, this item had a certain probability of allowing the user to condense a life seed within their body, leading to the generation of fighting spirit. The first step to becoming a knight was to condense a life seed within oneself. Without it, one could not produce fighting spirit, no matter how robust or imposing they appeared. They would remain a mere knight's attendant for life. It was evident that an adventure awaited him on the morrow. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Ron resolved to act. Chapter 4. Alice's longing having made up his mind. Ron did not rush into action, but instead shifted his focus to the other 8 pieces of information. It was still early morning. There was no point in hurrying, so he might as well devise a careful plan. An abandoned stone house? That could indeed serve as a timely refuge. Ron nodded to himself. With a recent drop in temperature, rain was likely on the horizon. This rickety cabin was not only drafty, but also barely held together by the straw he had hastily laid over the roof. It would not withstand the elements for long. Most critically, the presence of magical beast tracks outside Hippo Town made it perilous to remain here. Ron planned to move out the very next day. After all, he possessed little more than a small iron pot and some basic supplies. What's this about Bardis? Upon reading the 2nd and 3rd pieces of information, Ron was taken aback that he had indeed set traps with the intent of eliminating Bardis, having soaked the hunting traps in foul water beforehand. However, to be fair, the likelihood of killing Bardis with merely one hunting trap was rather slim. It would most likely only injure him, perhaps breaking a leg and causing him some pain. Yet, judging by the information now, it seemed that the old scoundrel might genuinely be at risk of dying from his injuries. Would it be possible that Bardis, the notorious miser, had neglected to seek medical treatment? Ron's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, and the more he pondered, the more he felt the possibility of it being true. Bardis is truly walking a path to his own demise, especially if he indeed allows the infection to escalate. Unless a priest or an apothecary can be found to administer treatment, even amputation may not guarantee the preservation of one's life in the Divine Land. Aside from the most common of martial energies, there exist other extraordinary powers, such as those wielded by priests and magicians. Priests are the religious officiants who, through their devotion to the divine, can receive blessings from the gods. Utilizing divine power, they can alleviate disasters and heal ailments for their followers. On the other hand, magicians, as their name suggests, are practitioners of magic. Among them, some specialize in concocting potions and are thus revered as apothecaries. If either of these 2 exceptional professions were to come forth to treat Bardis, they could undoubtedly effect a miraculous recovery. Alas, as Ron knew, given Bardis's standing, it would be nearly impossible to summon such individuals. Therefore, Ron found himself relishing the thought, secretly wishing for Bartis's demise. However, when his gaze fell upon the fourth, fifth, and sixth pieces of information, his expression darkened once more, and a surge of murderous intent surged within him. Morel, that wretched creature, has embezzled 60 silver coins. How infuriating! The corners of Ron's eyes twitched as he recalled an ancient saying he had once heard. In a carpentry shop, even a mere foot should be punished. This principle holds true in this world as well. First, he would employ the breath technique, and then he would eliminate these two scoundrels. With an icy gaze, Ron resolved himself. Then, upon reading the seventh and eighth pieces of information, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, Bartis has been cuckolded by his wife? A spark of inspiration ignited within Ron. Perhaps there is a way to exploit this situation, just as Ron was scheming his actions for the following day. In another part of the affluent district of Kara City, within the confines of the Sal household on West Street, a dim glow flickered in a servant's chamber. Inside the modest room sat 8 maids clad in coarse linen garb. Perched upon chairs, before each of them lay a small table, upon which burned the flickering light of oil lamps. In their hands, they held exquisite silks, diligently embroidering patterns with needle and thread, even in the early hours of dawn. They were not permitted a moment's respite. These were the enslaved servants of the Sal family, who toiled in the fields or wove textiles by day and sewed garments by night, leaving them with scarcely any time to rest. At this moment, most of the maids stifled yawns, some barely managing to stay awake. One of them, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, struggled to keep her eyes open as she began to lean forward. A hand suddenly reached out and rested upon her shoulder. The maid jolted awake, her heart racing as she nearly broke into a cold sweat. Had her companion not caught her, she might have crashed head first onto the table, potentially toppling the oil lamp. The silk that fell to the ground would have been soaked in oil and ignited. "Thank you, Alice," the maid exclaimed gratefully, fully aware that if the silk were to be damaged, even slightly, she would certainly face severe punishment, perhaps even a whipping, from the steward of the Sal household. "And oh, need for thanks, Lola," came a weary voice laced with kindness. Lola glanced at Alice, who, despite her frail stature, stood tall among the other maids. In terms of physique, she was indeed remarkable. However, upon closer inspection of her countenance, all thoughts of desire would be instantly extinguished. Alice's hair was dry, her complexion waxen, marred by a large birthmark that covered much of her face. At first glance, one might mistake her for a specter from the depths of hell or some form of monstrous being. When Lola first encountered her, she was genuinely startled. Even after some time together, there were moments when she found Alice's appearance unsettling. "Just hang in a little longer. Rest will come soon," Alice reassured, her demeanor gentle despite her lack of conventional beauty. Lola nodded and continued her labor, striving to stave off sleep by engaging Alice and the others in conversation. "Alice, Milou, how did you come to be part of the Sal household?" Milou, a maid, sighed in response. "My father incurred debts to the Sal family and sold me to repay them." The other maids chimed in with their own tales. "That I am an orphan. My uncle and aunt refused to take me in, so I was sold off." After a few of them spoke, they noticed Alice's silence and curiously inquired, "Alice, who sold you?" "Me." Alice paused for a moment before replying, "I sold myself." The group fell silent, taken aback by her revelation. In this world, slaves held the lowest status imaginable. Generally, anyone with even the slightest opportunity would avoid becoming a slave. Yet, Alice had willingly sold herself? This suggested her background might be even more tragic than theirs. For a moment, Lola and the others exchanged glances, filled with a complex array of emotions directed at Alice. However, Alice remained calm, even allowing a hint of a smile to grace her lips. "I have a younger brother named Ron. He is a kind-hearted child. As long as he is safe, I would do anything." Alice murmured as she gazed out at the moonlight streaming through the window, her eyes growing distant. "Ron, are you doing well? You must hold on. You are the last hope for our family." Chapter 5. The fruit of elemental energy obtained the following morning. Ron awoke, invigorated and ready to seize the day. Gathering all his belongings, he made his way to the stone house indicated by the system information from the previous night, arriving half an hour later. The stone house, nestled against the mountainside, was modest in size, measuring around 60 to 70 square meters, IT appeared to have been abandoned for some time, with the doors and windows securely shut, the locks rusted with age. Lacking a key, Ron picked up a stone and forcefully struck the lock several times. The lock shattered, accompanied by the creaking of the door hinges. Pushing the door open, an overwhelming stench of decay and ruin assaulted his senses. The interior was cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Covering his nose, Ron waited for the dust to settle before squinting to survey the space. Aside from a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone stool, there was nothing else within. Fortunately, the windows were intact, the roof did not leak, and there was a bolt on the door, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. A smile crept onto Ron's face as he surveyed the stone house with satisfaction. Previously, while residing in the dilapidated wooden shack, he was always anxious about the presence of wild beasts or the threat of inclement weather. Now, however, the stone house offered significantly enhanced security, granting him the comfort of a good night's sleep. After setting down his pots and pans, Ron tidied up briefly before proceeding, according to his plan, to head to Hippo Town. At 10 in the morning, Ron arrived at the entrance of Hippo Town, where a group of guards clad in uniforms and wielding long swords stood vigilant. These were the defenders of Hippo Town, tasked with screening those entering and exiting. Without proper identification, entry was forbidden. Halt! One guard stepped forward, eyeing Ron warily. Please present your identification. Having spent considerable time in the wilderness, Ron, despite having cleaned himself, still appeared disheveled, resembling a refugee or a slave, which caused the guards to hesitate in allowing him entry. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Ron retrieved the freedom certificate he had prepared in advance. Although his family's property and land had been seized by Bardis, as long as he paid the freedom tax, he remained a free man, entitled to enter any town. After a thorough inspection, the guard's expression softened, and he nodded an apology. My apologies, sir. Recently, there have been signs of magical beasts in the wilderness, leading to stricter security measures in Hippo Town. I hope you understand. Additionally, please be advised that a curfew has been temporarily instituted. The town gates will close at night. Ron politely smiled and nodded, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking his leave. A quarter of an hour later, in the trading market of the common district of Hippo Town, he found himself on a street approximately 50 meters long and 5 meters wide. On either side of the street stood 2 rows of 2-story wooden lofts. The ground floor shops had been transformed into trading establishments, while the second floor served as the residences for the vendors. Ron strolled forward, his gaze sweeping left and right, taking in a variety of shops, grocery stores, grain shops, restaurants, tailoring shops, flower shops, and blacksmiths. Although Hippo Town was modest in size, it boasted a complete array of establishments. Ron was not in a rush. He wandered for a while, purchasing a few pounds of rice from the grain shop and a small bottle of salt from the grocery store. As the midday hour approached, he leisurely made his way to the butcher's shop. Looking up, he noticed not only fresh pork displayed at the stall, but also some cages inside containing live chickens and rabbits yet to be slaughtered. "What can I do for you, young lad?" A burly man with a blood-stained beard emerged from the shop. "Sir, I would like some fresh rabbit meat," Ron replied. The butcher turned, pointing to the rabbits in the adjacent cage. "Do you want one that has just been slaughtered? Pick whichever you like," he said. Ron stepped forward, his eyes sharp and focused. After a moment's consideration, he spotted a plump rabbit among the gray-furred ones, its tail tinged with red. This one. Ron's heart raced, but he maintained a facade of calmness. "It's quite fat. I shall take this one," the butcher nodded, sharpening his knife on a whetstone before reaching for the rabbit to prepare it. Observing this, Ron quickly interjected, "Wait, there's no need for that I can handle it myself at home." The butcher looked up, somewhat surprised. "Actually, I intended to keep it for a couple of days to see if it could breed," Ron added with an awkward smile, fabricating an excuse. The thought of the energy fruit nestled within the rabbit's belly made him anxious. Should it be discovered, it would spell trouble. The butcher, accepting Ron's explanation without suspicion, set the knife down and handed over the rabbit. "Suit yourself. Just make sure to pay." Ron inquired about the price, which amounted to 15 copper coins. Feigning reluctance, he retrieved the coins from his right pocket. "Alas, I only brought 15 copper coins. It seems I won't be able to purchase anything else," he murmured to himself. Before turning to leave with the rabbit in hand, in truth, his heart was elated. He quickened his pace, eager to return to the stone house. However, as he passed a restaurant, A figure emerged just as he was about to walk by. "Are you Ron? Ron from the Jaeger family?" A middle-aged woman's voice inquired. Ron looked up to see a meticulously dressed woman in lavish attire, her heavily made-up face concealing the wrinkles at her eyes, rendering her age indiscernible. Ron paused, a cold glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, hidden behind the strands of hair on his forehead. Madame Myrtle. Indeed, this was Madame Myrtle, the overseer of the trading post, responsible for the various businesses in Hippo Town and the recruitment of nobles. However, she was also involved in the clandestine slave trade, including the sale of free citizens. It was she who had deceived his sister, Alice, and sold her to the South family in Kula City. "Ron, it has been a while." Madame Myrtle greeted him with a radiant smile, her gaze sweeping over him with a flirtatious glimmer. Despite his emaciated frame and tattered clothing, Ron's handsome visage still captivated her attention. "What a beautiful young man!" Madame Myrtle's eyes gleamed with an unabashed desire as she scrutinized him. In her youth, she had been a renowned courtesan in Kula City, indulging in the company of numerous wealthy and handsome men. However, as her beauty waned over the years, she had gradually lost her former allure. Yet, upon seeing Ron, a blossoming youth reminiscent of a budding daisy, her once closed heart began to stir with illicit thoughts. "Perhaps before I sell him to Mr. Craig, I could enjoy him a little," Madame Myrtle mused inwardly, her smile growing even more radiant. Meanwhile, Ron lowered his head slightly, feigning modesty and trepidation, and quietly inquired, "Madame Myrtle, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" At that moment, Ron felt compelled to bow his head, not out of respect, but out of fear that she might see the murderous intent in his eyes. He was still a defenseless youth, and even if he could muster the strength to kill, he would not escape the pursuit of the town's guards. Thus, he chose to endure temporarily, waiting for the day he acquired the breathing technique and strength to deal with this wretched woman. Unaware of Ron's inner turmoil, Madame Myrtle continued to smile brightly. "Ron, your sister asked me for assistance. She requested that I introduce her to Mr. Sal's household in Kula City for work. You must be aware of this, correct?" Ron felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, veins throbbing as he clenched the rabbit in his hand into a fist. This vile woman had the audacity to bring it up. Did she truly believe he was unaware of her role in selling his sister into slavery? "I know," Ron replied, taking a deep breath, his voice devoid of emotion. "That's good to hear. Your sister is Myrtle," and Ron brushed past each other, laughing heartily as they turned away. She was acutely aware that Ron could never aspire to be a knight, not even able to afford the tuition fees. Thus, she felt no urgency, knowing that in a few days, he would inevitably seek her out, willingly walking into her trap. After Myrtle had walked away, the confusion on Ron's face vanished in an instant. "Laugh now, but in due time, I shall ensure that you will never smile again." Ron scoffed softly, realizing that his previous words had merely been a ruse to deceive Muriel T. present. He needed time to enhance his strength and could only remain in hiding for the moment. However, Myrtle had not spoken falsely. He indeed required a legitimate job. Once he calmed his thoughts, he contemplated this in silence. He had previously taken Bart's wallet, so he was not short on funds. Yet, being without parents or inheritance, he needed a reasonable and inconspicuous way to spend this money. The simplest solution was to find a suitable occupation. He decided to return first. Ron continued on his path, arriving back at the stone house an hour later. He gently patted the rabbit's belly, finding nothing unusual. Then he set a small iron pot on the ground. With a short knife meant for chopping, he carefully slit open the rabbit's belly. Splash! The rabbit's entrails and blood spilled into the pot. Ron stifled the stench as he meticulously rummaged through the innards. Suddenly, his movements halted. The element too. Half a year ago, Harrington departed, leaving behind a low-tier, harmless alchemical artifact in the drawer of the stone table at the stone house. 3. The essence fruit aids knights in their training. Yet for ordinary individuals with frail constitutions, direct consumption is ill-advised. Otherwise, they may suffer from mild digestive issues, or, in severe cases, fatal ruptures. 4. The essence fruit can be employed in the crafting of potions or nutritional elixirs. The current method for preparing a basic nutritional potion available on the market is as follows. Click to expand. 5. Practicing breathing techniques necessitates substantial nourishment, particularly from meat and egg-based foods. 6. upon learning of the loss of his personal notes. Barto, in a fit of rage, exacerbated his illness, leading to inflamed and swollen wounds, with signs of pus formation. Without appropriate subsequent treatment, he is destined to perish in 12 days. 7 to Barto as family physician. Lytton, noticing the worsening condition, contemplated changing employers or perhaps establishing a private clinic. 8. Due to his ineptitude, Barto as steward, Pock, faced reprimand and consequently sought solace in the pirate tavern each evening after work. 9. After meeting with you yesterday, Myril, like an old tree sprouting anew, eagerly sought handsome men for fleeting encounters. 10. The beast marks outside the city are, in fact, forgeries crafted by members of the Thieves' Guild intended to sow discord among the populace. Chapter 8. Alchemical Artifacts. Universal potion formulas. In the early hours, Ron's drowsiness dissipated as he hastily examined the system information. An alchemist. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. An alchemist, akin to a potion maker, is also a subordinate profession of a mage. Potion makers excel in concocting magical elixirs, while alchemists specialize in crafting alchemical items. For instance, the statue of the goddess of creation displayed in the Church of Kara City is a medium-sized alchemical artifact, energizing the clergy and fostering tranquility, even slightly enhancing their cultivation effects. The fact that this alchemist left behind a low-tier, harmless alchemical item is astonishing. Upon reading the second piece of information, Ron was further taken aback. Not all alchemical items can be used indiscriminately. Many malevolent artifacts exact a price upon their use. Some require monetary payment, others demand fortuity, and some even necessitate a sacrifice of vitality. Higher-tier bizarre alchemical items can autonomously operate and influence surrounding areas, even in the absence of a user-s payment. Folklore is rife with terrifying tales surrounding such wicked artifacts. However, the alchemical item left by the alchemist named Harrington, though low-tier, is a rare and harmless tool, meaning even ordinary people can handle or utilize it. Thank you, Master Harrington. You truly are a benefactor. Ron silently expressed his gratitude, eagerly anticipating claiming the alchemical item upon his return tomorrow. He then turned his attention to the subsequent pieces of information. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. Fatal ruptures? Goodness, rumors can be deadly. Ron broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. Previously, there were widespread rumors that the essence fruit could be consumed directly. This belief was so pervasive that Ron had accepted it without question. Earlier that day, had he not yet acquired the breathing technique, he might have even considered consuming it on the spot. Thank heavens I refrained. Otherwise, Ron exhaled a breath of relief, feeling fortunate. However, upon noticing the last part of the fourth piece of information, which mentioned click to expand, he paused in astonishment. There is such a function? Having activated the system for over 10 days, this was the first time he encountered expandable information. Tentatively, he probed with his mental energy in an instant. Subpanel materialized. Mondade Empire Universal Nutritional Potion Preparation Method. Combine auxiliary ingredients and simmer over low heat for half an hour. Auxiliary formula: 100 grams of pure water, 10 grams of honey, 5 mint leaves, 30 grams of mammalian blood, and 10 grams of dried bone powder. Final product: a pale yellow viscous liquid. Dosage: prior to practicing the breathing technique, take 1 gram of the high-concentration nutritional paste, mix it with 100 grams of hot water, stir thoroughly, and consume. This information can be utilized in such a manner. Ron was taken aback, his mind flashing with insight, as if grasping at something elusive. Yet, just as swiftly, the inspiration vanished. Perhaps I should take some time to delve deeply into this information. Ron pondered, yet since the inspiration had fled, he did not press the matter further. He continued reading the remaining pieces of information. Barto's condition worsened. Excellent. That old curmudgeon should hurry up and die. Family physician Linton? That title seems quite significant. Steward Pock? The one who cuckolded Barto? In that case, perhaps my previous assumptions hold merit. Myril, that loathsome harlot, I shall ensure both you and Barto meet your demise. Wait a moment. The Thieves' Guild? In the modest town of Hippo, members of the Thieves' Guild are indeed present. Ron's mind raced with thoughts, and after meticulously sifting through all the information to ensure nothing was overlooked, he finally closed his eyes and drifted into a slow slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Bardo's chamber, "Pock, you wretched scoundrel, have you yet to locate my purse?" Barto lay in bed, sweating profusely, his complexion flushed like tea that moment. He was suffering from a low fever, his vision spinning, yet he vociferously berated. Beside him, Steward Pock could not help but grimace. "My apologies, my lord. I have dispatched additional personnel, and I am confident we will locate your purse." Internally, however, he was cursing furiously. The Bardo family is quite renowned in Hippo Town, easily capable of producing dozens of gold coins with a mere flick of the finger. Yet, this miser Barto clings to that purse with such tenacity. It has been a full day since its loss, and the fields have been thoroughly searched. The serfs who ventured out that day have been meticulously examined, yet no trace of the purse remains. Unless an unforeseen miracle occurs, it seems the purse is irretrievable. However, to respond to Barto in such a manner would surely invite a barrage of reprimands. Thus, Pock could only grit his teeth and continue to placate Barto. And what are the traps set for hunting beasts? Have those not been discovered either? Barto asked indignantly, and Pock's eye twitched as he bent lower in deference to, my lord. The nearby farmers deny any involvement. Barto erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. "Useless! You can't even manage this trivial matter. What good are you to me? You are squandering the Barto family's wealth. Get out of my sight." Upon hearing this, Pock felt as though a weight had been lifted and hurriedly retreated. Meanwhile, the silent physician Lytton, who was examining the healing of Barto's wounds, furrowed his brow. "Dr. Lytton, what troubles you?" Barto inquired, his tone laced with concern. "Mr. Barto, with all due respect, your condition is quite dire. Immediate travel to Kara City is imperative to seek treatment from a more specialized physician." Lytton spoke sternly. Having just unwrapped the bandages to inspect the wounds, he discovered them red and swollen, significantly enlarged, with signs of pus formation. Upon closer inspection, an unpleasant odor wafted from the wound. This situation clearly indicates an inflammatory infection. With filth having penetrated to the marrow, it is imperative to abandon any wishful thinking and seek professional medical aid. Is my condition truly that severe? Barto's anxiety grew. Though he was despicable, he still valued his life, prompting him to ask urgently, "Who should I consult?" "Dr. Gavin." "How much will his consultation cost?" Lytton raised an eyebrow. Even in this moment, he was still inquiring about the consultation fee. Nevertheless, Lytton replied, "The consultation fee for Dr. Gavin is at least 1 gold coin." "How much?" "1 gold coin." Chapter 9. The noble potion maker, upon hearing this figure, Bardo's face instantly reflected a look of anguish. "Oh, that is exceedingly expensive. Could it not be a bit cheaper?" Lytton shook his head in response. "No, 1 gold coin is already quite reasonable." Seeing that Barto was about to protest further, Lytton added, "After all, Mr. Gavin is not an ordinary physician. He once served as an apprentice to a potion maker." Upon the utterance of those words, Bartle fell silent. Although he was not an extraordinary being, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the esteemed nature of potion masters. In the Divine Gift Continent, within the same realm of extraordinary prowess, knights are regarded as inferior to mages, and mages, in turn, are eclipsed by potion masters. This hierarchy speaks not of their combat capabilities, but rather of their status and abilities. While Gavin may not be a potion master, his position as an apprentice to one endows him with unparalleled prestige, at the very least, over the past 2 decades in Hippo Town. More than 15 apprentice knights have been nurtured, yet not a single potion master apprentice has emerged. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Bartle quietly inquired, "Then, do you truly have no other means to heal my leg?" Lytton pondered for a moment before responding with calm assurance, "Perhaps you could summon a priest for healing." Bartle was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. The priest, as an ecclesiastical figure, possesses divine bestowals of extraordinary capabilities, holding a rank comparable to that of a potion master. However, priests seldom extend their healing to ordinary folk unless under specific circumstances, and even monetary compensation would not suffice. Therefore, enlisting a priest is far more arduous than soliciting a potion master. "Very well, I understand," Bartle replied wearily. waving his hand to dismiss Dr. Litton. Although Litton could not mend his wounds nor offer a cost-effective treatment plan, Bartle dared not unleash his ire upon Litton as he had done with Bach. This was due to their equitable contract. Should Litton harbor any discontent, he could easily terminate their agreement at any moment. By the way, what of Neem? Bartle called out to Dr. Litton as he recalled something. Litton nodded and continued towards the bedroom's exit. Before long, a figure reeking of alcohol stumbled into Bartle's chamber. Neem? Good heavens, you are intoxicated again, Bartle exclaimed, a wave of irritation washing over him as the stench of liquor assailed his senses. You wretched boy, do you wish to drive me to madness? Your father lies grievously injured, yet you still find time to indulge in drink. Neem merely chuckled foolishly, letting out a belch. Father, what do you need me for? Suppressing his frustration, Bartle commanded, Tomorrow morning, I require you to escort me to Kara City. Given that Gavin's consultation fee demanded no less than a gold coin, the notoriously miserly Bartle, who held little faith in others, had no choice but to rely on his son to accompany him while he bore the gold. Yet, Neem remained inebriated, standing there in a daze. You imbecile, did you not hear me? Bartle bellowed, jolting Neem from his stupor. Understand, father, Neem replied hastily, though his gaze was devoid of focus. Bartle narrowed his eyes, and with a sudden chill, asked, Will you understand? Repeat what I just said. Neem was taken aback, his eyes darting about. You just told me to go to Kara City. Bartle felt a surge of anger rise within him, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Yes, that's so. Then pray tell, what purpose do I have for you in Kara City? Perhaps, Neem pondered for a long while. Unable to recall the reason, defeated, he lowered his head and I'm sorry. Father, I forgot. You wretched child, Neil. Bartle's chest heaved with indignation. The fever from his infection left him dizzy, nearly toppling over from rage. Neem hastily complied, kneeling with an alarming fluidity, as if he had rehearsed this thousands of times. You good-for-nothing, drunken fool, do you truly wish to drive me to despair? Bartle fumed, jabbing a finger at Neem's nose. You need not accompany me tomorrow. Instead, you shall remain home and diligently practice the wolf fist technique 1,000 times. No, not tomorrow. You shall commence at once. As Bartle berated him, he extended his hand. Hand me your notes. I wish to see what else you do besides drink. Neem shrank back slightly, a look of helplessness on his face. Each time he faltered, Bartle would scrutinize the notes, watching him practice until he was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Neem, accustomed to this routine, reached into his pocket without hesitation. However, this time, his movements suddenly froze. What's this? Where are your notes? Bartle inquired suspiciously. Having sensed something amiss, Neem, undeterred, rummaged through his belongings once more, but to no avail. His face turned pale, and with trepidation, he looked up. Father, it seems my notes have been lost. What? Bartle's eyes widened in disbelief as he shot upright from the bed. You lost them? Wretched fool! Cretin! Imbecile! Bartle was beside himself with rage, nearly exploding in fury. If you can misplace them, why not lose yourself as well? This book on the wolf breathing technique, albeit merely a beginner's manual, encompassed the full suite of knightly skills, including fist techniques, swordsmanship, equestrian skills, and spear techniques. Moreover, it contained annotations from a seasoned wolf knight. Thus, its market value exceeded 20 gold coins. It was a painstaking acquisition for Bartle, and now, Neem had the audacity to claim he lost it. Father, please don't fret. It might have fallen at the tavern. I shall return immediately to search for it. Neem implored, his brow glistening with sweat as he scrambled to rise and leave. Yet, just as he stood, he witnessed Bartle convulsing, his eyes rolling back in his head as he collapsed backward. Father! Father! In an instant, the once tranquil Bartle household erupted into chaos. As time passed, the next morning arrived. The dawn light was dim, the sun yet to rise. Upon awakening, Ron quickly gathered his belongings and made his way to the general store at tea this hour. The store had just opened, with only a few customers present. Ron breathed a sigh of relief, noticing the absence of onlookers, and hurriedly entered. He swiftly procured the necessary items and set off towards the stone house outside the city. An hour later, Ron found the stone house just as he had left it the day prior. showing no signs of having been disturbed. Consequently, he entered with his belongings, inside the corner crevice of the stone bed's leg. Ron crouched down, reaching deep within to search. Moments later, he retrieved a small ball wrapped in tattered cloth. Indeed, it was the essence fruit. Chapter 10. Becoming a knight. Squire, thank goodness it is still here. Ron sighed in relief, promptly stashing the essence fruit away. He then approached the stone table, bending slightly to bring his gaze level. After a careful inspection, he discovered 4 narrow gaps in the middle of the table, forming a rectangle that was indeed a drawer. Lacking a handle, Ron could only use a small knife to gently pry open the gaps. After several minutes of careful maneuvering, he managed to create a thumb-wide opening. With that, Ron stood and pulled the drawer open entirely. Inside, he found nothing but a mask-like object, devoid of any other items. Is this a piece of alchemical equipment? Ron pondered, his curiosity piqued. Knowing the mask was a harmless alchemical item, he placed it upon his face. However, nothing remarkable occurred. After further examination, Ron concluded that the mask resembled a machine devoid of power, utterly inoperable. Thus, he decided to set it aside for the moment. Very well, I shall first prepare to concoct the nutrient potion. After a brief respite, Ron utilized the items he had purchased to commence his preparations. He first retrieved 3 bottles of juice. Downing 2 of them in one go, he set aside the glass bottles. After washing them, he punctured 2 holes in the caps with his knife and inserted straws, bending them slightly to connect the 2 bottles. After a bit of simple adjustment, he had fashioned a rudimentary distillation apparatus. Ron also used the remaining drink bottle as a support. He carved a straight stick resembling a chopstick, finding the center point, and secured it with fine thread and the drink bottle. Then he hung 2 equally sized teacups from either end of the stick using fine threads, creating a makeshift balance scale. Roughly, perhaps, it should be accurate enough. Ron gazed at the rudimentary instruments, lost in contemplation. The creation of a nutritional elixir necessitated that the materials be measured with precision down to the gram. Therefore, he had to devise a weighing device himself. Given his current circumstances, it was inconvenient for him to purchase or borrow a scale, compelling him to resort to crafting one on his own. The distillation flask was similarly elusive in Hippo Town. It was likely that only Dr. Litton possessed such an item, which he could not borrow either. Regardless, he had no other viable options, and even if mistakes occurred, he resolved to proceed with experimentation. Shaking his head, Ron retrieved 2 5-value copper coins from his pocket. After cleaning them, he placed them into one of the teacups. Each copper coin weighed 10 grams. Thus 2 would amount to 20 grams, serving as his makeshift weights. Subsequently, Ron stepped outside, ignited a campfire, and set a small iron pot atop it, filling it halfway with clear water. He then filled a glass bottle from the makeshift distiller with water as well, placing it within the iron pot. In no time, as the water reached a boil, steam from the glass bottle flowed through a straw into another glass vessel. As time passed, afternoon arrived. After considerable effort, Ron finally measured out 100 grams of distilled water. He proceeded to weigh honey, dried bone powder, and other components. He then dispatched the gray-tailed rabbit he had purchased earlier that day, extracting 30 grams of fresh blood. Taking a deep breath, Ron solemnly placed the elemental fruit into the small iron pot, merging it with all the supplementary materials. Flames surged, marking the official commencement of his concoction of a nutritional ointment. As the sun set and twilight approached, half an hour passed, during which the previously chaotic mixture within the iron pot began to meld under Ron's incessant stirring. Ultimately, most of the moisture evaporated, resulting in a small clump of pale yellow viscous liquid, resembling a special syrup. Success! A joyful expression crossed Ron's face as he hurriedly collected all the nutritional ointment into a prepared bottle. Naturally, he would not waste the remnants in the pot. Estimating the weight, Ron added a substantial amount of water to the pot, heating and stirring simultaneously. Eventually, the leftover ointment dissolved, and after pouring it into 2 beverage bottles, he found that only a small cup remained in the pot. Gurgle! At that moment, Ron realized that he had been so engrossed in crafting the nutritional ointment that he had neglected to eat. Wait, since I have this nutritional potion. A spark ignited in Ron's eyes as he eagerly awaited for the potion to cool slightly before taking an eager sip. Initially, he felt no discernible change in the first few seconds. However, after half a minute, he sensed a warmth spreading within his abdomen, followed by a gentle heat that grew increasingly intense, and a wave of warmth coursed through his limbs, invigorating his entire being. Ron felt a jolt of energy, as if the fatigue that had once weighed him down was now replaced by vitality. Though hunger still gnawed at him, the weariness had significantly diminished. The wild wolf breathing technique, ignoring everything else. Ron hastily pulled out Nim's personal notes. Following the diagrams and detailed explanations, he embarked on his first attempt. This breathing technique initially required performing punches to stimulate internal respiration, IT first. Ron's movements were awkward and uncoordinated, resembling a stroke victim stumbling through the motions, which appeared quite comical. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued practicing the breathing method, gradually achieving fluidity in his movements. Perhaps due to the soul's transmigration, Ron felt that his capacity for learning was superior to that of ordinary individuals. After merely reviewing the notes a few times, he committed the entire technique to memory. Thus, an hour later, Ron had cast aside the notes, fully immersed in executing the breathing technique. His punches flowed seamlessly, as if he were one with the movement. As he inhaled and exhaled, his breath resonated like that of a wild beast, punctuated by audible gasps. Finally, upon completing the final punch, Ron's body relaxed, shedding its previous tension. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a bath. Looking down at his slightly trembling hands, Ron acknowledged the fatigue and soreness from his exertions. Yet he could distinctly feel that his strength had markedly increased compared to before. A quick bite to eat. Then back to training. Ron was exhilarated, having spent many days in this world in a state of uncertainty. He now felt a surge of power within him, allowing his heart to settle momentarily. After hastily preparing a simple meal, Ron resumed his training. Last night descended, with the final movement of the wild wolf breathing technique completed. Ron felt a sudden surge of power erupt from his heart, as if a mist of blood enveloped him. He had become a Knight Squire. Chapter 11. Information refresh, activation of the alchemical mask, as the term Knight's Squire implies. It denotes an individual who serves as a squire to a knight, engaging in campaigns on the battlefield, in the Divine Gift Continent. An ordinary person aspiring to become a knight must first cultivate a robust physique. Only with a profound vitality can one gradually condense a life seed within, thereby nurturing their combat aura. Before achieving knighthood, this phase of continuous growth, wherein one refines the life seed, is referred to as being a Knight Squire. At present, within Ron's body, vitality surged and coalesced into a mist, signifying his entry into the initial stage of being a Knight Squire. If he could transform this blood mist into a liquid state, he would transition into the intermediate stage. When the liquid solidifies, he would reach the advanced stage of a Knight Squire. Should the solidified vitality ultimately crystallize into a life seed, he would ascend to the ranks of a trainee knight. To condense blood mist in just one night, such speed was undeniably remarkable. Ron mused, recalling fragments of his previous life's memories. He had heard tales of knights from the Divine Gift Continent. Typically, even the most gifted noble scions from Kara City took at least half a month to evolve from an untrained commoner into an initial stage Knight Squire, provided they consumed a normal meat diet without the aid of nutritional potions. However, Ron felt a conviction that even if they consumed nutritional potions like himself, their growth would not surpass his own. Was this merely an illusion, or an unfounded confidence? With a self-deprecating smile, Ron's gaze hardened with resolve. Regardless, there was no need to compare himself to others. As long as he became strong enough, that was all that mattered. Just as Ron, undeterred by fatigue, prepared to continue his training, a notification chimed in his mind. Is it already midnight? Ron was taken aback. Having mastered the wild wolf breathing technique, he could practice even with his eyes closed under the cover of night. Thus he had lost track of time and was unaware that the campfire had long extinguished. First, let me review today's information, Ron thought, immersing himself in the system notifications. Ding! Today's intel is as follows. 1,200 meters southwest of your stone dwelling, beneath a wall, there exists a small patch of wildcat's tail grass. In the drawer of the stone house, there are low-tier, harmless alchemical items that could be refined using a magic circle. Detailed operational methods are as follows. Click to expand. Point 3. Bardo's condition worsened yesterday, causing him to faint from rage. He will awaken this morning and has instructed his eldest son, Nim, to ride to Kara City to fetch Dr. Gavin for treatment. In his haste, Nim will ride tomorrow morning via the small path outside Hippo Town, passing through the spring forest on his way to Kara City. Point 5. Dr. Gavin, an apprentice high-tier potion master, possesses advanced anti-inflammatory medications and is currently engaged in studies and exchanges in the neighboring city of Cons. He is expected to return in half a month. Point 6. Bach has yet to locate the money pouch or the culprit. After being scolded by Bardo again, he harbors resentment, and upon returning home after drinking, he curses Bardo daily. Point 7. Dr. Litton has resolved to resign and open a private clinic, regardless of Bardo's recovery. He is currently preparing the necessary equipment, medicines, and recruiting apprentices. Point 8. Today, due to his busy schedule, Dr. Litton forgot to pick up his daughter, Lisa, from school. She had to return home alone and encountered a vicious dog on the way. Fleeing in panic and getting lost, ultimately trapped in the back alley of the Hippo. In Point 9. Members of the Thieves Guild in Kara City and surrounding towns are mass-producing beast marks, which have attracted the attention of the Knightly Order, preparing to form a team to hunt the beasts. Chapter 10. In the vicinity of Kula City, half of the knights from the town had gathered outside the echoing forest. Members of the Thieves Guild, disguised, had infiltrated Kula City in search of a particular individual or item. Wildcat's tail. It seemed to be a type of medicinal herb that could fetch a handsome price. Upon reading the first piece of intelligence, Ron's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although he possessed a gold coin and several silver coins, one could never have too much money, could they? As he glanced at the second piece of information, his gaze sharpened. Another expandable click, a thought that had fleetingly crossed his mind yesterday resurfaced. Perhaps this was the true utility of the daily intelligence. His eyes shimmering, Ron's mind raced with a whirlwind of ideas, engaging in a mental storm. After pondering for a full 20 minutes, he regained his focus. Whether it was true or not, he would find out by trying. For now, the pressing matter was to continue examining the intelligence. Ron murmured to himself before proceeding to read further. That old rascal Bardo still clings to life. Ron's expression hardened, and he silently resolved, no, he must not be allowed to rise again, as long as there is a glimmer of hope for survival. This scoundrel must perish. Dr. Gavin was absent from Kula City, and Butler Boak had combined several pieces of intelligence for Ron to deliver it over for half a day. Ultimately, his expression grew cold, and his gaze firmed. He then shifted his attention downward, encountering the remaining 4 pieces of information that Dr. Litton, the Thieves Guild? Intriguing. Perhaps there was a way to utilize this. Ron, lost in thought, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly entered the stone house. Approaching the stone table, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through the window, Ron scrutinized the mask lying on the table. He then took a small knife and made a cut on his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to seep forth. Maintaining a steady expression, Ron retrieved the concentrated nutritional ointment he had prepared earlier in the day. Dabbing a small amount with a wooden stick, he applied it to the wound. He then mixed the ointment with his blood and spread it along the grooves of the mask. From top to bottom, left to right, he completed the motion in one stroke. Subsequently, Ron softly uttered 2 words. Roland. Buzz. In an instant, under the moonlight, the mask emitted a brilliant light, revealing countless creases that rippled like a gently undulating lake. After a moment, the mask returned to its flat form, becoming as smooth as jade, even exuding a subtle warmth upon touch. Ron was somewhat astonished. Although he had long known this was an alchemical item, witnessing such a fantastical activation was still novel to him. He then picked up the mask and tentatively donned it upon his face. Instantly, it fit perfectly, with not the slightest discomfort. Ron produced a match and ignited the oil lamp on the table. By the dim flicker of the flame, he held the small knife aloft, using its blade to reflect his current visage. Although the reflection was diminutive and unclear, Ron discerned enough to realize that he now bore a woman's face. Chapter 12. Under the moonlight, Ron instinctively reached out to touch his face. The sensation was cool. His skin felt slightly coarse, and he could even detect the pores. Is this what Roland looks like? Truly a romantic mind, a master alchemist. The craftsmanship is remarkably lifelike. Ron mused, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. According to the second piece of intelligence from today, upon expanding it, he uncovered the origins and usage of the alchemical artifact. The mask's creator was an alchemist named Harrington. In his early years, he had a wife named Roland, and they were deeply in love. Both were magicians. One excelled in alchemy, while the other specialized in potions. Tragically, due to an unforeseen accident, Roland passed away, leaving Harrington heartbroken and unable to accept her departure. Thus, he sought to resurrect her. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he ultimately failed. However, in the course of his research on resurrection magic, to alleviate his longing for his wife, Harrington crafted a series of alchemical items related to her, including this mask that possessed the ability to alter appearances. This mask not only could transform into Roland's visage, but could also take on the likeness of others. At any one time, it could accommodate the facial shapes of 9 individuals. As time progressed, Harrington's research yielded no results, and his desire to revive his wife gradually waned. Ultimately, he resolved to let her rest peacefully, free from his disturbances. Thus, Harrington journeyed to Roland's birthplace, Hippo Town. After residing in the wilderness for a while to avoid memories, he left the mask in the stone house. However, this old gentleman was indeed quite intriguing. Ron's gaze took on a peculiar quality that on the surface, he claimed to fear reminders of the past, which prompted him to abandon the mask. Yet, in truth, did not desire to immortalize a love story between himself and Lady Roland. It was no wonder Ron's imagination ran wild. Harrington's actions were exceedingly abstract. If he truly wished to be rid of the mask, he could have easily discarded or even destroyed it. Instead, he not only retained it but also infused it with a new energy stone. It should be noted that all alchemical artifacts require energy for operation, and this mask was no exception, deriving its power from an energy stone embedded in its center. The intricate patterns of the magic circle were equally perplexing. If transcribed on a paper, one would discover that it constituted a riddle laden with various hints. The riddle was both simple and complex, encapsulated in one question. Who is the beloved of the alchemist Harrington? Through the daily intelligence, Ron instantly derived the answer. However, for others wishing to activate the mask, they would first need to follow the clues suggested by the riddle. Only upon gathering all the clues and deducing the answer could they utter it as a spell, simultaneously illuminating the magic circle to activate the mask. Such a convoluted process seemed designed not only to grant access to the mask, but also to ensure one would never forget the love shared with Lady Roland. Ron shook his head, somewhat exasperated. Thank goodness for the system's intelligence. Otherwise, if I had followed your suggested path, I might have searched for clues until the end of time. He chuckled inwardly, yet his expression soon turned serious. Regardless, I must extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Harrington. Your mask has indeed alleviated my urgent predicament. Ron silently expressed his thanks, placing the mask back on the table and bowing respectfully to night passed without incident. The following morning, in the clear spring woods outside Hippo Town, a narrow path was being traversed by a young man on horseback, galloping towards this direction. Faster, faster! This individual was Neem, Bardo's eldest son, his face etched with urgency as he relentlessly urged his steed onward. The previous night, upon losing the notes on the wild wolf breathing technique, Bardo had fainted in a fit of rage. He remained unconscious for an entire day, only regaining consciousness around dawn today. Consequently, Neem rushed to find Dr. Litton, eager to ascertain Bardo's condition. To his relief, he discovered that Bardo had merely fainted and was not in grave danger. However, due to the day's delay, the wound on his leg had worsened considerably. Litton thus informed everyone that if they did not make haste to Kula City to seek treatment from a senior physician or even a priest, Bardo would likely not survive the week. Hearing this, Bardo was filled with dread, yet due to the severity of his injury, he was unable to move. Thus, he could only send Neem with gold coins to request Dr. Gavin's assistance in healing him. Though Neem was typically idle and unoccupied, at this critical juncture, he summoned his courage to shoulder this responsibility. He rode towards Kula City, having chosen the narrow path through the clear spring woods to save time. Father, please don't let anything happen to you. Naim silently prayed within himself. Although his bond with his father was not particularly profound, he was not foolish enough to overlook the fact that all the family's financial affairs were solely managed by his father. Should Bardas succumb to his injuries, the vast family estate would be beyond his ability to sustain on his own. Thus, Naim genuinely hoped for his father's swift recovery, so that he could continue to oppress the townsfolk and amass wealth, allowing Naim to enjoy a life of comfort, where his needs would be met without effort. While Naim journeyed, lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice that the path ahead was somewhat different from usual. As he rode between two towering trees, a taut rope suddenly appeared on the ground. The horse, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. "Damn it!" Naim exclaimed in shock, only to find himself tumbling through the air, crashing violently against a tree. "Cursed horse," Naim grumbled, struggling to rise despite the pain that moment. He was still oblivious to the true nature of his predicament, believing that the horse had merely stepped into a muddy pit and fallen. However, as he regained his footing, a fierce whistling sound pierced the air behind him. Bang! In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing Naim unconscious, a slender, expressionless middle-aged man emerged, after observing for a moment and confirming that Naim was indeed incapacitated. He crouched down and began to search Naim's pockets, retrieving a pouch of coins. "Bardas, thank you for your son's wallet," the man smirked. This man was none other than Ron. Chapter 13. A Windfall of Gold Coins. Acquiring supplies at this moment, Ron, clad in an alchemical mask, checked Naim's breath. Discovering that Naim was merely unconscious and not dead, he felt a sense of relief. He placed the pouch into his own cloak, tidied up the surroundings, and departed. It was not that he lacked the heart to kill. Rather, his current abilities were too meager. If he merely incapacitated Naim and stole his gold, it would be considered a typical robbery, unlikely to provoke a widespread investigation. However, should Naim be killed, it would escalate to a murder case, and the sheriff of Hippo Town would undoubtedly dispatch knights for a thorough investigation. Although Bardas was miserly, Naim was still his biological son, and he would go to great lengths to seek vengeance against the perpetrator. As for Ron, despite wearing an alchemical mask and taking precautions to conceal his whereabouts. In this world filled with extraordinary powers, there is no guarantee that some form of magic or alchemical item could not discover him, even if Bardas were merely a wealthy slave owner. Lacking even a knightly retinue, the odds of him being found were still quite slim. Yet, Ron believed that his life was far more valuable than those of Bardas and Naim. Therefore, he resolved not to kill Naim just yet. He could take risks, but not reckless ones. Moreover, compared to the cunning Bardas, his foolish son was far easier to deal with. With a cold chuckle, Ron vanished into the depths of the clear spring forest. Not long after returning to his stone house, Ron opened Naim's pouch and discovered that, in addition to a gold coin given by Bardas, there were several silver and copper coins. Excellent. With this money, I could indulge in a month's worth of meat, Ron thought to himself. After making a simple arrangement, he set off towards Hippo Town, the town's entrance. Guards were still patrolling. He approached them, presented his identification, and was permitted entry. Upon reaching the trading market, Ron did not immediately enter. Instead, he ventured down a nearby street, taking advantage of the lack of attention to slip into a narrow alley, surveying his surroundings. He noted that no one was present, but he then retrieved his mask from his cloak and fastened it to his face. Pressing a finger to his forehead, he whispered, "Harrington." In an instant, his features transformed into those of a middle-aged man. This was the visage of Harrington. The alchemical mask he crafted could accommodate 9 faces, 2 of which belonged to Harrington and his wife, while the remaining 7 were blank, awaiting future fills. Maintaining this change required the consumption of magical energy from the stone left by Harrington, which, based on his estimations, could last for at least 20 hours. Ron calculated that this duration would be ample for him to accomplish his objectives. Subsequently, he exited the alley and entered a general goods store in the trading market. Purchasing various items, he then visited a tailor's shop, acquiring several sets of simple clothing. Finally, Ron made his way to the butcher's, where he purchased a substantial quantity of meat. In total, his expenditures amounted to 12 silver coins. Had Ron completed this transaction using his own face, it would undoubtedly have raised suspicions and complications, as many in Hippo Town were aware of the Jaeger family's downfall. even with Alice selling herself into slavery for money. It would not permit Ron to act in such a manner. However, with Harrington's face, the situation was entirely different. Even if others observed him, they would merely see a stranger from out of town. Soon after, Ron departed Hippo Town with his acquisitions. Through these recent excursions, he had discerned that the town's guards were strict in examining those entering but lax regarding those leaving. Thus, he easily passed by them without scrutiny. Working folks. Upon returning to his stone house, Ron eagerly prepared the meat he had purchased, savoring a hearty meal. Though he had already concocted a nutrient potion sufficient for his training in breathing techniques. He was still at a growing age and needed to consume ample meat, eggs, and dairy to foster his development. After satisfying his hunger, Ron practiced his breathing techniques for a while. This afternoon turned to dusk. He set out once more for Hippo Town. 8 this time. Students were leaving the night academy, and among them was a 10-year-old girl who had just exited alone. Sigh. Daddy is late again, the girl muttered, pouting. This girl was Lisa, the daughter of Lytton, Bardis's family physician. Given Lytton's lucrative profession in Hippo Town, he was quite well off. Moreover, as he had only one daughter, he doted on her greatly, spending a considerable sum to enroll her in the Knight Academy. Of course, Lytton did not expect his daughter to become a knight. He merely wished for Lisa to be educated, learn some professional knowledge, and broaden her horizons, ensuring she would not grow up as an illiterate. Coarse peasant woman, as Lisa trudged home. Feeling dejected, she suddenly heard a cacophony of barking nearby. Startled, she looked up to see a large hunting dog, having escaped from somewhere, running frantically through the streets. Lisa screamed, and then took off in a panic. Dogs had always terrified her, and encountering such a large one while alone was overwhelming. In her fear, she ran blindly, unaware of her surroundings. When she finally regained her senses, she found herself in a narrow, dark alley. Determined to summon her courage and see where she was, she took a step outside, only to hear the barking again. Hastily, Lisa retreated, crouching in the alley, trembling with fear. As darkness enveloped the sky, and Lisa felt a mix of fear, exhaustion, and hunger, she suddenly heard a gentle voice from outside. Little one, what are you doing here? Lisa looked up to see a boy of about 15 or 16, dressed in coarse linen, approaching her. Dog. There's a dog outside, Lisa exclaimed in fright, but the boy merely chuckled softly. Oh, you mean that hunting dog? I have successfully driven it away. You may come out now. Chapter 14. The Helping Hand of Lytton. What? Has the dog truly been chased off? Lisa, filled with a sense of joy, sprang to her feet. She hurriedly dashed to the alley's entrance, cautiously peeking her head outside. It is indeed gone. Thank you, big brother, Lisa exclaimed with delight, before inquiring, Big brother, I am Lisa. What is your name? I am Ron, Ron replied with a smile, and soon the two became quite familiar with one another. By the way, it's quite late. Why haven't you returned home? Do you need me to escort you? Ron asked, to which Lisa's eyes widened in excitement as she eagerly nodded. Is that truly possible? Thank you, brother Ron. Given her fear of encountering that large dog again on her way home, Lisa was overjoyed that Ron was willing to accompany her. Thus, Ron led Lisa towards Dr. Lytton's residence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Lytton's home, a middle-aged man paced back and forth anxiously. Why hasn't she returned yet? Could something have happened? Dr. Lytton was filled with frustration and self-reproach. Had he known, he would not have treated Neem. It was all his fault for wasting my time. This afternoon, he was supposed to pick up his daughter from school. Instead, he unexpectedly received a message from Bartle, urging him to come over immediately. Lytton initially intended to decline, but the steward sent by Bartle insisted on taking him along. Reluctantly, Lytton, who was still dependent on the salary from the Bartle family, had no choice but to comply. However, upon arriving at Bartle's residence, he was astonished to discover that it was not Bartle who was in trouble, but rather his son Neem. Earlier that morning, Neem had been attacked on his way to Karas City, leaving him unconscious and robbed of his money pouch. It was only in the afternoon that Neem regained consciousness. Due to the death of his horse, he could only return home limping. Upon hearing the news, Bartle was naturally both furious and heartbroken, causing his condition to worsen once again. Consequently, Lytton had no choice but to hastily treat Neem's wounds. By the time the treatment concluded, he realized that school had already dismissed. He hurriedly rushed to the night academy, only to learn that Lisa had left on her own, prompting him to dash back home. "Lisa, my dear daughter, where have you been?" Just as Litton was consumed with anxiety, a melodious voice rang out nearby. "Daddy, I'm back." Litton's heart soared with joy as he looked up to see a common boy walking alongside Lisa. "Lisa!" Litton scooped her up and held her tightly. "I am so sorry, my child. It was my failure to pick you up. How did you return? Why are you home so late?" Litton said, his voice heavy with remorse. While Lisa, carefree and cheerful, responded with a smile. "Daddy, it was Brother Ron who brought me back. You wouldn't believe it. I encountered a large dog on the way." As Lisa recounted her tale, Litton turned his gaze towards Ron. "Mr. Ron, thank you for rescuing my daughter," he said earnestly, filled with gratitude. "Lisa is my only family. Should anything have happened to her, I would have regretted it for life." Thus, he regarded Lisa's savior with the utmost respect. Despite Ron being merely a 15 or 16-year-old farm boy, Dr. Litton, there is no need for such formality. "It was merely a small act of kindness," Ron replied, attempting to take his leave. Seeing this, Litton quickly stopped him. "Wait, Mr. Ron, I have yet to properly thank you." Noticing the late hour, Litton extended an invitation. "How about I treat you to a meal?" Ron feigned reluctance, yet Litton warmly insisted on ushering him inside. Lisa, too, was filled with joy, bouncing with excitement. After a while, Litton returned with a spread of food and drink, some of which he had prepared himself, while others had been ordered from a restaurant. Reluctantly, Ron could not refuse and sat down to eat. "By the way, Ron, I recall you are from the Yeager family." During their conversation, Litton mused. "Your father once sought my services for a medical issue, but unfortunately later—" "Oh, I apologize, Ron. I should not have mentioned that." Ron's expression dimmed, but he managed a strained smile. "That's all right, Dr. Litton. It is not your fault." Litton felt increasingly guilty, and his disdain for the Bartle family deepened. Previously, he had thought he might be forced to find a new employer due to Bartle's injury. However, now he genuinely desired to resign from his role as a family doctor. After all, while Bartle dared not show him disrespect, he was miserly and the overall treatment was quite mediocre. Furthermore, the Bartle family oppressed the common folk, and Litton had long found their behavior intolerable. His dream was to develop a medication affordable for the common people, ensuring that sickness would no longer plague the world. Damned Bartle, had I known, I would never have mentioned the matter of the literary long-term cover. Litton regretted his previous decision, but it was too late to change it now. However, fortuitously, today someone had knocked Neem unconscious and robbed him, exacerbating Bartle's condition. This thought, Litton could not help but smile, his spirits lifted. Following this, Litton conversed with Ron for a while longer, and to his astonishment, he discovered that despite Ron's youth, he possessed a wealth of knowledge and intriguing insights. Even in matters of medicine, Ron offered many unexpected perspectives. "Ron, you possess extraordinary wisdom. If you dedicate yourself to learning, you might achieve great things in the future," Litton stated solemnly, regarding Ron not as a subordinate, but rather as an equal. "Perhaps," Ron replied dismissively, self-deprecatingly smiling. "However, before achieving success, I must first ensure my own livelihood." Upon hearing this, Litton felt a flicker of inspiration. "Ron, if you are willing, perhaps you could stay with me for a while." Litton contemplated that once he resigned from the Bartle household, he could establish a private clinic. If the need arose for an assistant, Ron would be a perfect fit. "What?" Ron looked taken aback, his face revealing a hint of interest. Yet soon after, he hesitated, his expression contorting with internal conflict before shaking his head in refusal. "I'm sorry, Dr. Litton. I appreciate your kindness, but I do not wish to impose." Listening to Ron, Litton insisted, "This is not an imposition. My offer for you to stay here is genuinely meant to." Litton laid bare his intentions, and Ron's eyes widened in realization. "If that is the case, I am grateful for your assistance. I indeed require employment." Chapter 15. Bach, you wouldn't want Lord Bartle to know, would you? As dusk descended, Ron bid farewell to the Litton father and daughter. Although Litton extended another invitation for Ron to reside in his home, Ron politely declined, stating he would assist when Litton required help in a few days. What a proud child, Litton mused as he watched Ron walk away. However, a wave of concern washed over him. "I wonder where Ron has been staying these past few days." If he is at an inn, he might soon exhaust his funds. Next time he comes, I must persuade him again. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lytton residence, Ron turned abruptly, entering an alley 2 streets away. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man emerged from the far end of the alley. It is nearly time. Ron pondered to himself as he stepped towards the pirate tavern. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was greeted by a cacophony of boisterous voices emanating from within that a potent aroma of alcohol enveloped him, mingling with the enticing scents of various grilled delicacies. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Ron entered the establishment. Inside the tavern, the space was divided into 2 levels. The ground floor was haphazardly arranged, with patrons scattered throughout the bustling hall. They indulged in hearty drinks while engaging in loud boasts. A few intoxicated men, their faces flushed and eyes bulging, were shoving each other, seemingly on the brink of a brawl. In contrast, the second floor offered a more orderly and subdued atmosphere. Many introverted drinkers, averse to disturbances, occupied the small tables upstairs, sipping their drinks slowly while ordering food to satisfy their hunger. Ron discreetly approached the counter, ordering an inexpensive wheat beer and a sausage sandwich wrapped in lettuce. He then turned and scanned the room, seemingly in search of a suitable seat. Not finding one on the first floor, Ron narrowed his eyes and, with his items in hand, made his way to the staircase. Ascending to the second level, as he arrived, he noticed a significant reduction in noise. Although the lighting here was dimmer compared to the vibrant first floor, he strolled slowly, observing the empty tables until he reached a halt in the southwestern corner. Finding a seat, Ron settled down, leisurely sipping his beer and nibbling on his sandwich, his movements neither crude nor hurried. Meanwhile, as he lifted his glass, cleverly shielding his gaze, Ron's eyes fixated on a drunken figure 2 tables away. Damn, Bartis, do you really treat me like a dog? Let me tell you, Lord Boak will eventually turn all your possessions into his own. Boak slumped in his chair, burping softly while whispering his grievances. His mind clouded, he remained oblivious to the watchful eyes behind him. Ron maintained his composure, continuing to eat slowly. After Boak ordered a couple more drinks, becoming thoroughly inebriated and collapsing onto the table, Ron swallowed the last bite of his sandwich, stood up, and brushed past Boak. Half an hour later, Boak was roused from his stupor by the tavern keeper and groggily stood up. Unsteadily, he made his way downstairs and out the door, returning home to prepare for sleep. However, as he removed his outer garment, an object tumbled from his pocket. Boak scratched his head, puzzled, and picked up the item. Squinting, he realized it was a letter. A letter? Who could it be from? With his mind in a haze, Boak instinctively tore open the envelope. Upon reading its contents, his previously dazed expression transformed into one of alarm and clarity. The letter began with a line that made his heart race. Mr. Boak, you wouldn't want Lord Bartis to discover that young Lola is the child of you and Lady Grice, would you? What? Boak's mind buzzed, blanking out momentarily as he regained his senses and scrutinized the letter's details. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his face a mix of shock and fury. Yet, deep within his eyes, fear lurked beneath the surface. How had this secret been uncovered? Boak's scalp prickled as he read that the sender demanded he gather 100 gold coins within 2 days as hush money, warning him against informing anyone. Otherwise, the truth about Grice and Lola would be revealed to Bartis. Damn it. Who are you? How did you slip this letter into my pocket? Boak felt a chill of dread. If the sender could stealthily place the letter on him, they could just as easily strike him down when he least expected it. Thank goodness it was just a demand for 100 gold coins. Where on earth could he procure such a sum? Boak was in a state of desperation, for the amount was exorbitant. Even as Bartis's steward, 100 gold coins was an unattainable figure. After all, Bartis, the miser, had kept a close watch on the family business over the years, scrutinizing every financial detail himself. Thus, Boak had been extremely cautious, unable to reap any rewards. After all these years, he had only managed to save 10 gold coins. But he could not afford to ignore this demand that if Bartis learned of the situation, he would surely have him killed. If all else fails, I shall borrow. Boak's eyes flickered as he thought of someone. Yes, Grice. She would surely not want Bartis to discover that Lola is my son. If I need 100 gold coins, she must contribute as well. With this thought, Boak hurried to seek out Lady Grice. However, just as he reached the door, he hesitated. No, it is too late now. I must wait until tomorrow to find a suitable time. Wait before that, perhaps I should first ascertain the identity of the blackmailer. Boke's gaze flickered as he pondered deeply. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, under the cover of night, within a stone cottage in the wilderness, Ron was practicing his breathing techniques as he progressed in his training. He finished the last of the 2 bottles of nourishing elixirs. Thus, he had just boiled water and dissolved half a spoon of the nutrient paste, concocting 2 more bottles of the potion. The effects of this nutrient paste were astonishingly potent that it would not be long before the life essence within him solidified in a liquid form. Ron thought to himself, no wonder the status of potion masters is so exalted in this blessed land. This is merely an inferior nutrient paste, yet yields such formidable results. What then could be the potency of true potions? After consuming another sip of the elixir, Ron continued his training. He could not afford to slacken. He must rapidly enhance his strength. It was not until the midnight hour that the familiar system notification chimed in. Ding. Today's intelligence is as follows. Chapter 16, Intelligence Refresh, Official Night. Ding. Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. Yesterday, upon learning that Naeem had been knocked unconscious and robbed, Bardis was consumed by rage, worsening his condition. Without timely and appropriate treatment, he will perish in 5 days. Point 2. Sensing his impending demise, Bardis began contemplating the division of his estate. Preparing to arrange his assets and hidden gold coins meticulously. Point 3. Today, Naeem resolved to visit Kara City in search of Dr. Gavin. Having learned from past experiences, he arranged for a servant to escort him along the main road. 4. Upon arriving in Kara City, Naeem discovered that Dr. Gavin would not return for another fortnight, leading him to seek assistance from the church, only to be met with rejection. Point 5. Myral, upon learning of Bardis's grave condition, visited to inquire about the slave trade. Point 6. After receiving the blackmail letter, Boke attempted to gather gold coins while secretly investigating the blackmailer's identity, but to no avail. He ultimately had to turn to Lady Grice for help. 7. Lady Grice, upon receiving the news, comforted Boke and dispatched someone to find her brother, Guavas, to assist. Point 8. Guavas, the captain of the sheriff's squad in Hippo Town, possesses the rank of a just knight and is currently preoccupied with the recent beast sightings. Hoping to use this opportunity to gain promotion. Point 9. Lytton has resolved to establish a private clinic in 5 days and will invite you to serve as his assistant. Point 10. Due to the beast sightings, Lytton's required medicines are not fully prepared, and he is in urgent need of fresh wild cattail grass. After perusing the 10 clues, Ron fell into deep contemplation. That old fool Bardis still has 5 days to live? Ron's gaze turned icy. The longer the delay, the greater Bardis's chance of survival. Although Dr. Gavin is absent from Kara City and the church's priests will not treat Bardis, he is still a wealthy slave owner. If he is desperate to survive, he might be willing to exhaust his entire fortune to do so. It seems I must stoke the flames further. Ron mused. Ensure Bardis' demise, he must take on additional risks. This is not merely for the sake of revenge for his family. More importantly, if Bardis remains alive, he will undoubtedly come after him. He and that wretched Myral have been plotting to sell him off to Kara City. Thus, for Ron, this has long been a matter of breaking the old to establish the new, leaving no room for retreat or compromise. It is still my power that is too feeble. Otherwise, why would I need to resort to such scheming? Within Ron's heart, an ever-growing desire for strength consumed him. He resolved to exert even greater effort, striving to soon join the ranks of knights, so that he could boldly vanquish his enemies. Shifting his gaze, he examined the second piece of intelligence. This old miser, amassing such a wealth of assets, was now intent on benefiting others. Ron let out a cold chuckle, but then a thought struck him, causing his eyes to narrow. Wait, hidden gold coins. Is there a possibility for me to acquire them? After a period of study, Ron had formed some preliminary hypotheses regarding the refresh of the system's intelligence. He sensed that in the future, it was highly probable that the system would unveil information concerning Bardis' hidden gold coins. If that were indeed the case, Ron might stand to make a considerable profit. The third and fourth pieces of intelligence were rather unremarkable. However, the fifth piece once again ignited a flicker of murderous intent within Ron. Myral, do not be anxious. Once Bardas meets his demise, you shall be next. Ron flashed a grin, which under the shroud of the inky night took on a somewhat eerie quality. Upon reviewing the 6th, 7th, and 8th pieces of intelligence, Ron was momentarily taken aback. Grace had a brother who served as a constable, and he was even a formal knight. Ron felt a surge of surprise, his expression growing serious. This was no trivial matter and warranted careful consideration. In the Divine Gift Continent, knights were categorized into 10 ranks based on their strength. Among these, the first 3 ranks, from weakest to strongest, were knight attendants, apprentice knights, and formal knights. The term formal knight was merely a colloquial name for a just knight. Much like the term apprentice knight, which was also a common name, the official designation was actually valiant knight. When an apprentice knight successfully advanced to a formal knight, they could gain official recognition of their strength within the kingdom's knightly order and be appointed as a kingdom knight. Within Hippo Town, the total number of knight attendants reached at least 100, while there were perhaps fewer than 20 apprentice knights, AS for formal knights. Ron could guarantee there were no more than a handful. Such knights possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Therefore, if Grace truly had a just knight for a brother, Ron's subsequent plans would necessitate utmost caution. However, during this period, he had acted with consistent prudence, considering both ends, leaving no discernible flaws. Moreover, with the alchemical mask at his disposal, there was no need for him to be intimidated into inaction by a formal knight. After careful contemplation, Ron devised a plan for his future actions. Thus, he continued to peruse the remaining pieces of intelligence, which did not surprise him, if all went as anticipated. In a few days, he could return to Hippo Town under the guise of Liddon's assistant. With that identity, certain matters would no longer require the obfuscation they currently did. These plans were all meticulously crafted by Ron. With an appropriate identity and occupation, he could gradually expend those 2 gold coins. The nights slipped by, and as dawn broke the following day, Butler Bach awoke. He stifled a yawn and made his way to the washroom, gazing into the mirror at the dark circles under his eyes. Bach let out a sigh. He had barely slept a wink throughout the night, preoccupied with contemplating the identity of the blackmailer and how to procure the funds. Damn it! Who could that person possibly be? A sense of irritation welled up within Bach as he recalled that the previous night he had deduced that the letter had been slipped into his pocket by someone while he was intoxicated at the tavern. However, with the multitude of patrons at the pirate tavern, locating the blackmailer among them was no easy feat. Bach dared not inquire too broadly, as this would only draw further attention. Thus, a sudden idea struck him. Since the individual was aware of his connection with Grace, they must surely be affiliated with the Bardas family. Furthermore, it was likely someone familiar with him and of a higher status, enabling them to discover this information. Chapter 17. The impatient Lady Grace. Bach pondered deeply. Ultimately, he narrowed down his suspicions to a few individuals: Bardas guard attendants, Grace's personal maid, and the coachman. The guard attendants, being the leaders among the retinue, were high-ranking knight attendants, serving as the head of the guard. They were among the few individuals, like Bach, who could move freely within Bardas' estate. During their patrols, they might have had a chance of uncovering his affair with Grace. As for Grace's personal maid, her involvement was self-evident. Lastly, the coachman. Bach's eyes narrowed. Bardas and Grace were merely ordinary individuals. In fact, due to their pampered upbringing, they found even horseback riding exhausting. Hence, their travels relied entirely on a spacious and comfortable carriage kept at home. On several occasions during his clandestine meetings with Grace, the coachman had driven them. Although they had been relatively restrained in the carriage, refraining from any overtly scandalous behavior, they had occasionally shared intimate conversations in hushed tones, which the coachman could not help but overhear. Whether they were the culprits could be determined swiftly. Bach mused to himself. Before splashing cold water on his face, he steeled himself and made his way toward Bardas' courtyard. As expected, Bardas, despite his wounds festering and a persistent fever rendering him somewhat lethargic, still managed to berate Bach vigorously for failing to locate the money pouch and the beast trap's owner. Bach kept his head bowed, gritting his teeth and suppressing his rage. Once Bardas dismissed him and exited the bedroom, Bach's expression turned cold. Damn, Bardas, you truly should have died much earlier, Bach cursed inwardly. Then composed himself and headed toward the guard captain's quarters. Just as he reached the door, he encountered the guard captain, clad in light armor and wielding a longsword, emerging from the room. "Captain, where are you off to?" Bach inquired, slightly taken aback as he stepped forward. The guard captain replied casually, "Ah, it's Butler Bach that I'm accompanying the young master to Kula City. Since Nim was unable to go yesterday, we are setting off again early this morning. However, due to yesterday's ambush on the narrow road, Bardis arranged for me, along with 2 mid-tier knight attendants, to accompany him." Bach pondered this as he accompanied the guard captain to seek out Nim, engaging in casual conversation along the way. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Nim standing outside, accompanied by a short, unsightly middle-aged man. The coachman. Bach remained composed, approaching Nim to greet him. Nim nodded in acknowledgement, assuming that his father was somewhat concerned and had sent Bach to remind him. Thus paying little mind to it, Bach stepped back a couple of paces, positioning himself beside the coachman, who promptly bowed and smiled, saying, "Good day, Mr. Bach. Are you heading out as well, as the foremost servant of the Bardis household?" The coachman naturally showed him great respect. This moment, Bach squinted, scrutinizing the coachman closely. The coachman felt somewhat bewildered, and just as he was about to inquire, Bach suddenly broke into a smile, responding in a very amiable manner. The coachman was taken aback, feeling flattered. It was well known that Bach typically maintained a distant demeanor towards the servants, never treating them with outright disdain, yet today he was engaging him in conversation with such warmth. Thus, the coachman eagerly reciprocated. After several minutes of light banter, the other 2 attendants emerged, leading their horses. "Bach, tell father that I won't mess up this time," Nim called out as he climbed into the carriage. The 3 guards mounted their horses, one leading the way while the other 2 followed behind the carriage. The procession gradually departed, leaving Bach standing at the entrance, lost in thought for an extended period. Unless they were actors, otherwise, Bach shook his head slightly, as he had feigned nonchalance, attempting to probe for information, yet discovered that neither the guard captain nor the coachman had revealed any incriminating evidence. They were completely unaware of his affair with Grace. Could it be that the issue lay with Grace? The expression on Boke's face was rather unpleasant, his gaze shifting restlessly. Suddenly, he stepped forward, making his way towards Grace's chamber. Ever since Bart had aged, and due to certain personal reasons, coupled with Grace's youthful arrogance, they had taken to living separately. Upon Boke's arrival before Grace's door, and after notifying the maid, he promptly entered the room. "Boke?" At that moment, Grace was descending the stairs, looking at him with a hint of surprise. She appeared to be around 35 or 36 years of age, adorned in luxurious and vibrant attire. As she descended, her swaying figure exuded a sense of allure and recklessness, causing Boke's throat to involuntarily constrict. "What a brazen woman!" Boke silently cursed, yet maintained a facade of respect on his face. "What brings you here at this hour?" Grace inquired curiously, approaching Boke, the nearby maid. Overhearing this, assumed that the lady was merely inquiring if the steward Boke had come with some matter of importance. Only Boke understood that Grace was subtly reminding him that it was still daytime, and not the appropriate time for his visit. His lips twitched slightly, but he kept his demeanor unchanged and slightly bowed, saying, "Madam, the master has sent me to inquire about the young master's studies." Grace raised an eyebrow at his words. It was common knowledge that Laura was inherently dull-witted and had always struggled with her studies. Even at the age of 6 or 7, she did not know how many fingers a hand possessed. Consequently, Bart had long since lost hope in Laura, focusing his efforts on cultivating his eldest son, Naim. However, now, why was that old man suddenly concerned about Laura's academic performance? Just as Grace pondered this bewilderingly, she caught a glimpse of Boke winking at her. Suddenly enlightened, she responded, "Very well, then come upstairs with me. And you don't just stand around. Go and clean up. Should I require anything, I will call for you. Make sure you don't slack off, understood?" The maids hurriedly lowered their heads in acknowledgement and exited the room. Grace signaled to Boke, then led him upstairs to her bedroom. Upon entering, Boke immediately locked the door behind him. As he turned to speak, he found Grace had already lunged at him. Embracing him and initiating a kiss, "Oh, Boke, you naughty man, is your eagerness so great even in broad daylight? Very well, I shall indulge you." Chapter 18. The adult's task. Upon hearing Lady Grace's words, Boke was momentarily taken aback, quickly struggling to assert, wait a moment. Although Lady Grace was pushed away, she showed no irritation, instead smiling seductively as she lunged at him once more. "Ah, are you attempting to engage me in a game of feigned resistance? I shall play along splendidly." Boke, feeling overwhelmed, swiftly leaped backward, raising a hand to shield himself from Lady Grace while speaking with a semblance of seriousness. "Wait, I truly have an urgent matter to discuss with you." Noticing Boke's earnest demeanor, Lady Grace halted her actions, her curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Boke took a deep breath and recounted the events of the previous day to Grace. "What?" Grace's complexion changed dramatically, the color draining from her previously flushed face. "How did this information leak? Do you know who penned the letter?" Grasping Boke's hand tightly, she questioned urgently. "Bart must not know of this. Otherwise, both Laura and I will be finished." "I don't know, which is why I came to find you." Boke shared his speculations, and, after a lengthy pause, Grace finally spoke, her gaze flickering with thought. "No, it shouldn't be an issue on my end. All my personal maids have been meticulously chosen and are unlikely to commit such an act. Let us test it and see." Grace opened the door and called in several maids one by one, questioning them in turn. However, after a round of indirect probing, even Boke could discern nothing amiss. Thus, the two exchanged grave glances, their expressions growing serious. "What should we do now?" Boke felt a sense of panic. If Bart were to discover this, he might not face severe consequences, but Boke would undoubtedly be doomed. Yet Grace remained composed, reprimanding him sharply. "Boke, why are you panicking? If necessary, I shall seek out my brother to resolve this matter. As you know, he is a knight and possesses the capability." Upon hearing this, Boke contemplated thoughtfully before feeling a slight sense of relief. "Very well, let us devise a more concrete plan." Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Bart's chamber welcomed an unexpected guest. "Bart, how are you faring?" Myril inquired, her brow furrowed as she observed Bart, who lay bedridden and unable to move. Currently, Bart was in a state of near death, appearing as though he might pass away within days. Witnessing this, Myril shook her head slightly, thinking to herself, "It seems Bart is truly nearing his end. What about the slave trade?" At that moment, Bart summoned his remaining strength, sitting up with the aid of his servants. Though they had shared undisclosed relations in their youth, Bart was well aware of the nature of Myril. Therefore, he adopted a demeanor of cold indifference, stating, "Rest assured, I am not dead yet. Why have you come to find me?" Myril's gaze flickered before she turned to Bart's servants. Observing this, Bart waved his hand, bidding them all to leave. "Bart, do not forget the tasks assigned to us by the lords of Kula City," Myril remarked significantly, while Bart, in a feverish state, felt somewhat disoriented. "What? Slaves? They require slaves," Myril raised her voice, reminding him with evident displeasure, growing increasingly convinced that Bart could no longer fulfill the duties entrusted to them by the lords of Kula City. Perhaps in a couple of days, they would need to enlist others to assist her. Yes, slaves. Bart's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. "Rest assured, Myril, I will not delay the Lord's business in the coming days. I will ensure that those lowly peasants become slaves." Myril regarded Bart with a half-smile, and after a considerable pause, she finally nodded. "Let us hope so. After all, Bart, you should understand the consequences of failing to meet the Lord's expectations." Bart's expression darkened, yet he offered no rebuttal, merely nodding silently at the same time, on the opposite side of Kula City, in the marketplace of the commoners. Ron, what brings you here?" At the entrance of a general store, Leiden's eyes brightened as he called out to Ron. Ron feigned surprise, approaching Leiden. "Mr. Leiden, I am here to purchase rice." After a brief exchange, Leiden remembered to inquire about Ron's residence. Ron pretended to be somewhat troubled before revealing, after a moment's hesitation, that he had been staying at an inn but was now nearly out of money and had to resort to sleeping on the streets. "What?" Leiden exclaimed in shock, his expression shifting to one of concern. In this cold weather, you were sleeping on the streets? Had I known, I would have inquired more thoroughly yesterday. However, it's not too late. Starting today, you shall stay at my home." Before Leiden could finish, Ron hastily declined. Observing Ron's stubborn demeanor, Leiden felt no anger, merely letting out a soft sigh. He understood that Ron was a proud young man, which was why he resisted so vehemently. That moment, Ron seemed to shift the topic, Asking Lydon about his purpose for being there, Lydon, without hesitation, disclosed that he was in need of fresh herbs. However, due to the recent signs of magical beasts outside the town, hunters and adventurers were reluctant to venture out alone. Thus, he had visited several shops without success in finding fresh herbs. Just then, Lydon noticed Ron was removing a cloth bag from his back. "Wait, Dr. Lydon, are you saying you need fresh cat's tail grass?" "Yes, why?" Lydon inquired curiously, only to see Ron's lips curl into a smile. "Mr. Lydon, would you consider this to be cat's tail grass?" Ron opened the package behind him, revealing several fresh and moist cattail plants, their roots still caked with soil. "This is it." Lytton's face lit up with joy. Such an abundance of cattail would surely suffice for his potion-making needs. However, he was also somewhat perplexed as to how Ron had acquired these plants. Just as he was about to inquire, a memory flashed through his mind, something Ron had mentioned during their casual dinner conversation the previous evening. "Ron, could it be that you—" Lytton felt a swell of gratitude in his heart, believing that Ron had ventured into the wilderness at great risk after hearing of his need for cattail. "Thank you, my dear boy," Lytton said earnestly, while Ron, appearing somewhat bashful, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It is my pleasure to assist you, Mr. Lytton." Chapter 19. Pock, you have truly disappointed me. Noon tea. The Lytton residence in Hippo Town. After finishing their meal, Ron and Lytton made their way to a small outbuilding in the backyard. The room was neither too large nor too small, approximately 25 square meters, cluttered with various items. "I apologize, Ron, if you don't mind. You could tidy up the room and stay here for the time being," Lytton suggested, his satisfaction with Ron reaching new heights after the latter's brave expedition for fresh cattail. He increasingly felt that Ron would make an excellent assistant. Thus, Lytton resolved to clear out the storage room to provide Ron with a temporary refuge. "It's quite all right, Mr. Lytton. This place is more than adequate. Far better than wandering the streets," Ron expressed gratefully, though he was genuinely pleased with the room. It had originally been constructed by Lytton as a small laboratory, but it fell into disuse after he became the personal physician for the Bardis. Consequently, the room was cozy in winter and cool in summer, and it offered a tranquil space free from disturbances, an ideal environment for his studies. The main house served as the resting place for Lytton and his daughter, Lisa, while the front yard was to be transformed into a reception area for the private clinic. Thus, the storage room was the only space Lytton could offer for Ron's accommodation, as long as you were not displeased. "Let's tidy it up," Lytton chuckled, rolling up his sleeves as he and Ron began to clear the clutter. "By the way, I still owe you for those fresh cattail plants," after they finished cleaning. Lytton recalled, his tone turning serious. Upon hearing this, Ron quickly shook his head in refusal. "No, Mr. Lytton, I am profoundly grateful for your hospitality. How could I possibly accept your money?" "No, a debt is a debt. You must accept it," Lytton insisted, shaking his head before returning to the main house. A few minutes later, he reappeared. Based on market prices, those cattails would amount to 12 to 15 silver coins, due to the recent monster disturbances. No one has been able to gather herbs, leading to a scarcity of cattail. Therefore, I shall give you 15 silver coins. Lytton placed 3 5-value silver wolf coins into Ron's hands. Ron attempted to decline once more, but Lytton's resolve was unwavering. Reluctantly, Ron accepted the coins, silently reflecting. "Lytton is indeed a good man. With this, I must alter my plans." Initially, Ron had seen Lytton merely as a means to return to Hippo Town. However, it was now evident that Lytton was a person of integrity and kindness. Not only had he provided him with a place to stay, but he also refused to exploit him regarding the payment for the cattail. One could imagine that someone like Bardis, a cold-hearted slave owner, would have no qualms about squeezing Ron for every coin he was worth. Yet, Lytton had offered Ron the highest price without a hint of greed. Thus, Ron felt a genuine sense of gratitude, compelling him to reconsider his plans. As afternoon fell, Lytton left to pick up Lisa from school, while Ron continued to tidy the house. However, shortly after Lytton departed, Ron quietly slipped away into a narrow alley. Half a minute later, wearing an alchemical mask, Ron arrived at a flower shop. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" the attendant inquired. Ron smiled, responding with a casual demeanor. "Good day. I am a friend of Mr. Pock, the steward of the Bardis estate. We are planning a small gathering this evening and require some barbecue food and beer. Please deliver it to him." Also, could you kindly pass along this letter? It contains a surprise for Mr. Pock, and this is a small tip for you. Ron handed over a letter along with a 50-value copper coin. The attendant's eyes widened in surprise. Although the request to deliver a letter was somewhat unusual, the generous tip was indeed enticing. The attendant quickly pocketed the coin, beaming as he replied, "Certainly, sir. I will ensure it is delivered." Ron nodded and turned to leave. Upon his return, it wasn't long before Lytton and Lisa came back home. "Oh, it's Brother Ron," Lisa exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to greet him. Ron smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Hello, Lisa. From today onward, I shall be your neighbor." Lisa beamed with delight, and Lytton added with a smile, "All right, Lisa, it's time for dinner. Ron is joining us as well." After tidying up, the three of them sat down to enjoy their meal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pock returned home after a long day of work, only to be greeted by a knock at the door. Opening it, he was surprised to find a delivery person from the restaurant. "Huh, I didn't order any food today," Pock said, bewildered. The delivery person explained, "Mr. Pock, this is a meal ordered by your friend, and he also has a letter for you, friend." "A letter? Wait." At first, Pock was puzzled, but then a realization struck him, and his pupils dilated. Pock feigned calmness, saying, "All right, how much do I owe you?" After handing over 2 silver coins, the delivery person left. Pock quickly shut the door, bolted it, and opened the letter. Indeed, it bore the same handwriting that "Mr. Pock, you have truly disappointed me by divulging our secret to others." Well, it is understandable that Mrs. Grace is part of our secret. Telling her is excusable. But what of Mr. Vass? You have even contacted a constable, a formidable and righteous knight. In that case, I believe it is time to end our arrangement. I have decided to seek a new partner, such as Mr. Bartis. What do you think? It's time to say goodbye, Mr. Pock. I wish you all the best and hope for your safety. As Pock finished reading the letter, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, terror surging within him. "No." Pock hissed in a low, furious tone, fear evident in his voice. "It's over. It's too late." How did he find out that Grace contacted Vass? Pock was utterly confounded, as he and Grace had only discussed this matter in secret that very morning. Surely Grace, if she were not foolish, would never share such information with anyone. But how could that blackmailer possibly know? Pock could not fathom it. Yet one thing was clear. He had to escape. Otherwise, when Bartis learned of this, he would undoubtedly send someone to kill him. Pock hurriedly packed his belongings, preparing to leave. Yet, as he contemplated something, his steps faltered. Chapter 20. The Death of Pock Grace and Lola. Pock murmured, his gaze flickering anxiously. After a long moment, he clenched his teeth and departed in haste. An hour later, Pock arrived at Grace's residence. "I need to speak with Grace," he declared coldly, no longer concealing his intentions, but openly issuing orders to Grace's attendant. The maid was taken aback, but seeing Pock's stern demeanor, she dared not ask further and hurriedly went to report. Soon after, the maid escorted Pock into the room. "Pock?" Grace exclaimed in surprise, not expecting him to return after their morning meeting. "Could something have gone awry?" "Grace, I intend to kill Bartis." The earth-shattering declaration left Grace utterly astonished. "Pock, do you realize what you are saying?" Grace rose to her feet, her countenance reflecting sheer astonishment as she gazed at Pock. "Take a look at this," Pock said, handing over the letter he had just received. "What?" After reading it, Grace's expression shifted dramatically, causing her to slump back in her chair. It was crucial to note that the person she had dispatched to deliver a message to her brother was a devoted maid, one who had been brought from her family home, an unwavering confidant who would never betray her. So how did that extortionist become aware of her communication with her brother? Now, it was highly probable that Bartis was aware of the circumstances between them. The lives of both herself and Lola, as well as Box, hung in the balance, and death was imminent. Thus, we must make a swift decision. Box spoke ominously, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Presently, Bartis's injuries were grave, and he was on the brink of death. Therefore, I propose 2 courses of action. One is to gather our belongings and flee as a family of 3. The other is to preemptively eliminate that scoundrel before Bartis can act. In doing so, we would not only be free from lingering concerns, but could also elevate Lola, seizing his wealth, Grace, for Lola's sake. Which option do you choose? Bach fixed his gaze upon Grace, his eyes brimming with madness. Grace, however, appeared conflicted, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded with great difficulty. Very well. If it must be, then we shall have to kill Bardas. That a smile of relief crept across Bach's lips. The two of them then prepared themselves to head to Bardas's residence to take action. However, just as Bach was about to open the door, he heard a whistling sound from behind. Bang! In the next moment, Bach turned around in disbelief to see Grace, her face contorted with rage, wielding an iron candlestick. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bach, do not blame me. Grace trembled all over, but upon seeing Bach convulsing and attempting to rise, she swung the candlestick down upon his head with ferocity. Once, twice, thrice, a minute later, Bach had already lost his life, and Grace's face was splattered with blood and brain matter. Breathing heavily, she let the candlestick fall to the floor. After resting for a while, she stood up and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. She then exited to summon two personal maids. Madame Grace. The two maids gasped in horror upon seeing Bach lying on the ground, his head coated in blood. Silence, if anyone dares to make a sound. I will have my brother murder your entire families. Grace spoke sharply, and the two maids immediately fell silent. Their families, though not slaves, were longtime employees of Grace's maternal family. Moreover, Grace's brother was the captain of the local security team in Hippo Town. Wielding considerable power, as a result, they dared not resist, standing there trembling in fear. Soon, you will go out and arrange for some tasks to keep the servants occupied. Then, bring me a thick carpet to clean this place up. Furthermore, if anyone inquires, simply say that Bach left after dinner. Understood? Grace remained remarkably composed, orchestrating everything. After the maids departed, she rolled Bach's body in the carpet and set it aside. When the maids returned with a new carpet, she cleaned the floor and laid it down, transforming the room completely. Subsequently, Grace and the two maids spent over an hour digging a large pit in the deserted yard to bury Bach's corpse. Rest assured, as long as you do not speak of today's events, your families will receive rewards from my brother. Conversely, if this matter were to be disclosed, the consequences need not be elaborated, Grace said ominously, and the two maids nodded hurriedly. Once Grace returned to her bedroom, she finally exhaled deeply. Bach, you were mistaken. Bardas seeks to eliminate only you did AS for Lola and me, no matter how furious Bardas may become. He would never dare to lay a finger on us, Grace scoffed coldly, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. She was no foolish housewife to be easily manipulated by Bach's whims, as the sister of a just knight. She understood her brother's standing in Hippo Town. Bardas, an upstart merchant without any background, had only managed to establish himself after marrying her following the death of his wife, thereby acquiring his vast fortune. Thus, even if Bardas were to discover the unsavory affair between her and Bach, he would only dare to kill Bach, but would never touch her. However, whether Bardas would completely abandon Lola or even cast her and her mother aside was an entirely different matter. Bach, if only you could wait just one more day, perhaps everything would turn out differently. Grace sighed, for she did harbor feelings for Bach. After all, he was the biological father of her child, and how could she remain entirely indifferent while taking his life? Yet, Bach was simply too impulsive. Grace could see that while he presented her with two choices, he had already succumbed to his obsession, fixated solely on the path of killing Bardas. Of course, killing Bardas was not out of the question, but it certainly should not take place tonight. For at present, Bardas's household was guarded by nearly 10 nightly attendants. Given the combined strength of herself and Bach, it was utterly impossible to eliminate Bardas without alerting these attendants. Furthermore, Bach's eldest son, Nem, from his previous marriage, would be returning from Kula City tomorrow. Upon discovering that his father had suddenly passed away, how could he refrain from investigating? Therefore, they must wait until her brother arrived the following day to execute their plan. However, seeing Bach in a state of frantic despair, Grace knew he could not possibly wait to prevent Bach from causing further trouble. She had no choice but to take decisive action and eliminate him. Chapter 21. Intelligence Refresh. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows at the same time. In the Leiden household, Ron finished dinner with Lisa and, after playing with her for a while, bid her farewell and returned to his room with a kettle of hot water. Once inside, he closed the door, drew the curtains, and pulled out an item from his pocket, a half bottle of nutritional ointment. although this room was less than 10 meters away from the main building. The Leiden women resided on the second floor and were respectful, rarely intruding upon his privacy. Thus, as long as he did not create too much noise, it was a suitable place for him to practice in peace. A satisfied smile spread across Ron's face. Before leaving in the morning, he had meticulously organized his belongings in the stone house. He had been cautious in his considerations, if today's plan unfolded smoothly. He could use this stone house as a backup safe house. Should anything go awry, he could simply return and devise another plan. Ron left behind inexpensive items such as the iron pot and food. As for the coins and nutritional ointment, he divided them into two portions, one to carry with him and the other hidden beneath the bed in the stone house, at the innermost part of the leg against the wall. This position was exceptionally discreet. Even if someone stumbled upon the stone house, as long as they were not idly curious enough to crawl under the bed, they would undoubtedly miss these items. Starting tomorrow, under the guise of Leiden's assistant, he could walk openly in Hippo Town. He could even venture to Kula City, seeking a way to redeem his sister. Ron's eyes narrowed. Although he had only crossed over half a month ago and had never met his predecessor sister, he was aware that if not for her selling herself and his servitude to secure the 4 silver coins for his predecessor, he would not have survived to this day after activating the system. Thus, Ron acknowledged this debt of gratitude and had not forgotten the matter of redeeming Alice. However, the contract Alice signed was exceedingly harsh. To secure her release, one not only had to pay 10 times the price of her sale, but also had to do so within 3 years. Otherwise, the price would continue to double without limit. Presently, Ron possessed 2 gold coins, which could be used to negotiate her release at the trading post. Yet the problem lay in his lack of property or status. How could he explain the source of these 2 gold coins? After all, Bardis and Moral were still keeping a close watch on him. "I am sorry, Alice, but please endure a little longer. I will strive to become a knight and rescue you as soon as possible." Ron's gaze was resolute, his fists tightly clenched. He understood profoundly that only by becoming a knight and acquiring formidable power could he liberate himself from his shackles and redeem Alice. Therefore, Ron ceased to dwell on his thoughts, and, after brewing a nourishing potion with hot water, assumed his stance to begin his training. With his current mastery of the wild wolf breathing technique, his movements, though expansive and fluid, emitted scarcely a sound, and as time passed, the vibrant blood mist within his chest grew increasingly dense, as if it were on the verge of coalescing into droplets of rain. By the early hours, while the Lytton father and daughter had long succumbed to slumber, Ron remained diligently focused, showing no signs of complacency. Suddenly, Ron halted his movements as a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. After meeting with Myril yesterday, Bardis was heavily burdened with thoughts, leading to a sense of anxiety, and thus resolved to make 2 plans. Point 2. Bardis decided that if Nim could summon Dr. Gavin today to heal his injuries, he would continue to serve the nobles of Kara City. Otherwise, he would leave his last words, entrusting his estate and hidden wealth entirely to Nim and Lola. Point 3. Bardis' assets comprise 4 categories, detailed herein, with 3 locations of hidden wealth outlined as well. Point 4. The slave industry of Myril and Bardis fundamentally serves the nobles of Kara City. Currently, due to an insufficient number of qualified slaves, they have resolved to risk coercing you and more freemen into servitude. Point 5. Due to rumors of wild beasts lurking, Nim was unable to return by night yesterday, and is temporarily residing in a Kara City inn. Expected to return to Hippo Town this morning. Point 6. After receiving your letter yesterday, Bach went to Grace's residence to discuss plans to eliminate Bardis, only to be caught unawares and fatally betrayed by Grace. His body buried beneath a tree in her yard. 7. To prevent Grace from refusing, Bach had prearranged contingencies, renting a room and a carriage at the inn, hiding his assets within, with specific locations detailed herein. 8. After receiving notification from his sister Grace, Guavas will return from field patrol this morning to jointly discuss how to handle Bach's body and the plan to eliminate Bardis. Point 9. Lytton is fully prepared to submit his resignation to Bardis tomorrow, with his private clinic set to officially open the day after. Point 10. Members of the Kara City Thieves Guild will pinpoint the location of items within the Grand Cathedral of Kara City. Ron concentrated intently, scrutinizing the intelligence word by word. Bardis' assets, and the locations of his hidden wealth. Upon reviewing the first 3 pieces of information, Ron's interest was piqued, prompting him to click to expand. Bardis' assets were categorized into 4 types: expansive farmlands outside the town, several rental properties within the town, a few shares in trading establishments, and clandestine slave trading operations. He merely glanced over the specifics of these assets, for he deemed them irrelevant. No matter the type, they were unattainable to him, thus warranting no further attention. However, he took great care to peruse the locations of Bardis' hidden wealth, which were threefold, concealed within a small secret chamber in Bardis' study, in an uninhabited courtyard within a civilian district, and within an anonymous safe at the Kara City Bank. That cunning old fox, indeed, has prepared multiple escape routes, leaving behind such substantial reserves. A smirk crept across Ron's lips. Bardis, the seasoned slave master, surely had amassed over 100 gold coins in total. Moreover, in addition to the gold coins, there were other valuable items as well. What a pity, Bardis, your demise is imminent, after exploiting so much wealth and property. What use will it serve you now? Ron scoffed, contemplating how he might claim these hidden riches for himself following Bardis' death. After a while, having devised his plan, Ron's gaze drifted downward. Upon encountering the 4th piece of intelligence, his expression shifted slightly. Wait, that old bastard Bardis, nearing his end, still seeks to ensnare me. Ron's eyes turned cold, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. That, if that is the case, I must expedite your journey to the afterlife. Chapter 22. Bach's legacy. At that moment, Ron's eyes flickered, his thoughts gradually coalescing into a plan. Initially, after delivering the letter to Bach in the afternoon, he had no intention of taking further action. He understood that Nem's venture to Kara City would inevitably yield no allies. Upon receiving the letter, Bach had but 2 paths before him: either succumb to fear and vanish with his fortune, or act recklessly, turning against Bardis in a bid to eliminate him. Regardless of the choice, Bardis would be severely weakened. Thus, Ron surmised that Bardis had nearly 100% probability of meeting his demise within 5 days. Consequently, he felt no need to engage in any further actions. After all, as the saying goes, the more one does, the more mistakes one makes. The less one does, the fewer mistakes one makes. To do nothing is to make no mistakes at all. Yet now, since both Bardis and Myril were still intent on targeting him, he had no choice but to take the risk and act once more. With his plan firmly in mind, Ron continued to read on. To his astonishment, he found that Bach had perished, murdered by Grace. Truly, the most venomous of hearts resides in women. Ron was taken aback, not expecting Lady Grace to be so ruthless as to personally end the life of her own son as father. However, he could comprehend Grace's reasoning. After all, she was the sister of a just knight, unperturbed by Bardis' threats, and had no need to embark on a perilous venture alongside Bach. Ron mused to himself, then turned his attention to Bach's inheritance. The 3 locations of Bardis' hidden wealth were presently inaccessible to him. However, the gold coins left by Bach would be easily within his grasp. Finally, after reviewing the remaining 2 pieces of intelligence, Ron retired for the night. The following morning, after rising and having breakfast with a Litton father and daughter, Litton informed Ron that he would be taking Lisa to school and also delivering his resignation to Bardis. He also handed Ron 2 silver coins, instructing him to retrieve his custom-made sign. Ron agreed, and as soon as Litton departed, he took the money and left. Subsequently, he arrived at another restaurant, employing the same method as the previous night to deliver another letter. This time, however, he prepaid for the meal, knowing that if he opted for cash on delivery again, Bardis, that miserly hoarder, might indeed refuse to accept it. After completing this task, Ron made his way to the inn where Bach had rented a room. Given that Bach had only rented the room for 1 night in his haste to escape, it was still early morning, and logically, the room should not yet have new tenants. "Good day, sir. Are you here for a meal, accommodation, or to rent a carriage?" the receptionist inquired. Ron, wearing his alchemical mask, responded with calm assurance. "Hello. I would like to stay the night. May I first see the room?" "Of course." Following a brief inquiry about Ron's accommodation preferences and budget, the receptionist arranged for someone to escort him upstairs. After 5 minutes of inspecting several rooms, Ron finally paused at the door of a medium-sized guest room on the southern side of the second floor. This room seems satisfactory. I shall take it. Ron produced a copper coin and handed it over. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment while I fetch the key, the receptionist replied, promptly descending to retrieve the key and unlock the door. After a brief exchange of instructions, Ron sent the attendant away, requesting not to be disturbed for the time being. Once the door was shut, Ron followed the location indicated by the intelligence. He first procured a stool before approaching the tall wardrobe in the corner. Standing on the stool, he peered into the corner where the wardrobe met the wall, discovering a small rectangular wooden box. Upon retrieving and opening the box, a glimmer of gold met his eyes. Inside were 10 gold coins, a few silver coins, several forged identification documents, and a low-grade elemental fruit. A smile crept across Ron's face. This was the entirety of Bach's legacy. The 10 gold coins were what Bach had gradually accumulated over the years. The elemental fruit was something he had secretly procured for his son, Lola, with hopes of having him trained in the breathing technique once he was old enough, intending to later seek a potion master to concoct a breakthrough potion, granting Lola the opportunity to become a true knight. Little did he know that last night he would be ambushed by Grace, leaving no time to leave behind any final words before meeting his untimely demise. What a commendable father, yet it is unfortunate that this fruit shall never reach his son. Ron carefully rearranged the items, tucking the small wooden box into his bosom, before striding boldly out of the inn. Upon regaining his true appearance and retrieving the custom-made sign from Lytton, he encountered Lytton, who had just returned home. Ron, assist me in bringing the ladder, Lytton instructed, and together they hoisted the sign, which proclaimed Lytton's private clinic. Atop the entrance of the front yard, from tomorrow onward, I shall be the doctor of this private clinic. As for you, Ron, you will be my most capable assistant, Lytton remarked, gazing at the sign with satisfaction and nodding approvingly. Ron slightly bowed his head and smiled, replying, Mr. Lytton, I am grateful for your recognition, and I shall endeavor to work diligently. Meanwhile, at Bardo's residence, a servant approached with news. What? Bach had someone deliver breakfast to me? Bardo, gravely ill and weak, widened his eyes in disbelief. What is that scoundrel up to? As a landlord, how could his household possibly lack a cook? Why would he need an outsider to bring him breakfast? Perplexed, Bardo, despite his inherent frugality, decided to allow the servant to bring the meal, given that Bach had already paid. When Bardo noticed that, in addition to breakfast, there was also a letter included, his mind was filled with questions. Bach, what trickery is this? Annoyed, Bardo opened the letter, and upon reading its contents, he suddenly sat upright, his face contorted with rage. The letter read, Bardo, by the time you read this, I shall be dead. It was a suicide note, revealing Bach's illicit affair with Grace and the existence of their child, Lola. Due to certain circumstances, he had intended to elope with Grace and her child the previous night. However, he feared Grace's ruthless nature and her desire for power, suspecting she might not accompany him and might even resort to murder to conceal their secret. Thus, he prepared a contingency. This very letter, should he fail to escape alive, it would be delivered to Bardo, ensuring that both he and Grace would meet their demise. Wretched woman, Bardo snarled, his breath quickening. Already on the brink of death, he was now nearly overwhelmed by fury. Chapter 23. Strike first at this moment. Due to his grave illness, Bardo's mind was far from cleared. In a fit of anger, he summoned 2 servants to bring a wheelchair. Without further ado, he stormed towards Grace's chamber, filled with rage. However, Bardo was not entirely oblivious. He recognized that the handwriting of the letter did not match Bach's. Yet the letter contained intricate details regarding Bardo's estate, knowledge that only he and Bach, his devoted steward, could possess. Hence, Bardo was certain that even if Bach had not penned the letter himself, he had undoubtedly commissioned someone to do so. Bach, you treacherous dog! Thankfully, you are already dead. Otherwise, I would flay you alive, grind you into mincemeat, and feed you to the dogs, condemning you to eternal torment in hell. Bardo seethed, his mind a tempest of wrath and curses. And you, Grace, you shameless harlot, to think I have raised a bastard for so many years. I shall divorce you and send you back to your family. Meanwhile, in Grace's bedroom, all the servants had departed, leaving only 2 individuals. Brother, What shall we do now? Grace inquired anxiously, gazing at the man before her. Opposite her stood a robust, middle-aged man in his 40s. Clad in formal Barto sat in his wheelchair, a sullen expression marring his features as he was pushed in by a servant. Upon hearing the vitriolic remarks, Grace felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Nevertheless, she refused to concede defeat, determined to make one final desperate attempt. Rising to her feet, she feigned astonishment and inquired, "Barto, why do you berate me?" Observing Grace's forced composure, Barto let out a cold, derisive laugh. "Do you truly remain oblivious to the reason behind my ire?" Grace's face was a mask of bewilderment, her head shaking as she replied, "I do not understand, but I believe you owe me an explanation." "An explanation, you say?" Barto's patience wore thin at her words. His countenance twisted in rage as he growled, "Grace, cease this charade. You shameless harlot." Before the words had even left his lips, he hurled a letter across the room. "Look at this. What do you see?" As Grace picked it up and examined the contents, her pupils dilated in shock. This, her fingers trembled, her mind racing with disbelief. Initially, she had assumed Barto's fury stemmed from the blackmailer revealing her secrets with Pac. She had even devised a defense, ready to invert the truth to her utter astonishment. It was Pac who had betrayed her. Wait. Just as panic began to take hold, she suddenly grasped something amiss. "Barto, this is not Pac's handwriting." Grace regained her composure, her voice resolute that my relationship with Pac is above reproach. There is absolutely nothing untoward between us. This letter must be the work of some nefarious individual, maliciously using Pac's name to ensnare me. You must not fall for their deceit and doubt your wife and son. However, Barto remained unmoved by her protestations. His expression contorted, a sardonic glimmer in his eyes as he regarded her. "Is that so? Then, Grace, I have a new inquiry for you. Pray tell, how do you know this is not Pac's handwriting?" Caught off guard, Grace faltered, her mind racing to devise a response. Yet, Barto pressed on relentlessly. "Pac is my personal steward and has seldom ventured into the inner quarters. As my wife, you have lived a life of leisure, preoccupied only with your amusements. You have never concerned yourself with the affairs of the household, including the documents that require your signature. That's so? Enlighten me. How is it that you can ascertain this is not Pac's script?" Barto's fierce gaze bore into her, his eyes aflame with an almost palpable murderous intent, causing Grace to momentarily lose her breath and her thoughts to stagnate. Furthermore, if this letter were indeed a forgery, Barto inhaled sharply, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto Grace. "Then, do you dare accompany me to the cathedral in Kara City, under the gaze of the goddess of creation? Swear that you have not betrayed me with Pac, and pledge that Laura is my son." At this proclamation, Grace, who had been contemplating lies and denials, felt as though she had been struck at her core, her complexion paling drastically. For within the realm of divine grace, the goddess of creation is universally acknowledged as the supreme deity. In no matter the kingdom, sect, or faction, even the most wicked of heretics hold her in reverence and maintain a modicum of respect. Moreover, the cathedral in Kara City housed clerics of extraordinary abilities. If she were to utter falsehoods before the clerics and the goddess, she would undoubtedly be exposed and face terrifying repercussions. Thus, Grace could not dare to acquiesce. Standing there as if a fishbone lodged in her throat, unable to utter a single word. "Ha ha!" Barto scoffed, his face a mask of ridicule as he spat to the side. "Grace, as of today, you are no longer my wife. Take your bastard child and depart from the Barto household." He waved his hand, signaling for the servant to assist him in leaving the dough, and let me not forget to mention, your performance was utterly lacking. When I chastised you upon entering, if you were truly justified in your indignation, your character would not have led you to question why I scolded you, but rather to retort, "Barto, you useless old fool. Why do you suddenly come here to rant?" Grace's eyes twitched, betraying her frustration. This was indeed something she would have said. After all, she was the sister of a just knight and had no fear of Barto. As the servant prepared to wheel Barto away from her chamber, Grace's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a fierce countenance. "Barto, you are correct. You, the useless old fool, indeed deserve to this declaration." Barto halted his progress, turning his head to glance back at her. What? Do you think you can kill me? Bartow shook his head, a hint of disdain in his tone. Spare yourself the effort. Instead of cursing me, you should contemplate how to explain this matter to Gervis upon your return. However, scarcely had the words left his mouth when a figure emerged from the shadows of the corner. Gervis, what are you doing here? Bartow exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, his heart sinking as he realized the gravity of the situation. Just as he attempted to force a smile, Gervis moved in an instant, akin to a charging wolf. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself between Bartow and the servants. The two servants felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet before they could react, Gervis, with a blank expression, extended his hands, fingers pressing against their necks. Crack! The servants' pupils dilated, their faces frozen in terror. Gervis released them, and the two collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gervis, Bartow's expression shifted dramatically, astonished by Gervis's ruthless decisiveness. Simultaneously, he was shocked to realize the formidable strength of a just knight. After all, the two servants by his side were mid-tier knight attendants, capable of battling fierce boars and slaying small wolf packs. Yet, before Gervis, they stood no chance and were effortlessly dispatched. Bartow immediately regretted his impulsiveness, realizing he had acted without proper investigation, brazenly bringing two guards to confront Grace. I could see that moment. Gervis slowly lowered his gaze, regarding Bartow with cold indifference. With a sigh, he murmured, Bartow, what a pity. I had no intention of killing you. Hearing this, Bartow was struck with a chilling fear, a shiver coursing up his spine. I end this life-or-death situation. He quickly raised his voice. Wait, Gervis, you cannot kill me. My backers are. Before he could finish, Gervis grasped his throat with one hand. Bartow struggled valiantly, yet Gervis's next words rendered him motionless. Cease your cries. Bartow, that if I am not mistaken, the backers you speak of must be the noble Mr. Sal and Mr. Craig from Karras City, correct? As this revelation fell from Gervis's lips, Bartow's eyes widened in disbelief. Bartow, you cannot truly believe I am unaware of these matters. Can you? Gervis's lips curled into a smirk as he tightened his grip on Bartow's throat. Do not forget, when you exploited and coerced those free men into slavery, I, as the executor of Hippo Town, covered for you officially. So, do you truly think I would not investigate the reasons behind this? Bartow trembled, his vision swimming with blood from lack of oxygen, and no longer the arrogant figure he once was. Fear replaced his demeanor, and desperation seeped into his gaze. Yet, Gervis remained indifferent, his grip unyielding. Bartow, as your business has expanded over the years, you have not only lost the caution of your earlier days, but have also grown increasingly arrogant. Losing the respect you once owed to Grace and me. Bartow's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes rolling back in a desperate struggle that grew increasingly feeble. Thus, a disobedient hound like you deserves to be put to death by its master. As for the noble lords of Karras City, I doubt they would stand up for a corpse. After all, there are others in Hippo Town willing to serve them, not just you. Bartow, am I right? At that moment, as Gervis uttered his final words, Bartow finally lost all vitality, his hands falling lifelessly, his head tilted. He sat unblinking in his wheelchair. Just then, Grace stepped forward and glanced at Bartow, revealing no trace of pity, but rather a hint of satisfaction. A mere 20 years of age, she had been forced to marry the 40-something Bartow for the sake of her family. Grace had initially thought that even a politically motivated marriage might yield a decent life. Yet, Bartow proved to be a cold-hearted man, wary of Grace. Furthermore, upon discovering that Bartow was infertile, she resorted to borrowing seed from Bach, giving birth to Lola. Thus, any remnants of marital affection for Bartow vanished without a trace. Brother, what should we do with Bartow's body? Grace inquired, to which Gervis replied without hesitation. There's no rush. Didn't you say that Nem went to Karras City? Let's wait for his return. What? Grace raised an eyebrow in confusion. Shouldn't we hastily relocate our assets while Nem is away? In response to her sister's puzzled gaze, Grace merely chuckled softly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. No, since we've already killed Bartow, we might as well eliminate Nem as well. Although you have deliberately indulged him these past few years, rendering him a useless fool, he is still Bartow's eldest son, possessing a superior claim to inheritance. Therefore, he cannot be allowed to live. When he returns, you can deceive him. And then, Grace's understanding blossomed, her alluring face breaking into a maliciously gleeful smile. IT that moment, a figure approached from outside. That IT was Grace's personal maid, brought from her family, who had served her for many years. Because the maid's parents were entirely in Gervis's hands, she was utterly loyal to Grace and would never betray them. Thus, when a maid beheld the three corpses, though her face turned pale with fright, she still managed to suppress her terror and respectfully reported, "Madam, Master Nem has returned." Grace turned, exchanging a glance with her brother. "Good, take me to him." After Grace departed, Gervis moved the three bodies to a corner of the inner room, that he then sat down on the sofa, deep in thought about the events that had transpired. After meeting with Grace that morning, he had requested her to recount every detail of the recent occurrences. Immediately, he sensed something amiss. Initially, Barto had inexplicably stepped into a bear trap, resulting in an infected wound. Subsequently, to seek treatment, he instructed Nim to go to Kara City in search of a skilled physician. However, Nim was attacked. Although the assailants stole his belongings, they did not kill him. Following that, Bach received a blackmail letter and sought Grace's counsel on how to resolve the matter. Consequently, Grace sent someone to find him. While Bach received a second blackmail letter, in fear, he contemplated extreme measures, leaving Grace with no choice but to kill him. Yet, Bach had left behind a letter, revealing his affair with Grace to Barto. The subsequent events need not be elaborated, as Gervis had just personally executed Barto, that on the surface, these incidents appeared unrelated, yet they could be intricately connected, that if someone had indeed orchestrated all of this from behind the scenes. What could their motive be? Gervis pondered for a moment, and, as his peripheral vision caught sight of the nearby corpses, a sudden spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Was it Barto? Was that individual's aim to eliminate Barto? A radiant smile crept onto Gervis's lips as he grasped the truth, understanding that everything stemmed from Barto. However, 2 seconds later, the smile faded, and his expression grew solemn once more. But who could this person be? What grievances did they harbor against Barto? Moreover, this individual possessed such keen insight that they could even anticipate Barto's movements in the fields. With such terrifying prowess, could it be that they were not acting alone, but rather as part of an organization? Or perhaps they were a powerful high-level sorcerer with mental prowess. Regardless of the scenario, Barto, a mere slave owner from the small town of Hippo, should not have provoked such an adversary. Furthermore, even if Barto had indeed angered them, wouldn't their influence be sufficient to dispose of him without resorting to elaborate schemes, utilizing Gervis's hands to eliminate Barto? How perplexing it truly was. This conflicting sensation caused Gervis to question his understanding and descend into self-doubt. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he hastily retrieved the 3 letters from earlier. After scrutinizing them for a while, Gervis frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Could it be that I am overthinking this? Is it possible that all of this is merely a coincidence?" The reason Gervis questioned this was that upon careful comparison, he found that the first 2 blackmail letters in Bach's note not only featured different handwriting, but also differed in paper quality and ink used. The first 2 blackmail letters utilized very cheap papyrus, characterized by a grayish-brown hue and rough texture, lacking in resilience, easily tearing upon folding. Moreover, the paper's unevenness caused the ink to smudge and blur easily. In contrast, Bach's letter was written on a higher quality stationery, pristine white, lightweight, and smooth that IT absorbed ink well, making it less prone to smudging and exhibited excellent elasticity, allowing it to be folded without tearing. Gervis sat there, his brow furrowed, the duration of his contemplation extending that if there truly was a puppet master behind the scenes, then their objective must also be to eliminate Barto. Hence, there was no need for excessive panic. A slow investigation would suffice. The pressing matter remained to eliminate Nem and seize Barto's inheritance. With this thought in mind, Gervis suddenly noticed the sounds of his sister and Nem coming from outside. Consequently, he ceased his musings, rose, and concealed himself in the shadows, waiting for Nem to unwittingly walk into the trap. Meanwhile, at the Litton household, after hanging up the advertisement, Ron once again collaborated with Litton to draft a brochure. Ron, For these copies, I require writing paper, as I intend to send them to friends in Karas City, Litton stated. Ron nodded, promptly handing over the pristine stationery. After a busy afternoon, they finally completed all preparations. Litton brought Lisa back, and the three of them shared dinner together. Just as Ron intended to retire for the evening, Litton called out to him once more, "By the way, Ron, once the clinic opens tomorrow, I will undoubtedly become very busy and have no time. Therefore, if possible, I would appreciate your help in dropping Lisa off and picking her up from school." Ron smiled slightly, agreeing, "No problem, Mr. Litton. I believe I can handle this responsibility." After exchanging goodnights, Ron retreated to his room. Once the lights were extinguished, he resumed his training. As the night grew darker, the blood mist within him thickened. Finally, as the clock approached midnight, Ron suddenly turned his gaze inward. Feeling a profound change occurring within his chest, the dense blood mist suddenly underwent a transformation, compressing and merging to form a small blood droplet. He had ascended to the rank of a mid-level knight attendant. Ron abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with delight. The hallmark of a mid-tier knight squire is the ability to compress the blood mist within into droplets of liquid blood, that moment. Ron instinctively sensed a surge of power coursing through him once more. He extended his hands, slowly forming fists that emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds. That instant, Ron felt an illusion that he could contend with a wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms. Moreover, his physical form had undergone a complete enhancement. Strength, speed, agility, and defense. The amalgamation of these attributes resulted in a substantial increase in Ron's prowess. Now, even if 20 fully grown men stood before him, he could effortlessly vanquish them all. Satisfied, Ron nodded and then picked up the small vial containing the nourishing ointment. After several days of consumption, approximately 2/3 of the ointment remained in the vial, coupled with the half bottle in the stone house. It seemed sufficient for Ron's needs for about 10 more days. However, following his breakthrough as a mid-tier knight squire, the amount of ointment required for training would inevitably increase. Thus, the actual duration he could sustain would likely be less than a week. Despite this realization, Ron felt no urgency. This morning, he had acquired a complete primary elemental fruit from the inheritance of Bach. Compared to the half-digested one he had extracted from the rabbit, this intact fruit contained twice as much life force. In the coming days, I could seize an opportunity to utilize Mr. Litton's experimental tools to concoct another batch of ointment. With both batches combined, it would suffice for me to ascend to knight status. Ron mused. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. Yesterday morning, Bart received your forged letter, angrily confronting Grace, only to be ambushed and killed by the preposition guavas, leaving no last words. Upon returning yesterday morning, Neem was deceived by Grace and led to his residence, where he was stealthily slain by guavas, along with the captain of his guard. Point 3. After meticulous planning, Grace concealed the news of Bart's death, fabricating the illusion that Bart succumbed to an infection from his wounds this morning. Point 4. The guavas secretly transported Neem's body to the Crystal Spring Woods, where he had beasts tear it apart, intending to personally lead a search for it tomorrow. 5. Guavas, leveraging rumors of beast appearances, fabricated the narrative that Neem was seeking medical assistance for his father and tragically fell victim to the beasts en route to Kula City. Point 6. The Guavas suspects that recent events are orchestrated by a powerful mastermind or a formidable force aiming to eliminate Bart and has commenced a discreet investigation. 7. Teo rationalized his acquisition of Bart's assets. Guavas will publicly claim that Bart's injury was purely accidental. However, since it resulted in death, he will identify the perpetrator who set the trap that 8.to cover up Bach's murder. Guavas will assert that Bach, dissatisfied with Bart's reprimand, absconded after stealing gold coins, issuing a warrant for his capture. Point 9, but fearing that the mastermind might exploit him again, Guavas plans to bring his sister Grace and nephew Lola back to his home in a few days. 10. Myril will learn of Bart's death this morning, and in pursuit of her slave-collecting mission, decide to take the risk of approaching Guavas for a deal. After so long of scheming, I have finally managed to eliminate that old scoundrel. Upon reading the first piece of intelligence, Ron's heart soared with joy. His motive for wanting Bart dead was not solely rooted in the plight of his past life. More importantly, Bart had relentlessly pursued him. intent on enslaving him. For his own safety, Ron had no choice but to take several risks to orchestrate Bart's demise. He continued to read, discovering that Neem had also been killed by guavas, and the blame placed on the beasts. Ron raised an eyebrow. Although he had anticipated that Grace's actions regarding Bach indicated her brother might also be ruthless, he had not expected guavas to be so astute. To exonerate himself, he had cunningly pinned Neem's death on the beasts. As Ron's gaze moved lower to the fifth piece of intelligence, his pupils constricted, and a grave expression crossed his face. Indeed, had these matters aroused suspicion and been connected? Chapter 27. The clinic opens. Medication at half price at this moment. Ron contemplated without panic. He had foreseen that his risky maneuver to eliminate Bart would attract scrutiny. Therefore, from the outset, he had acted with great caution, leaving scarcely any trace. The letters he sent were all disguised with alchemical masks. Even if guavas had suspicions, it would be impossible for him to trace them back to Ron in the short term. Thus, Ron felt a sense of calm. Unless guavas could enlist a high-level wizard or sorcerer adept at investigation, he had little to fear. Ron smirked, considering the rarity of high-level wizards or sorcerers. Even in Kula City, there were few to be found, and they typically served the nobility or powerful factions. As for guavas, though he was a just knight, he was merely a notable figure in this town of Hippo, even ranking among the top 5 in strength, capable of behaving arrogantly. However, should guavas find himself in Kula City, his strength would render him nothing more than an inconspicuous figure. Therefore, the idea of guavas seeking assistance from a wizard or sorcerer was nothing more than a pipe dream. Nonetheless, he could not afford to be overly complacent. After all, guavas was ruthless. Even if he could not identify the mastermind, he might still implicate the innocent and find a scapegoat. Ron pondered this, re-evaluating his previous risky actions. Upon discovering no significant oversights, he finally felt at ease and concluded that he must remain low-key for a while. Ron continued to read. When he reached the 7th, 8th, and 9th pieces of intelligence, he felt little emotional upheaval. However, upon encountering the 10th piece, his brow furrowed slightly. Myril was colluding with guavas? Ron squinted, lost in thought. He had previously learned through intelligence that Myril was Bart's accomplice. Initially, he believed that after eliminating Bart, Myril would be left vulnerable and thus easier to handle. However, if she were to align herself with guavas, this situation might become even more complicated than before. Fortunately, I had meticulously crafted my role as Lytton's assistant. Otherwise, had I remained destitute and without work, even maintaining my status as a free citizen, they would likely have acted against me without restraint. Ron increasingly recognized the value of his position as Lytton's assistant. After all, while Lytton was a doctor devoid of any extraordinary abilities, he was highly skilled in medicine and had garnered considerable renown as a common physician in Hippo Town during his youth. Although he had later been hired by Bart as a personal physician, he never refused to treat patients who visited him in his spare time. Now, having resigned to open a private clinic, he welcomed all, from wealthy merchants to impoverished farmers. Such equitable treatment and high medical ethics would undoubtedly attract immense support from the populace of Hippo Town. Even a powerful knight like guavas would think twice before offending him. As Lytton's assistant, Ron could naturally leverage this situation to his advantage, safeguarding himself while utilizing another's reputation. Ultimately, it is far more prudent to cultivate one's own strength, so Ron took a deep breath and resumed the practice he had momentarily paused. A night passed in silence. When dawn broke, Lytton's private clinic officially opened its doors. A throng of citizens gathered outside, but they were not there to seek medical attention. Rather, they came to extend their heartfelt congratulations to Lytton. Among the crowd were acquaintances of Lytton, local neighbors, and curious onlookers. Additionally, a small contingent of minstrels and a harp ensemble, invited by Lytton, were present as the harpist and bagpipers played their accompaniment. The minstrels began to sing. After performing several well-known tunes that resonated with the audience, the number of spectators swelled. Seizing the moment, the minstrel shifted his tone and launched into an impromptu performance. He transformed the protagonist of the lyrics into Dr. Lytton, elegantly announcing the opening of the clinic through song. Once all performances concluded, Lytton finally stepped from behind the scenes, addressing the gathered crowd with a booming voice that he declared that his private clinic was officially open and that all villagers of Hippo Town regardless of their ailments, could come to him for treatment. Furthermore, for the first 3 days post-opening, Litton would offer free consultations, with medications priced at half their usual cost. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest was piqued. Most were impoverished and typically bore their ailments in silence, hesitant to spend frivolously. Yet now, with Dr. Litton's benevolent offer of free treatment and discounted medicines, many afflicted souls exchanged glances and hurriedly raised their hands to approach him. Ron, serving as his assistant, dutifully organized the crowd, ensuring everyone registered in an orderly fashion. Observing this, Litton nodded slightly, satisfaction evident in his eyes that he then proceeded to treat his first patient of the day. Meanwhile, within the trading house, Myral's expression darkened as she processed the information at hand. Bardo was dead. Myral furrowed her brow. Astonishment etched on her face. Just moments ago, Bardo's wife, Grace, had announced that he had succumbed to an infected wound. Damn it! How could he have died so swiftly? Myral, irritated, struck the table, her thoughts swirling with doubt. When she had visited Bardo 2 days prior, he had indeed been near death, yet with his wealth, bolstered by various nutritional supplements and medications, she had assumed he could last at least 4 or 5 more days. Yet now, barely a day later, he was gone. No, something was off. Why was Grace the one to deliver the news? Where was Neem? As Myral's eyes narrowed, she sensed something amiss. Could Bardo's death hold deeper intrigue? After a moment's contemplation, she summoned her subordinate to gather more information, given that Bardo was one of the wealthiest individuals in Hippo Town. With numerous collaborations involving the trading house, her subordinate left without question to inquire further. Half an hour later, the subordinate returned to relay the details. The butler, Bach, had absconded with funds. Neem had returned yesterday, but had departed again to seek medical help in Kula City. Grace's brother, the just knight Guvas, had received word and was hurrying back from the knight's assembly. As Myral listened, clarity dawned upon her. Chapter 28. The Wild Wolf Knight, Bardo's death, was indeed suspicious. Myral mused, her eyes glinting with shrewdness, as a broker dealing in the trade of free citizens and the nefarious underbelly of Kula City's nobility. She was well versed in the sordid power transitions of prominent families. It was clear to her that Bardo's demise was no mere coincidence. Could it be the Guvas siblings? After a moment's consideration, she shook her head. Regardless of who had taken Bardo's life, the fact remained that he was dead. Her motivation for uncovering the truth was not rooted in vengeance. While Bardo's demise was hardly a loss, the noble's assigned task remained unfinished. If Bardo was dead, then the slaves he had previously secured were now in the hands of Grace. Or rather, Juvis. Myral pondered this, her brow knitted in concern. Previously, she and Bardo had maintained a mutually beneficial partnership. Bardo had employed tactics to oppress the populace, driving them into financial ruin, while Myral would step in as the benefactor, tricking them into signing contracts of servitude under the guise of job offers. Should any complications arise, Bardo would enlist Guvas, serving as the local constable, to cover up any loose ends. Bardo had played the intermediary role. While Myral and Guvas remained unacquainted, it appeared that, in order to fulfill the noble's directive, she must find a way to meet Guvas. Myral resolved inwardly, summoning a subordinate to seek out Guvas and present him with a letter of introduction. After her subordinate departed, Myral tidied herself, preparing to venture out in search of a suitable gift. The just knight, the captain of the constabulary in Hippo Town, and Bardo's brother-in-law, Guvas may not have been extravagantly wealthy, but he was certainly affluent enough to warrant a gift of at least 10 gold coins. Myral had no intention of spending such a sum, so she sought alternative means beyond monetary gifts. The most fitting present for a knight would pertain to enhancing one's prowess. Legendary weapons, armor, magical potions, or powerful breathing techniques. Such offerings would be most appropriate. However, the dilemma remained. These items were equally expensive, far beyond Myral's financial reach. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to procure a garment crafted from wolf pelts. She had heard it said that Guvas was known as the Wild Wolf Knight, having once fought alongside the Wolf King's knightly order, and thus had a penchant for all things wolf-related. The finely made wolf fur coat, while still costly at several silver coins, was certainly more affordable than weapons or armor. With this in mind, Myral departed from the trading house, making her way toward the tailor's shop. However, as she traveled halfway there, she happened upon Litton's private clinic. Upon seeing Ron, who was welcoming guests at the entrance, she paused in surprise. Was that not the lad from the Jaeger household? What was he doing here? Myrtle halted her steps, contemplated briefly, then turned to approach Ron. Ron, do you remember me? She inquired, her face adorned with a charming smile as she initiated conversation. Ron's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing her voice. Yet, he maintained his composure, responding naturally with a smile. Of course I remember, Lady Myrtle. Myrtle scrutinized him, her curiosity piqued. Compared to a few days prior, Ron, though still clad in modest attire, appeared much cleaner and devoid of the previous dishevelment. His figure remained lean, yet he exuded a newfound vitality. The handsome features that once seemed timid now radiated confidence and warmth. Ron, it seems you've changed since we last met, Myrtle observed, her gaze drifting toward Litton's clinic. Have you found employment? Ron nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, Lady Myrtle. I am now Mr. Litton's assistant. He proceeded to recount his recent experiences to Myrtle, revealing everything without hesitation, as he had no reason to conceal his current position. Only Myrtle understood that his association with Litton might instill a sense of caution within her, dissuading her from acting against him. Upon hearing Ron's account, Myrtle's expression shifted subtly, her eyes darkening with concern. Damn it! How did this lad capture Litton's attention? Myrtle thought, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. She had never anticipated that Ron would find such an opportunity. A few days ago, Ron was merely a homeless youth, disinclined to labor, lost in foolish daydreams of becoming a knight of tea that time. Myrtle was secretly amused, convinced that Ron would soon be rudely awakened by the harshness of reality, forced to confront hunger and cold, and ultimately approach her, unwittingly stepping into the trap she had meticulously prepared, becoming one of the slaves coveted by the nobility. After all, she had witnessed this scenario unfold countless times and believed Ron would be no exception. Thus, she refrained from applying excessive pressure, instead adopting a patient stance, waiting for Ron to come to her. To her astonishment, the duck that should have been cooked had indeed flown away. A wave of frustration washed over Myrtle as she gazed at the beaming Ron, her eyelids beginning to twitch uncontrollably. Madam Myrtle, what troubles you? Ron observed her rigid expression and feigned concern, hastily inquiring, Is something amiss? Would you like me to schedule an appointment for you with Dr. Litton? Upon hearing his inquiry, Myrtle snapped back to reality. She forced a grim smile, gritting her teeth as she responded, No need, Ron. I am perfectly fine, quite well indeed. After uttering these words, Myrtle suppressed her inner turmoil. Adopting a facade of satisfaction, she addressed Ron, Congratulations on becoming Dr. Litton's assistant. Thus, I shall not reserve the previous position for you. After a brief pause, she reluctantly added, However, if your experience with Dr. Litton proves unsatisfactory, you may still come to me, and I will assist you in securing a position. Ron, upon hearing this, smirked inwardly, yet feigned gratitude as he responded, Madam Myrtle, I appreciate your kindness. I will remember it. Following a few more pleasantries, Myrtle turned abruptly, her countenance chilling, and departed hastily as Ron watched her retreating figure. His smile faded, replaced by a gaze brimming with murderous intent. Myrtle, just wait. Bardo is already dead, and soon it will be your turn. Chapter 29. The Wolfskin Armor. Guas s 3 questions to Myrtle as dusk fell. The night grew darker, and most of the staff at the trading houses had already left for the day. Only a handful of offices remained lit, their warm yellow lights spilling forth, including Myrtle's office. Tea this moment. Myrtle sat in her chair, frequently glancing at the clock. Finally, as the hour struck 8, she rose, donned a modest long robe, and pulled up her hood. With a swift blow, she extinguished the candle and quietly departed, carrying a gift box from the sofa. Half an hour later, in the affluent district of Hippo Town, the renowned Elk restaurant welcomed a new guest, Myrtle. I have a reservation for box number 8, she stated succinctly. The waiter looked up to see Myrtle, her hood drawn low, her face partially concealed by a black veil, clearly wishing to remain unrecognized. However, in this wealthy area, the staff was accustomed to such occurrences. Thus, with an unperturbed expression, the waiter led Myrtle to box number 8. Pushing open the door, Myril lifted her gaze to find a figure seated by the window. Their back turned toward her. One hand held a wine glass, while the other rested casually at their side. Even upon hearing the door open, the individual made no move, quietly savoring their drink. Lord Guas. Myril respectfully acknowledged, lowering her head. Guas then turned to face her, his expression one of indifference, as he regarded her from a superior position. Myril, you summoned me. What is it you wish to discuss? Guas approached the table and took a seat. Myril paused, her eyes widening in surprise. Did Guas truly remain unaware of her dealings with Bardo? She pondered, for Bardo's death had been rather abrupt. Perhaps Guas had not yet grasped the nature of her relationship with Bardo? However, as she caught a glimpse of Guas's attire, understanding dawned upon her. Unlike his usual official garb, he was clad in casual attire, a fisherman's hat hanging on the nearby rack to end their usual encounters. Myril and Guas were not particularly acquainted. Given that Bardo had just passed, Guas should have been preoccupied with vying for his sister's inheritance. Yet upon her invitation, he had immediately accepted, even going so far as to disguise himself. In that instant, Myril realized that Guas was fully aware of her connection to Bardo. His feigned ignorance was likely a tactic to maintain the upper hand in their negotiations. With a quiet sigh of relief, Myril maintained her respectful demeanor. Mr. Guas, please take a look at this. She placed the gift box on the table and opened it as a token of our first meeting. I hope this gift meets your approval. Guas glanced at the contents nonchalantly, but then his gaze fixed intently upon it. Inside lay a finely crafted, sleeveless wolfskin armor, impeccably arranged. As Myril had anticipated, Guas's eyes lit up at the sight of the exquisite armor, compelling him to draw nearer. What a splendid piece of armor! The smoothness of the wolf fur, the meticulous stitching, the perfect fit. Guas's eyes sparkled as he caressed the wolf fur, as though he were stroking a lover's face. Myril, I am quite pleased with your gift. Guas's demeanor softened, and a genial smile graced his lips. Did you summon me today regarding the slaves under Bardo's control? Guas wasted no time with pleasantries, directly addressing the matter at hand. His earlier pretense of ignorance had merely served to establish dominance in their interaction, as in negotiations, the one who speaks first often relinquishes their position of power. However, with Myril's generous offering of a gift, Guas shifted away from his earlier coldness, ready to engage in earnest discussion. Indeed, Lord Guas, you see through my intentions, Myril replied with a smile. Flattering him, she noted that Guas remained unperturbed, listening intently. After a lengthy discourse regarding her dealings with Bardo, she concluded, given that Bardo's assets now lie in your hands, I implore you to continue our collaboration in his stead. The profits would remain as they were, 50-50, or perhaps a 70-30 split, with you receiving 70 and I 30. What say you? As she broached the final point, Myril hesitated momentarily before resolutely proposing the 70-30 split. However, upon hearing the figures, Guas chuckled softly, shaking his head. Lord Guas, Myril's expression shifted, her thoughts racing. Surely he was being excessively greedy. She had previously maintained an equitable 50-50 arrangement with Bardo. Now, to fulfill her mission, she was reluctantly offering Guas a larger portion. Yet, Guas seemed dissatisfied. Not 70%. That was Bardo's share, Guas remarked coolly, leaving Myril momentarily speechless. In fact, I would forego this payment entirely, provided you can answer me 3 questions. That Guas's gaze bore into Myril's. Forgo payment? Myril's heart leaped momentarily, but she quickly realized that Guas's willingness to forego money meant the questions he sought would be far from simple. After careful contemplation, she cautiously inquired, what are those 3 questions? If I possess the answers, I shall speak openly and without reservation. Guas nodded, pausing to consider before posing the first question. First, among the 4 great noble families of Karas City, which one do you truly serve? Upon hearing this, Myril was somewhat taken aback. The question seemed rather straightforward. However, she responded without hesitation, among the 4 families, I have dealings with both the Saul and Pullman families. Yet, my true allegiance lies with Mr. Marduk of the Saul family. Javas nodded slightly, his expression calm and devoid of any sign of surprise. When Bardis initially requested his assistance in managing the complexities of the slave trade, he had conducted a discreet investigation and discovered that Bardis and Millar had collaborated, acquiring the majority of their slaves for the Sal family. His inquiries were merely a prelude to subsequent questions. Very well, for my second question, might I inquire why Mr. Madoc requires such a multitude of slaves? Javas asked, his gaze sharpening and fixating intently on Millar's countenance, as though he could discern any signs of deceit. Inside the private chamber, upon hearing the question, Millar's expression soured immediately. In that moment, she finally grasped Javas's intentions. After a brief hesitation, she seemed torn between speaking and remaining silent. "What? Cannot you speak?" Javas inquired in a low tone, his demeanor growing increasingly imposing, causing Millar to feel as though she might collapse under the weight of his presence. "If you cannot divulge the information, then you may take back this leather armor," Javas remarked, casually pushing the ornate box back toward Millar across the dining table. Millar understood clearly that Javas's statement implied that without answering his question, collaboration would not ensue. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, she sighed and solemnly addressed Javas. "I can respond to this question, but you must swear not to disclose it to anyone else." Javas naturally nodded in agreement. Yet Millar, exercising caution, added another stipulation. "Additionally, I require a secret from you in exchange." Javas's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning frigid. However, Millar, who had long been in a position of subservience, stood her ground this time, meeting Javas's stare. After several seconds of silence, Javas, his expression inscrutable, slowly spoke. "Bardis did not die of illness. I killed him. Moreover, Neem will not be returning." Millar's pupils constricted, her heart jolting, though she had long suspected that Bardis's death was not as simple as it appeared. Hearing Javas's admission still took her aback. More importantly, Javas's latter statement clearly indicated that Neem had also perished at his hands. In that instant, Millar felt an intensified reverence for Javas. "It is now your turn," Javas stated, and Millar did not renege on her promise. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Why, Lord Javas, have you heard of the Blood Moon cult?" The mention of the Blood Moon cult caused Javas's expression to shift dramatically. "Are you suggesting that Mr. Madoc secretly adheres to the Blood Moon cult?" Millar remained silent, simply nodding in affirmation. Simultaneously, both their gazes revealed a profound sense of trepidation, even fear, and a wonder. Javas suddenly understood, though his countenance grew even more somber. On the Divine Gift Continent, due to the formidable and diverse nature of extraordinary powers, various cults have emerged. Among them, the Creator Goddess stands as the sole supreme deity, the leader of the gods, the world's creator, and the mother of all things. Thus, she is venerated by nearly all humans across the 9 kingdoms. However, due to the Creator Goddess's benevolence, tolerance, and selflessness, her followers are permitted to worship other deities alongside her. Consequently, it is not uncommon for individuals on the Divine Gift Continent to possess dual faiths. For instance, in Kara City, aside from the grand cathedral dedicated to the Creator Goddess, there are also 2 other cults' temples. One belongs to the Earth Mother cult, governing fertility, agriculture, land, and nature. The other is the Storm God cult, overseeing hurricanes, thunder, meteorology, and the skies. Both of these cults fall under one of the 9 righteous deities. Additionally, there are other lesser deities with their own cults, albeit with fewer followers, thus lacking mainstream recognition. However, beyond these uplifting and righteous cults, there exists a malevolent sect dedicated to corruption and moral decay. Such cults, akin to rats in a gutter, can only propagate in secrecy. If discovered by the kingdom or the righteous deity's followers, the perpetrators face inevitable annihilation, just as Millar has mentioned regarding the Blood Moon cult. Thus, those slaves you and Bardis have trafficked annually must have now become sacrificial offerings. I presume, after a prolonged silence, Javas finally articulated. His earlier insistence on questioning Millar stemmed from a desire to ascertain the fate of the slaves. Previously, through investigation, Javas had uncovered that over the past few years, Bardis and Millar had trafficked nearly 100 slaves. This figure is alarmingly high. Even Javas, as a just knight and captain of the constabulary, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Slaves are typically classified into 2 categories. Point 1 comprises enemy knights and civilians captured during the kingdom's wars. These slaves possess no status and can be traded freely. Even if their masters were to kill them, they would not face retribution. The near 100 serfs from Bardas's estate fall into this category. The other category consists of the realm's citizens from the Man Kingdom, who, due to dire circumstances and inability to pay taxes, find themselves compelled to sell their freedom. However, despite both being slaves, the latter enjoys a significantly higher status. Furthermore, the number of domestic slaves is strictly regulated by the kingdom and the church. The rationale is simple. An increase in domestic slaves signifies a decline in the populace's well-being and national strength. After all, who would willingly choose to become a slave unless pushed to the brink of survival? Thus, even for the sake of maintaining appearances, the ruling officials of the Man Kingdom would not allow a substantial number of free citizens to descend into slavery. Yet, Bardas and Millar audaciously devised schemes to enslave over 100 free citizens within 5 years. For Javas to proceed with any collaboration without clarity on this matter would be unthinkable. Mr. Javas, you need not worry, Millar quickly reassured, noticing his silence. For Lord Madoc, a mere 100 free citizen slaves would hardly pose any significant trouble. Upon hearing this, Javas scrutinized Millar deeply. Perhaps Madoc truly possesses the capability to conceal all of this. However, should the truth ever surface, Madoc, as a noble, might find a way to atone. But would someone like Millar, the orchestrator of these schemes, receive the same consideration from Madoc? The answer was evident. No. Yet now that he was privy to this information, Madoc would undoubtedly drag him into the mire, compelling him to share in the guilt, ensuring he would not be allowed to escape unscathed. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Javas posed a third question: that if I accomplished the task, what might I receive from Mr. Madoc? Upon hearing this inquiry, Millar did not respond immediately. After a moment of serious contemplation, she replied, I am uncertain of the specific rewards that Lord Madoc would bestow upon you. However, I can introduce you to him after you complete the task, allowing you to inquire personally. Upon receiving this answer, Javas's gaze flickered and a smile blossomed upon his lips. Very well. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, the private clinic of Dr. Litton concluded its inaugural day of operations. Thank you for your hard work, Ron, Dr. Litton remarked, slumping into a chair, utterly exhausted and devoid of the strength to even move a finger. Ron merely smiled in response. IT is my duty, Mr. Litton. He then picked up a broom to begin cleaning. Seeing this, Litton silently nodded, thinking to himself how steady and reliable Ron truly was. However, he couldn't help but wonder how Ron possessed such remarkable stamina. Though both had labored throughout the day, Litton could at least rest in his chair, while Ron had been running about tirelessly. How could he not only avoid appearing flushed or out of breath, but also have the energy to tidy up? Is this the vigor of youth? It appears that I have indeed aged. After Litton's inward lamentation, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ron's extraordinary stamina could not merely be attributed to youth. Subsequently, Litton found himself devoid of the energy to prepare a meal. Thus, he directly retrieved 2 silver coins and tossed them to Ron, instructing him to procure some food from a restaurant on his way back from picking up Lisa from school. Time swiftly passed, and midnight arrived. As per his usual routine, Ron was diligently practicing his breathing technique when suddenly a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. One at Jivas had previously studied with the Wolf King Knight Order and, due to his outstanding performance, was bestowed the title of Wild Wolf Knight, acquiring the Howl of the Wolf breathing technique. To T. Bardas' request, Jivas imparted the lower-tier technique, Howl of the Wild Wolf. To Bardas' eldest son, 9.3. Jivas and Millar reached an agreement yesterday evening, with Jivas replacing Bardas to coerce more freemen into slavery. Point 4. Each time Millar acquires a batch of slaves, he discreetly transports them to the noble Sal family in Kula City within a specified time frame. 5. The head of the Sal family, Marduk Sal, secretly adheres to a malevolent cult known as Blood Moon, which conducts bloody rituals at the end of each year. Point 6. The Blood Moon cult's sacrificial rites typically employ living beings as offerings. With a preference for young boys and girls, the specific ritual procedures can be viewed upon clicking. Point 7. After Jivas agreed to cooperate, Millar felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and sought beautiful foreign men in a lively bar last night for a night of revelry. Within the library of the Knight Academy lies a fantastical romance adventure novel penned by Harrington, which, due to its abysmal writing and story, has been relegated to the bottom shelf by the administrator. 9. Members of the Kula City Thieves Guild, after conducting a thorough 3-day search in the cathedral, failed to locate the miraculous item, thus suspecting the intelligence to be erroneous and planning to retreat. 10. The United Knight Order of Kula City, after 3 days of sweeping the wilderness, found no trace of magical beasts, leading them to suspect that the beasts merely passed through and are considering disbanding the order. Has the intelligence been refreshed? Ron maintained a composed expression, accustomed to perusing the system's intelligence each night before sleep. As was customary, he halted the operation of his breathing technique and focused his mental energy. Howl the Wolf. Upon reading the first 2 pieces of intelligence, Ron couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems this should be a mid-tier breathing technique. When he first traversed into this world, Ron had acquired information regarding the tiers of breathing techniques. Generally speaking, breathing techniques are categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The majority of breathing techniques are fixed in level and do not interconnect. However, a select few do possess hierarchical distinctions. For instance, he had previously heard of a high-tier technique named Lion's Breath, with its lower-tier counterpart being the intermediate technique, Cheetah's Breath. The Cheetah's Breath also has its own lower-tier technique, known as Lynx's Breath. Typically, lower-tier techniques serve as simplified versions of their higher-tier counterparts. Although their potency is somewhat diminished, the difficulty of cultivation is significantly reduced. If I could obtain this Howl of the Wolf technique, my training speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Ron mused to himself, regrettably acknowledging that it was merely a thought. After all, given his current strength, seizing a breathing technique from a just knight was nothing short of fanciful. Thus, Ron shifted his gaze downward. What? Human sacrifices? Ron's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his astonishment and anger. He had previously pondered the frenzied efforts of Bartis and Millar in their pursuit of slaves. It turned out they sought to use them as offerings for a nefarious ritual. Wait, Alice from the Sal family is at my home. In an instant, Ron's heart tightened, and an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent enveloped him. Simultaneously, a trace of fear flickered within Ron, apprehensive that Alice might now be in peril. Although he had yet to meet Alice in a meaningful sense since his arrival, he still held profound feelings for her. After all, were it not for Alice selling herself to procure those few silver coins, he would have starved to death in the wilderness, even with the activation of the system. Therefore, Ron had vowed to cherish this sister, just as his original self had. Throughout these days, he had constantly contemplated redeeming Alice. Yet, due to his current feeble strength, even if he managed to gather enough money, he dared not attempt a rescue. After all, should the other party choose to act unscrupulously, intending to seize wealth and take lives, Ron, as a mere intermediate knight squire, would have little power to resist. Hence, he could only endure the pain of allowing Alice to suffer a while longer, intending to redeem her once he truly became a knight and gained strength. However, now that he witnessed Alice's risk of becoming a sacrificial offering, Ron could no longer restrain himself. He resolved to take the risk and fight to redeem Alice, no matter the cost. Yet, amidst his impulsiveness, he summoned the last remnants of his reason and continued to gaze downward. Time is at the end of the year. There are still over 3 months remaining. The fervor in Ron's mind swiftly subsided, gradually restoring his composure. Based on the 5th and 6th pieces of intelligence, the Sal family's blood moon ritual occurs at an absolutely fixed time, with no possibility of advancing or delaying. Simultaneously, all slaves destined for sacrifice must be ensured of their health and free from disease prior to this time. This implies that within these 3 months, Alice is, in fact, safe. Ron exhaled a breath of relief, his previously tense heart finally beginning to ease. Nevertheless, I cannot afford to be complacent. There are currently 2 paths to consider. Chapter 32. Ron's speculations, fixed patterns in the early hours of dawn. Ron's gaze sharpened as he fell into contemplation. The first path is to wait until I become a squire knight and attempt to redeem Alice with money. Once I achieve knighthood, even as the lowest-ranking squire knight, my strength will experience a significant surge. At that point, even if I cannot redeem Alice, I will at least possess the means for self-preservation and alternative plans. The second path involves devising ways to rescue Alice from the Sal family. As he contemplated this, Ron couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This path is far more arduous. The former merely requires money and strength. The latter, however, necessitates not only financial resources and power, but also detailed intelligence and a flawless plan. Should there be any oversight in the plan, Ron himself could fall victim, let alone succeed in rescuing Alice. Thus, regardless of which path I choose, the pressing priority remains to swiftly enhance my strength. Ron abruptly shook his head, forcing himself to cease excessive contemplation. Given his current training pace, he estimated that within a maximum of 10 days, he would step into the realm of high-ranking Night Squire. As for advancing tonight, Ron recalled the left by Boak and silently proclaimed a date in his mind. Half a month, at most in half a month, I will surely become a knight. Achieving knighthood within half a month is undeniably swift. Even among the great nobility, cultivating a genius knight rarely surpasses this speed. Aside from training, perhaps I could discover other means to enhance my strength. Ron pondered, recalling the long sword and armor worn by knights. The Howl of the Wild Wolf technique he is currently practicing, despite its lower tier, is exceptionally comprehensive. It not only aids in training and strength enhancement, but also encompasses a variety of combat techniques, including boxing, swordplay, horsemanship, and spear techniques. If I could acquire a suitable weapon and a well-fitted suit of armor, I could at least amplify my strength by over 50%. If this weapon or armor were to attain the level of alchemical goods, it would not be impossible to slay foes of a higher tier. Ron mused, regrettably acknowledging that alchemical items are exceedingly rare and precious. Throughout the entirety of Hippo Town, there may not even be 5 such items combined. The fact that Ron managed to acquire that alchemical mask was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. If he sought to obtain a second alchemical item, particularly one capable of directly augmenting his combat prowess, it would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Wait, Ron suddenly paused, recalling the notion that had crossed his mind when he first acquired the alchemical mask. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps I truly have an opportunity to acquire more alchemical items? Ron's expression morphed into something peculiar, and his mind began to stir with activity. When he first acquired the alchemical mask, he speculated about his information system. He surmised that although the intelligence released daily appeared entirely random and varied, it actually adhered to a certain pattern. This pattern indicated that the information disseminated each day was intrinsically linked to Ron's actions, thoughts, or intentions from the previous day. For instance, upon his arrival in this world, he found himself dispossessed of his inheritance by Bartis, leaving him without a safe haven and struggling for sustenance. Consequently, the intelligence during those days revolved around survival strategies. For example, it revealed the presence of an abandoned cabin in a certain direction of the wilderness, where he could seek refuge, or indicated a tree bearing bird eggs or raspberries, which could barely satiate his hunger. Subsequently, once Ron resolved his survival dilemma, he contemplated how to exact revenge on Bartis. Thus, he acquired information about Bartis's patrol routes and managed to severely injure him using a beast trap. Later still, Ron sought to enhance his prowess and become a knight, leading to the discovery of the location of the wolf-breathing technique and the whereabouts of the elemental fruit. Therefore, if this pattern holds true, what I currently require is to acquire something that can bolster my strength outside of my training. Ron repeated in his mind, and gradually a singular voice echoed in his consciousness. After a considerable time, Ron finally regained his focus. Let us see if tomorrow's intelligence aligns with my expectations and follows the established pattern. If so, then from this point onward, this seemingly random daily intelligence might transform into a sort of search and answer platform. In a sense, with this thought, Ron's heart surged with excitement. Once he composed himself, he continued to read on. That harlot, Myril, truly has no sense of shame. I.S. Harrington's novel written anonymously. Otherwise, even if the prose were atrocious, it could hardly go unnoticed. After all, this is the work of a master alchemist. The Thieves' Guild is set to withdraw from Coolest City. And what of the Knights' Order? Are they to disband as well? Will the inspections at the city gates and the nightly curfew cease? The last few pieces of intelligence held little significance for Ron. Thus, he pondered over his testing plan before retiring to bed. The following day, upon awakening, Ron followed the same routine as the day before. After breakfast, he escorted Lisa to school. Upon returning, he tidied up the premises before opening the shop door, awaiting patients in need of care. After accompanying Lytton for the morning, he took a break for lunch in the afternoon. Ron remained to watch over the shop, prepared to record any incoming patients, while Lytton fulfilled the appointments made the previous day. Tending to the wealthier clientele from Hippo Town who could afford house calls, as evening approached and work concluded, Ron went to collect Lisa from school. After their dinner, the three of them retired for the night. Tonight, with the intelligence refresh, I shall discern whether my conjecture proves accurate or not, Ron mused. During the interval, while awaiting the intelligence update, he busied himself with further practice of the breathing technique. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guavas returned with a band of knights from the Clear Spring Woods, bringing with them a gruesome sight, the incomplete remains of Naim, who had been devoured. Alas, poor Naim, in his haste to find a doctor for Bartis, had taken a shortcut through the Clear Spring Woods, only to meet a tragic fate at the jaws of a beast. How lamentable! Guavas sighed dramatically before the crowd. Some bystanders, unaware of the truth, mistook Guavas' sorrowful demeanor for genuine grief over Naim's demise, offering their condolences. "Mr. Guavas, please accept our sympathies. Indeed, please do not mourn too deeply. Perhaps this was Naim's fate." In the midst of the crowd, Morale, just off work from the exchange, observed with a cold detachment, even allowing a slight, sardonic smile to grace her lips. "These fools truly believe Guavas is mourning?" Morale silently scoffed. Were they aware that Guavas was, in fact, responsible for Naim's demise? They would surely be left speechless. That moment, Guavas caught sight of Morale in the crowd. She nodded in his direction before vanishing from view. Guavas, however, maintained his facade, continuing to feign profound sorrow to deceive the onlookers. Naturally, a few astute individuals began to harbor doubts. After all, the Bartis family had suffered the loss of its patriarch and then its eldest son within the span of just 2 days. The only remaining heir was the young Master Lola. Guavas' nephew, Tio, suggests that such occurrences were mere coincidence would require an extraordinary leap of faith. Yet, even those who suspected foul play dared not speak out. The Bartis family was hardly virtuous. Their deaths would elicit little more than applause, and no one would seek vengeance on their behalf. Furthermore, Guavas held the position of captain of the town's constabulary and was a formidable knight of justice. In the absence of evidence, who would dare voice accusations in this town? Thus, for the time being, although the small town occasionally echoed with whispers, the deaths of the Bartis father and son failed to incite any significant upheaval. Time passed, and the clock struck midnight. In the cluttered storage room of Lytton's backyard, Ron opened his eyes, greeted by the familiar chime of the system's notification. The information included items such as the mayor of Hippo Town's gauntlets, the glasses of the exchange supervisor, the purse of a merchant, Guavas' wolf tooth, the missionary's amulet, Guavas' marital status, the secret hiding of the breathing technique by Guavas' mistress, and Guavas' pretense of investigating Bartis' injuries to procure more slaves. Alongside news of the Thieves' Guild's withdrawal from Kula City, the relaxation of martial law, and Harrington's romantic novel about alchemical creations. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. Guavas will begin feigning an investigation into Bartis' injuries, coercing more freemen in his slavery. 2. Guavas' marriage to his wife is devoid of affection, and growing increasingly dissatisfied due to her bearing only 2 daughters. He has secretly taken a beautiful mistress. 3. Guavas' mistress bore him a son 2 years prior. And elated, he plans to eventually name the illegitimate child as his heir, having made ample preparations for this. 4. The wolf tooth necklace around Guavas' neck is a low-tier alchemical item, capable of emitting the presence of wolf-like beasts, instilling fear in wild animals, particularly those of the wolf breed. 5. Mayor Sanchi of Hippo Town possesses a night sword, a low-tier alchemical item that slightly enhances strength and speed and can conduct fighting spirit. 6. The chief supervisor of the exchange, Luther, owns a pair of glasses, a low-tier alchemical item that automatically adjusts to the appropriate prescription and provides a minor enhancement to observation. 7. The Harrington novel held in the night school is a sealed low-tier alchemical item, containing learning notes from Harrington and Roland, with the unlocking method being to click and expand in the hidden treasury located within the civilian district established by Bardis, in addition to money and food. Some defensive weapons have also been prepared. Point 9, that all members of the Thieves Guild within Kula City have now evacuated, leaving only a few peripheral members to remain hidden and gather intelligence. Point 10, the Kula City Knights Order has disbanded, and all surrounding towns have lifted martial law, publicly announcing the recent findings from field investigations. At this moment, Ron's gaze flickered. With this intelligence update, he no longer meticulously read through each word as he typically did. Instead, he swiftly skimmed through the information. Upon encountering the entries related to alchemical items, he realized that, indeed, the system's intelligence possessed a discernible pattern. Ron was filled with uncontainable joy, his fists clenched in excitement. After clarifying his thoughts yesterday, he had repeatedly recited the terms related to alchemical items. That, of course, beyond alchemical items, there existed numerous other avenues to enhance his abilities. However, to test the existence of a pattern, it was imperative to select a term that was less commonly referenced and narrower in scope for experimentation. The term alchemical items precisely met this criterion. After all, such items were exceedingly rare, likely not exceeding 5 in the entirety of Hippo Town. In the days since Ron had activated the system, he had amassed nearly 200 pieces of intelligence, yet those pertaining to alchemical items numbered no more than 3. All concerning the alchemical mask. Thus, if Ron's recitation led to the emergence of multiple pieces of intelligence about alchemical items the following day, it would indeed indicate the presence of a refreshing pattern. It was this very consideration that led Ron to select alchemical items as his focus. After a night of silent contemplation, the impressions in his mind grew increasingly vivid, with nearly all his thoughts centered on how to acquire such items. Therefore, when the system refreshed today, 4 out of the 10 random pieces of intelligence pertained to alchemical items. To ensure accuracy, Ron resolved to try again tonight. That in his mind, he mused, if one attempt is unstable, then let there be 2. Should the intelligence refresh tomorrow night and reveal further information about alchemical items, it would entirely validate his hypothesis. Subsequently, Ron meticulously reviewed the intelligence from beginning to end. The actions of Guavas are truly despicable. The first piece of intelligence left Ron astonished. Not only had he personally slain Bardis, but now he sought to exploit his name for nefarious deeds. However, it seemed likely that this rogue might turn his attention toward Ron, necessitating a cautious approach. Ron thought to himself, yet he felt little trepidation. After all, he had already devised a strategy to counter Guavas. While it was not infallible, it sufficed to deal with Guavas. Ron shifted his gaze downward, continuing to read. Guavas has taken a mistress and has an illegitimate child. Ron raised an eyebrow. This piece of intelligence piqued his interest. If leveraged wisely, perhaps he could orchestrate a repeat of his previous maneuver against Bardis, eliminating a target by proxy. Glancing at the subsequent items, wolf fang necklace, knight sword, glasses, Ron quickly shifted his focus. Though these items were indeed valuable, they were all owned by someone else. With his current capabilities, acquiring them was out of the question, so he opted to bypass them. Harrington and his wife study notes. Upon reaching this point, Ron's eyes brightened, his spirits lifting. Chapter 34. Lisa, could you assist me with a favor? From the moment he acquired the alchemical mask, Ron had recognized that this couple was not only formidable sorcerers, but also masters in their respective fields, one excelling in alchemy and the other in potion making, both achieving remarkable feats in their specialties. Their study notes might very well pertain to alchemy and potion making. If so, the value of such notes would likely surpass that of high-level breathing technique. Ron displayed an expression of eager anticipation, but then a thought crossed his mind, causing him to frown slightly. However, the prerequisite for studying alchemy and potion making was the activation of mental energy, along with a certain affinity for the craft. Otherwise, even if he obtained the Harrington couple's notes, they might prove ineffective. Ron composed himself, falling into deep reflection that in the Divine Gift Continent, various extraordinary abilities emerged in abundance. However, the powers available for human mastery could primarily be divided into 2 categories. One was combat energy, where practitioners could harness their vitality to condense a seed of life, thereby absorbing external energy to gradually enhance themselves. This practice arose during humanity's initial flourishing, forming civilizations that engaged in mutual conflict. Among the most valiant warriors were the cavalry, who fought on horseback. This tactic gained prominence. Those who cultivated combat energy gradually came to be referred to as knights. Moreover, the other ability humans could master was mental power. Practitioners could activate their brain's spiritual energy, enabling them to control and harness natural energies from the environment. Subsequently, through certain methods, they could analyze, rearrange, and release this energy to achieve various astonishing effects. Those who cultivated mental power were known as sorcerers. Compared to combat energy, the activation and mastery of mental power were far more challenging, which is why only a select few could be so fortunate that, of course, there were those extraordinarily fortunate individuals born with the innate ability to manipulate mental power, often possessing talents or magic inscribed in their bloodlines. Such individuals were referred to as wizards. Harrington and Roland, for instance, were two wizards who could instinctively cast their innate magic from the moment of their birth. As they matured, they did not squander their gifts, diligently working to become high-level sorcerers while also venturing into the realms of alchemy and potion-making. The talents of the Harrington couple were extraordinary, exceedingly rare in the world. In comparison, Ron felt like a mere speck against a vast sky, utterly incomparable. His gaze was tranquil, his demeanor composed. He understood that his magical aptitude was likely quite average. Yet he felt no sense of loss regarding this. After all, when talent falls short, one can compensate with external aids. A smile crept across Ron's face as he chuckled softly. Now that he had discerned the pattern of intelligence refreshing, how could he not contemplate how to leverage this information to embark on his own magical journey? Tomorrow, he would first focus on retrieving those notes. With this thought in mind, Ron continued to read on. Bardis had concealed a weapon for self-defense. In that case, it might be worthwhile to seek an opportunity to search that courtyard. The Thieves' Guild has fled. The curfew has been lifted. I can now head to Kula City. A spark ignited within Ron. With this newfound freedom, his future visit to Kula City would be considerably easier. Having perused all the intelligence, Ron began to rest. The next morning, he awoke early. After sharing breakfast with a Leiden father and daughter, Ron accompanied Lisa to school. Along the way, Lisa skipped ahead, brimming with joy, while Ron followed behind. Just as they approached the entrance of the night school, Ron suddenly called out to Lisa. "Brother Ron, is there something you need?" Lisa inquired curiously. Through these days of familiarity, her affection for Ron had deepened, and she regarded him as a true elder brother. "Lisa, could you assist me with a favor?" Ron crouched down, smiling as he spoke. "What kind of favor? Can Lisa do it?" Lisa's eyes widened, her eagerness palpable. Although Leiden had always treated her with great care, he merely regarded her as a child, forbidding her from involving herself in matters. Now, however, Ron addressed her with an equal demeanor, requesting her assistance, which made Lisa feel respected and filled with joy. "It's quite simple. I would like you to—" 5 minutes later, Ron stood at the school entrance, watching Lisa wave at him before he turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the town government security office. "What? The curfew has been lifted," Guavas exclaimed, his expression one of surprise upon hearing his subordinate's report. "Yes, Captain. Just now, the night order from Kula City sent word. The temporary joint night order has been disbanded, and all curfews in surrounding towns will also be lifted," a trainee knight replied respectfully. Guavas pondered for a moment, gesturing for him to depart. Previously, due to the emergence of magical beasts, half of the personnel from surrounding towns had been mobilized to form a temporary night order for a sweep operation. Guavas had been part of that effort, but had to return overnight after receiving a message from his sister. Thus, he was entirely unaware of the joint night order's recent achievements. It appeared that the situation had relaxed. Therefore, Guavas's eyes gleamed with intent as he retrieved a stack of parchment contract from his drawer. "It is time to gather those slaves and meet the quota." Guavas muttered to himself as he opened the contract and focused his gaze upon it. There, prominently inscribed, were the names of those who had previously suffered persecution at the hands of Bardis, left homeless after selling their houses and lands. Pollock, O'Neill, Simon, Sally. Guavas examined each document in turn, categorizing them into two distinct groups. This was because not all free men and slaves were suitable to be offerings. Point two crucial requirements must be met. Firstly, the offering must be fully developed, in good health, and under the age of 18. Secondly, if the offering is male, he must never have been married. If female, she must not have borne children. Thus, Gavas meticulously scrutinized the documents. Those who met the criteria were placed on his left side, while those who did not were set aside on his right. Time passed, second by second. When Gavas's gaze fell upon the third-to-last document, he began to read from the name. Ron Yeager, age 15, orphan. He has an elder sister who was sold to Mr. Madoc by Myril over half a month, AGO, and no other relatives or friends, nor any employment. After careful consideration, Gavas couldn't help but smile faintly. He promptly placed Ron's file on his left side. Chapter 35. The constable's visit. As noon approached, Dr. Litton concluded his morning work after attending to his last patient at his private clinic. "Thank you for your hard work, Ron." Dr. Litton exhaled deeply, addressing Ron beside him. Ron shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Litton, please don't mention it. I'm more than happy to assist. Moreover, I've learned quite a bit about medical knowledge while helping you. Thus, even if it is a bit taxing, I'm more than willing." Litton chuckled heartily. "Ha! Ron, you truly have a sense of humor. However, if you are genuinely interested in medicine, there's no need for you to learn in secret. I can teach you directly in my spare time." Ron's face lit up with surprise. "Really? I cannot thank you enough." The two exchanged a few more casual remarks until they noticed it was already noon. Litton, feeling too lazy to cook, decided to buy food from a restaurant instead. They indulged in their meal, and just as Litton was about to brew a cup of black tea, a figure approached from outside. This person, while not particularly tall, had a sturdy build and was clad in the standard uniform of a constable, with a long sword hanging at his waist. "Constable? Squire?" Ron's gaze sharpened upon seeing the newcomer. In Hippo Town, only those who had become squires were eligible to become constables. In other words, every constable was at least a squire. What could he want? Doubt crept into Ron's mind, for constables of such high rank typically did not engage in ordinary patrol duties, which were usually assigned to less capable guards of only squire rank. Thus, the sudden appearance of this constable raised Ron's suspicions. Could it be? Ron's thoughts shifted back to the intelligence from the previous night. Prepared as he was, he did not panic, maintaining a calm demeanor. He stepped forward and inquired, "Good day. Are you here to purchase medicine or seek treatment?" Upon hearing Ron's question, the knight did not respond immediately. Instead, he appraised Ron coolly before stating, "You are Ron Yeager?" Ron feigned surprise, nodding earnestly. "Yes, constable. May I inquire what brings you to me?" Upon receiving the confirmation, the constable's expression darkened. "Ron, you are suspected of plotting against the prominent merchant Bardis. Please come with me." "What?" Ron exclaimed, his face paling with alarm. "Constable, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly conspire against Bardis?" The constable's gaze turned icy as he replied coldly, "Whether it is true or false, we shall investigate. You have no right to defend yourself. Now, come with me at once, or do not blame me for being unkind." The constable narrowed his eyes, adopting a stance as if to draw his sword. Just then, Litton emerged from the back, holding a cup of tea, and upon witnessing the scene, he froze momentarily. "Wait, Mr. Matt, do not take action. Surely there is some misunderstanding." Upon seeing Litton, Constable Matt furrowed his brow. Litton was a well-known physician in Hippo Town, who had once saved him when he was injured. Thus, out of respect for Litton's reputation and past assistance, Matt reluctantly withdrew his hand from the sword's hilt. "Dr. Litton, it is like this." Matt's tone softened as he patiently explained the situation. "What? You mean to say that the beast trap that Bardis stepped on could have been placed by Ron?" Litton asked incredulously, then turned his gaze toward Ron. Ron, of course, denied it vehemently, while Matt added, "This is Captain Gavas's assessment. I am merely responsible for bringing the suspect back." Upon hearing this, Litton pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "Mr. Matt, since this is Mr. Gavas's order, I will not make things difficult for you. However, Ron is my assistant, and I trust his character, so I wish to accompany him. What say you?" After careful consideration, Matt nodded. "Very well. Dr. Litton, please follow me." With that, he led Litton and Ron to the town's council chamber. At that moment, in the constable's office within the council chamber, a gaunt and ragged young man was pleading in terror. Lord Gavas, it truly was not me. Two constables stood beside him, their expressions stern as they scrutinized him. Across from them, Gavas sat calmly at his desk, studying the documents before him. Pollock, do not panic, Gavas said after a moment, lifting his gaze with an air of indifference that I recall that your farmland bordered that of Bardis. Your father, having fallen into gambling debts, mortgaged the land to Bardis. Subsequently, your parents succumbed to illness, and out of desperation, you borrowed a sum for their burial expenses from Bardis. Thus, whether for revenge or to settle that debt, you had a motive to kill Bardis. This. Gavas's gaze deepened, locking onto the trembling Pollock. Pollock, you possess this motive for the crime, thus you must submit to an investigation. Pollock's complexion turned ashen as he stammered. But truly, it was not me. I did not set any traps. Before he could finish, Gavas interrupted coldly. Who can vouch for you? Pollock stood there, bewildered, and stammered, Lord Gavas. What do you mean? Gavas rose, standing tall, and looked down upon Pollock. I ask who can prove that you did not set that trap. Pollock was momentarily dumbfounded. How could one prove a negative? Moreover, ordinarily, should it not be the accuser who bears the burden of proof? If he were suspected of a crime, should it not be Gavas who presented evidence of his wrongdoing? Instead, he was being asked to furnish proof of his innocence. Pollock felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness. Since he could not prove it, there was nothing more to say. Gavas resumed his seat and waved his hand at his two subordinates. Take him away. Ensure he is kept under strict supervision. Yes, the two constables complied and prepared to escort Pollock away. Still struggling, Pollock met Gavas's cold gaze. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Gavas signaled to the constables, who immediately responded with a fierce punch to Pollock's abdomen. Pollock doubled over in agony, his complexion turning pale as cold sweat broke out, rendering him speechless. Behave yourself, or next time, it will be far worse than mere fists. The two constables scoffed as they dragged Pollock away. Just then, Ron and the others arrived outside the room. Chapter 36. The judicious constable at that moment. Ron and Litton exchanged glances, both taken aback by the unfolding scene. Dr. Litton, please hold on. Met, however, feigned indifference as he addressed Lydon and his companion. Subsequently, he entered alone to deliver the report. Lydon's expression was grave as he turned to Ron and reassured him. Fear not, Ron. Once we enter, I shall assist you in explaining everything. Ron nodded slightly, his complexion pale, revealing a semblance of trepidation. Within the room, Gavas, upon hearing Met's report, displayed a hint of surprise. What? Dr. Lydon is here as well. Indeed, Captain, Met affirmed, to which Gavas furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Gavas inquired, does Dr. Lydon hold Ron in high regard? Please recount to me the details of Ron's apprehension without omitting a single aspect. Following Gavas's directive, Met pondered briefly before articulating the events of the capture in detail. Upon learning of Lydon's significant regard for Ron, Gavas's expression darkened, and a sense of agitation brewed within him. Damn it, this could become troublesome. Previously, Gavas had gleaned from the records that Ron was orphaned, destitute, and his only sister had long been sold to the Sal family by Miro. In such dire circumstances, Ron was utterly defenseless. With a mere hint of intimidation, Gavas could easily subdue him. Once confined within the dungeon, a few days of torment would surely render him more compliant than a domesticated hunting dog. Subsequently, he could fabricate several charges, stripping Ron of his status as a free citizen. Was it not trivial to transform him into a slave? The earlier cases of Pollock, along with O'Neill, Simon, and Sally, all adhered to this very protocol. Gavas had initially presumed Ron would follow suit. However, he never anticipated the boy would be favored by Lydon. Gavas's countenance fluctuated as he inhaled deeply, feigning nonchalance. I understand. Please summon them in. Yes, Captain, Met replied, exiting to inform Lydon and Ron. The captain requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Lydon's demeanor grew solemn, yet he displayed no hint of retreat. Positioning himself protectively in front of Ron. Very well, Ron, let us proceed. Once inside the office, Gavas had already risen, his expression softened, adorned with a smile as he addressed Lydon. Mr. Lydon, I did not expect a simple inquiry would necessitate your presence. A simple inquiry, Lydon thought of Pollock being dragged away and held little belief in such claims. However, he concealed his skepticism, responding with measured respect. Lord Gavas, there is no trouble at all, asked Ron's assistant. I felt it necessary to accompany him. Gavas nodded, then turned his gaze towards Ron. You are Ron Yeager? Do not be anxious. I merely require answers to a few questions. Ron feigned fear, hastily lowering his head in agreement. Yes, Lord Gavas. Gavas took a seat and, in a calm tone, began, Ron, you are aware of Bardis' injury, correct? Ron promptly nodded. Yes, Sir Met has informed me already. Then, during the days Bardis was injured, what were you doing? Ron recollected and replied, I did nothing, merely hid in my home. Your home? Gavas frowned, scrutinizing Ron. Didn't T. Bardis seize your property to settle debts? Ron nodded, speaking with ease, indeed. But after Mr. Bardis claimed my house, he neither sold it to another nor appointed anyone to oversee it. Thus, I had nowhere to go and resorted to sneaking in over the wall to stay a few nights, if fearing reproach from Gavas. Ron hastily added, later, afraid of being discovered, I did not dare linger. Instead, sleeping in the alleys near the inn for several nights until I encountered Dr. Lydon, who kindly took me in. Lydon interjected promptly, I can vouch for what Ron has said. Gavas nodded, his expression unchanged as he continued to question. Your assets were entirely seized by Bardis, leaving you destitute. Do you not harbor resentment towards him? Ron fell silent for a moment, then sighed, his expression complex. Lord Gavas, Bardis is a wealthy landowner, while I am merely the child of a farmer. To this point, Ron faltered, yet the implication was clear. After a few more casual inquiries, Gavas rose and addressed Ron. Very well, Ron, and Mr. Lydon, you may take your leave. Ron sprang to his feet, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Really? Thank you, Lord Gavas. You truly are a wise and judicious constable. Lydon, too, relaxed, stepping forward to commend Gavas. Indeed, as Ron has stated, you are undoubtedly the finest protector of Kula City. Gavas chuckled heartily, displaying humility. Mr. Lydon, I appreciate your kind words, yet I believe there remains much room for my improvement. After exchanging pleasantries, Gavas instructed Met to escort Lydon and Ron out. Once the office was devoid of company, Gavas' smile gradually faded, his expression darkening. Damn it, that Lydon has thwarted my plans. The inquiry had merely been a fade. For Gavas had never suspected Ron could be the perpetrator behind the beast trap. After all, he had previously deduced that Bardis' killer could either belong to a well-informed, organized secret society or be a sorcerer possessing mental powers capable of hypnotically guiding Bardis into a preset trap. Ron was merely a weak farmer's son, entirely unrelated to either category. Moreover, Gavas had no intention of avenging Bardis. He merely sought to exploit Bardis' name to create a slave from a free citizen. Thus, upon realizing that Ron was accompanied by Lydon, Gavas understood that the charade could not proceed as planned. He could only ask a few perfunctory questions, feigning interest before allowing Ron to depart. Just then, his two subordinates returned with a report. Madame Myril has arrived. Gavas paused, then gestured for them to bring her in. Lord Gavas, how have matters proceeded? As soon as the two constables exited, Myril promptly inquired. It can only be described as passable, Gavas replied. Upon hearing his response, Myril perceived the underlying meaning and asked with curiosity, What? Was there a misstep? Gavas remained silent, first handing over the files on Pollock and the others to Myril before picking up Ron's file and sighing. There's a lad named Ron, originally an orphan, easy to manipulate. Yet, inexplicably, he has become Dr. Lydon's assistant. Therefore, I cannot act against him and must temporarily let him be. Myril's surprise was evident at the mention of Ron's name. Ron, you mean you have not managed to handle him? Also, Gavas furrowed his brow, keenly detecting the inconsistency in Myril's words, that he then darkened his countenance. Addressing her coldly, Myril, explain to me what you mean by also have not handled him. Myril forced a sheepish smile, reluctantly divulging the previous events to Gavas. Gavas' brow knitted in frustration as he struggled to restrain his anger. If you were aware of this 2 days ago, why did you not inform me sooner? Myril, somewhat guilty, stubbornly defended herself. You are the captain of the constables. I assumed you would have a solution to deal with that boy. Gavas, enraged yet sardonic, thought that had Myril not been the one in charge of the Sal family in Hippo Town, he would have slapped her to teach this audacious woman a lesson. Fine, the boy has Leiden as protection. I shall temporarily spare him. Gava scoffed, while Myril remained dissatisfied. However, Ron is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate among these individuals for the role of the sacrifice. He is not yet 18 and has never been married, which are merely the two essential prerequisites for becoming sacrifice. Beyond these, there are several additional criteria. For instance, a well-proportioned physique is preferred. While those who are short and frail are deemed inferior, a handsome appearance is favored. While an unattractive countenance is considered lesser, a dignified demeanor is ideal, while those with furtive glances are looked upon unfavorably. In essence, the more criteria one fulfills, the higher the rank of the sacrifice. By fortunate coincidence, Ron is the most fitting candidate Myril has ever encountered. Not only is he strikingly handsome and tall, but he also possesses a sunny and cheerful disposition. For the wealthy and powerful scions of noble lineage, he might appear unremarkable, but for Myril, he is a slave. Among the predominantly peasant-born slaves, Ron's attributes stand out as exceptional. Especially his face, which, though youthful and delicate, exudes a hint of gallantry. Such a visage would be considered remarkable even among the young gentlemen of Kula City. Otherwise, Myril would not have fantasized about deceiving Ron into slavery, enjoying him first for herself before presenting him to the Sal family. Be quiet. Even if he meets all the criteria, this is not the time to act, Guavas retorted with an eye roll, irritation evident in his tone. Under ordinary circumstances, even with Leiden's backing, he would have dared to concoct an excuse to forcibly take Ron away. However, he had recently killed Bart and his son, transferring their assets to Laura's name. Now, under the pretense of seeking the murderer, he was opportunistically plotting to ensnare Pollock and others into slavery. These two matters combined had already attracted considerable attention, and if he would act against Ron now, it would provoke Leiden even further. Guavas was no fool. He could take risks, but he would not court his own demise. Did he truly believe that, should the situation escalate, no one would uncover the Sal family's adherence to the Blood Moon cult and their long-standing blood sacrifices? In such a scenario, no one could escape the scrutiny of the priests in the Kula City Cathedral, especially under the holy fire. Very well, Myril replied, somewhat disheartened, though she understood this reasoning. Nevertheless, if action were to be taken, it was Guavas who would be taking the risk, not her. That if he were to fail, that would be one thing, but should he succeed, she would also stand to benefit. Hence, Myril encouraged Guavas, though regrettably, he was not swayed. However, at that moment, Guavas shifted his stance that we cannot act against him now, but that does not preclude future opportunities. After 10 days to half a month, once the public sentiment is stabilized, you can proceed then. Even if it takes a month or two, it is not a significant issue. After all, there are still 3 months until the blood sacrifice begins, is there not? Myril's eyes gleamed with newfound enthusiasm. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon returning to the clinic, Leiden turned to Ron with concern. Ron, are you all right? He inquired, closing the door behind him. Ron forced a smile and shook his head. Mr. Leiden, I'm fine. Subsequently, he bowed earnestly, expressing his gratitude. I truly appreciate your testimony today. Thank you very much. Leiden waved his hand dismissively, his tone gentle. And no need for thanks, Ron. After all, you are my assistant, are you not? Taken aback by this, Ron's smile transformed into a more genuine expression. At that moment, Leiden recalled something and seriously cautioned. By the way, Ron, do not think that Guavas did not trouble you earlier. He is a good constable. However, at this point, Leiden suddenly paused, an indescribable expression crossing his face. Having previously served as Bart's family doctor, he had heard whispers of certain dubious dealings, leading him to regard Guavas with considerable wariness, avoiding any entanglements with him. Ron merely nodded silently. Thank you for your reminder. Mr. Leiden, I understand. Hearing this, Leiden patted Ron's shoulder reassuringly. It is good that you understand. If you wish, you may study medicine with me in the future. One day, if you become a doctor like me, you will no longer be subject to their whims. Ron nodded solemnly. Thank you, Dr. Leiden. I will strive diligently. However, he paused, a hint of melancholy in his voice. If I could become a knight, would that mean I would not be bullied anymore? Leiden raised an eyebrow. then chuckled softly. Of course, but becoming a knight is exceedingly challenging. I, too, aspire to be a knight in my youth, but alas, my talent was mediocre. After several years of effort without any achievements, I ultimately turned to the study of medicine. As he spoke, Leyden became lost in memories of the past. Ron raised his brow, surprised to learn of Leiden's history. You should not aim too high. Focus on learning medicine with me for now. Leyden snapped back to the present, smiling. Ron, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Yes, Mr. Leyden. Chapter 38. The Love Diary of the Alchemist and the Potion Mistress. Next, to calm his emotions, Leyden decided to brew a pot of fine tea and prepare some snacks. As he watched Leiden's departing figure, the uncertainty and anxiety on Ron's face vanished completely. It seems my guess was correct. Leyden is indeed capable of safeguarding me. Ron's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Although Guavas was ruthless, he was, after all, a constable and could not act like a mere brigand. Last, a period of stability had arrived, and this time would be sufficient for him to advance toward knighthood. Ron mused inwardly that in a short time, he could indeed surpass his current state. Meanwhile, on the other side at the Knight Academy, an elderly gentleman, around 60, asked Lisa, "Little girl, it is recess. Why are you here alone instead of playing with your friends?" Lisa cheerfully replied, "Hello, sir. My name is Lisa, and I am here to borrow a book." "Borrow a book?" The old man was somewhat taken aback, surprised that such a young child would come to borrow a book. It was worth noting that this library was actually a repurposed, abandoned classroom. Most of the books within were donations from various individuals, and they were largely neglected texts in this world, while books were not exceedingly precious. They were also not easily affordable for the average commoner. Consequently, truly useful or appealing books were seldom gifted to the school, leading to the library often being deserted for days on end, with most visitors being teachers from school. "Yes, sir, I would like to borrow a book," Lisa insisted, recalling Ron's earlier instructions. "All right, what book do you wish to borrow?" the old man inquired without further thought. Lisa pondered for a moment before replying, "I would like to borrow a book about the travel stories of alchemists or potion masters." "Very well. Let me check," the old man said, perusing the catalog and soon retrieving 3 books from the shelves: The Alchemist's Lucky Star Guide, The Potion Apprentice's Foreign Travels, and The Poem of Potions and Longswords. "Which one would you like?" the old man asked, but Lisa appeared momentarily stunned, for none of these titles seemed to match the book Ron had mentioned. Thus, she hurriedly inquired, "Sir, are there only these 3? Is there no book about their love stories?" The old man chuckled, taken aback. "You, such a young child, are already interested in love stories." Lisa's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. However, recalling Ron's request, she mustered the courage to say, "I just want to have a look." All right. The elderly gentleman ceased his playful banter and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke in a somewhat peculiar tone. It seems there indeed exists a book chronicling the love story between an alchemist and a potion maker. However, it is so utterly unappealing that it has slipped from his memory. That moment, the old man glanced at Lisa, thinking to himself that the little girl would hardly comprehend any story. The quality of the book, whether it was captivating or not, held no significance for her. With this thought in mind, the old man approached the innermost shelf and began to search meticulously. Eventually, he emerged holding a tome thick with dust. Blowing away the grime, he presented it to Lisa. "My dear child, do you find this book acceptable?" Lisa took the book and her eyes instantly sparkled. The Love Diary of Mr. Alchemist and Ms. Potion Maker. "Yes, this is the one," she exclaimed, her delight evident, while the old man merely nodded casually. "Very well, you may take it." Lisa paused, her curiosity piqued as she cautiously inquired, "But, grandfather, do I not need to register it?" Although she had never borrowed a book before, she was aware of the establishment's rules. The old man chuckled heartily at her question. "No need for that. If you cherish it, you may even keep it without returning." He mused that had it been any other book, regardless of its value, registration would have been necessary. However, regarding this particular volume, well, had the paper not been so coarse, he might have considered tearing it for more utilitarian purposes. When he had perused this book previously, his sole thought had been whether a more dreadful book could possibly exist. Thus, when someone finally expressed a desire to take it, he felt that not only was lending it permissible, but even gifting it would be entirely acceptable. Well then, thank you, grandfather, Lisa responded, blissfully unaware of his true sentiments. She gleefully stowed the book in her backpack and skipped away evening as school let out. Ron arrived as expected. Brother Ron, Lisa called out excitedly, running toward him. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered conspiratorially, "The book you asked me to borrow. I got it." Oh, Ron was taken aback, his eyes shining with joy. Initially, this had been merely a casual endeavor for him. He had planned to retrieve it himself should Lisa fail in her attempt, to his astonishment. Within just a day, she had succeeded in securing the book. "Let us return home and discuss it later," Ron suggested, leading her to the clinic. That moment, Lydon was preparing dinner. Ron then turned to Lisa and said, "Lisa, please bring me the book to have a look." Obediently, Lisa retrieved the book from her bag and handed it over. Upon examining it, Ron confirmed it was indeed the one described in the intelligence report. His gaze ignited with fervor as he accepted the book. He then affectionately ruffled Lisa's hair, speaking softly, "Thank you, Lisa. You have been a tremendous help. Express my gratitude. I have a gift for you." With that, Ron produced a small item from his pocket. Lisa's eyes widened with delight upon seeing it, a delicate butterfly hairpin that Ron had purchased at the general store earlier that day. Costing 2 silver coins, its materials and design justified the price. Of course, Lydon, as a doctor, could afford such luxuries, but as a single father, while he cared for his daughter, he was somewhat lacking in understanding her desires. One could easily deduce his inattentiveness from Lisa's typically neutral attire, predominantly in shades of black, white, and gray. "Lisa, Ron, have you returned? Come, dinner is ready," Lydon called from the dining room. Ron and Lisa exchanged glances before he whispered, "Lisa, can you keep today's events a secret for now?" Lisa playfully touched the butterfly hairpin and winked. Of course. Chapter 39. The initial textbook, founding a sect in the evening after Ron and Lydon finished their dinner. They returned to their storeroom, closing the door behind them and lighting an oil lamp. Under the dim glow, Ron retrieved the tome titled The Love Diary of Mr. Alchemist and Ms. Potion Maker and began to turn its pages. 5 minutes later, he abruptly slammed the book shut, his expression a tumult of emotions. "This is truly dreadful." Ron struggled to contain himself, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Previously, when reviewing the intelligence report, he had noted that Harrington's novel was poorly written and the story lacking the time. He had wondered just how bad it could be. Now, after reading it, he understood that the report had been accurate. Could this even be classified as a novel? Its quality was so abysmal that even an elementary school student's diary would surpass it by leaps and bounds. The content of the story was equally disheartening, leading Ron to question the very purpose of existence. This must be a fa ade. Harrington must be doing this intentionally. I cannot allow myself to be angry. Ron closed his eyes, taking a long moment to regain his composure. He then produced the scant remaining nutritional elixir, as before, pricking his finger to mix it with his blood. He subsequently drew a peculiar symbol on the cover, the blood-red lines emanating an aura of mystery. Next, he turned the book over and inscribed a nearly identical design on the back cover, differing only slightly at the center. The two designs, one before the other, overlapped in parallel, connected through the spine and the patterns on the side pages. "Roland," Ron murmured, reciting the familiar incantation name. In an instant, the inscribed patterns glimmered with a faint light, as if the blood-forged lines were being absorbed, merging into the cover. Moments later, the text on the cover began to shift and transform, as though the surface of a lake had been disturbed by pebbles, distorting and shimmering. After several seconds, this transformation gradually concluded. Ron leaned in closer, astonished to see that the text had morphed into Roland's potion-making notes. Flipping through the pages revealed that the previously mundane narrative had been replaced with valuable knowledge pertaining to potion making. Ron scanned the notes, his excitement intensifying with each glance. This compilation was less a collection of Roland's musings and more akin to a rudimentary textbook on potion making. It encompassed fundamental potion knowledge and included several recipes for magical elixirs. As Ron meticulously examined the potion recipes, he discovered a range of levels, some accessible even to an ordinary person like himself. Akin to the nutritional elixir in contrast, higher-level recipes, such as the Holy Spirit elixir, necessitated the activation of mental powers, requiring one to become a potion maker to concoct them. Ron pressed his lips together. He was not even a knight yet, let alone capable of awakening his mental faculties. Thus, the advanced potion recipes that required one to be a potion maker were, for him at present, akin to mere scraps of paper. However, as Ron turned to the next page and beheld the name of a particular recipe, his gaze froze and his eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, is this the recipe for the Spirit Awakening Elixir? The Spirit Awakening Elixir serves to activate one's mental powers and unlock the vast ocean of the soul. A source of a magician's ability, it is akin to the life seed within a knight, albeit primarily located in the center of the forehead, while the latter resides within the heart. Most importantly, there exists a simpler, lower-level alternative recipe. Ron's lips curled into a smile, his heart brimming with joy. Nearly bursting into laughter, it is worth noting that the Qi Ling potion, a high-grade magical elixir, is far more challenging to concoct than the life potions required for a knight's breakthrough, generally speaking. Even seasoned alchemists have a success rate that rarely exceeds 50% when brewing the Qi Ling potion. For someone like Ron, who has yet to awaken his mental prowess and possesses no knowledge of potions, such aspirations are utterly unattainable. However, within this tome of Roland's alchemical notes, not only are the traditional brewing formulas meticulously recorded, but Roland has also innovatively modified them, adding several alternative versions. Among these is a low-grade formula that significantly diminishes the potion's potency while simplifying the preparation process. Much like the previous nutritional potion, which, despite losing its ability to enhance breakthrough probabilities, still contains a wealth of vitality, thus aiding in the practice of breathing techniques. Yet the materials required for the Qi Ling potion are both precious and scarce. At least in the town of Hippo, they are likely non-existent. Perhaps a visit to Kula City is in order. Ron fell into contemplation, the allure of activating his mental powers and becoming a mage almost overwhelming. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, recognizing that his foremost priority at this stage is to become a knight. Thus, after a brief perusal, Ron closed the book, turned it over, and pressed his fingertip upon the central design of the back cover. Softly murmuring a phrase, Harrington, suddenly a faint glimmer manifested, and as Ron lifted the book once more, he beheld the previously blank back cover now inscribed with the words Harrington's alchemical notes. Upon opening it, he discovered a wealth of knowledge pertaining to alchemy. The sole distinction lay in the preface, which detailed Harrington's personal account. How intriguing it was that despite the Harrington couple being an esteemed high-level potion master and alchemist, their notes were replete with foundational knowledge, suggesting they intended to compile a textbook to establish their own school and etch their names into history. After reading the confession, Ron was struck with clarity. It appeared that the Harrington couple had already achieved considerable success in their respective fields, but found themselves ensnared in a bottleneck, unable to progress further. Thus, while continuing their research, they also aspired to organize their knowledge into a textbook, seeking suitable disciples to impart their wisdom. This practice is a customary tradition on the Divine Gift Continent, with many masters following suit, and naturally, the Harringtons were no exception. However, for reasons unknown, it seemed that the Harrington couple encountered unforeseen circumstances, leading them to temporarily shelve this endeavor. The specifics of what transpired were not elaborated upon in Harrington's account, yet the unfinished draft of their textbook remained preserved. Ron mused to himself, feeling a sense of relief that Harrington did not choose to destroy this initial edition, but rather opted to keep it. As Ron continued to delve into the notes, he became increasingly absorbed. Before he realized it, the hour had grown late, and the system's notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 40. Establishing Rules and Practical Application. HM? Is it already past midnight? Ron looked up to see that the oil lamp had nearly run dry. Consequently, he set the book aside and began to review the information refreshed for the day. Ding! Today's information is as follows. 1. Jeevas and Millar met yesterday afternoon, deciding to temporarily cease their hostilities and await a more opportune moment to act against U.2, that upon completing his tasks, Jeevas hopes to obtain the subsequent techniques of the wolf breathing method from the Sal family, or perhaps facilitate a promotion and transfer to Kula City. 3. Jeevas has prepared a commentary on the wolf breathing method for his illegitimate son, along with a small sum of gold and silver coins and property deeds. Hidden in a secret compartment of the bookshelf in the outer room. Point 4, the prominent merchant of Hippo Town, Danvers, possesses a pouch that is a low-grade alchemical item, known for its tough exterior, which is difficult to damage and requires a secret method to open. 5. The town's missionary, Bauman, owns a pendant amulet that is a low-grade alchemical item, which helps maintain tranquility and slightly increases the rate of mental recovery. Point 6. The blacksmith shop owner, Majura, possesses a family heirloom blueprint for crafting alchemical weapons. But due to his ancestors' decline in fortune, he has since lost the ability to practice alchemy, leaving it abandoned at the bottom of his clothing chest. Point 7. Within the trading house's storage room, in the second cabinet of the miscellaneous cupboard, lies a failed alchemical product, consisting of a broken sword and its fragments. 8. In the safe room of the trading house, in the sixth compartment of the safe, there is a piece of alchemical raw material, a chunk of impure mithril, or. Point 9. Due to concerns about an unseen antagonist, Jiva's plans to have his sister return to their mother's home with her son, under the pretext of mourning her deceased husband, to avoid drawing attention. 10. Your stone shelter in the wilderness, located 3,500 meters from the southeast side, 3 clusters of fishing grass are growing. The information Refresh concluded. Ron quickly scanned through it, as he had done the previous day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of information related to alchemy. A smile crept upon Ron's lips. Today's 5 pieces of information were more than sufficient to confirm that the system's information Refresh indeed harbors a certain pattern. Just as he had previously speculated, the last vestige of uncertainty in his mind was entirely dispelled. With this understanding of the pattern, he could now fix the categories and directions of the information. Ron mused, from now on, he could request information in whichever field he desired, significantly enhancing its practicality. Previously focused on alchemical items, he could now pivot to breathing techniques, herbs, minerals, weaponry, or even peculiar anecdotes. He could even inquire about problems encountered during cultivation, allowing the system to provide solutions, much like the previous expansion click. Engaged in a brainstorming session, Ron conceived a plethora of clever methods to utilize the system's information within mere minutes. Eager to experiment, he felt a tinge of disappointment at the fixed refresh time, meaning he would have to wait until the following night for his trial. Subsequently, Ron diligently reviewed the information from start to finish. Indeed, Jivas and Millar still harbored intentions to pursue him, but fortunately, his recent maneuvers had afforded him ample time to develop. A cold smirk crossed Ron's face. The deaths of the Bardis had instilled caution in Jivas, ensuring he would not act recklessly. The whispers behind the scenes would likely take at least half a month to dissipate. This meant that for at least half a month, neither Bardis nor Millar would dare to make a move against him. Jivas even prepared a commentary on the wolf breathing method for his son. Ron's eyes sparkled. It seemed Jivas was quite generous towards his illegitimate child, placing the breathing method in the outer room. Perhaps he could devise a plan to steal it. However, he mustn't act hastily. He needed to refresh the information several more times to discern Jivas' usual schedule for meeting his mistress. Otherwise, if he attempted to steal it only to run headlong into Jivas in the midst of a rendezvous, it would spell disaster. Thus, Ron made a mental note of this information and continued to read on. Point 2 alchemical items, a blueprint for an alchemical weapon, a failed alchemical product, and a piece of alchemical raw material. Ron pondered thoughtfully. He had previously speculated that, given the rarity of alchemical items, there would be no more than a handful in the entire town of Hippo, excluding the alchemical mask and books left by Harrington. As well as the failed product and raw material, the remaining usable alchemical items were precisely 5. Even raw materials had surfaced. Perhaps there truly were no hidden alchemical items left in Hippo Town. Ron raised an eyebrow. He had initially intended to acquire any remaining alchemical items, such as a disguised mask, that might be left in the wilderness to bolster his strength. However, with all 5 alchemical items currently spoken for, and each proving challenging to procure, it seemed he must first devise a plan to explore Bardis's hidden gold courtyard, where defensive weapons were stored. With this thought in mind, Ron continued to read on. 3 clusters of fishing grass. A glimmer of realization crossed Ron's eyes. Much like the previously encountered cattail grass, this too is a relatively rare herb. Right, my half bottle of nutritional ointment is nearly depleted. I must return to the stone house to retrieve the remaining half bottle. Having crafted a plan, Ron noted that the oil lamp had also run out of oil. Thus, he transformed the notes back into a novel and casually placed it on his bedside. A night of silence followed. The next morning, Ron followed his routine, rising to eat breakfast and escorting Lisa to school. "Lisa, is that a new hairpin you bought?" Lydon exclaimed upon noticing the butterfly clip adorning Lisa's hair. "Mr. Lydon, I bought it for Lisa," Ron replied. Ron answered eagerly and gently patted Lisa's head. Observing that she was just a little girl with no adornments, he casually purchased a small trinket for her. Lisa nodded enthusiastically, and Lytton suddenly realized something, casting an apologetic glance at the two. "I'm sorry, Lisa. Your father has been neglectful and forgot that you are a lovely young girl." "Ron, thank you for the gift to Lisa. But this hairpin must be quite expensive, right? How much is it?" "I will reimburse you." With that, Lytton prepared to reach for his wallet. However, Ron hastily stopped him. "No need, Mr. Lytton. Lisa is like a sister to me. A mere hairpin is of no consequence. Moreover, Mr. Lytton, you have not only taken me in and provided me with a job, but you also spoke out for me yesterday, saving me from being wrongfully accused. Such kindness cannot be repaid with a trivial gift. So please, do not be so courteous." Ron spoke earnestly, leaving Lytton visibly moved. Chapter 41. Gathering fishing grass. "Ron, you truly are a good child," Lytton remarked with a hint of nostalgia, before seemingly recalling something and hurriedly heading towards the bedroom. Yet halfway there he paused and addressed Ron. "Ron, you go ahead and take Lisa to school and come back to find me immediately." Ron was taken aback. Although he was unsure of the reason Lytton wanted to see him, he nodded in agreement. Thus, half an hour later, after Ron had escorted Lisa to school and returned to the clinic, he knocked on the bedroom door. To his surprise, it was ajar. Peering inside, he saw Lytton rummaging through a storage box. "Oh, Ron, you're back. Come in, wait, I found it," Lytton exclaimed, excitement rising in his voice. Curiously, Ron stepped closer to see that Lytton was holding a dusty little booklet. "Mr. Lytton, what is this?" Ron inquired. Lytton raised the booklet with a smile, replying, "Didn't you say you wanted to become a knight? To be honest, I think that is quite difficult to achieve. However, if you truly wish for it, why not give it a try?" Lytton handed the booklet to Ron, explaining, "This is a notebook from my earlier years at night school. While it doesn't contain a complete breathing technique, it does record some training methods. So, if you are willing, you can follow the notes to strengthen your body and become robust. When the opportunity arises, you can seek a suitable breathing method to practice at that moment." Ron opened the notebook, revealing various texts and illustrations all related to physical training, enhancing one's physique, and even tips for condensing blood mist. This is too precious," Ron instinctively remarked, although he already possessed the wild wolf breathing technique. This notebook seemed of little use to him. Yet, simply the techniques for condensing blood mist recorded within could easily fetch 20 silver coins. Precious? What is so precious about it? Lytton chuckled dismissively. "I have mediocre talent, and I abandoned the knightly path early on due to my inability to condense blood mist. After turning to medicine for nearly 20 years, I haven't looked at this booklet in ages. To me, it's like waste paper, completely useless. However, since you need it now, I shall pass it on to you. It's better to put it to use." With that, Lytton forcibly pressed the booklet into Ron's hands. Lytton, I truly thank you," Ron said earnestly, bowing deeply, but Lytton waved it off nonchalantly. Then they returned to the clinic. By the way, Ron, during your free time, besides training, feel free to read the books on the shelf. If you encounter any questions, you can always come to me. As they prepared to open the door for clients, Lytton added. Ron felt increasingly touched and nodded silently. After a morning passed, and all the clients departed, they had lunch, and Lytton prepared to make house calls to several wealthy merchants in the afternoon. After a while, "We need to go to Karas City to purchase some equipment and medicines," Lytton casually mentioned to Ron as he organized his things. Upon hearing this, Ron's heart stirred. He had previously contemplated how he might find a reason to visit Karas City to see his sister and seek a way to rescue her. Now, if Lytton was going to Karas City for supplies, it would be quite suitable for him to accompany as an assistant. Moreover, with his current training progress, he was on the verge of becoming a high-level knight attendant. And breaking through to become a trainee knight was just around the corner. "All right, Mr. Lytton," Ron replied calmly. After a moment, as if recalling something, he asked, "By the way, Mr. Litton, have we run out of cattail grass? I remember there were some seedlings left in that area last time. They should have matured by now if no one has gone there." Litton paused for a moment, then expressed his concerns. "But going there alone is rather dangerous." Ron shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Don't worry. I heard yesterday that the curfew in Hippo Town has been lifted. The magical beast that appeared in the wild seemed to have just been passing through. So it should be safe outside now. As for ordinary wild animals, as long as I'm cautious and avoid their ranges, I should be fine." Seeing that Ron was insistent, Litton reluctantly agreed. "All right, but you must ensure your safety and return before dusk." Ron nodded. Watching Litton leave a few minutes later, Ron closed the clinic door to avoid being targeted by Gervis or Myril. He exited through the back door. After traversing a narrow alley, he transformed into the guise of a middle-aged man in long robes and trousers. An hour later, Ron arrived at the stone house. After a quick inspection, he found that the rudimentary traps he had set previously had not been triggered, indicating that no one had discovered the place during his absence. With a sigh of relief, he opened the door and entered the stone house. From the innermost corner, snug against the wall beneath the bed, he retrieved the half-bottle of nutrient potions he had previously stored. As for the remaining coins and the dried food, Ron chose not to take them. Next, Ron proceeded to the location indicated by the intel and carefully harvested the gathering fishing grass, as its name suggests. Gathering fishing grass produces a special substance that attracts schools of fish. When the fish consume this substance, they undergo mutations. Male fish become exceedingly aggressive while females enter a state of heat and spawn. Both the fish that die in battle and the eggs laid by females serve as nutrients for the gathering fishing grass. Thus, this time, Ron not only brought back 3 plants of gathering fishing grass, but also caught numerous small fish and shrimp. Before dusk, Ron returned to the clinic, noticing that Dr. Litton had not yet arrived. He first went to pick up Lisa from school and bought some snacks. The small fish and shrimp were placed in a water basin along with the gathering fishing grass. After a while, Litton finally returned home. Gathering fishing grass? Litton's eyes lit up, and he rushed over without even putting down his medical kit. "This is excellent. Ron, did you bring this back?" Ron nodded, and Litton could hardly contain his joy. "Wonderful. Now my research can continue." Chapter 42. The high-level knight squire in times past, Litton had mentioned that he had a senior in Karas City named Gavin. Gavin, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable acuity, had once apprenticed under a potion master. Although he ultimately did not inherit his mentor's craft, he amassed a wealth of knowledge in the field of pharmacology. He even demonstrated the ability to extrapolate, pioneering innovative treatments in medicine that ordinary individuals could concoct. Among these was a sophisticated antiseptic and anti-inflammatory remedy. This was precisely why, after Bardo's injury, Litton recommended Dr. Gavin for his treatment. However, Dr. Gavin had resolutely kept the formulas for these potions to himself, never revealing them to anyone. Naturally, such behavior was deemed quite normal, and no one would dare criticize Gavin. Nevertheless, Litton found himself inspired to develop a potion of his own, whether for sterilization and inflammation or for pain relief and hemostasis. He aspired to create something that was easy to brew, remarkably effective, and affordable enough for the common folk to benefit from. Unfortunately, when compared to Gavin, Litton's innate talent and knowledge were, at best, unremarkable. Thus, over the years, he had failed to yield any significant results. His last research focus happened to be on gathering fish grass, which was even rarer than cattail grass, only thriving in pristine freshwater areas. Since he had exhausted his supply of fish grass 2 to 3 months ago, he had yet to find more. "Ron, you have truly been a tremendous help," Litton exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice as he patted Ron's shoulder vigorously. He then hastily produced a silver coin of 50 value from his pocket and pressed it into Ron's hand. Ron was about to decline, but upon hearing Litton's earnest words, he paused. "Ron, I shan't be polite. This fish grass, according to market prices, can fetch 10 to 15 silver coins per stalk, and these 3 stalks of yours are fresh and unprocessed, complete with their roots, if auctioned at the trading post. The final selling price would undoubtedly exceed 50 silver coins, so you may rest assured and accept this payment." Upon hearing this, Ron no longer insisted on refusing. From that moment on, Litton remained in a state of exhilaration. He hurriedly finished his meal and eagerly took a basin of water to his small research lab where he stored his medicinal supplies. Ron and Lisa exchanged glances, bewildered by the scene. "Well, this is the first time I've seen your father so fervently eager," Ron chuckled, while Lisa could only roll her eyes in silent agreement. Just a few herbs can make him abandon his meal, forget about sleep, and even neglect his daughter. It's truly infuriating. After a while, once the two had finished their meal, Ron tidied up briefly before playing with Lisa for a time. When night had fully descended, he left to return to his storage room. He retrieved the half bottle of nutritional ointment he had hidden away and took a swig. Now that he was on the brink of breaking through to become a high-level knight squire, there was no need to dilute it with water. He continued his training until midnight when the system notifications refreshed once again. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. Wound up behind the painting on the wall in Moral's bedroom. There is a hidden compartment containing some coins and miscellaneous items she brought back from the trading post. Point 2. Today's intelligence is as follows. One on the bookshelf of Light and Study. There are 3 books beneficial for learning potion formulation, 100 common herbs, test tubes and crucibles, and elementary pharmacology. 2 in the library of the Knight Academy. There are 3 books helpful for studying mineral identification and tool usage, how ores are refined, the art of forging, and chisels, hammers, and heavy tools. 3 in the flower shop of the affluent district of Hippo Town. 3 types of fresh flowers will be available today. Hilly flower, whispering orchid, and soft light grass. 4 in the enthusiastic tavern of Hippo Town. There is high concentration purified alcohol, along with the ingredients sour lime fruit and black pomegranate syrup. 5 in the grocery store of Hippo Town. Fresh honey, white sugar, sesame oil, and bluestone salt are among the available ingredients. 6 in the blacksmith shop of Hippo Town. One can find firestone, black sand, or iron peak rock, and red jade crystal. 7 in the trading post of Hippo Town. Items such as cow horn powder, parrot tail feathers, and green-eyed snake scales are available. Point 8 Hippo Town. Point 9. Point 10 Ron suspended his training and immersed his mind in the intelligence before him. Upon reading the first 2 pieces of information, Ron momentarily froze, revealing a look of confusion. However, he quickly regained his composure, his expression shifting to one of understanding. I see now. Yesterday, I altered my search terms from alchemical items to methods that could safely, discreetly, and effectively enhance my strength. The refreshed intelligence seems to pertain to pharmacology and alchemy. A glance at the first piece of information reveals it discusses potion formulation, corresponding to pharmacology. The second piece addresses mineral identification and tool usage, aligning with alchemy. The subsequent entries about the flowers in the flower shop, the ores in the blacksmith shop, and the special materials in the trading post are all ingredients required for potion preparation or the crafting of magical items, as noted in my studies. For instance, the soft light grass in the flower shop contains a unique luminescent substance within its roots, emitting a gentle and soft white glow at night, exuding elegance and purity, making it favored by many noble women and young ladies. In truth, this flower can also be refined into an essence for medicinal use, and is one of the special adjuncts required in Ronin's advanced nutritional ointment formula. Furthermore, the firestone and red jade crystal appear to be 2 highly combustible special ores. Ron pondered, flipping through Harrington's alchemical notes, and indeed found an alchemical formula that included these 2 ores. The explosive bomb, primarily composed of firestone and red jade crystal, combined with other ores and items, is created as an explosive. While classified as an alchemical item, it is something an ordinary person could also craft. The challenge lies in mastering the proportions, as even the slightest error could result in harm to oneself. However, to create this bomb, several rare ores are required, which are likely unavailable in Hippo Town. Perhaps a trip to Kula City is in order. Ron raised an eyebrow, recalling Leiden's mention of taking him to Kula City in a few days to replenish supplies and medicines. Therefore, these necessary items could be noted for later acquisition upon their visit to Kula City. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. On the previous day, he asked Lisa to assist him in borrowing the 3 books while taking her to school. Later that afternoon, not long after Leiden's departure, Ron closed the clinic door and transformed his appearance before heading to the flower shop, grocery store, and other locations. After procuring all the items, Ron made his way to Leiden's small laboratory. Utilizing his balance, measuring cup, distiller, and alcohol lamp, he followed Ronan's formula and soon concocted a batch of advanced nutritional ointment. He meticulously cleaned all items, returned them to their rightful places, and replenished the used alcohol. Once everything was in order, Ron reopened the clinic door. That night, after completely using the initial batch of ointment he had brewed, Ron began utilizing the one he had prepared that afternoon, distinctly sensing an enhancement in its potency. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this period, Ron diligently studied pharmacology and alchemy while quietly honing his skills, all the while gathering other bits of intelligence, such as updates on the tasks of Gavas and Myril, fresh herbs growing in the wild, and noble secrets from Kula City. Finally, as the days progressed, today, Ron turned his introspection inward, feeling that the blood-colored jelly mass in his chest had, through continuous refinement and compression, transformed into a remarkably hard blood-colored crystal. Moreover, as Ron continued his training, the crystal seemed to be unable to bear the pressure, appearing on the verge of shattering, with several fine cracks emerging around it. Chapter 44. Preparations before the night's breakthrough. Realizing the cracks on the surface of the crystal, Ron understood this was a sign of impending nightly breakthrough. It was likely that within a day or two, he would achieve this milestone. Thus, after lunch with Leiden that day, Ron spoke as usual. "Mr. Leiden, I plan to go out this afternoon." Hearing this, Leiden raised an eyebrow, responding with a tone of surprised yet unsurprised curiosity. "Oh, are you going out to search for herbs again?" Ron nodded naturally, causing Leiden's expression to become somewhat peculiar. After observing Ron closely from head to toe, he shook his head and sighed. "How strange. Sometimes I wonder if you've been blessed by the Earth Goddess. Otherwise, how could you possibly find those rare and precious herbs every time?" Leiden spoke half-jokingly, his gaze towards Ron filled with amazement and envy. Ever since Ron first ventured into the wild and found cat's tail grass, he had continued to go out every 2 or 3 days in search of herbs for himself. Initially, Leiden had some reservations, fearing it was too dangerous for Ron to venture out alone, and the herbs he needed were not so easily found. After all, the first discovery of cat's tail grass might have been mere luck. One cannot depend on good fortune throughout their life. However, what transpired next caused Leiden to question his understanding of reality. During Ron's second outing, he found the experimental herb known as fishing grass. 2 days later, on his third excursion, he discovered the precious and fragrant golden orchid, worth over 30 silver coins per blossom. Shortly thereafter, on his fourth trip, he uncovered a vast patch of climbing vine. While the price per unit of this herb wasn't high, Ron's quantity was impressive, with the harvested leaves weighing a full 2 kilograms. On the fifth outing, although Ron did not find any herbs, he returned with a chunk of green roué stone. This stone, when powdered, could be ingested for anti-inflammatory and antibacterial effects, or applied externally for stopping bleeding and alleviating pain, when combined with other medicines. It could even be made into beauty products favored by young ladies and noble women that a piece the size of an egg could fetch over 50 silver coins at the trading post. Yet the piece Ron brought back was larger than an adult's fist. Now, as Ron prepared to go out again, Leiden found himself at a loss for words. His initial delight had transformed into shock, then suspicion, and finally numb acceptance. He had grown accustomed to Ron's treasure-hunting abilities. Frankly, had Leiden not been middle-aged, with declining stamina and patience needing his care, he would have insisted on accompanying Ron to discover how he consistently unearthed these valuable herbs. "Mr. Leiden, I wish they were true, but unfortunately, I haven't even visited the Earth Goddess's church." Ron, too, jested, aware that Litton's words were merely in jest and devoid of any jealousy to eye in the land of divine grace. The Earth Goddess presides over fertility, agriculture, land, and nature. Among her domains are the herbs that flourish within the earth and the minerals that emerge from the mountains. After a few more idle exchanges, Litton acquiesced to Ron's request. In the afternoon, Ron departed from the clinic, still masked, and proceeded to the edge of a certain pond, where he harvested aquatic herbs as indicated by the intel from the previous night. He then dashed to the stone house. After catching his breath for a moment, Ron surveyed his surroundings and retrieved a vial. He meticulously scattered the powder contained within, allowing the breeze to carry it around the stone house. This was a beast repellent powder, a formula he had gleaned from Roland's notes on Potion Dash, making that it was capable of exterminating mosquitoes and repelling snakes and birds, ensuring that ordinary wild beasts would dare not approach. After administering the powder, Ron set up several rudimentary traps before returning inside the stone house. I could see that moment. Ron lifted his shirt and extracted an item from his waist. "Thank you, Barto," he murmured to himself with a smile. Gazing at the object in hand, it was a flintlock pistol, measuring no more than 30 centimeters in length, a legacy left by Barto a few days prior, after conducting some reconnaissance, guided by the system's intel. Ron had ventured to a forsaken courtyard in the civilian district, which Barto had purchased. Barto was cunning as a fox. Although he had previously committed numerous misdeeds, he was not a fool. Aware that his service to the nobles of Kula City could one day lead to his demise, he had devised multiple escape plans and concealed a substantial amount of funds. This included the small courtyard in the civilian district, as well as deposits in the Kula City Bank. That day, Ron had stealthily arrived at the courtyard and unearthed a hidden cellar, for which he discovered dozens of gold coins along with 2 self-defense weapons. Point 1 was a sharp, compact dagger, not an alchemical item, but crafted from superior materials and excellent forging techniques that it could slice through iron like mud. The other item was the flintlock pistol now resting in Ron's hand. This pistol was kept in a small wooden box, well maintained. Besides the pistol, the box also contained a pouch of gunpowder, a tube of projectiles, and some lubricating oil and flint components. During his last visit to the stone house, Ron had discreetly tested the pistol's performance, which proved satisfactory in terms of power. Its only drawback was its short effective range. Not exceeding 10 paces, if an enemy were prepared, the pistol would only be of use against high-ranking knight attendants. However, at close range, within 3 paces, even an apprentice knight could be gravely injured or even killed. Ron squinted. Although an apprentice knight's physical strength surpassed that of an ordinary person, they were not impervious. A close-range lead bullet would still cause bleeding that, if the shot struck vital organs or the head, death was certainly a possibility. Regrettably, it was utterly impossible to expect a knight to stand still like a target for him to shoot at. Ron shook his head. Thus, the pistol was suited for ambush rather than direct confrontation, akin to a chicken rib, unappetizing yet regrettable to discard. Well, having it is better than not, he concluded. Ron affixed the flint, loaded the gunpowder, and inserted the lead projectile before placing it on the stone table. He then retrieved the sharp dagger and set it beside the flintlock pistol. With everything prepared, Ron took a deep breath and produced the vial of nourishing ointment he had previously concocted. At this point, about half of the ointment remained, sufficient for his breakthrough. Inside the stone house, Ron raised the ointment and tilted his head back to gulp it down in one swift motion. Savoring small sips, simultaneously, he executed vigorous movements, applying the wolf breathing technique with fervor. In the land of divine grace. The promotion of knights generally occurs through 2 methods. Point 1 involves the accumulation of life energy within the body until it reaches a critical point, at which the boundary is naturally broken, resulting in the emergence of a life seed. The second method employs external substances, such as potions, alchemical items, divine blessings, or the insights of high-ranking knights, to forcibly transmit fighting spirit. Each method bears its own advantages and disadvantages. The first, while gradual and stable, carries no significant risks or side effects. However, it demands an extensive time investment and presents considerable challenges during the breakthrough, making it impossible for the mediocre to transcend their limits. Out of 10, perhaps 9 would remain trapped at the high-ranking knight attendant level, unable to break through for a lifetime. Conversely, the second method offers a higher probability of success, but is akin to hastily nurturing seedlings, resulting in an unstable foundation that necessitates greater future investment of time and energy to remedy the situation. Some individuals may even suffer damage to their essence during the breakthrough, rendering them unable to recover, ultimately leaving them perpetually stuck at the apprentice knight level, with diminished combat capabilities and attributes compared to their peers. Therefore, Ron's chosen method for his breakthrough was naturally the first, while he also utilized the nourishing ointment. It merely served as a means to rapidly replenish life energy, akin to the usual consumption of meat, eggs, and milk for nourishment. The life breakthrough potion, however, was fundamentally different. Its principle lay in forcibly igniting the user's blood crystal through the special substances within the potion, thereby externally catalyzing the birth of a life seed. Success would yield positive results, but failure could result in injuries, regression, or even instantaneous death. Given his aptitude, while not exceptional, was certainly above average, Ron resolved to exert himself first, striving for a breakthrough without reliance on external forces. Should he ultimately fail, there would still be time to seek alternative methods, that he reassured himself, knowing that Roland's potion-making notes contained the formula for the life breakthrough potion. If he were to fail today, he could simply wait a few days, procure the necessary materials in Kula City, and try again. With this thought, Ron's tension and anxiety gradually dissipated. His application of the breathing technique accelerated, and as he executed each movement, he became increasingly fluid in his motions. His breathing grew more rapid as time passed. Approximately half an hour later, after downing the last of the nourishing ointment, the blood crystal within him was now covered in cracks resembling a spider's web, radiating an uncontrollable brilliance. Finally, as Ron completed another cycle of the breathing technique, he sensed a distinct cracking sound emanating from within his chest. Ron halted, standing still in place, his gaze sharp and focused as he turned inward, attuning himself to the changes occurring within his chest. Just then, accompanied by that dreamlike cracking sound, the already fissured exterior shattered completely, unleashing a surge of vibrant life energy. The once filthy crimson orb transformed, rejuvenating into a resplendent pearl that emitted a soft, ethereal glow. This luminous entity was not tangible, but existed in a realm between reality and illusion. With every breath he took, the white light fluctuated, pulsating almost as if it were alive. Ron gasped for air, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his limbs. Simultaneously, his senses sharpened, his once ordinary eyesight now transformed, granting him clarity akin to a microscope. He could perceive the minuscule dust particles dancing in the sunlight and keenly detect the subtle traces of leaves falling outside. This sensation was akin to watching a slow-motion film, allowing him to predict the final resting place of each leaf based on its drifting trajectory. Ron's hearing also heightened. Even the sound of birds flapping their wings dozens of meters away was crystal clear. Wait! As Ron reveled in the joy of his enhanced strength and sharpened senses, an unbearable stench suddenly assailed his heightened sense of smell. Quickly following the source of the foul odor, he lowered his gaze and discovered that his pores were exuding copious amounts of murky sweat, akin to sludge. Unbeknownst to him, brownish blood was seeping from his nostrils and mouth. Stifling his nausea, Ron hastily grabbed the clothes he had prepared earlier and made his way outside. He rushed to the nearest water source, washed himself thoroughly, and changed into fresh garments before returning to the stone cottage. He flung open the windows and doors and sprayed a concoction of perfume he had prepared in advance, gradually dissipating the wretched smell that had permeated the stone abode. In the nightly apprentice phase, each minor breakthrough merely resulted in a surge of power, with no visible changes to one's exterior. However, breaking through the nightly realm was a different matter altogether, for it signified an evolution from mere mortal to transcendent being. Consequently, during this metamorphosis, the impurities within one's body would also be expelled. After all, humans consume grains and vegetables. It is inevitable that some impurities will reside within, varying only in quantity. Ron's detoxification experience was particularly extensive. Nonetheless, such a scenario was not necessarily detrimental, on the contrary. The greater the detoxification, the more robust the foundation and the cleaner the body became. Indeed, his previous choice had proven wise. Relieved, Ron lowered his hand, which had been covering his nose. How fortunate that I took the risk to break through in this stone cottage. Otherwise, the entire town of Hippo would surely have known of my advancement to knighthood. He understood that during the breakthrough, all his focus and energy were concentrated on condensing the seed of life. Should any unforeseen events arise, the consequences could be dire. Thus, it was customary for most aspirants to choose to break through within the confines of their homes, often accompanied by family. However, Ron could not afford such luxury. He had not forgotten that he was still under the watchful eyes of Guaz and Myril. Should they learn of his knighthood, Myril might be deterred, being an ordinary person, and abandon her pursuit. But Guaz was not one to shy away. He was cunning and ruthless, striking decisively. The moment Bardas hinted at a desire to divorce, Guaz had him killed immediately. Now, if Guaz were to discover that the youth he had previously attempted to entrap had indeed become a knight, he would surely eradicate the threat without hesitation. To ensure his safety, Ron deliberated and ultimately chose not to remain in the clinic storeroom for his breakthrough, although the sensitivity of his newly enhanced sense of smell played a part. Even sealing the doors and windows would not suffice to mask the stench. Ron mused that had he opted to break through in Litton's clinic, that place would likely have become more odorous than a public latrine by now. Furthermore, apart from expelling impurities, it was said that some exceptionally gifted knights might manifest extraordinary phenomena during their breakthroughs. Thunderous roars, breaths akin to a dragon's roar, or even spontaneous combustion with flames engulfing their bodies. Ron shook his head. If he truly possessed such extraordinary talent, even in the solitude of this stone cottage, word of his breakthrough would undoubtedly spread far and wide. As twilight descended, he meticulously cleaned up the surrounding area. The soiled garments were incinerated and buried, while the flintlock was disassembled to remove the bullet and clean the powder, followed by an oiling and maintenance session. Once everything was in order, Ron set off with the herbs back to Hippo Town. Upon returning home after Lisa's school, he found Litton already in the kitchen preparing dinner. "Ron, what treasures have you found this time?" Litton called out as he heard the door open. When he emerged and saw Ron, his eyebrows raised in pleasant surprise. The crescent lotus. It can eliminate heat toxins and is also effective for hydration and diarrhea. However, the price is quite different from those you previously found. The market rate is around 8 to 10 silver coins. And for your 2 blossoms, I shall offer you 20 silver coins. What say you?" With a smile, Ron handed over the crescent lotus. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Litton." Litton shrugged, accepting the flowers while heading upstairs. "No need for thanks. That if you were to visit the exchange, you might earn more. By the way, keep an eye on the stove. Don't let the soup boil over while I place the crescent lotus away." Ron chuckled softly and proceeded to the kitchen. "Perhaps, but I feel more at ease trading with you." The exchange professed fairness and transparency, yet the underhanded dealings conducted behind closed doors were hardly worthy of scrutiny. Myril, that malicious woman, was one of the supervisors at the exchange. For over 5 years, she had colluded with Bardas to force free citizens into slavery, although she was always cautious in her dealings. Had no one noticed her actions during such a lengthy period? Was it that they had seen but chosen to turn a blind eye? Ron recognized that regardless of the situation, it proved that the exchange was far from pristine. Thus, selling to Litton was preferable to engaging with the exchange. Moreover, Litton's offers were genuinely fair, never taking advantage of him. Litton was indeed a good man, and it was time to share the research findings with him. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Ron paused his stirring of the soup. Previously, Litton had been fervently seeking to develop a potion beneficial to the common folk, but had achieved no results after years of effort. At that time, Ron had little knowledge of medicine to assist him. However, after studying Rollins' notes on potion making and drawing on vague memories from his past life, he had inadvertently managed to concoct the very potion he sought. The substance was allicin. In this world, although there were studies on microorganisms within the realm of medicine, the more profound research was undertaken by potion scholars, typically not for the purpose of healing. Ron mused that this world was indeed extraordinary, with many principles differing from those of his previous life. Yet regarding bacteria and microorganisms, there remained striking similarities. Thus, he quickly utilized everyday ingredients, onions and garlic, crushing them to extract crude allicin using ancient methods, and subsequently purified it through distillation. After numerous trials, he succeeded in producing allicin. However, Ron remained uncertain whether the allicin he had created was indeed the same as that from his former life. Nevertheless, through experimentation, he discovered that it possessed antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. Of course, these experiments were not conducted on living beings, but rather on the small fish and shrimp he had collected during his last outing. Some of the fish exhibited symptoms of gill rot, and upon administering the allicin, their condition markedly improved. Subsequently, he discreetly sought out injured stray cats and dogs for further experimentation, with promising results, according to my information. Litten will take me to Kara City to procure supplies the day after tomorrow or the day after that. I should prepare to see if I can redeem my sister, Ron thought, his gaze darting as he realized the soup was ready. He then served it up, and he and the Littons enjoyed a delightful meal together. After dining and engaging in light conversation, they prepared to depart. However, Litton suddenly sensed something. Curiosity piqued. "Wait, Ron, you seem a bit different today, almost more handsome than usual." Ron paused, taken aback, and then casually inquired, "Oh, is that so? Mr. Litton, have I done something wrong?" Litton shook his head, hesitating. "I just have this feeling that you seem a touch more dashing today." "Is that so?" Ron raised an eyebrow, instinctively touching his now smooth and fair complexion, a result of his detoxification. Lisa, overhearing, eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Ron is definitely more handsome today than before." Ron chuckled softly, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. "Perhaps it was due to the fragrant soap I used while washing my face this morning? Was it?" Lydon felt a mix of skepticism and curiosity, pondering what kind of soap could be so effective. Perhaps he should procure a bar for himself in the future. After Ron casually dismissed the topic with a few words, he retreated to his own room, having recently ascended to the rank of a trainee knight. He had exhausted all his nourishing ointments. Consequently, Ron refrained from practicing that evening and instead delved into Roland's alchemical notes for further learning. Although he was still unable to concoct true grade potions, these ordinary elixirs were nonetheless beneficial to him. Ron mused to himself as he dragged out a chest from beneath his bed, opening it to reveal several items. Chapter 47. Subpar Potions and Alchemical Artifacts. Upon opening the chest, he observed that it was divided into two tiers. The upper tier housed several glass vials containing potions of various hues, while the lower tier contained several tightly sealed jars, showing no signs of leakage. These potions and jars represented the substandard elixirs and alchemical creations he had been experimenting with over the past few days. Among them were vials of Awakening Potion, Slumber Potion, Stimulant Potion, and Aphrodisiac Potion. The first two required no further explanation. One served to invigorate the mind, while the other induced deep sleep. They were simple to mix with readily obtainable herbs, and similar effects could be found in common folk remedies. However, the latter two potions were distinct. The Stimulant Potion, as the name suggests, could elevate one's spirits, increase heart rate, and amplify speech and movement. In terms of effects, it bore similarities to the Awakening Potion. Nevertheless, the Stimulant Potion's formula included two extracts from toxic herbs. When consumed in small doses, it could stimulate brain activity, enhance blood circulation, and alleviate dizziness and depressive moods. However, an overdose could lead to risks of vascular rupture, cardiac arrest, or sudden fainting and death. In other words, this potion served as both a remedy and a lethal weapon. The Aphrodisiac Potion was crafted from the aquatic grass he had previously collected, yielding a small amount of extract combined with other substances. Typically used for animals, it would incite mating behaviors in certain magical creatures or beasts that were difficult to breed. However, it could also be applied to humans on occasion. As for the alchemical artifacts in the lower tier, they included incendiary bottles, smoke bombs, dazzling bombs, and gas bombs. These subpar alchemical items were not entirely derived from Harrington's alchemical notes, but rather Ron had synthesized the knowledge from the notes with insights from his past life, leading to a series of innovative experiments. For instance, the incendiary bottle was concocted from distilled high-concentration alcohol, mixed with firestone, crimson crystal, and two other extracts containing inert substances. This resulted in a stable product with no risk of spontaneous combustion. And when utilized, it burned with several times the potency and range of ordinary alcohol. While the potions were noteworthy, these alchemical creations were truly formidable. Ron reflected that he had previously tested the efficacy of these items in the wilderness. If cleverly combined, they might even pose a lethal threat to a peak trainee knight. After entering the realm of the trainee knight, he had developed a rough assessment of the power he could wield at this stage. Excluding external enhancements such as alchemical items, amplifying potions, and war steeds, a peak trainee knight wielding a sword and armor would find it challenging to contend with Ron, who possessed various subpar alchemical artifacts. Ultimately, the outcome of a battle between them was uncertain. After all, trainee knights merely activated the life seed within them compared to knight attendants. The life seed's role was to absorb vitality and nourishment, subsequently enhancing the knight's physique. However, this enhancement had its limits, enabling only a physical resilience akin to iron. Yet it was not true steel, which meant it remained vulnerable to fire, acid, poison, and lightning. However, when facing a just knight, such defenses would prove inadequate. Ron's gaze flickered as a grave expression crossed his face. Upon becoming a just knight, not only would their strength and speed double, but they could also channel their fighting spirit into weapons and armor, augmenting their offensive and defensive capabilities. Thus, if a just knight employed evasive maneuvers or used shield-like weapons for defense, Ron's alchemical items would pose no threat whatsoever, given his current rate of cultivation. Even with the acquisition of a primal fruit for enhancement, he could not swiftly break through to the trainee knight stage. Thus, Ron's thoughts shifted as he glanced down at Roland's potionology notes. Flipping to the page concerning the awakening potion, perhaps I should explore avenues within the path of magic. Although true awakening potions could only be brewed by genuine potion masters, Roland's notes contained records of several lesser awakening potions. While their efficacy was significantly diminished, they still allowed an ordinary person like Ron to craft them. The most crucial aspect was that these potions had minimal side effects, allowing for multiple uses with only the need to periodically replenish the consumed mental energy to minimize damage. Once in Kara City, I must find a way to acquire the rare ingredients listed in the formula. Just as Ron was deep in thought, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his ears. Has the intelligence refreshed? Ron mused to himself, immersing his focus in the system's information. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. One after nearly 10 days of private interrogation, under Gervis's coercion and inducement, Pollock and others could no longer withstand the pressure and have decided to plead guilty. 2. Myral, upon learning of the increase in slave numbers, felt elated and decided to visit the passionate bar again tonight in search of suitable handsome men for a fleeting romance. 3. The recent slave transfer time between Myral and Madaxar is set for the end of this month, with Gervis sending people to transport them by cart. 4. Jeffman, the librarian at the night school in Hippo Town, Ron stood in astonishment, somewhat dumbfounded. Previously, upon receiving intelligence regarding a forsaken spell within the Night Academy, he had intended to devise a plan to infiltrate the institution after his promotion to esquire, with the aim of stealthily purloining the spell. After all, although the spell had been abandoned, it remained undamaged. It was merely rendered unusable due to the depletion of its spiritual essence. However, should he manage to reinvigorate it with a new infusion of spirit, perhaps he could reactivate it. Thank goodness he had refrained from taking reckless action. Otherwise, he might have found himself regretting it. Although his adversary had suffered a decline in rank and was now merely a novice squire, the seasoned knight's combat experience had not faded in the slightest. Yet, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ron. Since subterfuge had failed, why not resort to straightforward tactics? According to the previous intelligence, the spell's abandonment in the Night Academy had merely been a matter of chance. The esteemed knight, Jeffman, was likely unaware of the spell's existence. Otherwise, even if the spell's spirit was entirely depleted, it would never have been discarded in such a place. Thus, after careful consideration, Ron concluded that there was no need for cunning schemes. He could boldly reclaim it. Next, Ron perused the 5th piece of intelligence that in a few days, the Bardo residence would be completely vacated. He surmised he recalled earlier information regarding hidden treasures within the Bardo family's secret chamber and fancied that once the household's guards had departed, he could quietly slip in and retrieve the hidden riches. Had Dr. Gavin returned? Ron raised an eyebrow. This individual was an apprentice potion maker and a former senior of Lytton during his academic days. With nearly 2 decades of camaraderie, had he not gone to Constancy for academic exchanges, Bardo might very well have survived. A list of herbs and minerals for sale? Ron quickly focused his attention, clicking to expand the details and scrutinizing them closely. A wave of joy washed over him as he discovered that the herbs and minerals he required were all available on the list. After a while, once Ron had regained his composure and looked at the final piece of intelligence, he was taken aback. Wait! His expression turned serious as he concentrated intently on the words before him. If he could gather enough money today, he could purchase silver ornaments tomorrow. Did that mean the mysterious coin would soon be given away? Ron's eyes narrowed slightly. Over the past few days, he had been diligently setting search terms to expedite his studies in potion making and alchemy. However, among the 10 pieces of intelligence refreshed daily, 2 or 3 often strayed into unrelated topics. Among these, 3 pieces pertained to the earlier infiltration of the Thieves' Guild into Kula City for reconnaissance. These 3 pieces of intelligence were as follows. 1. The item sought by the Thieves' Guild was a sealed artifact of unknown level, form, and ability, stolen by the magical thief Patra. 2. This sealed object resembled an ordinary copper coin, which Patra concealed in the wishing well of Kula City's cathedral before succumbing to grave injuries while fleeing. 3. The coins from the wishing well were collected daily by the nuns, with the majority handed over to the priest and a portion shared privately, among which the copper coin-shaped sealed object was given to Sister Martha. Upon acquiring these 3 pieces of intelligence, Ron found it increasingly difficult to remain still. After all, this information concerned a sealed object, compelling him to pay close attention. Through Harrington's alchemical notes, Ron learned that a sealed object was a type of alchemical creation. However, compared to ordinary alchemical creations, sealed objects possessed far greater power and more unpredictable abilities, often accompanied by adverse effects. Consequently, they were sealed away and rarely used unless in extreme circumstances. Some sealed objects were even permanently sealed or destroyed. For instance, within the ranks of the Kula City's knights, there existed a 4th-tier sealed object known as the Bloodthirsty Sword. The wielder of this sword would be forcefully awakened to their potential, gaining formidable combat prowess. However, simultaneously, the sword would continually siphon the wielder's blood and life force. If the battle extended too long, it could even impair the wielder's mind, reducing them to a bloodthirsty beast driven solely by the desire to kill. Presently, this sword lay sealed in an underground chamber within the knight's garrison. Unless Kula City or the knights faced annihilation, this sealed object would undoubtedly remain undisturbed. The sealed object stolen by the magical thief Patrick was also classified as confidential within the Thieves' Guild. Consequently, those dispatched to pursue him were not only unaware of the object's level, but also ignorant of its form and abilities. Thus, when Patrick cast the coin-shaped sealed object into the wishing well, none of the guild's operatives managed to locate it promptly. Later, the nuns tasked with cleaning the well gathered all the coins, distributing them to Martha. Therefore, the guild's members stood little chance of finding it. Even if they searched tirelessly, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Thus, when they failed to uncover the object, they mistakenly believed it had not remained in the cathedral, but had been taken away by Patrick. Hence, they withdrew their main forces, leaving only a few ordinary petty thieves to monitor the area. Chapter 49. The spell in hand. Meanwhile, after receiving the sealed coin, Martha did not immediately spend it. Instead, she saved it up to purchase a silver necklace. It had been over half a month since Martha obtained that coin, yet the intelligence did not indicate any unusual behavior on her part. Ron fell into contemplation, forming a rough hypothesis. This suggested either the intelligence was insufficient and had yet to be refreshed, or the negative effects of a sealed object were minimal, allowing even an ordinary individual like Martha to remain largely unaffected. After much deliberation, Ron ultimately resolved that once he reached Kula City, he would acquire the sealed object. After all, with the intelligence system backing him, should the object possess any unknown adverse effects, he could find a way to neutralize or discard it. Time passed swiftly, and the following day arrived. After rising, Ron accompanied Lytton and his daughter for breakfast. At tea that moment, a postman knocked at the door, delivering a letter. Ron, tomorrow you and I will venture to Kula City to shop and visit an old friend, Lytton exclaimed with delight after reading the letter. And Lisa, just like before, I will send you to stay with Aunt Tamara next door for a few days. This, Lisa obediently nodded. Every few months, Lytton would travel to Kula City to procure supplies that he could not concoct himself. Given her young age, it was inconvenient to bring her along, so he would send her to stay with Aunt Tamara. Papa, should I inform teacher about Ron's visit? Lisa inquired. Lytton nodded and turned to Ron. Ron, when you take her to school, please let her teacher know. Certainly, Mr. Lytton, Ron replied, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had been contemplating how to find an opportunity to infiltrate the school, and now a chance had presented itself. By the way, Mr. Lytton, If we go to Kula City tomorrow, may I also visit my sister? Litton was momentarily taken aback. Recalling Ron's family circumstances, he quickly agreed, of course. And if you find yourself short on funds, I can lend you some. Litton understood that although Ron had refrained from mentioning his parents and sister in recent days, he must have been longing for them privately. Therefore, this trip to Kula City was likely more than just a visit. Ron would likely seek a way to rescue his sister. Litton was well aware that the ransom for such a slave contract was typically quite steep. He wondered if the money Ron had earned from herb gathering would suffice. Thus, he intended to extend a helping hand. Upon hearing this, Ron felt a wave of gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Litton. However, when you cover my herb expenses previously, it was generally at the highest market price. Thus, I've already saved enough ransom and do not require a loan. Upon hearing this, Litton nodded in acknowledgement. His mind finally at ease. After a short while, once Ron had finished his meal, he accompanied Lisa to the night school. Lisa's class was an all-girls group, and the teacher was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Mr. Ron, the middle-aged teacher greeted with a slight bow, as she had already become acquainted with Ron when he took over from Litton to escort Lisa to and from school. Good day, Ms. Jody, that I am here to inform you, Ron explained. After a brief exchange, teacher Jody nodded in understanding, recalling that similar incidents had occurred in the past. Very well, Mr. Ron. I shall take good care of Lisa during her time at school. After delivering Lisa to the school, Jody prepared to head to her class. However, Ron called out to her, Ms. Jody, I had previously asked Lisa to borrow a book from the library. Ron retrieved a book from his bag, its cover boldly inscribed with the words The Art of Forging. Unfortunately, while I was reading, I accidentally knocked over my teacup, resulting in, Ron said, somewhat embarrassed as he opened the book. The last few pages bore the unmistakable marks of tea stains, now dry dough. It's quite all right, I can return it on your behalf, Jody said dismissively, reaching for the book. The library's collection was largely composed of neglected literature, so even if it were soiled, it hardly constituted a grave matter to know. Ms. Jody, Ron replied earnestly, his expression filled with regret. I wish to personally explain the situation to the librarian. If compensation is necessary, we can discuss it. Seeing Ron's insistence, Jody acquiesced and led him to the library in the courtyard. After explaining the situation, Jody took her leave. At this point, the library housed only Ron and the elderly librarian, Jeff Mann. Kid, do you really want to offer compensation? Jeff Mann asked, somewhat astonished, as many borrowers had dirted or damaged books over the years. Yet most shrugged it off. Only a select few would come to apologize, and someone as earnest as Ron was a rarity. Indeed, it is only right to compensate for what has been damaged. Is it not? Ron stated with utmost seriousness, retrieving 2 silver coins from his pocket. However, I do not possess much money, just these 2 coins. Jeff Mann looked up, scrutinizing Ron for a moment. Amused by Ron's steadfastness, which bordered on foolishness, he chuckled. All right, put the money away. This minor stain hardly qualifies as damage. Just be more careful in the future. Ron, upon hearing this, declined twice more before finally accepting the coins back. Perhaps due to the library's usual lack of visitors, Ron and Jeff Mann engaged in conversation for quite some time before Ron prepared to take his leave. By the way, Mr. Jeff Mann, may I use the restroom? Ron inquired, lowering his voice. Jeff Mann nodded, gesturing casually. The staff restroom is over there. You can go on your own. Thank you, Ron replied courteously, then headed to the restroom at the northwest corner of the courtyard. The restroom was currently unoccupied. Ron walked straight to the farthest corner and, after feeling around the ventilation hole for a couple of seconds, produced a dagger from his pocket and pried loose a stone about the size of an egg from the wall. This was the abandoned talisman, now repurposed as a wall-building stone. The talisman is in my possession. Ron's lips curled into a smile as he placed the small stone into his pocket. After bidding farewell to Jeff Mann without raising any suspicion, he returned to the clinic. Chapter 50. The 6 Great Families and 5 Major Powers in the morning. Ron continued to accompany Litton in his practice. As the afternoon approached, Litton, as per his usual routine, set out to conduct house calls, while Ron once again closed the clinic's door and made his way to the trading market. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, Mr. Majira, may I inquire if the item I previously ordered is ready? Ron asked, to which the shopkeeper, who had been resting, rose upon hearing his voice. Ron, the item you requested has been completed. I was merely awaiting your arrival to collect it, Majira replied, promptly retrieving a small box from the cabinet. With no other customers present in the shop, Ron accepted the box without hesitation and opened it on the counter. Inside lay several specially crafted steel needles and an exquisitely designed engraving knife. Ron, I have made it precisely to your specifications, Majira said proudly, confidence radiating from his face. However, he soon grew curious. By the way, what do you intend to do with these? Is this some sort of new surgical instrument? Seeing the items were indeed as requested, Ron casually responded, Yes, I wish to learn medicine from Mr. Litton, so I am preparing some medical tools in advance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Majira did not press further. Thus, after settling the payment, Ron returned to the clinic with his items. Once in his room, he retrieved a box hidden beneath his bed. Previously, while concocting poisonous gas grenades, he had carefully prepared a small vial of concentrated venom. A single drop of this venom could extinguish the life of an average adult male within 10 seconds. Even a novice knight would struggle to endure beyond half a minute. Therefore, despite possessing the antidote, Ron understood the necessity of exercising utmost caution when utilizing such a poison. Opening the vial, Ron immersed the tips of all the steel needles in the venom, then carefully extracted them and allowed them to air dry. According to prior intelligence, although the state of emergency had been lifted, guards still inspected the entrance to Kula City. Hence, items such as flintlock pistols and Molotov cocktails were impractical to smuggle in. For self-defense, one could only resort to carrying poison or similar substances. Ron mused, subsequently storing the dried poison needles with great care. He then placed the engraving knife back in a box. This knife was not a weapon, but rather a tool Ron had prepared for the future engraving of alchemical arrays. The blade was forged from high-quality steel, with a groove carved into the middle and a hollow handle. When he later concocted the alchemical solution, he could directly fill the handle for immediate use. As night fell, Ron resumed his studies in potion-making and alchemy. Until the stroke of midnight, the notification sound rang out punctually. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. Gava's gifted Myril a valuable gold necklace. And Myril promised to speak favorably of him when she meets Marduk Sal at the end of the month. 2. Myril's son Humphrey has returned from Kula City and once again requests money from his mother. 3. All of the Bardo family's guards have departed, leaving only a few cleaning maids and lowly male servants. 4. Kula City boasts 6 prominent families: the Sal family, the Pullman family, the Rudolph family, and the Alge family. As depicted in the following relationship diagram. 5. Kula City is home to 5 major powers: the Noble Alliance, the Adventurers Guild, the Knights Order, the Church, and the Merchant Guild, illustrated in the following power relationship diagram. 6. The working hours for the nuns in Kula City are from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. 7. The opening hours for the Glory Jewelry Store in Kula City are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 8. The abandoned talisman you possess can be used 3 more times after being repaired and infused with spiritual energy. 9. The materials and methods for repairing the abandoned talisman are as follows. Click to expand. 10. The materials and methods required for replenishing the spiritual energy of the abandoned talisman are as follows. Click to expand. Ron closed his notebook and glanced at the intelligence panel. The first 3 pieces of intelligence were of little concern. While there were potential opportunities to exploit, they would have to wait until he returned from Kula City. However, upon seeing the 4th and 5th pieces of intelligence, a pensive expression crossed his face. Although he had occasionally encountered a piece or 2 of information regarding the nobles or powers of Kula City, none had been as detailed as this. 6. Great families. 5 major powers. After a moment of contemplation, Ron opened both relationship diagrams and compared them meticulously. As expected, while they were all nobles, they were by no means a monolithic entity. Ron squinted. Although the 6 great families appeared united on the surface, forming alliances and aiding one another, in reality, they were rife with intrigue and scheming. Given this, perhaps I could employ a strategy to drive a wedge between them. Ron felt a stirring in his heart. If he were to journey to Kara City tomorrow, he might be able to redeem his sister. In that case, there would be no need to risk trouble. He could simply take his sister and temporarily flee to hide away. After 3 to 5 years, Once he had achieved mastery in his cultivation, he could return for revenge. However, should he fail to reclaim his sister? A cold glint flashed in Ron's eyes at the thought that, in such a scenario, he would have to turn Karas City upside down, plunging it into internal chaos. Only then could he sit back and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits from the turmoil. Next, Ron glanced at the 6th and 7th pieces of intelligence. Martha's working hours and the jewelry store's operating hours. Ron raised an eyebrow, and after a brief contemplation, he suddenly understood. If Martha wished to purchase a silver necklace, she would only have time during the midday hours. Therefore, if he arrived early at the silver shop at noon, he could devise a way to intercept her. After calculating the time it would take to reach Karas City the next day, he realized it would be ample. Thus, he resolved to first visit the Glory Jewelry Store at noon to obtain that enchanted coin. Immediately after, Ron turned his attention to the last 3 pieces of information. The engraving knife is to be put to use so soon. Ron raised an eyebrow, for that talisman had been abandoned and worn for many years. Thus, not only would it require a replenishment of spiritual energy, but the alchemical array inscribed upon it would also need to be re-etched. This moment, the engraving knife and spiritual liquid would be essential. After remanufacturing, would it still be usable 3 times? That would suffice. Due to its severe wear, even after replenishing its spiritual energy, the talisman could only be used a maximum of 3 times. After that, it would shatter completely, leaving no possibility for repair. Nevertheless, Ron felt no sorrow. As long as this talisman could prove useful in a critical moment, then even once would be sufficient, let alone 3 times. At this hour, night had deepened. Ron closed his eyes, awaiting the dawn of tomorrow. Chapter 51. First encounter with Karas City the next morning, before dawn had even broken, Ron arose and prepared his belongings. After seeing Lisa to the next room, he and Litton set forth towards Karas City. Due to the considerable distance, Litton had already arranged for a carriage the day prior. Several hours later, around 10 in the morning, the carriage arrived before the imposing walls of a grand fortress. This moment, Ron leaned out of the carriage window. Gazing outside, he beheld the outer walls of Karas City, towering over 20 meters high. Approximately every 50 to 60 meters, an octagonal watchtower stood sentinel. Although he could not discern the details within the towers from such a distance, Ron felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, even experiencing a tinge of trepidation that a city of such magnitude would likely be the capital of a nation in his previous life. Yet within this divinely bestowed continent, the Monde Kingdom alone boasted hundreds, if not thousands, of such cities. Ron marveled internally. Compared to the town of Hippo where he previously resided, Karas City's expanse was likely tenfold or more. They had gleaned some insights into the Monde Empire through intelligence reports. Learning that there were more than a dozen noble families granted lands in this wind-whispering plain, with nearly 100 towns and cities constructed, that a city as vast as Karas could only be rated as upper middle in terms of size and prosperity. As for Hippo Town, being a mere satellite of Karas City, it sprawled over just 10 square kilometers, accommodating barely over 10,000 souls, barely qualifying as lower middle, but certainly not the lowest tier. Surrounding the small town were ordinary villages, lacking any fortifications or defensive structures, which were not even worthy of being called towns. Just as Ron was lost in contemplation, a voice emerged from within the carriage. "Ron, is this your first time in Karas City?" Litton, who had been reading to pass the time, smiled at him. Ron withdrew and nodded in response. "Yes, Mr. Litton. And what do you think of it?" Litton inquired further. After a moment's thought, Ron replied with an oddly measured tone. "Majestic and awe-inspiring, endlessly sprawling." Litton chuckled at this. "Indeed, I felt the same upon my first arrival. This city is simply enormous." Litton then began recounting the history of Karas City. This formidable fortress had been constructed over 2 centuries ago. Originally granted as a fief to the noble Count Karas by the royal family of the Monde Kingdom for his meritorious service, Count Karas raised his children here, and his lineage flourished, creating a vast, noble clan. However, as the saying goes, wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations. After Count Karas' demise, his descendants lacked the might and valor of their forebear, leading to a gradual decline in their fortunes, and their title was reduced from count to baron. Nonetheless, even in such a diminished state, the Kara family remained the foremost among the 6 noble families within Kara City. This was due to the current head of the Kara family, a sagacious and adept individual, known for his diplomatic finesse and skillful maneuvering, but he forged extensive alliances while maintaining a balance of benevolence and authority within his domain. Even if some families harbored secret ambitions to provoke him, they were all subdued under his deft control, allowing him to retain the leadership of the Noble Alliance. Apart from the noble factions, Kara City also housed 4 major powers: the church governing religious matters, the merchant guild overseeing commerce, the knightly order commanding the military, and the adventurers guild representing the common folk. In addition to these 5 dominant factions, there were smaller groups such as gangs, unions, schools, and brothels. But these were not significant enough to contend with the 5 major powers, and thus were not worth mentioning. Arrived, the coachman announced, as the carriage reached the city gates. Given the immense size of Kara City, there was more than one gate. Currently, Ron and Litton found themselves at the southwest side's 4th medium-sized gate. At this moment, they disembarked from the carriage, observing a long queue ahead, where individuals were undergoing inspections one by one. Approximately 10 minutes later, they stood before the guards. Ron discreetly sized up the guards, maintaining an expression of calm indifference. However, he felt a measure of astonishment within, through the unmasked aura emanating from the 2 inspecting guards. Ron discerned that they were actually high-ranking apprentice knights. In Hippo Town, individuals of such prowess would rank within the top 10, at the very least serving as deputy leaders of local security teams. Yet here in Kara City, they were merely door sentinels. They were even unqualified to guard the main city gate. Ron silently marveled at this, promptly refraining from any rash actions and obediently submitting to the inspection. Of course, having anticipated this scenario through prior intelligence, he had not brought any prohibited items, such as firearms or incendiary devices. However, he did carry the keen dagger obtained from Bartle, which he did not conceal. Presenting it openly, upon seeing this, Litton displayed no surprise, as Ron had already informed him of this matter. He merely told a small fib regarding the dagger's origin, claiming it was purchased from a blacksmith shop. At this moment, the guard took the dagger for a brief inspection. Noting its sharpness, yet recognizing it was not an alchemical item, he returned it to Ron, after learning of Litton's identity as a doctor. The guards overlooked the potion vials they carried, as their primary duty was to check the identities of entrants and ensure no contraband items were present. Provided everything complied with regulations, even carrying a knight's longsword would not warrant interference from these guards. Once the inspection concluded, Ron and Litton entered Kara City. Meanwhile, the carriage and coachman had also passed their inspection. Consequently, the 2 re-boarded the carriage. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a halt beside a large inn. Ron and Litton disembarked and proceeded to complete their check-in. Due to the high prices of the inn, Litton requested a double room. WY this time. The clock was nearing 11. Ron, are you hungry? It's still early. Would you prefer to eat first, or shall I take you out for a stroll? Litton inquired after placing his belongings. Ron felt a surge of excitement and smiled as he replied, "To be honest, Mr. Litton, it's my first visit to Kara City, and I truly wish to explore." Upon hearing this, Litton nodded, intending to rise and take Ron out for a stroll. However, he was interrupted as Ron shifted the conversation. Continuing, "But I can manage on my own. There's no need to trouble you to accompany me. After all, I'm not a child anymore and won't get lost. Rest assured, I won't wander far. I'll remain in the vicinity. You should take a good rest." Chapter 52. The sealed artifact acquired. Litton, after a moment of contemplation, acquiesced to Ron's request. Firstly, as he was now in the middle of his life, the journey had indeed been arduous, leaving him too fatigued to engage in leisurely exploration. Secondly, as Ron had aptly noted, he was both bold and meticulous, never erring in his endeavors. Even without Litton's company, there would be no cause for concern. As for the third point, the area where the inn was situated, while not in the noble quarter, was nonetheless a gathering place for the affluent. Thus, the safety of the surroundings was reasonably assured, with the only potential worry being the vigilance against petty thieves. Nevertheless, to be prudent, after agreeing, Litton earnestly cautioned Ron, "Very well, but do be careful and don't stray too far. Also, remember the name of the inn." If you find yourself lost, seek someone for directions. Understood? Ron promptly acknowledged this and then turned to leave. Once outside, he surveyed his surroundings, discerning his bearings before taking a left turn and heading straight towards the church. Prior to arriving in Kara City, he had already prepared a plan, and with the intelligence he had acquired earlier, which included a relational map of the 5 major factions, he knew the location of the church. 20 minutes later, Ron ambled leisurely, and after traversing a street corner, he looked up to see a grand domed structure in the distance. Was this the temple church? Indeed, it was magnificent that Ron's gaze flickered as he estimated that the church spanned approximately 1 square kilometer. The surrounding buildings exuded a profound religious ambience. Given the vast expanse of Kara City, there were numerous small prayer chapels scattered throughout. However, the true temple church, colloquially referred to as the cathedral, was solely the one before him. Furthermore, to ensure that the majority of Kara City's populace could attend the church for worship, the cathedral was strategically located not in the noble district, but rather in an area populated by the common wealthy. At this moment, the clock had not yet struck noon. Ron moved forward, but did not head directly to the church. Instead, he meandered around the vicinity, arriving at the entrance of a shop named Radiant Jewelers. 2 guards stood at the entrance, their demeanor restrained yet exuding authority. Ron surmised that, akin to the sentinels at the city gate, they were likely high-ranking apprentice knights. At this juncture, Ron passed by them and pushed open the door to enter the shop. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he scanned the interior and approached a counter. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Radiant Jewelers," greeted a stately and graceful female attendant from behind the counter. "May I inquire what you wish to view? If you would share your preferences, I would be delighted to assist you." Ron responded nonchalantly, "Hello, I have a younger sister whose birthday is approaching in a few days that I wish to purchase a gift for her. Could you recommend suitable jewelry?" The attendant, rather than offering immediate suggestions, inquired further about the girl's age, preferences, and Ron's budget. Once Ron provided answers, she led him to another counter. "Sir, these pieces should meet your requirements." Ron feigned meticulous selection, allowing the attendant to retrieve various items for comparison. Time passed gradually, and soon it was noon. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside. The individual appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, clad in a nun's attire, and was panting heavily. "Excuse me, dear attendant, I am Martha. I previously ordered a silver ornament. Is it still reserved for me?" The nun hastily approached the counter beside Ron, her eagerness palpable. Observing from a distance, Ron's gaze flickered as he discreetly placed a modestly priced silver-plated ornament into a box. Meanwhile, the attendant, after a moment's thought, replied with a smile, "Of course, since you paid a deposit. We have kept it reserved for you until the end of the ordering period." Turning to retrieve a box from the counter, she opened it to reveal an exquisite silver necklace. Upon seeing this, Martha visibly relaxed, her face breaking into a smile as she produced a bulging pouch of coins from her belongings. "Here is the remaining balance. Please count it," she said, handing over the pouch, and while awaiting the attendant's verification, she began playfully handling the necklace. After a brief moment, the attendant completed the count and addressed Martha. "Madam Martha, the balance is correct, and we are settled." Martha nodded, then departed with her silver ornament, while the attendant took the pouch to the payment counter. Concurrently, witnessing this, Ron promptly informed the attendant before him that he had decided on the bracelet in the box. The attendant nodded, then guided Ron to the payment area. "Sir, the price for this silver ornament is 5 silver coins and 20 copper coins." Ron reached into his pocket and produced a gold coin. "Here you are." The cashier paused momentarily before hurriedly asking, "Do you have any change?" Ron shook his head. "I apologize. I've exhausted my change from previous purchases." At this point, Ron seemed to remember something and quickly added, "If possible, could you provide me with some smaller denominations?" This request was not overly burdensome, and the cashier nodded in agreement before reaching under the counter to retrieve change. Ron lowered his eyelids and naturally glanced through the glass window towards the inside that he noticed that the cashier, in the process of providing change, casually pulled out the coins Martha had just given. Ron remained composed, showing no signs of alarm. Yet internally he sighed with relief. "Sir, here is your change. Please verify it." "We are not responsible once you leave the counter," the cashier said, pushing a pile of coins towards him. Ron declined to refuse, feigning a cursory inspection like tea that moment. When his fingers brushed against an old coin, its design nearly worn away, he briefly hesitated before silently continuing to count. The amount was accurate. "Thank you for your assistance," Ron expressed politely, placing the coins into his pouch and taking the box containing the silver bracelet as he exited the jewelry store. Chapter 53. The Embroidery Workshop. Sister's location upon exiting, Ron hastily made his way back to the eye and tea this time. Litton was waiting for him in the lobby, where a steaming lunch awaited on the table. "Ron, you have finally returned." "I was beginning to think you truly got lost," Litton remarked, half in jest. Ron quickly conveyed his apologies. "I'm sorry, Mr. Litton. Kara City is simply too bustling." Litton nodded in understanding. After they finished their lunch, the two of them returned to their room to rest. Yes, it was a double room. There were two small beds on either side of the window. This moment, Litton lay on the left bed, while Ron occupied the right. After exchanging a few casual remarks, within 5 minutes, Litton's voice gradually diminished, giving way to the sounds of his snoring. Ron turned to glance at Litton's sleeping figure, then quietly rolled over to face the wall. Retrieving his pouch from his breast pocket. Was this the sealed artifact coin? Ron contemplated quietly, then scrutinized the coin with great care, that he observed that its design was nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary copper deer coin. The sole distinction perhaps lay in the fact that it had been in circulation for such an extended period, passing through countless hands. The relief patterns and numerical engravings upon its surface had been worn down to the point of being entirely obliterated, resembling a diminutive copper mirror reflecting a somewhat murky yellow light. Even the serrated edges were no exception, seemingly polished to perfection, yielding a smooth and rounded texture devoid of any roughness. Were it not for the intelligence indicating that this was indeed the sealed object, Ron might have doubted whether he had truly come into possession of anything more than an ordinary copper coin. After observing for a moment without detecting any irregularities, Ron placed it carefully into the pocket of his already sewn inner garments. He then repacked the remaining coins and closed his eyes to rest. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a knock resounded at the door, heralding the arrival of afternoon tea. This was a prior order made by Litton, comprising a pot of black tea accompanied by an assortment of exquisite pastries. "Let us go, Ron," Litton declared. After they finished their refreshments, Litton rose. They had previously conspired to venture out for shopping that afternoon, intending to visit Dr. Gavin the following day, after which Litton would accompany Ron to see his sister. Consequently, Litton led Ron to the commercial street, where they conducted a substantial procurement at the apothecary and hospital. By the time they returned in the evening, both Ron and Litton were laden with 2 heavy crates each, panting as they ascended the stairs. Following dinner, neither felt inclined to go out. Instead, they reclined on the inn's bed, each engrossed in a book while engaging in light conversation. Litton perused a medical tome, while Ron immersed himself in Roland's notes on potion making. Naturally, Litton's curiosity was piqued regarding the contents of Ron's reading material. Given the presence of the sealing array, Ron harbored no reservations and generously handed the book over. 3 minutes later, Litton gazed at the novel before him, beginning to question his own taste. "I never imagined your preferences to be so unique, Ron," he remarked with a complex expression, returning the book. Ron, however, remained unfazed, silently reactivating the sealing array to continue his studies. Eventually, the two extinguished the lights and settled down for the night. While Litton succumbed to slumber, Ron patiently awaited the refresh of intelligence that, in the early hours, the alert chime rang punctually. The information regarding the Bardo family's nocturnal defense layout, the conditions and treatment of the slaves, the discord between Litton and Gavin, the method to unravel the mysterious coin, the challenges in synthesizing the low-grade awakening potion, the difficulties in recasting charms, and the intricacies of crafting explosive bombs were disclosed. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. Due to the overwhelming annual demand for slaves by the Sal family, individual subordinate towns cannot fulfill the requirement, resulting in a total of 12 supply chains. 2. The required slaves must maintain good health and be free of disease. The Sal family reduces their workload and slightly enhances their rations in the 3 months leading up to the sacrificial ceremony. 3. The Sal family allocates slaves by gender and rank to different areas. With your sister Alice assigned to the embroidery workshop, point forward, Dr. Gavin's research has hit a bottleneck. Despite this academic exchange, he has yet to discover a solution, leaving him in a state of discontent and frustration. Often resorting to alcohol to drown his sorrows. Point 5. The sealing object coin from the Thieves' Guild poses no physiological threat to the human body, regardless of whether it is sealed or not. 6. In the Kara City exchange today. A batch of energy crystals has been newly listed. 7. In the Kara City blacksmith shop today. A newly listed alchemical longsword is available. Point 8. The specific method to unseal the Thieves' Guild's sealing object coin can be viewed by clicking. 9. The challenges and precautions in the synthesis of the low-grade awakening potion can be viewed by clicking. Point 10. The difficulties and precautions in repairing and replenishing the essence of discarded charms can be viewed by clicking. At this moment, Ron closed his eyes in silence as he reviewed the intelligence. Point 12 supply chains. Ron sighed softly within, having anticipated such a scenario. After all, the quantity of slaves required by the Sal family during their annual sacrificial ceremony could not possibly be met by a single town of Hippo. Thus, it was inevitable that other towns, and even villages, including those within Kara City, contributed to the supply of slaves. However, Ron was taken aback by the sheer number of 12 supply chains, as the saying goes. There are no secrets that can remain concealed. The more individuals privy to the information, the easier it becomes for it to leak. With so many supply chains, could it be that the Sal family truly harbored no fear of one faltering and thereby attracting the attention of the church, leading to their eventual downfall? As this notion crossed his mind, Ron suddenly sensed something amiss. If the Sal family was indeed so audacious, perhaps it was due to a shiver ran down Ron's spine as he became increasingly vigilant. It appeared that not only the upper echelons of Hippo were unclean, but Kara City was equally suspect. Ron lamented inwardly, resolving to refresh the intelligence later to clarify this matter. Subsequently, he continued to peruse the information. His sister was in the embroidery workshop of the Sal family. Ron's heart stirred as memories flashed through his mind, recalling the relational chart of the 6 noble families. The embroidery workshop was situated in the northwest corner of the Sal family's residence. Ron furrowed his brow in dismay. This posed a considerable complication. He had initially assumed that the Sal family's workshop would be located in either the affluent district or even the commoner zone. In such a case, he might have dared to rescue his sister. However, the noble residence was one of the safest locations in Kara City, safeguarded not only by patrolling guards, but also by private knights protecting the estates of the nobles. Thus, Ron found himself utterly unable to mount a rescue. Chapter 54. The method to unseal the object in the stillness of the night. Ron sighed softly. Feeling a sense of helplessness, it seemed that he would have to rely on wits rather than brute force moving forward. He mused as he touched his coin pouch and the sharp dagger at his side. Tomorrow, he would visit the Sal family and see if he could negotiate for his sister's release. If they acquiesced, it would be ideal. However, should they seek reasons to refuse? At this moment, Ron turned over and opened his eyes, gazing at the soft, serene moonlight streaming through the window, his expression revealing a hint of coldness. After a while, he resumed scanning the intelligence that Dr. Gavin is in a foul mood, his research at an impasse. Intrigued, Ron pondered. After Litton received Gavin's letter yesterday, he had elaborated on his esteemed senior. According to Litton, Gavin had once been the most outstanding student in his entire year, even in the whole school. Not only was he exceptionally intelligent with commendable grades, but he also exhibited a certain talent in the realm of the mind. Thus, when Gavin began studying under the potion master, Litton and his peers unanimously believed that Gavin would undoubtedly become a distinguished master of potions in the future. However, despite activating his mental talent and becoming an apprentice potion master, Gavin had remained stagnant as a high-level apprentice for over a decade, failing to become a true potion master. Litton had mentioned that Gavin's research focus seemed to revolve around breakthroughs in the mental domain. Yet, the outcomes of his research remained a closely guarded secret, unbeknownst to Litton. With Litton visiting tomorrow, Ron wondered if the arrival of an old friend might improve Dr. Gavin's mood. He thought to himself, dismissing any further speculation as he directed his attention to the next piece of intelligence. The sealing object coin does not affect the human body in any way. Ron raised an eyebrow. Utterly astonished, It is well known that the vast majority of sealing objects carry certain negative effects. Even among the small fraction that do not impose permanent harm, they still tend to consume physical or mental energy during the unsealing process. Yet this sealing object coin, regardless of its state, poses no threat to the human body. As this realization struck him, Ron suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Wait a moment, just because it does not impact the human body does not imply it will not affect something else. For instance, the fabled artifact of the royal family of the kingdom of man, the gate of the underworld, passed down through generations. It is said that hundreds, even thousands of years ago, the royal family of the man kingdom, in a bid to safeguard their descendants, summoned the most esteemed alchemists within the realm. Together, they forged a magnificent alchemical artifact known as the Gate of the Underworld. As its name suggests, this sealed object is a grand portal, behind which lies a desolate expanse that does not exist in reality, akin to the realm of the dead. Within this silent void, an abundance of coffins, crafted entirely from the coldest of ice, is stored. Each generation of royal warriors, when their lifespan draws to a close, would pass through the Gate of the Underworld, enter the realm of stillness, and recline within the icy coffins to undergo self-imposed entombment. In this desolate space, time appears to stand still, its flow drastically slowed. What amounts to a single day in the outside world is magnified several-fold, even to hundreds of times, within this silent realm. The alchemical ice coffins preserve the physical form in a state of non-decay, while the consciousness drifts into a deep slumber. Should the manned royal family ever face a crisis potent enough to threaten their annihilation, the reigning monarch or a direct heir could, through a clandestine ritual, unlock the gate of the underworld. They would then awaken their formidable ancestors from the icy coffins to aid in battles and resolve the impending peril. The cost of activating the gate, however, entails the consumption of vast resources, which, apart from that, would not adversely affect the human body. Of course, this is merely folklore. The precise circumstances remain beyond the comprehension of the common folk. Could it be that this sealed object, like the gate of the underworld, is indeed a pinnacle of alchemical creation? A whisper of doubt stirred within Ron's mind. That moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of several remaining pieces of information. The method to unseal the artifact. Ron perked up, hastily scrutinizing the details. Indeed, initiating it requires not only the inscribing of a magical array and the utterance of incantations, but also a substantial quantity of magical crystals as a source of energy. Shifting his gaze to the sixth piece of information, he noted that tomorrow the trading post would have a batch of energy crystals for sale in the Divine Gift Continent. Energy crystals generally originate from two sources. One type is mined from the Earth's veins, naturally imbued with magical energy, while the other is crafted by wizards or alchemists through their own charging processes. Though differing in origin, both types of energy stones are largely indistinguishable in use. However, these energy stones command a hefty price, and Ron mused over how many he could acquire with the coins he possessed. Suddenly, a thought illuminated his mind that, within Barda's hidden treasure, one location is right here in Kula City. Ron recalled that the intelligence indicated 3 locations for Barda's concealed riches, one of which resided within a bank in Kula City, specifically an anonymous safety deposit box. This type of box requires no identification. One merely needs to state the box number and password, along with an identifying item. To retrieve its contents, if tomorrow's funds prove insufficient, he could simply extract the treasure from the bank. After devising a plan for the following day, Ron settled down to sleep soundly. The next morning, as the sun rose, Ron awoke and shared a simple breakfast with Leiden. He then summoned an open-topped, 2-wheeled light carriage to transport them to the noble residential area of Kula City. Although Dr. Gavin was not of noble birth, his exceptional medical skills and status as a high-ranking potion apprentice garnered him significant respect among the nobility, allowing him to rent and conduct business there. The carriage came to a halt in front of a bustling commercial establishment. This shop occupied a considerable area, spanning at least 100 square feet. Upon disembarking, Leiden and Ron entered the shop, where they found it exquisitely decorated and impeccably clean, with several medical staff in white attire attending to patients. That moment, Leiden approached a young nurse and inquired, "Hello, Sully, is Dr. Gavin present? I have an appointment to meet him today." The nurse looked up and, upon recognizing Lydon, smiled warmly. "Ah, Mr. Lydon, Dr. Gavin has not yet arrived. Please wait a moment." Hearing this, Lydon raised an eyebrow in surprise. Dr. Gavin hasn't come yet. Confusion filled Lydon's mind. Gavin was known for being punctual and efficient. "Yes, Mr. Lydon, Dr. Gavin was quite inebriated yesterday and has yet to awaken," Sully explained apologetically, promptly sending an apprentice to rouse Gavin. Meanwhile, Lydon remained silent, increasingly astonished. It was known that Gavin had previously abstained from alcohol, even avoiding smoking and women, maintaining a lifestyle devoid of vice. Yet now, he had not only taken to drinking, but had done so to the point of unconsciousness. Lydon furrowed his brow, and once Sully had concluded her instructions, he spoke solemnly. "I will wait here. You may continue with your duties, Sully." Sully nodded, then requested refreshments to be brought while she resumed her work. Half an hour later, a hurried figure approached. The man appeared to be in his 40s. Tall, with a stern expression, though he seemed mature and composed, dressed in neat, elegant attire, the bloodshot eyes and pale complexion betrayed his fatigue and poor condition. "Gavin!" Lydon rose to greet the newcomer. "My apologies, Lydon. I overslept." "Dr." Gavin said with a hint of exasperation. Lydon scrutinized Gavin, noting his disheveled state and the faint scent of alcohol that lingered close. "Gavin, have you encountered some trouble?" Lydon hesitated before asking. Gavin, who had been yawning uncontrollably, suddenly froze at the question. He then replied, somewhat uncomfortably, "No, I'm perfectly fine." "You're overthinking it." Lydon laughed nervously and added, "By the way, have you eaten? Perhaps I should treat you to a meal." Lydon, observing Gavin's evasiveness, felt his suspicions deepen. Gavin had always been a confident individual, methodical in his speech and actions, never one to be so reticent or to change the subject so abruptly. However, Lydon chose not to press further and simply stated, "No need. I've already eaten that." "That's so?" "Well, I'm still hungry, so I'll have someone fetch something," Gavin replied, his gaze drifting to Ron standing behind Lydon. "Lydon, who is this young man?" "This is Ron, my new assistant. He is a bright and sensible lad," Lydon replied, as Ron slightly bowed in respect. "Greetings, Dr. Gavin. My name is Ron. It is a pleasure to meet you." After brief introductions, they proceeded to Gavin's private office. The three engaged in casual conversation, perhaps due to the familiarity between Lydon and Gavin. Once the meal arrived, Gavin felt at ease, enjoying it without pretense. Meanwhile, Ron noticed that Lydon seemed eager to ask Gavin something, yet restrained himself out of consideration for Ron's presence. After a while, Ron leaned closer to Lydon and whispered, "Mr. Lydon, you two continue your conversation. I wish to visit my sister first." Surprised, Lydon responded, "Ron, didn't we agree to see Dr. Gavin first before visiting your sister?" Ron glanced at Gavin, who had just finished his meal, and lowered his voice again. "Yes, but with me here, there are many things you cannot discuss, are there not?" Lydon paused, following Ron's gaze towards Gavin, then forced a smile, somewhat relieved. "Ron, you are quite perceptive. I appreciate your understanding." After a brief contemplation, Lydon nodded. "Very well. Gavin and I do need some privacy. If you wish to go, then do so. After visiting your sister, return directly to the inn. And if there is anything you need from your sister, we can discuss it when I return at noon." Ron nodded and then rose to his feet. After greeting Gavin, he turned and left, closing the door behind him, leaving Lydon and the other man to converse in solitude. Upon exiting the clinic, Ron hailed a carriage from the street point. 20 minutes later, he alighted and arrived in the vicinity of the Tsar residence. His attire for the day, while not ostentatious, was nonetheless meticulous and exuded a sense of cleanliness and elegance. Consequently, no patrolling guards approached him for inspection or ejection. Ron recalled the intelligence map in his mind and promptly headed to his right. After turning down 2 streets, he arrived at a trading house, which served as Tsar's recruitment point and a logistics hub for cargo transport. Upon entering, he found the interior bustling with numerous workers engaged in unloading and handling goods. They were all clad in coarse linen garments, their bodies drenched in sweat and dust, their faces marked by exhaustion and numbness. In stark contrast, Ron, with his tidy attire and clean appearance, seemed somewhat out of place. "Hey kid, are you here to seek employment?" At that moment, a burly man approached Ron, who stood awkwardly in the space, Ron's gaze flickered. He was about to respond when a cacophony of shouting and cursing erupted nearby. "Someone drag this filthy thing out of here. Do not let him return." Ron looked up to see an arrogant manager, adorned in a satin shirt and glasses, barking orders at a few thugs nearby. Before him, a man dressed as a hunter lay on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. However, within moments, several towering figures began to rain blows upon him, dragging him away. Witnessing this scene, Ron's expression hardened. "Hey kid, what are you dawdling for? Are you or are you not here for a job?" The burly man in front of Ron admonished in a deep voice. Ron snapped back to reality, but did not display anger. Instead, he forced a smile and replied, "I apologize, but I need to think it over." He then promptly exited the trading house. The large man, visibly dissatisfied, muttered a few curses under his breath before turning back inside. As Ron stepped out, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed a figure slumped against the wall at the street corner. Seemingly sobbing quietly, he approached and crouched down. "Sir, are you all right?" The man was indeed the hunter from earlier, who, upon hearing Ron's voice, quickly wiped his tears and looked up. "Young man, thank you for your concern. I am fine to tea." That moment, the hunter attempted to muster a smile, but the effort caused him to wince in pain. Drawing in a sharp breath, "Sir, why don't I assist you to a more comfortable place to rest?" Ron suggested. The hunter, initially inclined to refuse, ultimately accepted Ron's aid as he extended a hand. Expressing his gratitude repeatedly. 5 minutes later, Ron accompanied the hunter to a quaint restaurant. While not expansive, the establishment was tastefully decorated, offering not only fine dining, but also beverages and spirits. As they walked, Ron noted the hunter's stomach rumbling, indicating he had likely not eaten. After ordering a cup of coffee for himself, Ron also ordered some food and a large drink for the hunter. The hunter, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hesitated, but under Ron's encouragement, he succumbed to his hunger and began to eat ravenously. Once the meal was finished, Ron inquired about the earlier incident. The hunter sighed deeply before recounting his tale. He was originally from one of the satellite towns of Kara City, known as Shilin Town, situated by a stream and a forest teeming with wildlife. As a hunter, he had made a living and supported his 15-year-old son. Although his wife had passed away, his son was well-behaved, and their lives had been relatively stable. However, recently a wealthy merchant in their town had inexplicably targeted them, seizing their possessions and game, and even broke the hunter's leg during confrontation. Though the merchant later compensated him a meager amount under the intervention of the magistrate, the hunter could no longer hunt due to his injury. With their resources depleted, life became increasingly arduous. In desperation, the hunter's son heard of job opportunities and signed a contract, leaving for Kara City. Once the hunter's injury improved, he intended to bring his son back, but after several letters went unanswered, he grew concerned. Upon inquiring at the local trading post, he discovered that his son had not signed an employment agreement, but rather a contract of servitude. The hunter was astounded. As an uneducated villager, he had been unaware of the implications when his son signed the document in his absence. When he learned the redemption price for his son's contract was 10 times the original selling price, he was consumed by despair and regret that, in a bid to save his son, the hunter risked venturing into the forest, hoping to capture larger game. Instead, he accidentally caught a litter of pure white wolf pups, which were highly valuable and could be domesticated if raised from a young age. After selling the wolf pups, he finally gathered enough funds to redeem his son and journeyed to Kara City. However, to his dismay, after discussing the matter with the manager of the Sar household, the initially amicable demeanor of the manager shifted dramatically, turning cold and brusque. "They claim my son damaged a valuable item while working. To redeem him, I must pay additional compensation and return to gather more funds." The hunter, filled with indignation, responded, "But my son has always been careful. He has never broken even a teacup in his life. How could he have possibly damaged anything valuable?" Determined to see his son and understand the situation, the hunter sought an audience, but instead, he was met with rejection and was physically assaulted. Ron listened to the hunter's lament. A glimmer of cold fury flickered in his eyes. He not only empathized with the hunter's plight, but felt a surge of anger. More importantly, he realized that his plan to rescue his sister was now in jeopardy. The exorbitant 10-fold redemption price was an indication of their greed, but it also suggested that what they truly desired was not merely ransom, But the slave himself, Ron clenched his fists slowly. The murderous intent in his gaze nearly palpable, but if this group was merely motivated by greed, they would have acted like a casino dealer, slowly raising the stakes to entice their victim until they had with a heavy sigh. The hunter uncle wore a frown, lost in contemplation. After a while, Ron engaged the hunter uncle in conversation once more before rising to bid farewell. However, instead of returning directly to the inn, he made his way towards the bustling commercial street of Kula City. 20 minutes later, Ron emerged from a clothing store, having disguised himself and donned his alchemical mask once again. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the exchange in stark contrast to the retail-like exchange in Hippo Town. This one was a veritable hub of prosperity. Not only was it vastly more spacious, but also boasted an impressive array of goods, encompassing a wide variety of categories, besides ordinary physical transactions. One could also engage in trades involving labor, real estate, shares, and formulas. In essence, nearly everything imaginable could be placed on the shelf for sale within the exchange. At this point, Ron took a leisurely stroll around before ascending to the second floor. Compared to the commonplace items on the first level, the offerings here were significantly rarer and more expensive. For instance, there were energy crystals. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" A young and charming waitress with a sweet smile approached him. At this moment, Ron responded to her inquiry with a relaxed and natural tone. "Greetings, Miss. I am an advanced potion-making apprentice, newly enrolled in the Alchemist Association here in Kula City. Due to a depletion of materials, I wish to procure some herbs, as well as energy crystals to replenish my supplies. In contrast to the backwardness and seclusion of Hippo Town, Kula City was not only economically prosperous, but also remarkably open-minded. Consequently, even precious items like energy crystals could be purchased with relative ease and minimal restrictions. However, to exercise caution, Ron did not reveal his true identity. Instead, he fabricated a pretext, purchasing under the guise of the Alchemist Association's name. As expected, upon hearing this, the waitress exhibited no suspicion, smiling as she said, "Very well. Please provide me with the specific names and quantities of the items you require, and I shall fetch them for you immediately." Hearing this, Ron retrieved a list from his pocket. This list included not only the rare herbs needed for crafting the awakening potion, but also some ordinary herbs mixed in to confuse the issue, which were used for concocting other low-tier potions. The waitress took the list, initially estimating the total price based on the herbs listed. After Ron nodded in agreement, she instructed him to wait a moment while she went to retrieve the items. Given that the energy crystals and the rare herbs were exceedingly expensive, they were not displayed at the front, but rather stored securely in the back. This time, Ron stood beside the counter, idly surveying his surroundings. Surely, all of this must be worth at least several thousand gold coins, he mused inwardly, feeling a twinge of envy. Previously, through various means such as selling herbs to Lytton, acquiring Bach's inheritance, and locating Bart's hidden gold in the courtyard, he had amassed nearly 100 gold coins in Hippo Town, that some could be considered quite substantial. Yet upon arriving in Kula City, he found that his meager funds were utterly insignificant. After all, he had just overheard the waitress detailing the prices of various herbs and energy crystals. Setting aside the diverse types of herbs, even the most basic energy crystal cost a staggering 10 gold coins. Moreover, to set up a sealing array required at least 5 crystals as a minimum. Should he succeed on the first attempt, it would be manageable, but if he were to fail, he would need to redraw the array and refill it with energy crystals. Ron calculated that based solely on his current finances, even with the funds Bart had stashed away in the bank's anonymous safety deposit box, he could afford to fail no more than 3 times. "I must succeed. I cannot afford a failure." Ron clenched his fists, silently praying to that moment. The waitress returned, cradling a box in her arms. "Sir, here are the items you requested." She opened the box to reveal a neatly arranged selection of a dozen herbs, each separated by dividers. Additionally, she produced a small wooden box containing 6 thumb-sized crystals, shimmering with a faint white glow. "Sir, should any of these items not meet your requirements, we can certainly arrange for an exchange," she assured him. Ron nodded, meticulously inspecting the herbs and finding them satisfactory. Consequently, the waitress led him to the cashier. He handed over 75 gold coins, and once the transaction was complete, The waitress packed everything into a leather case and handed it to Ron. After receiving the case, Ron exited the exchange and made his way to the blacksmith shop. However, rather than a typical blacksmith, it resembled a weapon forging station, in contrast to the ordinary blacksmith in Hippo Town that primarily crafted agricultural tools with a few swords and guns. The blacksmith in Kula City was filled with an extensive array of weaponry and armaments. Apart from standard knightly swords and lances, there were also suits of armor, bows, shields, great swords, and war hammers among the assortment of weaponry. In fact, prominently displayed on a central shelf were several steel long swords emanating a sharp, cold gleam. Ron narrowed his gaze, quickly discerning that these swords were all low-tier alchemical creations, while the effects remained unclear. Their slender design suggested they were likely related to sharpness or agility. After a few more glances, Ron shifted his focus, as his purpose for visiting today was not to purchase alchemical weapons. Moreover, even if he desired to buy, he could not afford them. He caught a glimpse of the weapon prices earlier and noted that the cheapest sword was priced at 30 gold coins. Thus, he maintained a steady gaze and approached the counter directly. "Good day, sir. I am an advanced alchemical apprentice, recently arrived to further my studies at the Alchemist Association here in Kula City, due to a shortage of materials. I am looking to procure some ores and auxiliary tools." Ron reiterated his earlier ruse, using the Alchemist Association's name as a cover. Behind the counter stood a burly man, whose eyes lit up upon hearing Ron's words. "Oh, you're from the Alchemist Association? How fortuitous! I plan to enroll next year. By the way, what ores do you need? I can offer you a discount." Taking advantage of the man's goodwill, Ron smiled and readily accepted. 15 minutes later, when Ron exited the blacksmith shop, he found himself carrying yet another box. By now, it was approaching noon. Ron refrained from further wandering and summoned a carriage to take him back to the inn. Upon arriving at his room, just as he set down his belongings, he heard footsteps outside. The door swung open, and Litton returned. However, upon seeing Litton's countenance, Ron noticed that he appeared quite troubled, wearing a grim expression. Ron's heart stirred with curiosity. What could have occurred? Had there been a quarrel between Litton and Dr. Gavin? "Ron, you're back. Have you seen your sister?" Litton, suppressing his discomfort, inquired. With a sigh, Ron concealed the details of the situation and only subtly conveyed the outcome. "What? Such a thing?" Upon learning that Ron's sister could not be released immediately, Litton furrowed his brow. Yet with no viable solutions at hand, he could only offer Ron a few words of comfort, urging him not to worry and suggesting that they think of other options later. At that moment, Ron pressed Litton about the events between him and Gavin earlier that morning. Upon hearing this, Litton's expression shifted, and he fell silent. "There's nothing much to say. It is what it is." Litton replied gloomily, then added, "By the way, if there's nothing else, we should head back this afternoon." "Head back this afternoon?" Ron raised an eyebrow, surprised but nodded in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Litton." Seeing Ron's acceptance, Litton hastily left the room to instruct the inn staff to prepare a carriage. Leaving Ron alone in the room, lost in thought, could it truly have been a quarrel? He pondered, feeling a sense of unease. Ron mused to himself, a hint of perplexity flickering in his gaze. Prior to this, Litton had repeatedly mentioned the camaraderie between himself and Gavin. Each time he visited Kula City, he would linger for 3 or 4 days. The procurement of medicines and supplies took less than half a day, leaving the remainder of his time dedicated to indulging in drinks and conversation with Gavin, alongside discussions on medicine. Yet this time, after a mere morning of private discourse, he seemed eager to depart in haste. Furthermore, Litton's demeanor appeared not only to embody anger, but also a palpable sense of urgency and dissatisfaction, as if lamenting unfulfilled potential. Ron squinted thoughtfully for a moment, yet refrained from inquiring further. He simply awaited Litton's arrangement of a carriage before departing together with his luggage. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Sal family, within the embroidery workshop, several young women were diligently seated, threading needles and embroidering. As mealtime approached, they paused their labor, with a directive from a stern woman in her 30s, who informed them that they would resume work in an hour. Upon hearing this, the girls promptly set down their work. Massaging their sore eyes, they then formed an orderly line outside the dining area. Among them was a tall, unattractive girl marked by a prominent birthmark. She was Alice, Ron's sister. Like a tea that moment, Alice approached the serving window. extending her bowl forward. The plump cook within the kitchen scooped a generous ladle of a porridge-like substance into her bowl. Alice lowered her head slightly in gratitude before retreating to a secluded corner to eat. Though the porridge appeared unappealing, it was concocted from the remnants of noble feasts. Mixed with cornmeal to anyone else, it would seem utterly unpalatable, akin to slop. Yet for these industrious female workers, it was a feast. At the very least, it contained vegetables, grains, and salt, and with careful tasting, one might even discover traces of minced meat. As everyone quietly consumed their meal, the matron was seen accompanying a man clad in noble attire, who came to inspect the situation of the sacrifices. How are the health conditions of these offerings? Have any fallen ill? The middle-aged nobleman inquired, surveying the area through the window before speaking. The matron bowed her head respectfully, responding, "My lord, since our inspection a fortnight ago, after determining their bone ages, we have not allowed them to engage in excessively strenuous tasks. They now only need to embroider indoors as for their meals. There have been no cutbacks. They receive 3 meals daily, and all of them are in good health, with no issues arising." Upon hearing this, the nobleman nodded in satisfaction. "That is well. Let us maintain this for the next 2.5 months. There is no need to be overly generous, but do not starve them either. Maintain a careful balance to avoid any unforeseen incidents," he instructed. The matron nodded eagerly, assuring her compliance, just as the nobleman prepared to leave after his inspection. His peripheral vision caught sight of a figure in the corner. "That girl," he said with a frown, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "How can someone so unattractive be deemed a sacrifice?" The matron followed his gaze to see Alice, who had inadvertently revealed her birthmark as she ate. "Ah, my lord, due to the increased demand for sacrifices this year, such flawed appearances have regrettably been included," she explained, bowing low with a hint of anxiety. The nobleman's furrowed brow relaxed slightly upon hearing her words. "That I understand. It is an unavoidable circumstance. In previous years, this sort of eyesore wouldn't even qualify as a sacrifice, destined instead to toil until death for the Sal family." The matron nodded, smiling cautiously, and added, "You are correct. However, this girl, despite her lack of beauty, possesses a commendable physique. She is quite astute, mastering the embroidery patterns with remarkable speed, making her an excellent candidate for textile work." The nobleman raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Until now, he had only glimpsed Alice's profile and had not paid attention to her physique upon closer inspection. He was astonished to find that, even seated, she towered over many of the frail, short peasant women, likely nearing 6 feet tall. Despite her coarse linen attire, her figure still bore a semblance of grace. Indeed, her stature is commendable, but the nobleman shook his head. What use is a fine figure when marred by such a repulsive face? Even in darkness, the mere thought of it would extinguish any appetite. He continued, "Even if she were beautiful, we cannot afford to be reckless. The time for the sacrificial offering is near, and we must fulfill our obligations first. Otherwise," his gaze flickered with uncertainty, a sudden shiver running through him as he contemplated the implications. After regaining his composure, he issued a few more instructions before moving on to another area for further inspection. Meanwhile, after finishing her meal, Alice washed her bowl and returned to the embroidery workshop. As she walked back, a sense of longing filled her eyes that a month had passed. "Ron, how are you faring? Your sister misses you dearly." As twilight descended, a carriage came to a halt outside Litton's clinic. When Ron had arranged his belongings and made his way to the neighboring Tamara residence to fetch Lisa, she was taken aback and asked, "Brother Ron, are you and father back so soon?" "Indeed," he replied, ruffling Lisa's hair without delving into further details. After expressing his gratitude to Madame Tamara, he took Lisa home. After dinner, Litton, appearing burdened by unspoken thoughts, retreated directly to his bedroom. Following a brief playtime with Lisa, Ron returned to his storeroom, exhaling deeply as he settled down to organize the bounty of the past few days. Under the moonlight, Ron opened 2 boxes, meticulously categorizing the herbs and minerals within. "The herbs I procured will suffice for crafting 3 doses of the awakening potion," he contemplated. Despite the system's analytical insights, he remained diligent, opting to purchase additional materials to ensure he could continue experimenting in the event of failure. The same applied to the ores. However, The magical crystals were prohibitively expensive, prompting him to acquire only 6. 5 for constructing the unsealing array, and 1 for energizing the talisman. He realized that there would be no time for potion crafting or array construction that night. So he resolved to wait until morning for experimentation. After reorganizing his items, he retrieved his money pouch, spilling its contents onto the table. Upon seeing the scant few coins remaining, he felt a pang in his chest. Instinctively placing a hand over his heart, less than 3 gold coins remain. Ron considered himself not a miser, but witnessing his once ample wealth of 100 gold coins dwindle to this paltry sum was disheartening. However, when he extracted the sealed coin from his pocket, the look of pain on his face transformed into one of delight. If he could unseal it, the value would far exceed 100 gold coins. Even spending 1,000 or 10,000 would be justified. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, he surmised that the secrets contained within this sealed coin were invaluable, beyond mere monetary assessment. Therefore, should the unsealing attempt fail, he would venture back to Kula City to retrieve Bardis funds and continue purchasing energy crystals for experimentation. Bardis estate must be devoid of occupants by now, he mused thoughtfully. In that case, I could also devise a means to access the funds in the hidden chamber. Ron then resumed his study of potion-making notes, continuing until midnight when new intelligence refreshed. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. The Bardis household currently consists of 8 middle-aged cleaning maids and 4 elderly gatekeepers. 2. Within the concealed chamber of the Bardis family, a ledger pertaining to the illicit slave trade has been hidden away. 3. The defensive schematics of the Bardis estate are as follows. Click to view. 4. The discord between Lytton and Dr. Gavin arose when Lytton uncovered Gavin's involvement in unlawful human experimentation. 5. The public outcry regarding the sudden demise of the Bardis father and son has nearly subsided. However, Myril is preparing to seize another opportunity to act against you in a few days. 6. That Myril hails from a noble lineage in the city of Kula, but due to her status as a bastard child, she faced certain misfortunes, ultimately becoming a widely desired paramour. 7. In Myril's secret compartment lies a notebook containing numerous clandestine affairs of the Kula nobility. 8. The challenges and precautions for unsealing the sealed object can be viewed by clicking here. 9. The complexities and precautions involved in the crafting of soundburst bombs can be accessed by clicking here. 10. The intricacies and precautions pertaining to the formulation of corrosive agents are available for review by clicking here. Bardis concealed a ledger of slave transactions in the secret chamber. Upon reading the intelligence, Ron's eyes instantly brightened. Earlier in the day, through the dealings of Uncle Hunter, he learned that he could not redeem his sister through conventional means. Thus, he resolved to employ a strategy of cunning, seeking to stir the stagnant waters of Kula City by any means necessary. After all, with merely his own strength, he could not hope to contend against the formidable noble faction of the Sarl family. Only by fully exposing the blood ritual conspiracy of the Sarl family, rendering them the target of public ire, could he hope to rescue his sister. Yet the challenge lies in the fact that the Sarl family's actions are exceedingly clandestine. The information he has gathered is solely derived from the system. Consequently, he possesses no irrefutable evidence to report them if he were to rely solely on his spoken word, even if he were to bring the matter to the cathedral's attention. It might not garner the expected significance. Rather, it could risk alerting the culprits. However, if he were to obtain that ledger, the circumstances would change dramatically. Ron mused, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips from the intelligence. He had learned that Bardis had been silenced by Gvas due to negligence. Thus, he had underestimated Bardis, believing his wit to be limited. Yet now, Ron realized his error. This old fox was indeed cunning. Having left such a contingency, with this defensive map in hand, he could, at an opportune moment, stealthily infiltrate and abscond with the ledger and the gold, all without raising suspicion. Ron formulated a plan in his mind and continued to read downwards. What? Gavin is conducting human experiments. Ron's eyes widened, finally comprehending Lytton's reaction upon returning. Ordinarily, the process of creating a potion or elixir necessitates numerous trials, among which human experimentation is relatively common. However, in typical circumstances, the subjects are informed and are not subjected to severe harm. Yet, a small faction of individuals, pursuing nefarious objectives, conducts human experimentation without disclosing pertinent information to the subjects, often resulting in grave injury or even death. Such actions are profoundly inhumane and would be condemned by any respectable physician or potion master. However, the typically upright and astute Dr. Gavin is now engaged in illicit human experimentation behind closed doors. Naturally, Lytton would feel a mix of anger and fear upon learning this. Nevertheless, Ron decided not to dwell on Gavin's affairs. Instead, he shifted his focus to devising a means of saving both himself and his sister. Ron shook his head and continued reading. Myril is once again plotting against me. She truly is relentless. Upon reaching this point, Ron couldn't help but smirk with a blend of anger and amusement. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. He had originally planned to act at the end of the month or the beginning of next, but it now seemed he must expedite his plans. However, he had already prepared his methods for dealing with adversaries before heading to Kula City, thus requiring no further strategizing. Wait, a notebook documenting the secrets of Kula's nobility. Ron's spirits lifted. This was indeed a valuable asset. If utilized alongside the previously acquired intelligence on the power dynamics in Bardas's ledger, it might truly bring the Sarl family to ruin and calamity. After pondering for a moment, Ron concluded that even for the sake of this notebook, he must hasten to eliminate Mirel.as for the last 3 pieces of information. There was little to elaborate on. After briefly reviewing the specifics, he closed his eyes to prepare for rest. Chapter 60. Formulating the awakening elixir the following morning. Ron rose, adhering to his usual routine. After freshening up, he entered the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast. By the time he had set out sandwiches, oatmeal, and hot milk, Lisa emerged, still bleary-eyed, to greet him. "Good morning, Brother Ron." Ron responded in kind, though he soon inquired with curiosity, "Lisa, has Mr. Lytton not awoken yet?" Previously, Lytton would always rise first and then rouse Lisa. Yet today it seemed Lytton had uncharacteristically overslept at that moment. Lisa appeared somewhat puzzled, shaking her head. "I don't know, brother. Daddy didn't come to wake me up today." Upon hearing this, Ron thoughtfully gazed towards the main building, recalling the intelligence concerning Dr. Gavin from the previous night. He suddenly had an inkling. Thus, Ron smiled slightly. "Well then, Lisa, you should eat first, and Mr. Lytton might just be tired from yesterday and needs a bit more rest." Lisa frowned, sitting at the dining table, muttering softly, "Daddy is really lazy." After a while, once Ron and Lisa finished their meal and were preparing to head to school, Lytton hurriedly arrived, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, noticing that Ron and Lisa were already ready to leave. And that breakfast remained on the table for him. Lytton cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry for waking late." "Yes, I can see that, you big sleepyhead," Lisa retorted, while Ron chuckled lightly. "No worries, Mr. Lytton, I'll take Lisa to school first. Please enjoy your breakfast." Lytton offered a sheepish smile as he watched Ron and Lisa depart. Once seated, he picked up a sandwich and began eating absent-mindedly, his gaze reflecting a hint of sorrow and helplessness. Upon Ron's return, he found Lytton already at the clinic, preparing to open for business. At tea this moment, Ron carefully observed Lytton's demeanor. Although he appeared unwell, his expression had returned to normal, and his attitude was natural. Seeing this, Ron refrained from prying into matters concerning Dr. Gavin, choosing instead to feign ignorance and continue with the morning's work by afternoon. Due to the previous visit to Kula City, which delayed his home consultations, Lytton, having just finished lunch, hurriedly departed with his toolbox. Ron, not taking a break, tidied up the dishes before securely closing the clinic's door. He then returned to his room, retrieved the herbs he had purchased the day before, and proceeded to Lytton's small laboratory. Standing before the preparation table, Ron recalled the key points and precautions outlined in the previous intelligence. Once everything was meticulously arranged and precise, he began to concentrate deeply, preparing the awakening elixir. 3 grams of talc, 2 tablespoons of lake puffer fish mucilage, and 10 milliliters of black featherdove blood were heated and mixed thoroughly before being set aside in a cool place. Fresh cat's tail grass, shire flower, wind whisper orchid, and climbing vine were each placed in a mortar, crushed, and their juices extracted. Mint leaves, dried nettle, and scarlet willow bark were washed and soaked in pure water for half an hour, after which they were distilled to obtain essential oil. Finally, the auxiliary fusion solution was added, stirred clockwise until homogeneous, allowed to settle, and impurities filtered out. Ron meticulously adhered to the formula for the awakening elixir. An hour later, he beheld a test tube rack before him, containing a tube filled with half a vial of pale blue solution. The color, aroma, and clarity all met the standard. After conducting a thorough inspection, a smile crept upon Ron's lips. So, have I successfully formulated it? Ron was beaming with joy, his heart filled with elation. However, amidst his delight, he also felt a tinge of surprise. He never anticipated that he would succeed in his first attempt at concocting the potion. After all, although this elixir was merely a lower-tier version of the Spirit Awakening potion, it was still considerably easier to brew compared to genuinely ranked potions. Nevertheless, no matter how straightforward it might seem, achieving a successful concoction was not something that could be taken lightly. Without a moment's carelessness, even a slight deviation in any one step could render the entire potion worthless. Therefore, despite Ron having become a knight with remarkable control over his body and possessing system intelligence that provided insights into the key challenges, he still prepared enough materials to brew 3 potions to guard against the possibility of failure. However, even though the potion had been successfully concocted, it was still not the authentic Spirit Awakening potion. Consequently, while the difficulty of brewing was diminished, it also lacked the original additional chance of breakthrough. Thus, Ron found himself deep in thought. Activating one's mental energy was no simple feat compared to knights. The number of wizards was even scarcer due to the significant disparity in initial difficulty. Unless Ron possessed extraordinary talent in the field of magic, this version of the Spirit Awakening potion might not suffice to awaken his mental energy. With this thought in mind, Ron decided to brew the remaining 2 portions of materials into potions as well. The 3 potions were then combined and poured into a small vial. Each dose of the Spirit Awakening potion required 10 milliliters, and this small vial contained approximately 50 to 60 milliliters, allowing for at least 5 attempts that if, after 5 uses, he still could not activate his mental energy, he would have to procure more herbs for another attempt. Ron mused internally, uncertain of his innate talent in the realm of mental energy, that if his aptitude were too poor, then perhaps even after 5 attempts with this lower-tier Spirit Awakening potion, it would yield no results. There was no need to dwell on such pessimistic thoughts. Shaking his head, Ron optimistically speculated, perhaps I might succeed on the first try. At that moment, dusk had settled in. Ron decided not to ponder further. He took out a teaspoon, measured out 10 milliliters of the potion, and downed it in one gulp. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming coolness wash over his mind. The eye strain he had experienced from concentrating on brewing the potion dissipated, leaving him feeling much more comfortable in his line of sight. He noticed minor changes in his surroundings. For instance, the sunset outside, which had previously appeared merely orange and warm, now transformed into a fiery spectacle, with blood-red hues engulfing the sky. The evening clouds were painted in vibrant colors, showcasing a picturesque scene, as if the sky itself were adorned with brocade. The once blazing sun, teeming with life, now seemed to be fading into dusk, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Thus, as day turned to night, Ron remained transfixed by the sky, lost in thought for a full hour. Suddenly, he appeared to awaken from a dream, jolting back to reality. He gasped for air, as if he had just been rescued from drowning. Is this the realm of mental energy? Ron's face was a canvas of astonishment. Moments ago, after consuming the Spirit Awakening potion, the potion's power surged within him, stimulating his brain's neural pathways. Not only did his senses heighten significantly, but under the guidance of the potion's ethereal substances, he also perceived extraordinary energies in the space around him that were ordinarily undetectable. For example, elemental forces that in the Divine Continent. Almost every region, be it land, sky, ocean, volcano, forest, or desert, harbored various magical elements, making them nearly ubiquitous. However, ordinary mortals, without activated mental energy, could not observe them. Even high-ranking knights were not exempt from this limitation. After all, activating a knight's life seed was akin to performing arithmetic by diligently accumulating life force. A breakthrough would naturally occur once sufficient quantity was reached. Conversely, activating a wizard's mental energy felt more like solving equations of multiplication and division. If one's innate talent was zero, no amount of effort or time would yield results. Thus, compared to knights, wizards appeared all the more precious. However, now that the potion's effects had waned, Ron shook his head. His once brilliant eyes now dulled, betraying signs of fatigue. Yet he felt no disappointment within that it was entirely normal not to activate his mental energy on the first attempt, a scenario he had anticipated. Nevertheless, since he had been able to perceive the vast, searing fire elemental and light elemental forces contained within the sun through the ethereal substances, it indicated that he possessed some degree of talent in the realm of magic. With talent on his side, things would be much simpler. Ron exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. As twilight deepened, he decided not to continue his experiments. Instead, he stored the potion vial away and tidied up the laboratory before heading out to pick up Lisa from school. After sharing dinner with the Litton family, Ron excused himself, claiming fatigue, and returned to his room. Having had several hours to rest and replenish his energy, Ron felt somewhat rejuvenated. He retrieved the potion vial and consumed another dose. This time, after the potion took effect, he was not as taken aback as on his first attempt. Rather, he steeled himself to absorb everything around him. Consequently, the effects of the potion wore off more quickly. Merely half an hour later, Ron exited the realm of mental energy. His eyes felt sore and slightly bloodshot, yet they sparkled with joy. "I think I understand," he said, a smile spreading across his face, brimming with excitement. Although he had not yet succeeded, he had grasped the formula regarding multiplication and division. In no more than 2 attempts, I shall surely awaken the elemental forces, with time still on his side. Ron decided to close his eyes and take a short nap. When he awoke, it was nearing midnight. After resting, he felt his expended mental energy replenished once more. Adjusting his state, he drank the Spirit Awakening Potion for the 3rd time. This time, Ron sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing through the curtain's gap at the immaculate moon and the dazzling stars in the night sky. The moon and the stars are truly beautiful. Ron murmured dreamily, as if entranced. Yet, almost immediately, a flicker of light sparkled in his pupils. In the next moment, his expression returned to normal. His eyes widened in astonishment as a faint surge of mental energy erupted from his brow. As he fully regained his composure, Ron let out a muffled groan, clutching his head. Though he grimaced in pain, his gaze was alive with excitement. "Ha! I did it!" he silently laughed, his heart swelling with joy. Through the consumption of the 3 Spirit Awakening Potions, he had finally recognized the existence of his mental energy. Even as the potion's effects faded, he could still feel a faint trickle of mental energy coursing through his brow. This was the mental energy he had cultivated himself, not merely a result of the potion's influence. Therefore, he had officially embarked upon the path of magic. Once his state stabilized, he could proudly call himself a magic apprentice. Should the mental energy at his brow expand and refine, paving the way to the Sea of Souls, he would become a true wizard. In Ron's mind, he silently mused that before he could continue his reverie, the fatigue and weakness stemming from his recent breakthrough began to overwhelm him. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain in his head and hastily rummaged through the chest beneath his bed. From within, he retrieved the stimulant potion he had prepared prior to his journey to Kula City. This potion was designed to invigorate the mind, and due to its ingredients, which included a substance that replenished mental energy, it would alleviate Ron's headache and fatigue. 5 minutes later, having consumed an entire bottle of the stimulant potion, Ron gradually began to feel rejuvenated. Although he still felt somewhat lethargic, the headache subsided, and his eyes felt significantly more at ease. Just then, as the clock struck midnight, the system alerts refreshed on schedule. The Knight's intel revealed that Gavin's human experiments pertained to the realm of the mind, that Myril possessed a magical tome in her home, that Myril would once again seek out handsome men in 2 days, and that the Lord of the Wind Whisper Plains was off to provide support due to a recent beast uprising. Currently, Kula City's highest combat power was the Glory Knight. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. Gavin's human experiments aim to explore methods to restore the Sea of Souls. 2. A hidden compartment in Myril's home contains a family heirloom of a magical tome. 3. Myril intends to revisit the Passionate Tavern in search of handsome men in 2 days. 4. 3 months prior, due to the chaos caused by the aberrant beasts in the Wind Whisper Plains. The commander of the Kula Knights and several other powerful individuals went to provide aid, and they have yet to return. Point 5. The highest combat power level in Kula City is currently the Glory Knight. 6. There are now over 20 registered mages residing in Kula City. Point 7. The surveillance patrols arranged by Gavas around the Bardo family have all been withdrawn. Chapter 62. Myral's family heirloom magical tome in the dead of night. Now fully restored, Ron shifted his gaze to the intelligence. Restore the Sea of Souls. Ron raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Could it be that Gavin's Sea of Souls had encountered some sort of issue? Ron pondered, recognizing that the Sea of Souls was the source of a mage's energy, akin to how knights store their fighting spirit within a seed of life. Should any problems arise, it could lead to regression in rank, complete loss of power, or in the most severe cases, death. The Sea of Souls, being intricately linked to the brain's nerves, posed a significant challenge for repair if damaged. According to Roland's notes, potions capable of healing the Sea of Souls were generally of a 3rd tier or higher. The cost of even the most affordable 3rd-tier potion would exceed 100 gold coins. Furthermore, potions meant for the healing of the Sea of Souls were among the most precious in their class, often commanding prices several times, if not a dozen times, higher. No wonder he resorted to illicit human experimentation. Ron's gaze flickered as he felt he had nearly unraveled the truth. The potions required for restoring the Sea of Souls were not only exorbitantly priced, but also exceedingly rare. Thus, it was improbable that Gavin, a mere apprentice potion maker, could amass such wealth. Even if he could procure the funds, his lowly status would hinder him from finding a means to purchase them. Left with no other choice, he resorted to conducting his own research. However, developing a suitable potion necessitated extensive experimentation and the involvement of human subjects for testing, requiring repeated adjustments based on the effects observed. Yet, such potions, those that involved the essence of the soul, were inherently perilous. They could lead to headaches and unconsciousness at best, or madness and paralysis at worst. Consequently, normal individuals would be utterly unwilling to partake in such trials. Gavin, utilizing his guise as a physician, stealthily conducted experiments on patients who sought his consultation, thereby acquiring the necessary data. Ron shook his head. Should such actions be discovered, the Potion Makers Association would undoubtedly take action. At that point, losing his status as a potion maker would be the least of his concerns. The more pressing issue would be the involvement of high-ranking officials or local law enforcement. The best outcome would see him sentenced to decades in prison. If the consequences were severe, it could very well lead to a death sentence. In his mind, Ron mused that Gavin's heinous actions warranted such a fate. Returning his attention to the remaining intelligence, he was struck by the revelation that Myral was concealing a magical tome. Ron was taken aback, followed by a surge of exhilaration. It was as though the universe had aligned perfectly in his favor. Myral was indeed courting death. Just as he had activated his mental prowess, he had stumbled upon information regarding the magical tome, and it was in the possession of the seemingly defenseless Myral. A smile crept across Ron's face, a silent chuckle escaping him. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. After all, this woman hailed from a noble lineage, and one could not dismiss the possibility of her possessing means of retaliation. Thus, he resolved to proceed with stealth as per his original plan. The opportunity was ripe, as the timeline for action was merely 2 days away. Upon reading the third piece of intelligence, he immediately recognized the potential that lay before him. The highest combat power in Kula City was the Glory Knight. Ron frowned, recognizing that Glory Knights were formidable adversaries. In the Divine Gift Continent, after a knight acquired royal acknowledgement and ascended to the rank of a formal knight. The subsequent levels were Armed Knight and Glory Knight. Armed Knights, as their name suggests, were capable of self-armoring with fighting spirit, manifesting a layer of armor upon their skin and unleashing their fighting spirit over distances through knightly techniques. If Armed Knights represented the backbone of the kingdom's military, then the Glory Knights reigned at the pinnacle of elite combatants, known also as Honor Knights, according to the ancient traditions passed down through generations. One could only vie for or inherit titles and family honor upon becoming a Glory Knight. Thus, unless sanctioned by the royal family, all noble titles within the kingdom, even the lowest baron, were reserved for those who had attained the status of a Glory Knight. Ron found himself wondering about the specific identity of this glory knight. Was he friend or foe? Could he be of use to Ron? Lost in contemplation, Ron resolved to alter his subsequent search queries to focus on this glory knight or the high-level combatants of Kula City. Over 20 registered mages? That number was not particularly high. The sixth piece of intelligence did not surprise Ron. While mages were indeed esteemed and scarce, Kula City was a sprawling metropolis with a population exceeding 100,000. There were certainly hundreds of individuals who were at least trainee knights or stronger. In contrast, the mere 20 mages paled in comparison. So the surveillance around the Bardo family has been lifted? Ron glanced at the seventh piece of intelligence and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed the time had come to pay the Bardo family a visit and retrieve the items hidden within their secret chamber. Ron pondered for a moment before deciding to infiltrate Bardo's residence the following night. With his current prowess as a novice knight, combined with the mastery of the wolf-breathing technique, he might not be entirely silent. Yet he would hardly leave a trace for others to detect. The subsequent pieces of information were of little consequence at that moment. Fatigue overcame Ron, and he succumbed to sleep as time swiftly passed. Afternoon arrived. Once more, Ron ventured into the wilderness under the pretense of seeking herbs. Why now? Litton had grown utterly indifferent to Ron's repeated endeavors. Upon hearing Ron's intention to venture out, Litton offered only a reminder to exercise caution. Leaving no further remarks at this juncture, Ron arrived at the stone house. Upon stepping inside, he sensed an unusual sensation upon his face. He promptly removed the alchemical mask, discovering that the magical crystal embedded in his forehead had turned gray. Has the energy been completely depleted? Ron mused aloud, recalling his previous estimations. That particular energy crystal could sustain itself for approximately 20 hours. Throughout the past half-month, he had worn the mask whenever he stepped out for errands or purchases. So its endurance, until now, was commendable. Thus, Ron retrieved the box housing the energy crystals and replaced the spent one with a new crystal. Given that these energy crystals were merely low-grade, first-tier gems, they could only sustain the mass transformation for about 10 hours. This moment, Ron reached into his pocket to extract the sealed coin and the lifeless talisman. It is time to unravel the secrets of this seal. Ron thought to himself, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Chapter 63. The Unsealing Ritual, a prayer to the god of thieves outside the stone house. Ron, much like his previous endeavor to breach the nightly threshold, took precautions in his surroundings. This time, he employed beast-repelling powder and newly crafted explosive bombs, setting numerous traps. Once everything was in place, he returned indoors. First, Ron placed a box containing the alchemical materials upon the stone table. Then, he turned and approached the stone bed, clearing away the straw mat and various clutter that lay upon it, casting them aside. After meticulously cleaning, the stone bed, measuring approximately 2 meters long and 1.8 meters wide, was spotless, devoid of any dust. Subsequently, Ron opened the box, first extracting a vial of alchemical liquid infused with a spiritual essence, followed by the engraved knife crafted by the blacksmith Majura. With utmost care, Ron utilized a dropper to siphon the alchemical liquid into the hollow tube of the engraved knife. First came the alchemical formation. Ron concentrated deeply, bending low over the stone bed as he began to etch the design with the engraved knife. Although the knife was not an alchemical item, it was forged from refined steel, exceptionally sharp. Now that Ron had entered the knightly realm, his physical strength and control were remarkable. Consequently, when the knife's tip met the stone, it carved a deep groove as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter. As he pressed the mechanism on the knife's handle, the spiritual liquid within the tube seeped into the carved groove. As stone shavings flew, the silver-white liquid filled the void. Half an hour later, upon completing the final stroke of his engraving, Ron straightened up. He gazed down to behold a magnificent alchemical formation sprawled across the stone bed. The patterns of the formation resembled winding silver serpents, while the peculiar designs evoked images of enigmatic celestial constellations, the cardinal directions of east, west, south, and north. There were 4 hollow circular conduits. Interconnected, in the center lay a cross-shaped emblem resembling a scepter. With a sigh, Ron exhaled a breath of relief, easing his slightly sore neck. Once he felt rejuvenated, he meticulously arranged the alchemical materials he had procured in Kara City according to the formation's specifications. In the eastern conduit, he placed a fresh and fully ripened wind whisper orchid in the western conduit. A cup of water from a spring imbued with spiritual essence was set. The southern conduit held a candle crafted from deep-sea fish oil, while the northern conduit contained a handful of iron peak powder that refracted light. After positioning the alchemical materials, Ron produced 4 energy crystals, placing them at the junctions between the 4 conduits and the central scepter emblem. In the very center of the stone bed, corresponding to the ceiling of the stone house, Ron placed a palm-sized circular mercury mirror. Finally, the preparations were complete. Ron's gaze flickered as he extended his hand above the center of the stone bed. He retrieved a dagger from his waist and made a gentle incision on his wrist. Instantly, warm blood trickled down his arm, dripping onto the center of the cross. As the blood flowed abundantly, it gradually spread along the grooves of the alchemical formation. That moment, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The once desiccated silver-white spiritual liquid, now immersed in his blood, fused into a brilliant crimson and white luminescence. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they might assume it was an act of dark sorcery. However, Ron remained unperturbed, his expression calm and collected. He had been assured by the system that the unsealing process would inflict no harm or adverse effects upon him. And this system had never erred before. Thus, he resolutely continued to release his blood. Once the blood had completely enveloped the entire alchemical formation's pathways, Ron's complexion had grown pale from blood loss, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He hastily applied a medicinal bandage and consumed 2 vials of vitality-rich potions. After regaining some semblance of strength, he wasted no time in lying upon the stone bed. Strangely, the blood did not stain his clothing, but seemed to form a barrier, cradling his body. At this moment, Ron pressed the sealed coin against his forehead. He then retrieved the final energy crystal and placed it upon his lower abdomen, crossing his hands over it. With his eyes closed, Ron began to utter an obscure and arcane incantation, one that was far removed from the vernacular of the contemporary world. O rebellious god of thieves, cunning and sly, lurking in the shadows of night and hiding in the light of day, you covet the authority of the divine, yearning for the arrival of the true. You are the witness of history, the sole bearer of knowledge. Destiny perpetually cycles. Death is but rebirth. If you have passed, I shall inherit your will, forever free to forge ahead until I ascend to the divine throne. As Ron completed this prayer, he opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon the mirror above him, scrutinizing his reflection. Suddenly, a resonance echoed through the air, and Ron felt as though a vision had momentarily clouded his sight, accompanied by a mysterious and low murmuring in his ears. The lines of the alchemical formation erupted with a brilliant glow, and the energy crystals at the 4 connection points melted instantaneously. In the eastern, western, southern, and northern conduits, the alchemical materials underwent a transformation. The 4 petals of the wind whisper orchid swayed gently as if caressed by a gentle breeze. The surface of the spring water rippled as though a pebble had been cast into its depths. The wick of the fish oil candle ignited spontaneously, illuminating the entire stone chamber. The iron peak powder seemed to quiver as if stirred by an earthquake, each particle dancing with joy. The spiritual essence contained within each alchemical material was released, harmonizing the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. That moment, the energy crystal in Ron's hand also melted away. Meanwhile, the mirror suspended above the chamber began to tremble, as though boiling water were roiling within it. In the next heartbeat, Ron felt the sealed coin at his forehead suddenly merge with his consciousness. Instantly, the world spun around him, and a tremendous force yanked him from the stone bed. When Ron's vision steadied, he found himself in an utterly unfamiliar environment. Where am I? Ron felt somewhat disoriented, surrounded by a shroud of darkness within a radius of 3 paces. Beyond this sphere, the realm appeared ethereal and insubstantial, as if it were non-existent. Instinctively, he attempted to step forward, but after just a few strides, a sudden force propelled him back. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the stone chamber. Chapter 64. The 3 great abilities of the sealed object on the stone bed. Ron wore a vacant expression, his gaze fixed on the ceiling that moment. The mercury mirror suspended above was marred with numerous cracks, and the coin-shaped seal upon his forehead had vanished without a trace. After a considerable pause, Ron's eyes regained focus, and he came to a realization that so. It is thus, he murmured to himself, a look of enlightenment dawning in his eyes. It turned out that after being ejected from that mysterious, dim space, a fragment of information had materialized in his mind. As he gradually processed the details regarding the shoelace, he discerned the true name of the sealed coin, the ancient god coin. This coin belonged to Hermes, the ancient god of thieves. For reasons unknown, Hermes had fallen, and his tales and titles had been obliterated, fading into the annals of history. Fortunately, however, Hermes had left behind a contingency plan before his demise, concealing some of his relics, among which was this ancient god coin. It was no wonder that the members of the Thieves' Guild relentlessly pursued the magical thief Patrick, yet remained oblivious to the nature of his theft. Realization struck Ron as he casually extended his right hand. What had once been an empty palm suddenly bore the ancient god coin. It was indeed the coin's inherent negative effect of memory theft at play. While the ancient god coin posed no harm to individuals, it did possess the drawback of erasing memories, thereby eliminating any trace of its presence. Initially, the Thieves' Guild had detailed records concerning this coin. However, as decades passed, its effects had rendered all who encountered it oblivious to its existence. Even the written accounts have been nearly entirely erased to this day. The Guild could only recall that a coin was supposedly sealed within their storeroom. But they had forgotten its name, purpose, the identity of the one who sealed it, and the reason for its sealing. Had it not been for Patrick, the magical thief, who, for reasons of his own, inadvertently liberated it during the theft of other sealed objects, the coin might have remained hidden in the Guild's darkened chamber for decades, if not centuries. If it weren't for my brief acquisition of it and the system's reminders, perhaps one day I too would forget about this sealed coin, or even mistake it for an ordinary copper coin. Ron mused, raising an eyebrow. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that this scenario was not entirely implausible. After all, a significant reason Patrick had not returned in search of the coin was likely due to his own forgetfulness. However, now that Ron had thoroughly unsealed the ancient god coin, he had become its rightful master. Consequently, its memory-erasing effect could no longer be wielded against him. As he toyed with the coin between his fingertips, he reflected on the benefits it had bestowed upon him. The coin had granted him 3 notable advantages. The first was an exceptional breathing technique, or perhaps a meditative practice. Ron thought to himself, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. The so-called meditative practice bore similarities to the breathing techniques of knights. It was a method for mages to cultivate and enhance their powers. The information flow he had just assimilated revealed that this technique was both a breathing method and a meditative practice. Throughout his journey, whether in rural lore or through system intelligence, Ron had never encountered a technique so wondrous as to serve dual purposes. Thus, he speculated that its ranks surpassed the conventional levels of beginner, intermediate, and advanced breathing techniques, and had ascended to the rarest and most enigmatic echelon of supreme breathing and meditation techniques. As a thief's breathing technique, it promised not only to enhance Ron's agility and explosive power, but also to pilfer or amalgamate the abilities of other breathing methods for his own use. Generally speaking, knights could only operate one breathing technique at a time, as they possessed but a single seed of life within them. However, with the acquisition of this thief's breathing technique, the rules shifted. While it could not break the limitation of operating solely one breathing technique at a time, it could indeed steal the ancillary capabilities of other techniques and merge them into one. For instance, Ron had previously practiced the wolf breathing technique, which provided a slight boost to strength, agility, defense, and endurance. Upon mastering it, he could, akin to a wolf, enhance his sense of smell, hearing, and sight, allowing him to see as clearly in the dark as in daylight. Now, by adopting the thief's breathing technique, he could directly appropriate the ancillary abilities of the wolf breathing technique. While employing the thief's breathing technique, he would simultaneously gain the strength, defense, and endurance attributes as well as the enhancement of his senses from the wolf breathing technique. As for the thief's meditative practice, it offered the same advantages, allowing him to appropriate the effects of other meditative techniques for his own use. The sheer potency of this technique justified its classification as a sealed object. Ron couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, for this was merely the first benefit bestowed by the sealed object. The remaining two advantages were equally remarkable, each with its own merits. The second benefit was that this coin could also serve as a storage space. In the Divine Gift Continent, alchemical items related to spatial manipulation were among the rarest and most expensive of their class. Even a simple storage ring, capable of holding a cubic meter, could fetch several thousand gold coins. In contrast, the ancient god coin contained space of several hundred cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a room. However, typical storage spaces could only accommodate inanimate objects, excluding living beings, and the space within the ancient god coin was no exception. Furthermore, accessing the space to store items required a certain expenditure of mental energy. Given Ron's current mental energy levels, he could only store small items. The largest object he could likely accommodate was the suitcase containing alchemical materials on the stone table. The third advantage lay in its potential as a means of self-preservation in moments of peril. One could expend a significant amount of energy to enter this spatial realm, even traversing distances in reality to achieve effects akin to teleportation or flashing. Ron's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Chapter 65. Journey to the Bardo family to retrieve the ledger at this juncture, having fully absorbed the information imparted by the ancient god coin. Ron flipped his palm and stored the coin away. Though he was still merely a magic apprentice, yet to fully activate his soul C, he could still retain it within his mind due to the coin's inherent capabilities. Next, it was time to repair the talisman, Ron thought. Rising from the stone as he stood, he noticed that the surface of the stone bed, inscribed with the alchemical array, had seemingly weathered, turning to a layer of stone dust. After clearing it away, he found the bed had become noticeably lower than before. However, Ron paid it no mind and proceeded to the stone table, retrieving the alchemical materials needed for the talisman's restoration. Half an hour later, the stone table bore the alchemical elixir he had just prepared, a half-cup of gray-black liquid interspersed with mineral powder that shimmered like stars in blue luminescence. Ron took the small, palm-sized, stone-like fragment of the discarded talisman and meticulously cleaned its surface of all impurities with a carving knife. He then submerged the stone fragment in the alchemical solution. With a splash, with a matchstick, Ron ignited the alchemical liquid. Within mere seconds, the liquid in the cup began to bubble fervently. The stone-like talisman rolled restlessly within the cup as Ron stirred it incessantly with an iron rod. The once dormant spiritual substances within the liquid began to stir to life. Wisps of ethereal blue threads flowed through the fissures, entering the talisman. 2 minutes later, the blue spiritual essence completely filled the talisman. At that moment, Ron used a pair of tongs to extract the talisman. The once stone-like artifact had transformed into an oval shape, smooth and plump, resembling a game piece. Once the talisman had cooled completely, Ron retrieved a carving knife and meticulously redrew the original runes. He then encased it in a ring, crafting it into a stylish piece of jewelry. It fit perfectly on his left middle finger. Task accomplished, Ron exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding in satisfaction. This talisman was known as the Amulet of Protection, a creation of the third tier of alchemy. As its name suggests, its power lay in safeguarding the bearer. Upon activation, it could manifest a shield around the body to withstand a single full-force strike from an armed knight. However, due to prior damage and a near loss of its spiritual essence, even after Ron's repairs and re-energizing efforts, its effectiveness had diminished significantly, allowing only 3 uses. Moreover, each activation required prior charging. Nevertheless, 3 uses were adequate, Ron mused as he carefully stored the talisman away. Next, he combined gunpowder and projectiles with firestone and red jade crystals, among other alchemical materials, to reconfigure his supplies. After crafting several new subpar alchemical creations, he noticed that dusk was approaching. He then utilized the ancient god coin to store everything away. Upon returning to the clinic, as anticipated, Litton saw Ron bringing back a type of herb. After the 3 of them finished dinner, Ron retreated to his room to test the abilities of the thief's breathing technique. Thanks to the direct infusion of information from the ancient god coin, he was able to use it immediately without the need for study. Hours later, around 11 o'clock, while most of the townsfolk in Hippo had succumbed to slumber, Ron stealthily slipped out of the clinic. In the alley, his figure flickered. Ron moved with remarkable speed and silence, treading softly in places where the moonlight dared not reach, pressed against the walls. This was the ability granted to him by the thief's breathing technique, allowing him to possess formidable stealth akin to a genuine thief. His movements were agile and his footwork clever. His body as light as a feather, adept at jumping and evading. His fingers were nimble, capable of surreptitiously lifting a wallet from someone's pocket without detection. 10 minutes later, Ron arrived outside Bartis' estate, concealed in shadow. Under the ink-black night, his keen eyes discerned every detail. After a careful observation, he confirmed the intel. There were indeed no watchers around, and the estate was shrouded in eerie silence and darkness. Thus, following the defensive layout provided in the previous intel, Ron located a low section of the wall. With a leap, he placed his hands on the top of the wall, and, in an instant, his figure appeared in the courtyard. Under the dim moonlight, avoiding the servants' quarters, Ron made his way directly to the main building where Bartis resided. Like a gecko, he clung to the wall's crevices, climbing effortlessly to the second floor. After opening a window, he entered Bartis' study. The study was virtually barren. After Bartis' death, Grace had moved back to her maternal family with her son, leaving the study devoid of any useful items, which he had sold off entirely. However, Ron was undeterred and approached a wall. Originally adorned with several valuable paintings, they had all been taken down and sold by Grace. Yet, one item remained untouched, a built-in bookcase, firmly integrated with the wall, making it impossible to remove. Utilizing the moonlight, Ron extended his left hand toward the second shelf's leftmost compartment. After removing a wooden panel that resembled a partition, he discovered a small mechanism within. Activating the mechanism, the bookcase emitted a faint click. Ron then applied gentle yet firm pressure, and the bookcase swung open like a door. Behind it lay a small secret chamber, measuring only 10 cubic meters. Inside the chamber, there were no remarkable items, just a desk, a lamp, and a chair. Ron approached and opened the desk's drawers. The left drawer contained 2 account books, while the right held a pouch of gold coins. The middle drawer revealed another flintlock pistol. Ron extracted the 2 account books from the left drawer, perusing them briefly. The first account book recorded Bartis' business dealings. After a cursory glance, Ron set it aside. He then opened the second account book, and his attention sharpened. These were records of slave transactions. A smile crept upon his lips as he meticulously reviewed it, confirming its authenticity. He swiftly stored all the items within the ancient god coin space. After restoring the bookcase to its original state, Ron retraced his steps, unnoticed. Upon returning to the clinic and reaching his room, he retrieved his findings and began to examine them closely. Another 100 gold coins? Ron raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased. Chapter 66. Intel Refresh, a 2 birds with 1 stone strategy. Beneath the moonlight, the gold coins in the pouch glimmered with a bright sheen. The next time he visited Kara City, he intended to stop by the bank to withdraw Bartis funds and convert them all into energy crystals. Ron thought to himself that a few days prior in Kara City, he had refrained from withdrawing that money, having adopted Bartis' approach of safeguarding his assets. After all, should the day come when his identity was revealed and he was pursued by Guavas, he would need to travel light to escape. In such a scenario, even if he lost everything on him, he could still return to Kara City to retrieve that money and make a comeback. However, now that he possessed the ancient god coin, which had granted him storage space upon unsealing, such precautions were no longer necessary. Thus, after placing the coin back in storage, Ron took out the 2 account books once more. The first book contained records of Bartis' family business, but since his death, Guavas had seized all the assets, rendering this account book worthless. The second book, however, contained meticulous private records of transactions between Bartis and Myril, detailing exact dates, times, and locations, alongside the names of the slaves, their family situations, methods used, and how the Sal family received them. Bartis had recorded everything with meticulous precision. Previous intel indicated that the Sal family's slave sources numbered 12 in total. Now, just from Hippo Town alone, hundreds had accumulated over the years. After thoroughly examining the account books, Ron couldn't help but feel a weight in his heart. After all, in just a few short years, hundreds of lives had been lost without a trace. Yet, neither the Night Brigade of Kara City, nor the governor, nor the temple had taken notice of this matter, leaving Ron deeply puzzled. Had they truly not discovered the Sal family's nefarious deeds, or were they already aware but chose to turn a blind eye for some ulterior motive? If this remained unclear, even with this account book in hand, he would have no courage to report them. Ron's expression darkened, his brow furrowing. Previously, in his attempt to save his sister, he had contemplated a strategy akin to driving wolves into tigers. However, before implementing this plan, he first needed to ascertain who was the wolf and who was the tiger. Now he felt certain that among the 5 major powers within Kara City, there were undoubtedly allies of the Sal family, perhaps even within the Night Brigade or the temple itself. If he truly acted without careful consideration, being careless and brazenly rushing to the Knight's Order or the church to report, he might unwittingly fall into a trap, landing in the hands of the enemy's lurking accomplices. Fortunately, there are still 2.5 months left, ample time for me to unravel this mystery. For now, Ron stifled his anxious thoughts and returned the ledger to his storage space. Coincidentally, it was now midnight that a new day dawned, bringing with it a fresh batch of intelligence. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. In recent days, Guas has once again resorted to underhanded tactics, coercing and enticing 3 young men into slavery. 2. Guas has arranged to exchange intelligence with Myral the day after tomorrow, while also completing transaction records. 3. Tomorrow evening at 9, Myral will meet with Daniel, the second son of the wealthy merchant Dan Foss, at the ground floor of the enthusiastic BAR.4. In 6 months, it will be Myral's son Mickey's birthday, and Myral has decided to reveal her family's secrets to him upon his coming of age. 5. Due to his mother's tarnished reputation and certain childhood experiences, Mickey has become insecure and sensitive, wallowing in despair and lacking ambition, harboring deep resentment towards Myral. 6. Myral's family heirloom spellbook is inscribed with a special transparent potion, which can only be revealed using a developing agent. 7. The honorary knight in Kara City is the vice captain of the Knight's Order, the Wolf Knight Albert. 8. Under Albert, there are a total of 14 methods employed by various factions that can match the combat prowess of honorary knights. 9. The industrial chain of the 6 major noble families in Kara City is as follows. 10. The magical thief Patrick is now gravely injured and deceased, a fact unknown to the members of the Thieves' Guild. Ron perked up and began to peruse the intelligence. The day after tomorrow, Myral and Guas will exchange intelligence. Ron raised an eyebrow, having previously learned through intel that by the end of the month, Myral would ally with Guas to deliver all the recently acquired slaves to Kara City. With less than 3 days until the month's end, this would likely be their final meeting of the month. Contemplating this, Ron felt a stirring in his heart. His gaze shifted to the 3rd piece of intelligence below. Tomorrow evening at the enthusiastic bar, the wealthy merchant's son would serve as a witness. A smile crept across Ron's lips. This merchant Dan Foss had been mentioned in prior intelligence. Like Bartis, he was also a renowned wealthy businessman in this town of Hippo. However, compared to Bartis, Dan Foss possessed even greater power. Furthermore, he owned a low-tier alchemical item, a wallet that required a secret method to open. Perhaps this could be a twofold advantage, eliminating Myral and luring Guas away from Hippo Town. After careful consideration, Ron devised a plan in his mind. He intended to eliminate Myral tomorrow and disguise it as an accident, using Mickey as a witness to prevent Guas from pursuing justice. Moreover, with Myral out of the way, the slave trade must continue. This would compel Guas to personally oversee the slave transfer. By the time Guas heads to Kara City, his mistress's household would be left entirely unguarded. Ron's eyes narrowed. Prior intelligence indicated that Guas frequently visited his mistress due to her bearing him a son. Thus, he often found himself with idle time, even staying overnight every few days. Consequently, Ron had been unable to seize the opportunity to retrieve the wolf-breathing technique hidden in his mistress's bookshelf. However, if Guas were forced to travel to Kara City due to Myral's demise, the situation would become considerably simpler. With the wolf-breathing technique in hand, my strength would surely ascend to new heights. Ron mused, then continued to scan the remaining intelligence. Myral plans to reveal her family's secrets to her son Mickey on his coming-of-age ceremony, and this Mickey harbors hatred for his own mother. What a stroke of fortune! With this development, Ron felt emboldened to execute his plan with greater confidence. Chapter 67. The mother-son quarrel, Myral's helplessness next, when Ron focused on the sixth piece of intelligence. He raised an eyebrow. A developing agent is required? That is manageable. Although Ron was unsure of which specific developing agent Myral used, the commonly available ones are few. Trial and error would yield results. Moreover, it is possible that the system will automatically refresh with information regarding the developing agent's formula. If that were the case, the situation would indeed become easier to handle. Thus, Ron chose not to dwell on it further and continued to examine the remaining pieces of intelligence. So, the highest combat power left in Kara City is that Wolf Knight Albert. Ron's gaze sharpened. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome. This Wolf Knight had been mentioned to him before. It was said that he ranked among the top 3 masters within the Knight's Order. Not only was he mature and composed, but he was also approachable and humble, skilled in training and guidance. Consequently, in addition to being the vice captain, he also served as the head of the Knight's new recruit training camp. At present, at least a quarter of the members in the Knight's Order had once trained under Albert, and more than half had received his instruction. Logically, this esteemed Wolf Knight, with his formidable strength and noble status, should not willingly compromise himself by associating with the likes of the Saul family. Ron pondered, yet he dared not make any definitive conclusions. Therefore, to be safe, he resolved to wait for the intelligence to refresh or to conduct further investigation before proceeding with anything else. 14 methods to reach honorary knight status? Ron's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the descriptions of these 14 methods. Upon carefully examining them, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought, due to the beast uprising in the wind whisper plains. Most of the strong individuals from the 5 major factions in Kara City had gone to provide support. Among those left behind, only one strong individual at the honorary knight level remained, Albert. However, the 5 major factions maintained control over Kara City due to their immense strength and resources. Therefore, even in the absence of a strong honorary knight, they could still deploy means to counterbalance such power. For instance, the aforementioned secret sealing weapon, the bloodthirsty sword, possessed by the Knight's Order. If a valiant knight were willing to sacrifice themselves, feeding the sword with their blood and life, they could temporarily elevate their rank to match that of an honorary knight. Moreover, the other 4 major factions, including the 6 noble families, each had similar methods at their disposal. For example, the Adventurers Guild's group combination techniques, the Merchants' alchemical mechanical guards, and the Nobles' blood-burning secret arts. In total, there were 14 such methods. It seems that to rescue my sister, I must exercise the utmost caution. Ron felt a surge of vigilance. Having initially relaxed upon acquiring the sealing coin, he now found his spirit once more taut and alert. The 9th piece of intelligence warranted little discussion. However, the final piece of intelligence left Ron momentarily stunned. The magical thief Patrick, who had stolen the sealing object, was actually dead, and the Thieves' Guild was unaware of this. Previously, intelligence had indicated that Patrick, for some unknown reason, had been conducting thefts in the Thieves' Guild's territory in the Wind Whisper Plains, pilfering a significant portion of their alchemical items, including the ancient god coin. Ultimately, he was pursued by the Thieves' Guild and fled. While passing through Kara City to evade capture, he had carelessly tossed the ancient god coin into a wishing well, where it was retrieved by a cleaning maid and subsequently distributed to Sister Martha. Although Patrick likely discarded many alchemical items during his flight, he undoubtedly still possessed some that he had not relinquished. Therefore, if I can locate his corpse, I might be able to obtain the remaining alchemical items he had. Ron's gaze flickered momentarily, only to gradually dissipate thereafter. This was because Patrick had merely passed through Kula City a fortnight ago. Even if the system's intelligence were to reveal his location, it would likely be thousands of kilometers away, rendering any search impossible for the time being. Thus, after reorganizing his plans, Ron succumbed to slumber. Time swiftly passed, leading to the following day, in the morning, as per usual. He continued to accompany Lytton in attending to patients in the afternoon. After Lytton's departure, Ron prepared several vials of common, revealing potions before dedicating the rest of the day to practicing the rogue meditation technique. As evening approached, after dining with the Lytton father and daughter, he spent a while playing with Lisa. Before long, the The clock struck 8:30. Mr. Litton, Lisa, I shall retire for the night, Ron announced as he rose, to which the Litton duo nodded in acknowledgement, bidding him good night as they watched him depart. Upon returning to the storeroom, Ron swiftly changed into a different set of clothes and stealthily slipped out like a tea that moment. In the affluent district, the sound of a heated argument erupted from a lavish, single-family residence. By the creator goddess above, how could I have given birth to such a worthless creature? Moral spat vehemently, facing a nonchalant young man of about 18 or 19 years, who shrugged dismissively, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. Indeed, mother, why did you even bring me into this world? Had you not, I would not be in this predicament. Mickey retorted with a derisive smirk before turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, he paused and glanced back at Moral. Mother, if you truly find me so disappointing, I shan't return again. Whether I live or die out there is of no concern to you. Farewell. Yes, he spoke. Mickey made to close the door behind him, but Moral suddenly called out to him. Wait, you wretched boy. Mickey, unsurprised, halted as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The instant Moral spoke, he remained still. That I'm genuinely terrified of you. Take the money and get out. Return early tomorrow, or I swear I will break your legs when I find you. Moral sighed deeply, then reluctantly retrieved a pouch of coins, tossing out 2 silver coins of 10 value each. Mickey's indifferent expression transformed in an instant as he gleefully caught the coins. Thank you, my dearest mother, he said with a grin, tucking the coins away. By the way, are you bringing anyone home tonight? Should I procure breakfast for you all when I return in the morning? Before departing, Mickey seemed to recall something and inquired, I could tea this moment. Moral's expression stiffened upon hearing his words. She then waved her hand dismissively, urging Mickey to leave without further chatter. Seeing this, Mickey, rather than taking offense, elegantly bowed before gently closing the door behind him. Sigh, Moral lamented, shaking her head in resignation. When will that insufferable boy ever grow up? She mused, gazing wistfully out at the moonlit sky, her eyes glazing over as memories flooded her mind. In her youth, Moral was born into a modest family. Although she lacked a father, her mother provided a reasonably comfortable life, and her childhood was filled with joy. However, that happiness was short-lived as her mother fell gravely ill. Within just 3 months, she was reduced to a state of near death. Before passing, her mother revealed to Moral that her father was, in fact, the second son of the noble Sal family, Matura. Once, she had been a maid in the Sal household, and Matura had taken advantage of her during a drunken stupor, resulting in Moral's conception. Yet, Matura was on the brink of an arranged marriage and sought to eliminate the unborn child. Fortunately, Moral's mother was astute enough to foresee the unscrupulous intentions of those nobility. Upon receiving word of the impending danger, she seized an opportunity to flee. Several months later, when Matura's subordinates located Moral's mother, she had already given birth. By this time, Matura had wed, and his wife was of high status, known for her jealousy. Had she discovered the existence of Matura's child, chaos would have ensued. Thus, Matura contemplated drowning Moral to avoid complications. However, a shred of humanity remained in him, coupled with his dissatisfaction towards his domineering wife. Consequently, he allowed Moral and her mother to remain, albeit without bringing them into his household. Each year, he allocated a sum of money as support for Moral, thus enabling them to live without the need for her mother to work. Years passed until Moral's mother succumbed to her illness. Before her death, she entrusted Moral with a token left by Matura. Aware that Matura's jealous wife would not spare her, Moral felt a profound sense of isolation. Having lost both parents and lived in seclusion, too fearful to forge friendships. Thus, after her mother's demise, Moral found herself utterly alone, with no one to care for her. In her desperation, her mother had resolved to. In the delicate balance of conflicting rights, the lighter option was chosen, allowing the daughter to seek her ancestral roots. Subsequently, Myril, following her mother's instructions, reconciled with Matura. This juncture, Matura, now in the prime of his life, had shed his previous indecisiveness. Thus, although he accepted his daughter, he regarded her merely as a servant, treating her with casual disregard. Upon discovering the situation, Matura's wife was, unsurprisingly, filled with immense rage and contemplated issuing an order for Myril's execution. Despite his lack of affection for this daughter, Machira and his wife had spent several years together, their relationship deteriorating into mutual disdain and hostility. Consequently, for the sake of his pride and authority, Machira would not permit his wife to harm Myralda, of course. Machira's intervention only ensured Myral's survival, turning a blind eye to his wife's wrathful humiliation and mistreatment of her. Thus, Myral grew up amidst pain and fear, inheriting her parents' commendable genes, possessing both striking beauty and an admirable physique. Had she been born into a humble household, her looks might have afforded her a better life. However, facing her father's envious and malevolent wife, her beauty became a source of even greater inhumane torment. Henceforth, in her despair, Myral succumbed to darkness, devising means to escape the constraints of the Sal family. Utilizing her wit and physical advantages, she mingled with the nobility and esteemed individuals in Kara City, relentlessly causing trouble for the Sal family. During this time, her identity was exposed, igniting widespread discourse. Upon learning of this, Machira was furious and sought to have Myral killed. Yet, his wife, contrary to her usual demeanor, refrained from targeting Myral, preferring to witness her disgrace the Sal family's reputation. This situation persisted until the head of the Sal family, Medoc, intervened, secretly bringing Myral back, thus bringing a temporary resolution. Subsequently, Myral and Medoc reached an agreement, and she became one of the hired hands of the Sal family. However, perhaps due to habit or innate disposition, Myral occasionally found herself embroiled in scandalous rumors in Kara City. Eventually, she inexplicably became pregnant, giving birth to an illegitimate child whose paternity remained a mystery. Machira was further humiliated by this turn of events, yet bound by his brother's arrangements, he found himself powerless. If only you understood what I endured back then, perhaps you would not harbor such hatred for me, Myral reflected bitterly, recalling her past. After giving birth to Michi, she was determined to raise him with strict discipline, aspiring to cultivate his potential. Initially, Michi was obedient and well-behaved. However, as he grew older and entered school, he became influenced by unknown tidings, transforming into a sensitive and self-deprecating individual who harbored deep-seated resentment towards her. Myral understood the root of Michi's transformation. Yet due to certain constraints, she could not elucidate the reasons. Thus, she resorted to even harsher discipline, hoping to motivate him. Ironically, the more stringent her methods, the more rebellious he became, leading to their current state. Presently, Michi's prowess barely qualified him as a mid-tier knight squire, and he had become enmeshed in vices, his vitality thoroughly depleted. I shall wait until he matures fully in 6 months, and then I will reveal everything to him, Myral mused, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Perhaps by then, he will grasp my intentions and strive for improvement. This moment. Feeling an overwhelming solitude in her room, Myral sat in contemplation before suddenly rising. After donning a disguise, she ventured into a lively bar. Bartender, a glass of sweet wine, please, she instructed upon reaching the counter. Chapter 69. The elusive touch. The potion takes effect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ron, adorned in an alchemical mask, entered the bar, this time to ensure discretion. He opted for a different identity, assuming the guise of Roland, whose androgynous features, enhanced by makeup that darkened his complexion, rendered him nearly unrecognizable. At a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Thank you, Ron spoke in a subdued tone. The bartender promptly complied, and after half a minute, Ron took his juice to a secluded corner of the bar. Although remote, this spot afforded him a clear view of the bar counter. With his training in the thief's breathing technique and the wolf's breathing technique, his observational skills were heightened. As he leisurely sipped his juice, when the clock struck 9, the bar door swung open, admitting new patrons. Among them was a figure clad in a long black dress, a hat adorned with a veil obscuring her features. Bartender, a glass of sweet wine, please, the newcomer requested. Ron's ears perked up, and his gaze sharpened. The voice and stature matched Myral perfectly. However, he remained patient, continuing to observe until she settled at an empty table not far from him. Only then did he confirm her identity. Subsequently, Ron waited patiently, utilizing the thief's breathing technique to blend into the shadows, minimizing his presence. Soon, a young man, seemingly in his late teens, entered the bar. That he was strikingly handsome. Dressed in fine garments, radiating vigor and charm. Youthful, attractive, innocent, and bright, this was Myral's ideal type. "Here he comes," Ron noted as he observed Myral, who had previously been languidly sipping her drink, suddenly straighten her posture, her gaze fixated on the newcomer. At this moment, Myral finished her sweet wine and summoned the bartender for another glass, all the while scrutinizing her target with predatory intent. Thud, thud, thud. Seizing the opportune moment, Ron swiftly downed the remainder of his juice, stood up, and made his way to the bar. Just then, the bartender approached Myral with her sweet wine, and as Ron and the bartender brushed past each other, a slight collision occurred. "Oh, my apologies, sir," the bartender exclaimed hurriedly, while Ron waved dismissively, signaling that he bore no offense. After this minor incident, the bartender presented the sweet wine to Myral, who accepted it, sipping leisurely while continuing her examination of the young man. Meanwhile, Ron ordered another juice, and, at the moment of turning, chanced upon Myral indulging in her sweet wine. That a smirk crept across his face as he stealthily retreated to another corner of the bar. Previously, he had intentionally collided with the bartender, and in that casual exchange, he had surreptitiously infused the sweet wine with an aphrodisiac. Now, seated in the shadows, Ron awaited the unfolding drama. After a while, Myral finished her sweet wine. Although she still appeared relatively composed, the surrounding atmosphere felt increasingly heated. The sight of the dashing young man before her stirred something within her, causing her to gaze at him with a dazed expression, her heart igniting with desire. Thus, after downing her third glass of sweet wine, she rose, holding her empty glass, and sauntered over to the young man, her movements graceful and alluring. In an apparent misstep, she feigned a twisted ankle, allowing herself to collapse onto his lap. The young man was taken aback, and before he could react, Myral swiftly regained her footing, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize, young man. Are you all right?" she inquired, to which the young man shook his head, assuring her, "It's nothing, madam. Truly, I must have unintentionally caused you to stumble." Myral, her cheeks tinged with crimson, feigned modesty as she replied, "By the way, is anyone else sitting here? If this isn't your friend's seat, I would like to rest here for a moment." Upon hearing this, the young man spoke naturally. "No worries, madam, I came here alone, so please feel free to sit." Myral smiled and nodded, and to express her apologies, she offered the young man a cocktail. Thus, the two began to converse, during which Myral learned the young man's name and background. His name was Daniel, the second son of the wealthy merchant Danvers from Hippo Town, who was currently studying in Kula City. Though merely 18 years of age, he exhibited remarkable talent and had already reached the pinnacle of a mid-tier knight squire, on the verge of a breakthrough. Due to the recent school holiday, he had returned to Hippo Town to relax and enjoy a drink. "Ah, I see," Myral thought, feeling a twinge of hesitation upon learning Daniel's identity. If he were an ordinary person without power or influence, a fleeting romance followed by silence would pose no issue. However, Daniel was the second son of Danvers and a student in Kula City. Thus, if she were to pursue him, it could potentially invite considerable trouble. Consequently, Myral contemplated offering a few polite remarks and seeking a new target. Yet, for reasons unknown, just as she was about to make an excuse to leave, the flames of desire within her began to erode her rationality, compelling her to shift direction and continue their flirtatious banter. Although Daniel appeared innocent, being a scion of wealth, he was not unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Noticing the change in Myral's tone, he instinctively grasped her meaning that a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Upon catching sight of the crow's feet at the corners of Myral's eyes, he contemplated dismissing her. However, when he observed her casually brushing her hair aside, revealing a face meticulously adorned, exuding allure, and a figure that, though approaching maturity, retained its captivating curves, the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue were inexplicably swallowed back. 10 minutes later, in a corner of the bar, Ron watched as Myral and Daniel stood and departed. He followed suit, stepping outside to see the pair summoning a carriage, heading towards Myral's home. Ron leisurely advanced, maintaining a measured pace as he trailed behind the carriage. As the night deepened and the moon shone faintly, Myral and Daniel had already returned to her residence, before they could close the door behind them. They eagerly embraced one another. Chapter 70. The Death of Myral. The hidden compartment opens from the shadows. Ron observed Myrtle and Daniel enter the room and close the door. After a while, he emerged from the darkness and silently approached the house. At this moment, the commotion from the upstairs bedroom was quite pronounced. Even from his position in the corner of the first floor, he could faintly hear the sounds that Ron's gaze flickered, his expression betraying no emotion, as he surveyed his surroundings, awaiting the opportune moment. Then, employing the techniques of the thief's breathing method, he stealthily scaled the wall, moving as silently as a gecko before reaching the second floor, out on the balcony of the second floor. Ron rummaged through his empty hands, and soon, he held two items. A vial containing a potion and a blowpipe with a filling nozzle. He silently combined the two and, through a crack in the window, inserted one end of the blowpipe. At that moment, Ron held his breath and activated the mechanism. The catalyst within the blowpipe dripped into the vial, and in the next instant, the potion reacted violently. Bubbling as it transformed into gas, this gaseous substance wafted into the bedroom through the slender blowpipe. 2 minutes later, the sounds from the room gradually faded, replaced by the rhythm of steady breathing. Ron waited a moment longer, ensuring nothing amiss occurred, before changing into a form-fitting suit and dust-proof shoes, donning a specially treated mask. Using his deft thieving skills, he opened the window and slipped inside, leaving no trace behind. When Ron raised his gaze to the bed, he beheld the folded figure resting atop the sheets. His expression remained unchanged, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He then tiptoed forward, moving with the grace of a nimble black cat, dodging the scattered garments on the floor and maneuvering through the narrow spaces until he reached the two. Myrtle and Daniel were deeply asleep, even softly snoring, completely unaware of his presence. Ron was not surprised, for the glass vial had contained a sleeping potion of his own concoction that a single inhalation would render an ordinary individual drowsy, gradually succumbing to slumber. Furthermore, this potion would also have a certain effect on nights. How delightfully debauched this Ron's eyes flickered with intrigue as he briefly perused the notes before tucking the tome into his satchel. He then turned his attention to the third notebook, which was notably different from the previous two. It was exceptionally thin, measuring no more than the width of half a finger. Upon opening it, he discovered several gleaming rectangular slips of paper nestled within. Could these be gold notes? Ron was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation washed over him. The so-called gold notes were a form of currency issued by the Mander royal family in conjunction with the bank. Thanks to the royal endorsement, the value of these notes was remarkably stable. Their lightweight nature made them easy to carry, effectively replacing cumbersome gold coins. Consequently, they circulated widely among the nobility and various factions. Enjoying considerable popularity, Chapter 71, Dream Meditation, the initial practice of magic 1, 2, 3, 4. Ron counted the gold notes, discovering 4 notes of 50 and 5 notes of 10, totaling 250 gold coins. Just days prior, he had exhausted his funds, and now he had gained several hundred coins. A grin crept across Ron's face as he suppressed a silent chuckle. This should be more than sufficient. With the gold notes in hand, Ron examined the contents of the notebook again, only to find it blank, seemingly intended solely for the purpose of holding the gold notes. However, a thought struck him. This must be the family heirloom spellbook of Milo. The absence of text was likely due to the lack of revealing potion. Without hesitation, Ron stored the gold notes and the 2 notebooks in his storage space. He left behind the coin pouch, jewelry, and Milo's work log, placing them all back in their original positions. After all, his objective for this visit was to eliminate Milo and stage the death as a result of a fierce confrontation, leading to an unfortunate heart attack. Therefore, he could not take any conspicuous valuables with him. Otherwise, should Gavas become suspicious, he would undoubtedly pursue him. Moreover, the 20-odd gold coins in the pouch were not particularly substantial, and the precious jewelry was also difficult to liquidate, with its origins easily traceable. Thus, for Ron, who now possessed several hundred gold coins, leaving behind these few items did not provoke any sense of loss. After ensuring he left no trace, Ron quietly departed from Milo's residence and returned to the supply room of the clinic. By this time, the clock had struck 11. Seizing the opportunity before the information refreshed, Ron retrieved the slim spellbook and placed it on the desk. He then took out 4 vials of potion from the chest. These potions were all revealing potions he had concocted earlier that afternoon, differing only in their attributes. Of course, regardless of the type, none would harm the paper. Next, Ron opened the book to a blank page. After extracting the potion with a test tube, he began to apply it experimentally. The first two revealing potions elicited no reaction. However, when he used the third alkaline revealing potion and dripped it onto the page, gently spreading it, he noticed something remarkable. A line of text gradually emerged on the previously pristine page. Elemental control spell. Ron's heart soared with joy as he hastily applied the revealing potion to the entire spellbook. One by one, words and intricate patterns began to manifest as he quickly skimmed through the contents. His smile grew increasingly radiant. The spellbook contained a meditation method as well as 21 spells. Among them were 12 apprentice-level spells, 6 first-ring spells, and 2 second-ring spells, given that Ron was currently only an apprentice mage. He could not cast the first-ring or second-ring spells. However, the 12 apprentice-level spells were certainly within his reach for practice. Turning his focus to the meditation method, Ron carefully read the details. This meditation technique was called the Dream Meditation Method. Although it lacked any extraordinary attribute boosts, and its progress was merely average, its level still ranked above average. The reason was that this meditation could be practiced even in sleep. Typically, a person's sleep duration ranges from 6 to 8 hours. If one could master this meditation method to perfection, utilizing all sleep time for meditation would that yield a training rate 50% greater than that of others. Ron mused over this, reviewing the meditation process of the Dream Meditation Method once more before closing his eyes to attempt the practice. 5 minutes later, his breathing became steady, resembling that of someone asleep. Yet his mind was exceptionally active, and his meager mental energy began to rise gradually, increasing in quantity. That if he could merge this with the Thief Meditation Method, a spark ignited in Ron's mind, and he acted promptly. 10 minutes later, the capabilities of the Dream Meditation Method were wholly absorbed and integrated. Now, combined with the formidable efficiency of the Thief Breathing Method and the dream-based training ability of the Dream Breathing Method, Ron's mental energy growth rate surged to more than double what it had been. As for the apprentice-level spells, he could also attempt to practice them. After a brief contemplation, Ron noted that the book contained 12 apprentice-level spells, 6 of which required no preparation for use. These included Spark Spell, Moisture Spell, Dust Lifting Spell, Wind Blowing Spell, Eyewitness Spell, and Body Control Spell. The first 4 spells pertain to the basic manipulation of the 4 elemental forces: earth, water, wind, and fire. The latter 2 involve the application of mental energy. The Eyewitness spell allowed the caster to project their mental authority onto an opponent through eye contact, instilling a sense of intimidation. The Body Control spell enhanced one's control over their body, allowing for more stable and agile movements. After some reflection, Ron decided to first try the Spark spell, a fire-type apprentice-level magic. In the darkness, Ron closed his eyes and silently recited the incantation in his mind. The elements of mental energy, initially scattered like stars in the night sky, began to converge as if summoned. Ultimately, when all the mental energy elements coalesced, they arranged themselves along an extraordinary trajectory. Suddenly, like a volcanic eruption, they erupted outward, growing from weak to strong. The color transformed from initially invisible and ethereal to a vivid crimson, reminiscent of roaring flames. Simultaneously, Ron abruptly opened his eyes, extending his right hand before him, fingers slightly bent, leaving only the index finger upright. In an instant, a faint, flickering glow illuminated the previously pitch-black supply room. Sparks erupted intermittently from the tip of Ron's index finger. Observing this, Ron's gaze momentarily brightened. He stifled his excitement, calming himself to continue the attempt. As time passed, the sparks emanating from his hand increased in number and frequency. It was unclear how much time had elapsed. But when the last spark extinguished, a delicate flame flickered unsteadily at Ron's fingertip. Chapter 72. The marvelous combination of magic and bombs. Information refresh in the dead of night, within the inky darkness of the supply room. A trembling flame cast a faint, warm glow. It worked, Ron exclaimed inwardly, overwhelmed with joy, instinctively leaning forward to observe the flame closely. However, With even the slightest movement, the flame quivered in response. Noticing this, Ron quickly halted his actions, allowing the nearly extinguished flame to stabilize and continue burning. Is this truly magic? How wondrous it is! Ron sighed inwardly, cautiously observing the tiny flame before him, no longer than the length of his pinky finger. This flickering flame hovered at the tip of his index finger, resembling a candle. Yet it lacked any fuel, relying solely on Ron's mental energy for sustenance. Although he felt a slight warmth from his fingertip, there was no sensation of burning. However, when Ron curiously extended his left hand to touch it, he felt a slight heat emanating from it as he drew near. After observing it for a moment longer, he clenched his hand into a fist, extinguishing the flame. That he then recalled his previous actions and silently recited the incantation once more. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This time, the flame ignited at a speed more than double that of before. Subsequently, Ron conducted repeated experiments, discovering that with his current mental capacity, he could sustain the flame for no more than 5 minutes or ignite it up to 10 times in succession. As his mental energy began to wane, he felt a lingering desire to continue but decided to halt the experiments. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Instinctively, he flicked his fingertip, sending the flame shooting out 4 or 5 meters, directly igniting the wick of a candlestick on the table. In the next moment, the wick caught fire, and the candlestick gradually illuminated. Is this truly possible? Ron's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, he was struck by a thought. Recalling the explosive bombs he had previously crafted, these bombs possessed immense power but required an open flame to ignite them. In the heat of battle, using fuses or other delayed mechanisms would be impractical. If one were to hold a lighter and ignite it face to face, even a fool would recognize the danger. However, now that he had mastered this flame technique, everything had changed. He could conjure fire from thin air. An idea sparked in Ron's mind, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. After contemplating for a moment, he became increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this method. Initially, when he first encountered this apprentice-level magic, he had dismissed it as too weak and limited. Even if he were to master the flame technique to perfection, it would only produce a flame the size of a baby's fist, hardly qualifying as a fireball. Such power was more akin to a mere trick than actual magic, likely insufficient even against a knight's squire. Typically, it would only serve to light a modest oil lamp or candle, hardly of any significant utility. However, if he were to combine the explosive bombs with the flame technique, laying traps beforehand and then igniting them unexpectedly, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to his enemies. The more Ron contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, nearly bursting to test it out on the spot. Yet, just then, the clock struck midnight. The notification sound indicating the refresh of intelligence echoed at the appointed time. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. This morning, after mingling, Meatsai returned to find Daniel in a deep slumber and his deceased mother, leading him to promptly report the incident. 2. Upon learning of this, Guava suspected that Myril had not died of natural causes but rather by foul play, thus seeking the expertise of a coroner for verification. 3. The coroner, after conducting an examination, found no evidence of homicide, nor any signs of a third party's presence in the room. 4. Upon receiving the coroner's report, Meatsai was disinterested in further investigation, preferring instead to live a life of freedom. 5. That after inspecting, Guavas discovered a hidden compartment. As Meatsai did not know the password, he forcefully opened it and found a work log, thus temporarily quelling his suspicions. 6. That due to Myril's death, Guavas was reluctantly compelled to personally escort slaves to Kula City for a transaction with the Sal family. 7. During Guavas' absence, his lover typically spent the night at the neighbor's house playing cards, while their son was cared for by a nanny. 8. The Mountain Wolf Knight, Albert, was not only a devout follower of the official creationist sect, but also a staunch believer in the Knight sect. 9. Among the 6 noble families in Kula City, each has at least 5 armed Knight-level warriors. 10. Among the 6 noble families in Kula City, 2 are known to possess bloodline powers, namely the Kula and Sal families. Upon hearing the notification, Ron returned to his senses and focused intently on the intelligence. Is it Meatsai's son who reported this? A flicker of realization crossed Ron's mind. He had initially assumed that Daniel would be the one to report the incident upon awakening, or that he might panic and flee. Guavas, not receiving any communication from Myril, would naturally seek her out at her residence. In doing so, he would discover Myril's corpse and, after an investigation, likely suspect Daniel. However, since Daniel was the second son of the wealthy Danfoss family, Guavas would hesitate to act against him, even if implicated in Myril's death. Yet, Daniel's reputation as a libertine, having seduced numerous young women from Hippo Town, and his history of forcing them to terminate pregnancies, resulting in one death, made him a rather unsavory character. Even if Guavas sought to pin the blame on him, it would merely be a case of a dog biting another dog that a smirk crept across Ron's lips, a hint of cold amusement gracing his features. When the intelligence regarding the alchemical wallet had been refreshed earlier, he had discreetly inquired about the Danfoss family. The information he gathered from various sources upon encountering the eighth piece of intelligence. Ron was momentarily taken aback. However, a smile crept upon his lips as he quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. The faith in the Knight's sect implied that Albertus could not possibly conspire with the Sal family. Ron reflected on his prior understanding of the sects within the Divinely Bestowed Continent. Apart from the Creation sect, led by the supreme goddess of creation, there existed 9 other major deities, each with their respective sects: the sect of the blazing sun, the sect of the night, the sect of flames, the sect of the earth, the sect of the ocean, the sect of storms, the sect of wisdom, the sect of war, and the sect of death, though all 9 sects aligned with the righteous deities. Their interrelations were quite intricate. Some were closely bonded, others indifferent, and some even harbored covert animosities. The reasons for these complexities were manifold, predominantly revolving around the authority attributed to their respective deities. Taking the Knight's sect as an example, it maintained a neutral relationship with the sects of flames, ocean, and storms, while it was closely allied with the sects of earth, wisdom, and death. In stark contrast, it stood in opposition to the sects of the blazing sun and war. The rationale was straightforward. The night goddess presided over the realms of night, the moon, tranquility, and death, whereas the 3 aforementioned sects primarily governed elemental forces, resulting in a lack of interference and a more casual rapport. Conversely, the sects of earth, wisdom, and death wielded powers somewhat akin to those of the night goddess, albeit without conflict. For instance, the goddess of death also held dominion over death, yet her concept of death encompassed the cyclical nature of life. Aging and mortality, akin to a rebirth. In contrast, the night goddess's authority over death signified the cessation of life, the finality, returning all to serenity and eternal slumber in the night. While these 2 domains were similar, they represented divergent philosophies that, despite their differences, could coexist harmoniously. Thus, the sects of earth, wisdom, and death were more closely aligned with the Night sect, as for the sects of the blazing sun and war. Their enmity with the Night sect was self-evident. The god of the blazing sun governed the day, opposing the night goddess, while the god of war's dominion over slaughter and insurrection directly contradicted tranquility, resulting in a strained relationship. The Sal family's allegiance to the Blood Moon sect was not only malevolent in its doctrine, but also critical in its belief that the god of the Blood Moon commanded a crimson moon. Ron recalled his earlier studies regarding the Blood Moon sect, whose followers anticipated a cataclysmic upheaval. They believed that the emerging Blood Moon would usurp the old moon, determining the fate of humanity and establishing a new order. In essence, the god of the Blood Moon sought to erode and supplant the authority of the night goddess. Therefore, aside from the Creation sect, which governed order and balance, it was indeed the adherents of the Night sect among the remaining 9 sects who harbored the deepest animosity towards the Blood Moon sect. Ron was resolute in this conclusion. Since Albertus adhered to the Night sect, he could not possibly have any illicit affiliations with Marduk Sal. Hence, should he wish to rescue his sister in the future, this Albertus might serve as a valuable asset, a dagger aimed at the Sal family and the Blood Moon sect. Every family possesses at least 5 armed knights, which is entirely reasonable. Knights are categorized by their ranks, from lowest to highest: apprentice knight, official knight, armed knight, honor knight, earth knight, and sky knight. Thus, it is quite plausible for a city the size of Kara to house 30 to 50 armed knights. However, the revelation that both the Kara and Sal families possessed two distinct bloodlines left Ron somewhat astonished. In this world, some exceptionally powerful individuals employ various methods to transmit their abilities to their descendants through bloodlines. However, such methods are not foolproof. Not all descendants are guaranteed to inherit or activate the powers within their bloodlines. Consequently, bloodline families that endure through the ages are exceedingly rare. As for the Kara family's bloodline, Ron speculated thoughtfully. He had heard that their family emblem featured a wolf-like beast, and the names of their knightly order and shops often incorporated the term wolf. Perhaps their bloodline was intrinsically linked to wolf-like creatures. As Chapter 74 unfolds, Ron's conviction regarding his hypothesis solidified. The Kara city's knightly order was known as the Wolf King Knights, founded by the inaugural Kara Viscount. It served as the family's private army, granting them absolute control. Regrettably, after his demise, due to the incompetence of his descendants who could not manage the order effectively, the Kara family's control diminished, ultimately ceding command to royal appointees. In his youth, Gavas had been entrusted by his father to join the knightly order for training. It was during this time that he mastered the wild wolf breathing technique, earning distinction among his peers and receiving the honorary title of Wild Wolf Knight. Along with advanced teachings of the superior technique, the fighting wolf breathing technique, this day, Gavas takes great pride in this achievement, even purchasing a gaudy alchemical wolf tooth necklace to flaunt. Subsequently, many of the Kara family's enterprises bore names that echoed the wolf theme. Ron mused, pondering how one could be so enamored with wolves unless they possessed wolf blood within them. However, he soon furrowed his brow again, questioning what the Sal family's bloodline entailed. Was it also beast-related? In the Divinely Bestowed Continent, bloodline inheritance generally falls into four categories: beast, auxiliary, elemental, and rule bloodlines. The beast bloodline is self-explanatory. Once activated, it alters the bearer's physiology, granting them some abilities akin to those of magical beasts. The auxiliary bloodline aids in personal cultivation, enhancing various attributes such as speed, strength, and defense. The elemental bloodline allows for elemental manipulation, causing the user's fighting spirit to undergo attribute changes. Lastly, the rule bloodline is the rarest, with rumors suggesting that the Mand royal family possesses such a lineage. The candles are still lit. After reviewing the intelligence, Ron intended to rest. However, he noticed that the candelabrum ignited by the spark earlier had yet to extinguish. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he retrieved Millar's diary. This tome contained extensive accounts regarding the 6 noble families and various high-ranking factions. Ron meticulously perused its content for over half an hour until he had absorbed every detail. Only then did he extinguish the flame and close his eyes. On the following morning, Ron arose punctually. He had attempted to replace sleep with a meditative state the previous night, resulting in an increase in mental acuity and an overall improvement in his condition compared to before. Subsequently, Ron resumed his duties as an assistant, accompanying Litan as he attended to patients. Meanwhile, in the sheriff's office, Gavas glanced at the time, his brow furrowing in concern. What hour was it? Why had Millar not yet arrived? Had something delayed her? Gavas pondered, recalling that they had agreed to meet at 8 that morning. Yet now it was nearly 9, and she was still absent. However, based on his understanding of Millar, she was not one to be tardy. As he debated whether to continue waiting or send a subordinate to find her, an urgent knock resounded at the door. Enter, Gavas commanded, his expression tightening. Gashi, what brings such urgency? Upon recognizing his personal secretary, Gavas's furrowed brow eased slightly as he inquired. Gashi, visibly flustered, approached Gavas and leaned down to whisper, "We just received a report. Millar is dead." Gavas was momentarily stunned, rising abruptly to fix a steely gaze upon Gashi. "Who did you say is dead?" With a grave tone, Gashi reiterated, "Millar, Mrs. Millar from the exchange." Gavas struggled to grasp the reality of the situation, rendered incredulous, and remained in shock for several moments. Eventually, he managed to regain some semblance of composure and, with gritted teeth, demanded, "What on earth transpired? Explain it to me in detail." Jesai organized his thoughts and recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that a report had just been made, and the person who arrived was Michi, the son of Millar. He informed Jesai that upon waking from a drunken stupor this morning and returning home, he discovered his mother lying in bed with a young man. To this revelation, he felt no surprise. Rather, he remained composed enough to rouse the two from their slumber. The young man, groggy and pulled from his dreams, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing Michi's identity. However, Michi seemed utterly unconcerned, as if such occurrences were commonplace for him. Daniel, observing this, found it peculiar but did not dwell on it. He simply proceeded to dress in silence at the tea that moment. Michi called out to Millar a few times. Initially, Millar did not respond, leading Michi to believe she was in a deep sleep. He then nudged her a few times, yet Millar remained unresponsive. It was then that Michi sensed something was amiss. He turned a glance at Millar's complexion and checked her breath, only to discover that Millar had already passed away. Upon hearing Jesai's account, Guavas fell into a contemplative silence. Although he had long been aware of Millar's questionable lifestyle, he had not anticipated it to be so liberal. Thus, could it be that Daniel was responsible for Millar's demise? Guavas's expression grew solemn, and his tone turned grave. Yet, Jesai shook his head, speaking in a somewhat peculiar manner. It is not that we cannot ascertain, but rather that we should not draw conclusions hastily. Perhaps you ought to see for yourself. Guavas raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Jesai's unexpected reticence. It is important to note that Jesai was his trusted aide, an elder he had brought from home, who had always been forthright and loyal. It was unusual for him to be so vague. However, Guavas refrained from pressing further and hurried to Millar's residence. Upon his arrival and thorough examination of the scene, he finally understood why Jesai had hesitated to reach a conclusion. It appeared that Millar had succumbed to a sudden death. Guavas's expression became complex, leading him to question the very nature of existence. After all, Michi, the dutiful son, displayed remarkable filial piety. During the time he confirmed his mother's death and sought assistance, he made no effort to conceal her body, allowing her lifeless form to remain exposed. Not only was she uncovered, but there was also no blanket to drape over her. Thus, with just a cursory glance, Guavas discerned the situation. There were no visible wounds, no signs of strangulation around the neck, nor any marks of trauma on her chest. After his examination, Guavas concluded that, based solely on external appearances, there were no indications of foul play. He pondered for a moment before instructing Jesai to summon a coroner. He then turned to Daniel, who was seated on the sofa. "You are the suspect, then?" Guavas asked in a low voice, an invisible pressure emanating from him at the tea that moment. Daniel, still somewhat shaken, paled at Guavas's inquiry, feeling utterly bewildered. "Suspect? No, no, no. You misunderstand, Sheriff." Daniel hurriedly explained, rising to his feet in agitation, that I did not kill her. She died of her own accord. Upon hearing this, Guavas scoffed, intensifying the atmosphere of intimidation. "Silence, whether you are the murderer or not. I will determine. For now, answer my questions truthfully, without deceit or evasion. Do you understand?" He was a just knight, his vitality and energy formidable. There was no need for physical confrontation. A mere cough or glance could instill terror in the hearts of ordinary individuals. Despite Daniel being at the pinnacle of a mid-tier knight squire, he found his breath caught in his throat, overwhelmed by fear. "Why, yes," Daniel stammered, swallowing hard. "Now, recount everything that transpired from last night until this morning." Guavas spoke coldly, and Daniel, unable to refuse, detailed the events as clearly as he could. After a while, upon concluding Daniel's account, Guavas's expression remained icy, yet a flicker of doubt appeared in his eyes. "You say your father is Danvers? And that you were a student at the night training camp in Kula City?" Guavas's tone softened slightly, but his scrutiny remained. Daniel nodded vigorously, presenting his identification. Guavas examined it closely, noting that in addition to his citizen card, there was also a residency permit for Kula City. In this world, due to the presence of royal nobility, societal hierarchies were stringent and clearly defined. As such, a noble city like Kula would not permit outsiders to reside easily unless they possessed a residency permit. This permit was a certification issued by the local law enforcement authorities, guaranteeing the individual's right to stay, work, or study in Kula City. Without it, even affluent merchants like Barto or aspiring knights could not flout this rule. They were limited to visiting 3 times a month, with each stay not exceeding 5 days and a total duration of no more than 1 week. Daniel, thank you for your cooperation. After a thorough examination, Guavas returned the documents to him. Now, based on initial investigations, we can tentatively rule you out as a suspect. However, for safety's sake, I must ask you to remain here for further inquiries. Is that acceptable? Guavas's tone shifted from its previous harshness to one of cordiality. He had observed that Daniel displayed no signs of deceit while recounting the events, nor did he exhibit any nervousness typically associated with guilt. This strongly suggested that Millar's death was likely unrelated to Daniel. Moreover, Daniel was remarkably young, barely 17 or 18, yet already approached the level of a high-ranking knight esquire. With such talent, if he continued to train diligently, he would undoubtedly become a squire by the age of 20. At that point, Danvers could do as Guavas's father had done, financially facilitating Daniel's entry into the knightly order for further training. Given the Danvers family's financial resources, it was reasonable to expect that Daniel could reach the threshold of a just knight by the age of 25. Furthermore, and perhaps most crucially, the Danvers family had a substantial background. His lineage was rumored to be connected to a noble family in Kula City, possibly a distant branch of nobility. Thus, considering these factors, Guavas's demeanor had softened considerably. Of course, Sheriff. Daniel nodded, exhaling a breath of relief. He felt a twinge of regret for having succumbed to temptation and returned home with Millar, an older woman. If only he had refrained, he would not have found himself in such unfortunate circumstances, spending the night with a corpse. Meanwhile, Guavas turned his attention to Michi, who sat quietly in a chair. Michi, please accept my condolences. Guavas approached, placing a hand on Michi's shoulder, speaking solemnly. Michi, coming back to himself, exhaled deeply, his expression one of melancholy, yet predominantly calm. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Guavas. Michi's face bore little trace of sorrow. Guavas, observing this, felt no surprise, for he recalled Millar mentioning Michi during their previous conversation. He had even discreetly investigated the relationship between Millar and her son, aware of their strained bond. After offering a few words of consolation, Guavas shifted the topic. Michi, in order to ascertain the exact cause of your mother's death, I have summoned a coroner that I hope you do not mind. Michi paused, taken aback, then asked in astonishment, A coroner? Is there not a clear indication of how my mother died? Why is it necessary to involve a coroner? It is better to be prudent, Guavas replied diplomatically. Although Michi did not fully comprehend, he reluctantly nodded in agreement at Guavas's insistence. At that moment, Jessai, inspecting the room, suddenly called out, Captain, there is something amiss. Upon hearing this, Guz's gaze flickered momentarily as he made his way towards Gashi. Mickey, too, intrigued, rose to follow suit. When the two approached Gashi, they observed him in the act of removing a self-portrait from a wall. A hidden compartment? Guz hastily stepped forward, squinting for a closer look. The concealed space revealed itself to be a password-protected chest embedded within the wall. Mickey, witnessing this, was taken aback. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he hesitantly remarked, Could this possibly be Mother's little vault? Guz's expression shifted. He had little concern for the hidden gold, but there might be records of the slave trade between the two of them contained within. This was something he absolutely needed to acquire. Thus, Guz quickly inquired of Mickey, What is the password? Rest assured, I shall not take a single penny from your mother's legacy. I merely wish to ascertain whether there are any documents pertaining to work logs inside. Upon hearing this, Mickey could only shake his head with a wry smile, that I'm afraid I truly do not know. He had previously entertained notions of pilfering from Myril, yet the cunning old fox had always concealed the treasures deeply. In fact, this hidden compartment was something he saw for the very first time today. Guz frowned upon hearing this. Chapter 76. All 12 apprentice-level spells learned without a password. Guz fell into contemplation. Yet his countenance swiftly hardened. Very well, then, I must resort to force. Just as Giz's words faded, he drew forth his long sword from his waist. With a swift motion, he severed the iron lock of the hidden compartment in an instant. A single stroke that could slice through iron. The guiding of combat energy. Daniel, who had been observing from the sidelines, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Moments ago, he had glimpsed the hidden compartment and noted that it was forged from fine iron. Such a formidable exterior could not be breached even by a novice knight. Without a password, one would typically require a specialized locksmith to unlock it. The outcome, however, was beyond his expectations. Guaz had effortlessly shattered the iron casing with a single stroke. The only explanation for such an effect would be that Guaz had attained the realm of a just knight, allowing him to employ the technique of guiding combat energy, that be why channeling combat energy through his veins and temporarily infusing it into his weapon. He enhanced its sharpness. Only in this manner could one sever fine iron with a single strike. Moreover, it appeared that this sword of his was not an alchemical creation. Daniel mused, keenly observing that cracks had begun to appear at the sword's tip as Guaz sheathed it. If that were the case, this constable's prowess was likely far superior to that of an ordinary just knight. Perhaps he had already reached the realm of a high just knight, Daniel speculated, regarding Guaz with even greater reverence than before. Meanwhile, Guaz remained oblivious to Daniel's thoughts, focusing entirely on the now-opened hidden compartment that a pouch of jewels. A notebook? Guaz's eyes brightened as he eagerly reached for the notebook and flipped it open. After merely glancing a couple of pages, he immediately recognized it as Myral's disguised ledger of transactions. Furthermore, it was intact, with no damage or omissions, every detail meticulously recorded. Could it be that Myral's death was indeed an accident? Guaz felt a twinge of surprise. The wariness and suspicion that had initially clouded his mind began to dissipate. Upon receiving the news of Myral's demise, his first reaction had been to suspect that their involvement in the slave trade had been uncovered. His second thought had been to recall Bartle, whom he had personally dispatched. Both individuals had served as the Dark Hands for the South family, and their sequential deaths led Guaz to instinctively believe it was the shadowy figure pulling the strings behind the scenes who had orchestrated Myral's murder. However, now, following a preliminary investigation, it was evident that Myral's corpse bore no significant external injuries, nor were there any signs of poisoning. That it was highly probable that she had succumbed to cardiac arrest due to extreme agitation. Moreover, if Myral had indeed been a victim of the shadowy figure's machinations, the perpetrator would have had no reason to leave behind this ledger. Certainly, it was also possible that the individual had failed to locate the hidden compartment. Or perhaps they had found it, but could not unlock it. Yet Guaz reasoned, if they had already resolved to kill, how could they neglect to prepare thoroughly beforehand? Guaz was no fool. He naturally did not believe that the adversary's actions were so clumsily executed. Thus, after considerable reflection, he reluctantly set aside his suspicions and attributed Myral's death to mere misfortune. That moment, the coroner arrived. Guaz snapped back to reality and addressed Mickey. "This is your mother's work log from the trading house. I shall take it for now. As for these belongings, there is no need for inspection. You may handle them as you see fit." Mickey nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. That he held no interest in Myral's work log, his sole concern being the jewels and coins left behind. But by the way, the coroner has arrived. They will be taking Myral back for examination. Would you like to? Guaz began, but before he could finish, Mickey waved his hand dismissively. With a complex expression and an inscrutable demeanor, he replied, "No need. You may take her away directly, unless there is something amiss with the autopsy results." Otherwise, Mickey paused, then spoke in a subdued tone. "I will purchase a burial plot today and retrieve her remains tomorrow." Having said that, he turned his attention away from Guaz and began to gather the jewels and trinkets, approaching a nearby vanity. He inspected the quality of the jewels with an air of indifference. Guaz, observing this, chose not to say much more, merely instructing others to carry Myral away on a stretcher. That moment, Daniel followed Guaz out as well. Before departing, he cast a glance at Mickey, as if he had something to express, but ultimately remained silent and exited without a word. Once everyone had departed, Mickey's body stiffened, halting his actions. "Mother," he murmured softly to himself, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of emotions. Amidst the pain, he also felt a curious sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to exhale a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. Time passed swiftly into the afternoon. After several hours of examination by the coroner, no signs of foul play had been detected. Thus, Guaz was compelled to temporarily suppress his doubts. Alas, that wretched Myral! Guaz felt a wave of frustration. His prior collaboration with Myril had been a tenuous link. Now, with her demise, he found himself devoid of any connection to the Sal family. That wretched woman had promised to introduce me to Lord Madoc after this transaction. Yet Guaz sighed in resignation as he gazed at the ledger in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. If that is the case, then I shall have to muster the courage to proceed myself. Previously, with Myril acting as an intermediary, Guaz had experienced a mixed bag of advantages and disadvantages. The drawbacks were self-evident. The middleman reaped the profit while the information was entirely at Myril's discretion. However, there were benefits as well. Should the slave sacrifice incident come to light one day, Guaz had the buffer of Myril, providing him with a potential avenue for plausible deniability. But now, with Myril dead, he was forced to confront Lord Madoc face to face. Guaz furrowed his brow, sensing the situation had grown precarious. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the afternoon, Leiden had gone out, leaving Ron alone. After procuring some materials for spell casting, Ron proceeded to experiment with the other 11 apprentice-level spells. Although he executed them clumsily, he ultimately managed to learn them all. Upon successfully casting the last apprentice-level spell, Memory, Ron exhaled wearily and glanced at the sky outside. Evening had descended. He gathered his spellbook and related materials, then returned to Lisa, having dinner together. Once his mental energy had sufficiently replenished, he returned to the supply room, practicing while waiting for the information to refresh. Ding! Chapter 77. The origins of the wind-whispering plane. In the early hours of the morning, the daily information refresh notification chimed. Ding! Today's information is as follows. 1. After receiving her inheritance, Mickey intends to exchange the jewels for money to pursue her dream of opening a clothing store. 2. Mickey suffers from hemophilia. Minor injuries can lead to excessive bleeding, making it difficult for her to train as a Knight. 3. Guaz is set to depart tomorrow morning, escorting slaves to Kara City, and will return the following evening. 4. In an effort to appease Gawasi, Madoc shall personally meet with him and bestow upon him a certain reward. 5. Gawasi's lover's bedroom and study are never permitted to be entered by the maid for cleaning. They are tidied solely by Gawasi himself. 6. Gawasi harbors a profound mistrust towards his politically arranged wife. Thus he refrains from disclosing numerous matters to her, concealing valuable items within his office and other hidden locales. 7. Gawasi's personal seal and vital documents are secured within the bookshelf of his office. 8. In Kula City, 2 prominent cults of the righteous deities currently exist, the Earth Cult and the Storm Cult, each possessing its own church. 9. That since the inception of the Kula family, the majority of its members have adhered to the Night Cult, a tradition that has endured for over a century. 10. That among the 6 great families, the Kula family has engaged in the fewest intermarriages, and the women never marry outside the family. At this juncture, Ron paused his training and began perusing the intelligence reports that in pursuit of dreams. Opening a clothing store, Mickey, you truly are a fine son of Myril. Upon glimpsing the first piece of intelligence, Ron couldn't help but smile, his lips curling upwards. Previously, he had harbored concerns that this Mickey, as a son, might not persist in his quest for the truth and vengeance for his mother. Yet, the subsequent 2 nights of reports indicated that Mickey genuinely had no intention of seeking justice for Myril's demise. Thus, Ron found he need not expend excessive effort regarding him. Hemophilia? Ron raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had heard of this ailment before, supposedly a hereditary condition. However, Myril's diary had never mentioned her son's affliction. Not a single word was recorded about Mickey's biological father either. Consequently, Ron casually glanced over it before shifting his gaze to the 3rd report. Gawasi departs tomorrow and returns the day after. A flicker of insight crossed Ron's mind. It appeared that tomorrow night would present the opportune moment to stealthily seize the breath of the wolf. The 4th report offered little of significance. However, the 5th report stirred something within Ron. The maid does not enter the bedroom or study, and Gawasi's lover enjoys playing cards throughout the night. Thus, a nocturnal operation should encounter no unforeseen complications. After devising a plan, Ron continued to examine the subsequent intelligence. Private seals and important items are housed within the office. Ron furrowed his brow. The sheriff's office was affiliated with the town's council, guarded by knights both day and night. Even with the thief's breath at his disposal, it would be exceedingly difficult to infiltrate undetected. Nevertheless, knowing the location sufficed, should it prove useful in the future. He could devise a plan then. After some contemplation, Ron mused. He then turned his attention to the next two reports, the Earth Cult and the Storm Cult. Ron pondered. While these two sects did not regard the Blood Moon Cult as a mortal enemy like the Night Cult did, as members of the righteous deities, they bore the obligation to cleanse these malevolent sections. Perhaps I should devise a method to involve these two cults in the fray, in Kula City, or rather the entire Windrest Plain. The Earth Cult and the Storm Cult are the most prevalent righteous sects aside from the Genesis Cult. The rationale is straightforward. According to ancient legends, hundreds or even thousands of years ago, this land was a tempestuous realm with fierce winds and flying debris, rendering it uninhabitable for humanity. Consequently, the populace prayed to the heavens, beseeching the deities for aid in conquering this terrain. Eventually, the storm god among the 9 righteous deities answered the call of the faithful and descended with a divine decree, commanding the relentless whirlwinds to dissipate under his immense power. From that moment on, the region was free from violent storms, transforming into a gentle and hospitable environment for human habitation, in gratitude and remembrance. The believers renamed the area the Windrest Plain, meaning the place where storms cease. The Storm Cult subsequently flourished in this plain as for the Earth Cult. It gained prominence due to the fertile land suitable for agriculture, making it one of the 13 primary grain-producing regions of the Mand Empire. The inhabitants of Windrest Plain aspired for favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Thus, they included the Earth Cult among the 2 most worthy of veneration. However, since the establishment of the Kula family, they have largely adhered to the Night Cult. Ron contemplated. Previous intelligence indicated that the Mountain Wolf Knight, Albert, was a devout follower of the Night Cult. Initially, he assumed this was an anomaly, but now he learned that the Kula family had been devoted to the Night Cult for over a century. The Kula family seemingly harbored an affinity for all things related to wolves. Furthermore, they possessed an enigmatic ancestral bloodline that Ron's gaze sharpened as a bold hypothesis emerged. Wolves, whether as beasts or magical creatures, are predominantly nocturnal, favoring the moonlight for hunting. Could it be that the Kula family is a lineage of werewolves as legend suggests? In the Divine Bestowal Continent, a myriad of extraordinary species exists, including werewolves, vampires, elves, dwarves, and giants. Among them, werewolves are relatively common. According to legend, the ancestors of werewolves were once human, later transformed into werewolves due to a curse or infection by a certain virus. They typically appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans, but undergo a ferocious transformation under specific conditions, such as during a full moon, turning into savage werewolves for hunting and slaughter, if they are indeed werewolves. The restrictions on intermarriage and external marriages become comprehensible at a fleeting glimmer of insight crossed Ron's eyes. Ordinary ancestral bloodlines, while concerned about dilution, would not impose such stringent restrictions. Only werewolves would take such measures to safeguard the purity of their lineage and to prevent exploitation. Moreover, the crucial point is that although werewolves are brutal, they are unwavering supporters of the Night Cult. Label them simply as followers is insufficient. They ought to be referred to as zealots. A smile crept upon Ron's lips. He felt he had discovered a means to contend with the Sal family. Chapter 78. Long-lasting alchemical equipment, Gawasi's broken sword, and on the Divine Bestowal Continent, most wolf species possess a peculiar affinity for the moon. Among them, the werewolf clan, a hybrid of humans and magical wolves, embodies a fusion of savagery and intelligence. Nearly all werewolves are fervent zealots of the Night Cult. Therefore, if the Kula clan is indeed a lineage of werewolves, they would undoubtedly stand in staunch opposition to the Sal family. They would exhaust all means to annihilate the adherents of the Blood Moon Cult, ensuring that no one in Kula City defies the edicts of the Goddess of Night. Subsequently, once I have thoroughly mastered these apprentice-level spells and can wield them proficiently, I shall make my way to Kula City, seeking a way to engage with the Kula family. Ron narrowed his eyes, resolute in his decision. Initially, he had intended to remain in Hippo Town for a while longer. After all, prior to acquiring the spell book, he had only taken the preliminary steps into the realm of apprentice knights. With his current abilities, Even with the aid of potions and alchemical creations, it would be challenging to contend with a righteous knight. However, now that he had mastered all 12 apprentice-level spells, the synergy of combat, aura, and magic provided him with confidence. If he devised a strategy, he might even be able to eliminate Gawasi without sustaining harm. Gawasi is astute, cunning, and possesses an exceptionally keen sense of observation. If he remains alive and learns of my departure from Hippo Town, he will undoubtedly deduce my connection to the deaths of Bartis and Myril. A glint of determination flickered in Ron's eyes. He would not underestimate anyone, especially not a cunning fox like Gawasi, the tyrant of Hippo Town. At this moment, Ron shifted his perspective. If he were Gawasi, he would perceive a lone, inexperienced boy from a small town, who, but for the kindness of Dr. Litton, might have perished from cold and hunger. A mere corpse by now. How could such a boy dare to break free from Dr. Litton's protection and venture into unfamiliar territories? Unless someone were assisting him, as for who that person might be. It was evident they were undoubtedly linked to the deaths of Bartis and Myril. Contemplating this, a murderous intent gleamed in Ron's eyes, reinforcing his resolve to eliminate Bartis. After all, if he could conceive such thoughts, then Gawasi, that venomous old fox, would surely reach the same conclusions. Moreover, Gawasi was a truly ruthless individual. If I were to depart just like this, perhaps it would take him some time to realize that something is amiss. It is highly likely that he would then persecute the Litton father and daughter. That Ron's gaze sharpened. He owed a debt of gratitude to Dr. Litton and wished to shield them from any repercussions. Moreover, if he intended to remain in Kula City for an extended period, he would need a residence permit in Hippo Town. Only a select few, such as the mayor and the captain of the constabulary, had the authority to provide such guarantees. As Ron pondered this, his attention shifted back to the intelligence panel. According to the sixth piece of information, Gvasa's personal seal was located in his office. At that moment, an audacious idea sparked in Ron's mind. He retrieved the alchemical mask and gazed at the energy crystal atop it, a smile playing upon his lips. Perhaps, after I eliminate Gvas, I could. As time passed, Ron's eyes glimmered, his thoughts crystallizing with clarity. The blueprint of his plan began to take shape in his mind, that he merely awaited Gvasa's return to Kula City in a few days to put his scheme into action. The next day arrived swiftly. The morning was bright and sunny, and it was now around 11 o'clock, at the entrance of the noble district in Kula City, which was the residence of the Saul family. A figure approached, slightly bowing to the guards at the door, his demeanor humble. "Greetings, my brothers. I am Gvas, the captain of the constabulary in Hippo Town. I come at the behest of Myril to pay my respects to Lord Marduk. And I kindly ask you to relay my presence." As he spoke, Gvas produced Myril's work log from his pocket and discreetly placed 2 gold coins into the hands of the guards. "This is a message from Myril for Lord Marduk. I ask that you deliver it as well." The 2 guards, who had initially worn stern expressions that suggested no entry for strangers, brightened at the sight of the gold, their demeanor softening. "Very well. Please wait a moment." The guard on the left replied quickly, casting a glance before turning to relay the message. The other guard remained stationary, his gaze fixed intently on Gvas, unwilling to lower his guard. Gvas, under the scrutiny, displayed no discomfort, simply standing quietly by. For both guards were high-ranking just knights, their auras suggesting that their strength was on par with his. Yet, as Gvas's peripheral vision scanned the guards' armor and long swords, he noted the completeness of their alchemical gear: helmets, faceplates, arm guards, shoulder pads, and cross spears, all of which constituted a full set of long-lasting alchemical equipment, worth at least 300 gold coins. Gvas marveled internally, feeling a mix of vigilance and envy. Long-lasting alchemical items are often the result of low-tier alchemical creations. Due to the methods of crafting and the materials used, such items typically cannot maintain their enhancement effects for long. Over time, some ordinary low-tier alchemical creations may lose their magical runes within 1 to 2 years, degrading into mundane objects. Only truly high-quality alchemical creations can sustain their magical enhancement for 5 years, or even a decade. For instance, consider the standard alchemical knight's sword sold in blacksmith shops. That a typical first-tier knight's long sword usually costs between 10 to 30 gold coins, yet its lifespan ranges only from 1 to 3 years. Furthermore, if it is wielded by a combatant, especially one above the rank of just knight who channels fighting spirit into the sword, its lifespan diminishes significantly. This exceedingly low cost-effectiveness is why Gvass, upon becoming a just knight, opted not to continue purchasing alchemical knight swords, but instead switched to a common iron longsword. Reflecting on this, Gvass instinctively glanced at the sword hanging at his waist. The previous day, he had discovered a hidden compartment at Myral's residence, and, in a moment of urgency, infused his ordinary long sword with fighting spirit to open it. As a result, the compartment made of fine iron yielded. But the tip of the ordinary iron sword fractured with several cracks. Upon returning to his office and drawing the sword again, he found it had snapped entirely and was rendered unusable. Chapter 79, Marduk's Reward, Wolf King's Breathing Technique. Due to the time constraints, Gvass had not yet replaced the broken sword. Initially, he had not given it much thought, as Kula City was remarkably safe and did not necessitate drawing his weapon. However, witnessing the quality of the swords and armor worn by the guards of the Saul family left him feeling inexplicably inferior, prompting him to instinctively conceal his sword behind him. Yet, Gvass quickly composed himself and returned the sword to its original position. Although he could afford a set of alchemical weaponry, he found no means to procure it. As the captain of the constabulary in Hippo Town, he appeared to enjoy a position of prestige. Yet in reality, he was no better off than a mere guard stationed at the gates of Kula City's nobility. Gvass's emotions were complex. He had been torn between excitement and apprehension regarding this journey. Yet now, he resolved firmly within himself, I must rise above and become the pride of my family. For that, I am willing to tread a path of no return. His fists clenched slowly, a fierce determination igniting within him. Meanwhile, the guard who had gone to relay the message returned to Gvass's side. Mr. Gvass, please follow me. Lord Marduk wishes to see you. The guard's demeanor had shifted from aloofness to one of servility. Observing this change, Gvass did not display any arrogance, but rather expressed his gratitude with a composure that was neither obsequious nor indifferent. He then followed the guard into the estate. 10 minutes later, Gvass was ushered into a reception room. My lord, Gvass has arrived. Come in. A steady voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from within. The guard nodded at Gvass and then turned to leave. Taking a deep breath, Gvass cautiously pushed the door open. Upon entering and lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings, he noticed a man seated on the sofa. The individual appeared to be in his 40s. Somewhat gaunt yet emanating a robust aura, a palpable presence of authority surrounding him. Beside him stood a younger man, likely in his 30s, dressed in the attire of a servant. Lord Marduk, Gvass approached swiftly. Bowing respectfully, you are the Gvass who replaced Bartok in Hippo Town? Marduk inquired casually, reclining against the sofa. Yes, my lord, Gvass replied promptly, ensuring there was no hint of hesitation or neglect in his tone. Marduk nodded, then furrowed his brow, a trace of surprise evident in his inquiry. Why has Myral not come? Why is her ledger in your possession? At these words, Gvass hesitated momentarily before responding cautiously, because Myral has passed away. The room fell silent, Marduk's expression shifting as his pupils dilated in shock. An unspoken tension began to envelop the atmosphere. Myral is dead, Maddock murmured, his gaze somewhat dazed as he looked at Guavas. Guavas nodded vigorously, promptly recounting the events of the previous day with clarity. Additionally, he produced the autopsy report along with the testimonies of Daniel and Michi from his breast pocket, presenting them with both hands. Maddock remained silent, momentarily devoid of any reaction. The attendant standing beside him, however, accepted the report and placed it on the table before Maddock. Once Maddock regained his composure and carefully examined the report, a complex expression crossed his face. As if unsure of what to say, he murmured softly, Millar, just as you said back then, you chose the death you desired most. 3 meters away. Guavas heard this but gave no response. Feigning ignorance, as if he had heard nothing, he had heard tales of Millar and knew she was Maddock's brother's illegitimate daughter. Therefore, he dared not comment on Maddock's family matters. After a prolonged silence, Maddock closed the report and tossed it aside. He then adjusted his breathing, regaining his calm and indifferent demeanor. First, tell me about your recent dealings with Millar, Maddock said in a low voice. Guavas dared not hesitate and presented the ledger he had organized. detailing all the achievements he had made since taking over from Bardo. "You have done well," Madoc remarked, nodding slightly after hearing the account. Guavas felt a surge of joy at the praise, but was quickly met with Madoc's next words. "However, this is still far from sufficient." Guavas's heart quaked, and he bowed even lower. "Please, sir, give your instructions." Madoc raised his right hand, holding up 2 fingers. "By the end of the year, regardless of the means, I require you to deliver at least 20 more suitable slaves to me." 20? Guavas's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he felt a tightness. Previously, when Bardo was still around, he had already arranged for over 20 slaves with Millar. Now, collaborating with her again, they had amassed over 20 more, totaling more than 50. It should be noted that while Hippo Town had a considerable population, numbering in the tens of thousands, acquiring 50 able-bodied youths as slaves in less than a year during peacetime was no small feat, especially since they had effectively destroyed the families of these slaves to leave them with no alternatives. The annihilation of 50 families, if discovered, would yield catastrophic consequences, and now Madoc wanted him to procure another 20 slaves. Guavas's eye twitched, his mind flooded with despair. Yet, at that moment, Madoc's voice rang in his ears. "What? Is there a problem?" Guavas, startled, quickly shook his head. No problem at all. Now that he had embarked on this treacherous path, he had no choice but to proceed to the bitter end. Thus, Guavas could only grit his teeth and agree. Perhaps sensing Guavas's barely concealed frustration, Madoc shifted his gaze to the attendant beside him. The attendant immediately understood and produced 2 items. "Rest assured, for your service, I shall not treat you poorly," Madoc said, pushing the items across the table. Guavas was momentarily taken aback. Following Madoc's gesture, he stepped forward and accepted the 2 items. Upon closer inspection, Guavas's breath quickened, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared intently at one of the book-like objects. Wolf King's Breathing Technique? Chapter 80, Alchemical Knight's Sword, Daniel's Death Sentence. Among the 2 items, the cover of the book, roughly an inch thick, boldly displayed the words Wolf King's Breathing Technique. "What do you think of this reward?" Madoc spoke calmly, jolting Guavas from his ecstatic reverie. "Thank you for your appreciation, my lord. Guavas will undoubtedly exert every effort to fulfill the task you have entrusted to me," he said, brimming with excitement, almost wishing to kneel and swear allegiance on the spot. That moment, he completely forgot his earlier worries and anxieties, his heart soaring as he eagerly perused the breathing technique in his hands. Seeing this, Madoc nodded with satisfaction, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The Wolf King's breathing technique was an advanced breathing method, a superior version of the Fighting Wolf breathing technique that required no complete retraining. One merely needed to build upon the existing foundation by incorporating additional elements into the breathing technique. With this Wolf King's breathing technique, I can reach the pinnacle of the Just Knight realm within 3 years. Guavas suppressed his excitement, briefly flipping through the entire breathing technique in less than 5 years. He was fairly confident he could attempt to break through to the armed knight level. As he contemplated this, his peripheral vision caught sight of the other item beside the breathing technique book. It was a fist-sized, plump, and rounded essence fruit, brimming with overwhelming vitality. This essence fruit had already reached the 2nd-tier level and could serve as the primary ingredient for a breakthrough potion. Guavas calculated that with this essence fruit, he could approach the Potion Masters Association to exchange for a bottle of mediocre quality breakthrough potion. Alternatively, he could spend a bit more money to acquire several precious auxiliary herbs and hire a master potion maker to concoct a high-quality breakthrough potion for him. "By the way, Guavas," Madoc added at that moment, "this alchemical knight sword is also yours." And no sooner had he spoken than the attendant beside him swiftly drew a slender, flexible sword from his waist, presenting it to Guavas. This left Guavas somewhat taken aback, and he hurriedly accepted it. This type of soft sword was typically used for assassination or as a defensive weapon in special circumstances. It was particularly popular among assassins and the upper-class nobility, especially among young ladies and socialites. There is no need to elaborate on why assassins favor such soft swords as for the nobility. It is because, out of courtesy, they cannot always bear their knightly swords. Moreover, alchemical items with storage capabilities are prohibitively expensive, making them inaccessible even to some nobles. Thus, the emergence of these flexible swords, which can be coiled around the waist like a belt, became a necessity. Most importantly, this soft sword could harden into a steel blade with the infusion of fighting spirit. Furthermore, the grade of such soft swords typically starts at the second tier, with no first-tier variants. This means this is a second-tier alchemical knight sword, valued at over 100 gold coins. Thank you, Lord Maddock. Guavas expressed his immense gratitude, bowing respectfully towards the attendant, and I also thank this esteemed attendant for his generosity. The attendant offered no reply, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, Guavas felt no displeasure. Rather, his demeanor grew even more cordial. The reason was simple. This attendant was an armed knight. This soft sword was incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud. And even someone like me, a just knight, could easily injure himself while wearing it at the waist. Yet the attendant drew the sword effortlessly, as if it were no burden, completely unafraid of injury, which indicated to Guavas that aside from those with exceptional talents, only armed knights could remain unscathed. For once one reaches the level of armed knight, they can release their fighting spirit without external aid, forming a protective layer of fighting spirit around their body. Even powerful veteran armed knights can manifest a suit of fighting spirit armor to withstand attacks. Through observation, Guavas deduced that the attendant was enveloping the soft sword in fighting spirit, which was why he remained unharmed. Thus, in the presence of an armed knight, he dared not act recklessly. Following this, Maddock casually exchanged a few words before preparing to dismiss Guavas. However, just then, he suddenly recalled something and added, "Guavas, when you return, check where Michi has buried Millar and send me the location in a letter. Also, if Michi wishes to leave Hippo Town, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Understood?" Upon hearing this, Guavas promptly patted his chest in agreement. Maddock nodded, then waved his hand, instructing the attendant to see him out in the reception room. Only Maddock remained like a tea this moment. He leaned back against the sofa, appearing somewhat fatigued. His gaze was complex, his thoughts a tumultuous sea. "Millar, if you can endure this sacrificial rite, perhaps you will witness the healing of that child." "Michi," Maddock murmured to himself, slowly exhaling a heavy sigh after a while, shaking his head with a sense of melancholy. Such a pity. Just then, the attendant entered. "Why, Lord, as per your instructions, I have relayed everything that needed to be conveyed. Currently, Guavas is resting at the inn, awaiting tonight's verification of that batch of slaves before he can return." Maddock merely nodded in response. However, his gaze suddenly turned icy as he spoke. "According to Guavas, that Daniel is a student of the training camp?" The attendant slightly inclined his head and replied in a hushed tone, "Indeed, my lord. According to the training camp's usual practice, the rest period will conclude at the end of the month." Maddock's eyes darkened, his voice calm, yet laced with a hint of frost. In that case, when he returns at the beginning of the month, bring him to me. Let him also become a part of this year's sacrificial offering." The attendant, however, reminded him, "My lord, according to Guavas, that Daniel has already surpassed 18 years of age." Maddock waved his hand dismissively, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his lips. "No matter. This year's blood sacrifice is unlike any other. Unforeseen events may very well arise. Thus, it is time to activate the family's sacred artifact and indulge in a feast of blood." The attendant immediately understood, bowing deeply, "As you command." Meanwhile, in another part of town, in Hippo Town, during the afternoon, after Litton's departure, Ron remained in his room, repeatedly casting the 12 apprentice-level secret spells as time passed. His proficiency with these spells increased markedly. Among them, the spark spell was the one he mastered most adeptly. Ron could now ignite a flame in a single breath, and he was capable of conjuring multiple flames simultaneously, launching 10 fireballs in one breath. Chapter 81. Mastery of the wolf breathing technique and the killing plan. As evening approached, Ron let out a long breath and stood up, stretching lazily. After an exhausting afternoon of training, his mental energy was nearly depleted. With Lisa's school hours drawing to a close, Ron wasted no time and headed for the night school. Several hours later, after having dinner with Litton and his daughter, Ron returned to the supply room and waited for a while. Around 10 o'clock, he changed in his suitable attire and quietly departed a short while later, on a street in the affluent district of Hippo Town. A certain standalone building was brightly lit, with the sounds of women's laughter and chatter emanating from within. As night fell, the streets surrounding the building were devoid of any passersby. Adjacent to this building, approximately 20 meters away, a dimly lit and silent small house stood. Ron's figure silently emerged. This where Guaz keeps his mistress, Ron mused, glancing at the dark and motionless room inside. Utilizing the skills of the thief's breathing technique, he quietly entered. According to intelligence reports, Guaz had gone to Kara City to transport slaves, which meant his mistress was accustomed to playing cards and reveling with a group of noble women at a neighbor's house. At this moment, only a nanny and Guaz's young son remained at home. They were in the children's room, the child fast asleep while the nanny dozed off beside him, resting her chin on her hand. At this time, Ron moved lightly, soundlessly entering the bedroom of Guaz's mistress. He did not turn on the lights, but scanned the room with his keen eyes, having thoroughly cultivated the wolf breathing technique to great proficiency. He had acquired its passive effect, enabling him to see clearly in the dark with just a hint of light. As Ron approached the bookshelf according to the provided information, his innate observational skills from the thief's breathing technique allowed him to spot the mechanism's location at a glance. He deftly moved the books aside and activated the mechanism. Instantly, a hidden compartment about the size of a desk drawer sprang open. Ron's gaze sharpened as he beheld a book, some scattered coins, and several contract documents within. Just as I thought, he exclaimed, picking up the book with the title Wolf Breathing Technique prominently displayed. Flipping it open, he skimmed through its contents. This book on the breathing technique comprised around 20,000 words, filled with intricate and esoteric terminology that would baffle an ordinary reader. However, with Guaz's annotations, it transformed into something comprehensible. Guaz is indeed a doting father, fearing his young son might not grasp the concepts. He annotated it so thoroughly, Ron remarked with satisfaction, then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Half a minute later, feeling completely composed, he silently recited the incantation. Memory technique. The next moment, Ron opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating them as if an electric current surged through him. His thoughts became extraordinarily lively, and his perception sharpened immensely. At this point, he reopened the wolf breathing technique book. Beginning his meticulous study from the first page, the entire text, including annotations, exceeded 50,000 words. Unless one possessed a photographic memory, it would be impossible to memorize it all in a short time. Ron naturally lacked such an ability, yet his demeanor remained remarkably calm. His eyes continuously darted across the pages, turning them every few seconds. 10 minutes later, Ron suddenly closed the book and once more shut his eyes. After several seconds of pause, he reopened them, a hint of joy lighting his expression. This memory technique is truly remarkable. I managed to retain so many obscure and specialized terms in Millar's spellbook. This memory technique was one of the 12 apprentice-level spells, requiring prior preparation and a tranquil mind for effective usage. The technique temporarily enhanced one's memory capacity, allowing for retention lasting from 1 to 3 days. With sufficient mental energy, one could even remember it for a lifetime. Now that Ron had firmly committed the wolf breathing technique to memory, he returned the book to its original place, but he understood that this action differed from when he had taken Bart's ledger and Millar's spellbook. In those instances, both individuals were already deceased, and no one was aware of the existence of those items, so their removal would go unnoticed. However, the breathing technique was different. If Ron took it and Guaz returned to find it missing, it would undoubtedly raise alarms and provoke Guaz's suspicion. Thus, Ron opted to use the memory technique to etch it into his mind instead. As for the coins, property deeds, and identification documents nearby, he also chose not to take them. After ensuring all traces of his presence were meticulously cleared, he quietly returned to the clinic. At this point, the time was barely around 11 o'clock. Ron sat cross-legged on his bed, recalling the wolf breathing technique from memory for practice. Thanks to the foundation laid by the wolf breathing technique, he found a training of the new breathing technique to be smooth and unimpeded. Except for the initial run, which felt a bit awkward by the second and third iterations, he was executing it with ease. Half an hour later, Ron had thoroughly integrated the wolf breathing technique, allowing it to flow effortlessly. He then felt a surge of inspiration. The breathing technique quietly transformed, utilizing the thief's breathing technique to absorb the capabilities of the wolf breathing technique. My strength has increased again. Ron raised an eyebrow. As with the advancement of the breathing technique, the seed of life within him swelled once more, and his fighting spirit intensified. Now his apprentice knight rank had progressed from mere initiation to a solid footing at the beginning level. Excellent! With the enhancement of both breathing techniques at my current pace, I am more than a match for a just knight. In the depths of his mind, Ron mused, his eyes beginning to flicker with intensity. Both the thief's breathing technique and the wolf king's breathing technique offered enhancements in speed and agility. Coupled with his mastery of body control, he could perfectly command his own physicality when these three elements converged. In terms of sheer velocity, even the just knight would find himself slightly outmatched at that moment. Images of explosive bombs and protective talismans flashed through Ron's mind. With such a comprehensive arsenal for offense, defense, and dexterity, perhaps it was time for Gervis to descend and confront Bartis and Mitsai. That a glint of cold determination crossed Ron's gaze as he began a mental storm, contemplating a scheme to eliminate Gervis. Chapter 82. A melodramatic noble house, an extraordinary blood sacrifice time slipped away. Just as Ron was engrossed in his calculations, the system's notification chime resonated in his mind, punctually announcing, "Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. Meat-size hemophilia is a hereditary condition resulting from consanguinity, making it difficult to survive past the age of 30, and conventional methods prove ineffective for treatment. 2 years ago, in her quest for revenge against the Saul family, Myril cunningly seduced Marduk Saul, resulting in meat-size birth. 3. In recent years, Myril's fervor for collecting slave stems from Marduk's promise to find a method to treat meat-size through blood sacrifice. 4. Yesterday, Gervis was received by Marduk, who rewarded him with the Wolf King's breathing technique, a second-tier primary elemental fruit, and a second-tier alchemical belt sword. 5 to Gervis was promised that if he collected 20 more slaves, he would be bestowed an entire set of alchemical knight armor and an opportunity to join the coolest city knight regiment. 6. After cultivating the Wolf King's breathing technique, Gervis's strength significantly increased, solidifying his status as a high-tier, just knight. 7. Gervis has completely aligned himself with the Saul family, vowing to return and employ various means to gather slaves. Fulfilling Marduk's directive, of which you are a part. 8. The Kula family's bloodline is that of werewolves, possessing a berserk attribute that allows transformation into a werewolf on a full moon night. 9. The Saul family's hereditary bloodline is that of blood-sucking bats, possessing a bloodthirsty attribute that enables location tracking via sound waves. 10. But under certain specific conditions, such as through the method of blood sacrifice, the blood-sucking bat lineage can evolve into that of vampires, becoming true bloodkin. As it already struck midnight, Ron snapped back to reality, realizing the hour had reached 12. He set aside his previous plans, shifting his focus to the newly refreshed information in his mind. In the next moment, upon reading the first 3 pieces of intelligence, he was momentarily taken aback, blinking in disbelief before looking again, this time widening his eyes, pupils constricting, and mouth slowly agape by the heavens. What a revelation! Ron was dumbfounded, his heart racing. He never anticipated that Marduk was indeed Meat-Size's biological father. Just yesterday, when he first encountered the term hemophilia, he felt an odd familiarity with it. However, he merely recalled it as a hereditary illness. Without knowing its precise origins at the time, he had dismissed it, not thinking to sift through the medical tomes in Litton's library. Yet now, upon discovering that Meat-Size was the offspring of Myril and Marduk, he felt an overwhelming shock, nearly speechless. What a twisted game this was. Truly, the nobility was capable of such things? Ron shook his head in utter disbelief. It is worth noting that Marduk is Myril's own uncle. Their blood relation is exceedingly close, scarcely 5 degrees removed. Under such a grotesque relationship, it is nearly impossible for a child to emerge unscathed, and no wonder Myril's diary never mentioned anything about Meat-Size's father. Ron suddenly realized that he had previously assumed Myril was was simply careless during her younger years, unaware of meat-sized paternal lineage. However, through the second piece of intelligence, Ron comprehended that Myril was not ignorant. Rather, she was too fearful to speak of it. She even dared not pen a single word in her diary. It serves her right. After reading the third piece of intelligence, Ron couldn't help but smirk, revealing a sinister grin. Although Myril's tragic childhood evoked sympathy, her actions over the years, in pursuit of a remedy for meat-sized condition, had rendered her a pawn of evil, collaborating with Bartis and Gervis. She had ensnared countless innocent lives. Moreover, she had even set her sights upon him. The vendettas stemming from his parents' demise, alongside his sister Alice being forced into servitude, were all orchestrated by that vile Myril. Indeed, had it not been for the system at his side, he too would have likely succumbed to a fate similar to his sister's, becoming a slave and a sacrificial offering. Therefore, the misfortunes befalling her son are well-deserved. Truly, this is poetic justice, an unerring cycle of retribution. A cold chuckle echoed within Ron's heart, a fleeting moment of satisfaction. Yet mere moments later, he realized that this intelligence could be strategically exploited. Should such a scandal be unveiled, it would utterly disgrace the Saul family, rendering them the laughingstock among the nobility. Worst, it could incite a violent rift between Marduk and Matura, plunging them into a bitter feud of life and death. And I could definitely use this situation to watch the chaos unfold. Seizing the opportunity to rescue my sister, Ron's gaze glimmered with resolve, his mind already formulating a plan. Next, he turned his attention to the remaining intelligence. Gervis has acquired the Wolf King's breathing technique. Ron raised an eyebrow. This technique was an advanced form of the wolf breathing technique. It also served as the foundational method for the Kula City Knight Regiment. He had only learned of this information when reviewing Gervis's annotations moments. Think that the Saul family would invest so heavily to ensure the success of the blood sacrifice. Ron felt a wave of astonishment. After all, the Wolf King's breathing technique was a high-level technique. Once mastered, it significantly increased the likelihood of a knight breaking through to the status of an honor knight. Such a method would be treasured even by noble families with titles, seldom shared lightly. Yet the Saul family was so generous as to bestow it upon a mere, just knight town constable. Wait! Ron's heart raced with concern, sensing something amiss. This Wolf King's breathing technique was originally created by the ancestors of the Kula family, its lineage spanning over a century, although the current Kula family had fallen from grace. Devolving from a viscount to a baron, and their control over the knight regiment diminished, they were not extinct. While they may no longer hold absolute sway over Kula City, they remain among the 6 foremost noble families, nominal leaders of the knight regiment. Thus, as long as Marduk retained even a shred of reason and wished to propagate his lineage in Kula City, he should not provoke the Saul family so recklessly. Unless, Ron's thoughts sharpened as he considered Gervis's upcoming task. He needed to procure 20 more slaves from Marduk. Was he willing to risk offending the Saul family to accomplish some ulterior motive? The answer began to form in Ron's mind, his expression growing grave. It appeared that this year's blood sacrifice was anything but ordinary. Chapter 83. Werewolves and Vampires, Eternal Enemies Within the Storeroom. Ron's gaze flickered. Sensing the complexities of the situation escalating, that I must hasten to Kula City. I require further intelligence to devise a flawless strategy and turn the tide. Suddenly, he recalled the mention of Gervis's office's personal seal from yesterday's intelligence. First, I must eliminate Gervis, then procure the seal. Only then can I venture to Kula City. A fierce resolve ignited within Ron, his eyes gleaming with determination. The residency permit must be issued by the mayor or an equivalent constable, individuals he had yet to even meet, let alone secure their endorsement. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to target Gervis and orchestrate a plan. The Saul family requires 20 slaves, does it not? Ron's lips curled into a smile, his heart brimming with excitement. He had previously speculated that the Kula family was likely the legendary lineage of werewolves. Now, with the information updated, his conjecture was fortuitously validated. However, what took him by surprise was the revelation that the Saul family's bloodline was, astonishingly, that of a vampire bat. According to legend, werewolves and vampires were originally human, and they were, in fact, blood brothers. Yet, due to certain circumstances, one transformed into a werewolf while the other became a vampire. Consequently, the brothers turned against each other, parting ways in animosity. The veracity of this legend remains to be investigated. Nonetheless, after a millennium, the relationship between werewolves and vampires has indeed devolved into that of sworn enemies. Whenever the two factions encounter one another, a fierce confrontation is inevitable, a battle to the death. The hierarchy within bloodlines resembles that of breathing techniques, with distinctions between superior and inferior. The South family's vampire bats are precisely a subordinate bloodline of vampires. Ron's gaze shifted to the final piece of information. They could also purify or mutate their bloodline through blood sacrifices, thereby ascending to become true vampires. Thus, a werewolf lineage and a vampire reserve would inevitably exist in irreconcilable opposition, leading to a catastrophic clash. Ron's smile broadened, his resolve solidifying within. Time flowed on, and soon it was the next day. In the early morning, upon returning from escorting Lisa to school, Ron observed that Litton had, as usual, opened the clinic's doors. Preparing to welcome patients at tea this moment, Litton glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall. How swiftly time passes. Is it already the end of the month? Litton pondered briefly before recalling something and turning to Ron. By the way, Ron, you've been here for almost a month. It's about time I paid you for your work. Litton retrieved a pouch of coins, extracting 20 silver coins and handing them to Ron. No need, Mr. Litton. I'm already very grateful for your hospitality. Ron hastily declined. Moreover, I am not currently in need of money, as you have purchased the herbs I gathered at a generous price. Litton, however, wore a serious expression. Shaking his head, no, a deal is a deal. We agreed upon this initially. Seeing Litton's insistence, Ron had no choice but to accept the coins. Litton, upon witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction in Ron's heart. His admiration for Litton grew. It is worth noting that although he now possessed hundreds of gold coins, the mere 20 silver coins were inconsequential to him. However, in Hippo Town, and indeed in all the surrounding towns of Kula City, a monthly wage of 20 silver coins is considered exceedingly generous. After all, based on the income of an ordinary family of 3 in Hippo Town, their annual earnings would scarcely exceed 1 gold coin. Furthermore, during his stay at Litton's home, Ron had incurred no expenses for food or lodging, as Litton had taken care of it all. His work was also quite light, merely involving simple cleaning and assisting with records. Given such favorable treatment, how could Ron not feel grateful? Yet, as Ron contemplated the plan he had devised the previous night, a shadow of melancholy crossed his heart, prompting him to sigh involuntarily. He then turned to Litton. His expression grave. I apologize, Mr. Litton, but I have a request that I hope you will permit. Litton was taken aback, then chuckled softly. There is no need for such formality. Please, speak your mind. He initially assumed Ron wished to take the afternoon off to forage for herbs, a request he had grown accustomed to and was prepared to acquiesce to. However, Ron's next statement left him momentarily speechless. Mr. Litton, I fear I will not be able to continue working here next month. Ron, what are you saying? Litton exclaimed, surprised as he looked at her. Oh, you mean to say you intend to resign? Ron nodded solemnly. Yes, I plan to go to Kula City next month to find a way to rescue my sister. Upon hearing this, Litton's expression shifted to one of understanding. The last time they visited Kula City, Ron had gone to see his sister, Alice. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps related to procedural issues, the South family had denied Ron's request to retrieve Alice. Now, after about a week, it was clear that Ron had been preoccupied with thoughts of his sister, never relinquishing the desire to rescue her. I'm sorry, Ron. I have not been able to assist you with your sister's situation. Litton sighed, his voice laden with regret. Although he was a respected doctor in Hippo Town, he was merely a minor figure in Kula City, with his only connection being to the estranged Dr. Gavin. Thus, Litton found himself powerless to aid It's all right, Mr. Litton. You need not apologize for that. Ron replied earnestly, his sincerity evident. Litton managed a wry smile, patting Ron on the shoulder. After a moment of silence, Litton suddenly recalled something and hastily advised, by the way, Ron, how many days do you plan to stay in Kula City? If you intend to remain there for an extended period, you will need a residency permit. Litton, concerned that Ron might be unaware of what a residency permit entailed, promptly explained. This process isn't straightforward. You must approach the mayor or someone like Guavas. Moreover, Kula City is incredibly expensive. Do you have enough money to rent a place there? At that moment, faced with Litton's caring gaze, Ron felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Mr. Litton, please do not worry. I have saved the money you paid me for the herbs, so I can afford to rent a place in Kula City for a while. He paused briefly before continuing that as for the residency permit. I have already inquired about it. That I plan to purchase a temporary permit at a high price in the next few days. That a temporary permit? Litton exclaimed, instantly grasping Ron's intentions. The so-called temporary permit is indeed a type of residency permit. However, unlike a residency permit that allows for long-term stay, a temporary permit is subject to certain time restrictions. Those who obtain a residency permit can reside in Kula City for life, provided they do not violate relevant regulations. That in contrast, a temporary permit allows residence only for a specified duration. Typically, there are 3 types of temporary permits available, categorized by the length of stay: 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year. However, compared to residency permits, temporary permits offer poor value for money, with the lowest 3-month permit costing over 1 gold coin, of course. The advantage of this is that as long as one is willing to spend, obtaining one is relatively straightforward. That is indeed a viable plan. Litton nodded in agreement, then added, every quarter, the mayor issues a batch of temporary permits for sale at the trading post. Coincidentally, a new batch will be available at the beginning of next month, so you can go and purchase one early if that doesn't work. I can also ask my wealthy patients to reserve one for you. As a well-known doctor in Hippo Town, Litton visits wealthy clients for consultations every afternoon. Therefore, acquiring a temporary permit from them is not an insurmountable task. Upon hearing this, Ron immediately expressed his gratitude. Litton waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. By the way, if you manage to rescue your sister and wish to return to work, my door will always be open for you, and I can also help your sister find a job. Of course, if circumstances change, you can always return first, and we can come up with a plan together. Just don't act impulsively. Observing Litton's earnest admonition, Ron felt a surge of emotion that he nodded vigorously, sincerely saying, Mr. Litton, I am grateful for your concern. If I am fortunate enough to succeed in the future, I will surely repay your kindness. Litton, hearing this, could not help but smile, chuckling lightly. Haha, in that case, I look forward to seeing you realize your dreams. Ron, and to your future generosity. After the jest, the two exchanged a glance and, quite instinctively, burst into laughter. As time swiftly passed, evening descended. Ron arrived at the night school to escort Lisa home as they turned down a street and approached the main road. A group of mounted knights appeared, among whom was Guavas, returning from Kula City. Upon seeing Guavas, Ron's gaze flickered momentarily. He then took Lisa by the hand, stepped aside to make way. Guavas, atop his majestic steed, cast a casual glance in their direction. However, when his eyes swept over Ron, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, lost in thought, before continuing on his way. Ron, too, maintained an air of calmness, revealing no signs of unease. After Guavas departed, he returned home with Lisa. Following their meal, Ron informed Lisa of his impending departure next month. Upon hearing this, Lisa pouted, her eyes glistening with tears, and sorrowfully exclaimed, Ah, Ron, are you really leaving? But I don't want you to go. Seeing the tears welling up in Lisa's eyes, Ron quickly reassured her, Don't be sad. Lisa, I'm not leaving just yet. I will only depart next month. Moreover, once I rescue my sister, I will return, and then you'll have her to play with. How does that sound? At his words, Lisa, who had been feeling despondent, gradually regained her composure and even began to harbor a sense of anticipation for Alice's arrival. Meanwhile, in the constabulary office, Guavas, having rested, summoned his personal secretary. Gexide, my lord, you summoned me. What is it you require? Gushy inquired, bowing respectfully. Guavas waved his hand dismissively, urging him to relax. Gushy, having been an orphan raised by Guavas's father, had his life intertwined with Guavas's. Thus, Guavas never doubted Gushy's loyalty. He had never concealed anything from Gushy, including his recent alliance with the Sal family. Gushy, where is that list you prepared earlier? Bring it to me, Guavas requested, Gushi promptly turned to retrieve the document. 2 minutes later, he returned, holding a list of names. Upon seeing Ron's name on the list, Guavaz's gaze froze, lingering on it for several seconds before he continued reading, "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Gushi inquired, puzzled. The names on the list were all candidates for slavery. However, compared to the earlier, more easily subdued individuals like Pollock, these individuals presented a greater challenge. For instance, Ron, whom Guavas had been fixated on, appeared to be an easy target, having lost his parents and with his sister sold into slavery. Yet he had inexplicably garnered the favor of the esteemed Dr. Litton in town, becoming his assistant. Consequently, under Dr. Litton's protection, Guavas found it unwise to act impulsively against Ron and could only place him on the reserve list. Eventually, as the number of slaves collected reached the required amount, this reserve list would no longer be necessary. "Alas, Lord Madoc requires me to procure another 20 slaves for him," Guavas sighed, recounting the events that transpired in Kula City. Gushi listened attentively, finally grasping the reason for Guavas's request for the list. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Gushi asked, sensing Guavas's headache. After all, acquiring the previous slaves had been fraught with peril. If he were to seek out another 20, the risk of exposure would be substantial. However, as Guavas contemplated the 3 gifts bestowed upon him by Madoc, he steeled himself and made a decision. Chapter 85. Gavin's Fall. The plan to eliminate Guavas. Enough of this hesitation. Guavas inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. "Having allied myself with Madoc, there is no turning back. Thus, we must forge ahead. Whether we live or die rests in fate's hands. Gushi, I require your assistance to be by any means necessary, be it theft, coercion, or other tactics. We must gather 20 slaves." Faced with Guavas's resolute gaze, Gushi remained silent, bowing respectfully to express his loyalty. As Guavas's servant, he would follow him into the depths of danger, bravely facing any challenges that arose. The two then engaged in a detailed discussion of their plan, deciding to directly capture those of lower status, while devising a strategy to abduct individuals of higher standing, like Ron, during their solitary outings. After all, if Madoc merely required 1 or 2 individuals, they could proceed without hesitation. However, for 20 individuals, utmost caution was imperative. As the night wore on, Ron sat cross-legged in the storeroom, meditating while awaiting updates. Ding! Today's intelligence is as follows. 1. Upon learning of your impending journey to Kula City, Dr. Litton deliberated for an entire day before ultimately deciding to write a recommendation letter to Gavin on your behalf. Point 2. The letter expresses Litton's hope that Gavin, considering their long-standing camaraderie, would extend his assistance should you encounter difficulties. 3. Gavin has already become one of the collaborators with the Sal family 6 months ago, and a method for repairing the Sea of Spirits was bestowed upon him by Madoc. Point 4. Guavas has placed the Wolf King breathing technique and the elemental fruit within the safe located beneath the flower bed in his office. 5. Guavas is preparing to undertake risky actions, including forced captures and abductions, to fulfill the requirement of 20 slaves. Point 6. Given your protection from Litton, Guavas intends to place an associate to watch over you, seeking to lure you away to a secluded area when you venture out alone and subsequently abduct you. Point 7. Guavas possesses 3 unsealed blank residence permits, stored on the second shelf of the bookcase. 8. The Thieves Guild is making a comeback, planning to expand its influence and establish a branch in Kula City. Point 9. Low-tier werewolves and vampires have their respective weaknesses. Point 10. The Kula family has mastered a technique enabling low-tier werewolves to transform even on nights without a full moon. At this moment, upon hearing the notification, Ron instinctively glanced at the information. Upon reading the first point, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? A recommendation letter. Ron's expression turned complex, his heart swirling with emotions that he never expected that Dr. Litton would go to such lengths for him. Previously, the intelligence indicated that during Ron's last visit to Kula City, Litton had discovered Gavin's unethical human experimentation. Thus, while they had not completely severed ties, their paths had diverged. Now, however, Litton had set aside his pride to seek Gavin's aid once more on Ron's behalf. Ron felt a surge of gratitude, yet he could only surmise that Litton was unaware of Gavin's complete moral decline by now. Shifting his focus to the third piece of intelligence, Ron recalled that Gavin had indeed commenced collaboration with the Sal family 6 months prior, and the method for restoring the Sea of Spirits had been a reward for Madoc. Therefore, after 6 months of transactions, their relationship had undoubtedly deepened to one of mutual reliance and shared fate. Thus, it remains uncertain whether Dr. Gavin will still harbor any sentimental feelings. Ron narrowed his eyes. Lost in contemplation, of course, his thoughts did not revolve around the matter of the recommendation letter. After all, his plans had long been meticulously prepared, with no mention of Gavin at all. His current reflections were solely focused on whether there was any utility to be gleaned from the 3 pieces of information. Just like Bartis Ledger, if he could uncover the details of the transaction between Gavin and the Sal family, perhaps, after a moment of deep thought, Ron ultimately resolved to eliminate Guavas first, head to Kara City, and then consider the rest. Thus, he continued to peruse the intelligence at hand. The locations of the Wolf King's breathing technique and the elemental fruit stirred something within Ron. These 2 items were said to be securely housed within the constable's office, appearing impenetrable at first glance. However, if he could indeed eliminate Guavas without anyone noticing, perhaps there was a way to retrieve these 2 treasures. Given the excessive number of slaves required, capturing them all at once would likely cause a significant uproar. Therefore, did they intend to lure me out and take action when no one was around? Upon reading this piece of intelligence, Ron couldn't help but smirk, for Guava's approach aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Originally, he had been pondering how to sever ties with Leiden and his daughter, while simultaneously eliminating Guavas without implicating them. But now, with them too fearful to act openly and resorting to covert abduction, his concerns were alleviated. Ron's smile widened, feeling considerably lighter in spirit, even experiencing a flicker of delight. Furthermore, with those 3 blank residence permits and the private seal mentioned in the previous intelligence, Ron's expression softened. The final piece of the plan had been secured. Soon, Guava's life would commence its countdown. Shortly thereafter, regarding the last 3 pieces of information, Ron merely cast a cursory glance, not dwelling on them excessively. Night faded into dawn. The next morning arrived. Ron awoke as usual, and after breakfast, he accompanied Lisa to school. Upon his return, he discovered Leiden waiting for him. "Ron, I have something to give you." Leiden hesitated for a moment before speaking. Through the intelligence gathered the previous night, Ron naturally understood what the item was. Yet he feigned ignorance, adopting a curious expression as he looked at Leiden. That moment, Leiden produced a letter from his bosom. "Ron, if you encounter any troublesome matters while in Kara City, seek out Dr. Gavin and present this letter to him. He will undoubtedly assist you after reading it." Ron nodded, accepting the letter and expressing his gratitude to Leiden. However, at that moment, Leiden's expression was indeed one of inner conflict, and after a long pause, he spoke again. Chapter 86. Ron's farewell gift, however. At this juncture, Leiden, after much deliberation, ultimately added, "If you do not encounter anything urgent, it would be best not to seek him out. After all, Dr. Gavin is quite busy, and it's generally undesirable to disturb others. Wouldn't you agree?" Leiden stammered, his demeanor somewhat complex, as he struggled to find a reason to explain himself to Ron. "Indeed, Mr. Leiden, I comprehend your sentiments," Ron replied earnestly, fully aware of Leiden's true intentions. Nevertheless, since Leiden wished to shield Gavin, there was no need for him to expose it. Upon hearing Ron's agreement, Leiden quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Time swiftly passed until noon. After dinner, Leiden proceeded to conduct house calls, while Ron set out for the trading market. This time, he did not don his alchemical mask, but strode out with confidence. At that moment, 2 youths dressed as ruffians exchanged glances from across the street. One departed, while the other trailed behind. As expected, Ron maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the presence behind him. Yet, in reality, whether through the keen observational skills of the thief's breathing technique or the activated mental acuity, he had a clear view of their movements. At this point, Ron arrived at the trading market and entered a clothing store. 20 minutes later, he emerged carrying several bags. Just then, the ruffian who had left earlier returned with another person in tow, Lord Gashi. The observing ruffian hurriedly lowered his head to bow. However, Gashi frowned, swiftly grasping his shoulder. "Do not make a sound. Do not let him catch on." The The ruffian nodded vigorously, feigning nonchalance. Gushi then lifted his gaze to see Ron leaving the clothing store and entering a general store. What exactly did he do? Gushi inquired, and the ruffian scratched his head, answering honestly, it seems he entered the clothing store and bought some clothes. Buying clothes? Gushi raised an eyebrow, recalling the numerous bags Ron had been carrying, likely containing at least 7 or 8 pieces of clothing. What could be the purpose of such a bulk purchase? After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from acting impulsively till he waited outside for a while, observing as Ron exited the general store and proceeded to the trading post. When Ron completed his round and returned with his belongings, Gushi pondered briefly but chose not to follow. Instead, he made his way back to the clothing store. 5 minutes later, Gushi emerged, a glint of insight in his eyes. So, this lad intends to resign. He wishes to go to Kara City. After his inquiry at the clothing store, he learned that when Ron made his purchase, the shopkeeper had been curious about his large quantity of items and casually inquired. Unbeknownst to Ron, he had mentioned that he wanted to visit Kara City, seemingly related to his sister, and intended to stay there for a while. With this information, it would suffice to ascertain his departure date to fulfill Lord Guava's task. Gushi mused silently, then hurried to the general store, upon discovering Ron had bought a considerable amount of daily necessities. His conviction strengthened. Soon after, Gushi gleaned from the trading post that Ron had spent a gold coin to reserve a temporary residence permit, which would be issued the following day. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he promptly reported the situation to Guavas at the constable's office. What's this? Ron intends to leave? Guavas smiled upon hearing Gushi's account. This lad is quite literally walking into my trap. He instructed continue to monitor him. If he shows any signs of leaving the city, report back immediately that I will personally take action to capture him. Gushi, taken aback, questioned, my lord, a mere young lad could be easily apprehended by just 2 night attendants. Why must you intervene personally? Guavas shook his head, explaining if it were any other boy, that would suffice. However, this Ron is different. His attributes are exceptionally remarkable. In summary, he is the ideal candidate for a sacrifice, thus necessitating utmost caution. When it comes to the slave trade in Kara City, I have witnessed firsthand how they verify identities and categorize individuals. It becomes clear why Moral was so fixated on Ron. The reason is simple. Among the commoners, he stands out distinctly. Not only is he handsome and tall, but during his time at Leiden's residence, where he has been well fed and cared for, his aura has transformed entirely. Becoming refined and elegant, he possesses the charm of a nobleman. A mere smile can leave an indelible impression, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. In fact, among the young female patients frequenting Leiden's clinic, most of them are not even ill. They merely seek excuses to visit in terms of quality. Guavas could unreservedly assert that Ron alone is worth 5 slaves, if not more. Therefore, Guavas resolved to take personal action to prevent any mishaps due to his subordinates' incompetence. Lest Ron be harmed or, heaven forbid, his handsome visage marred. That would be a tremendous loss. I understand. I will faithfully follow your orders. Gushi nodded slightly and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, as night fell, the watchers had also departed. It was only then that Ron donned his alchemical mask and prepared to set out. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this moment, early in the morning, Ron was bidding farewell to Mr. Litton and his daughter Lisa at the clinic's entrance. Mr. Litton, Lisa, rest assured, once I rescue my sister, I will return as swiftly as possible. Ron stated earnestly, to which Litton solemnly nodded in agreement. However, Lisa, standing nearby, appeared somewhat downcast, her head hung low with sadness. Noticing this, Ron couldn't help but chuckle softly, offering a comforting pat on Lisa's head. Suddenly, recalling something, he turned to Litton and said, by the way, Mr. Litton, I have left a surprise in your laboratory. After I depart, you may want to check it out. I am confident it will please you. This. Ron raised an eyebrow with confidence. Litton, taken aback, inquired curiously, oh, is it a parting gift? You'll find out for yourself. Ron replied with a smile before bidding farewell to the Littons and leaving the clinic. After a short while, Litton arrived at the laboratory, where he noticed a small booklet and a bottle of pale, yellow, oil-like potion on the workbench. This the surprise Ron mentioned. Chapter 87. The Pursuit of Guavas. Ron's nightly identity exposed at the experimental table. Litton picked up the booklet and focused on its cover, which boldly proclaimed the method for extracting Allison. Allison? What is this? Litton was taken aback, then began to flip through the booklet with a sense of bewilderment. Initially, his expression was neutral, but after a mere half-minute, it grew serious. Wait a moment. Is this an antibacterial drug? A new type of antibacterial agent that could be extracted from garlic through a simple process? Litton's eyes widened, and his heart began to race. He hurriedly continued to flip through the pages, discovering that the booklet meticulously documented the experimental records from recent times, while merely following the outlined procedures. He could replicate the extraction of Allison. Furthermore, the small vial contained the Allison product that Ron had already refined. Ron, this parting gift of yours is truly invaluable. How can I ever repay you? Litton murmured to himself, trembling with emotion, that it is worth noting that although the Divine Gift Continent possesses various extraordinary abilities, only a small fraction of the populace possesses them. The vast majority, like Litton, are ordinary individuals. Not to mention the alchemical potions that are scarce and expensive. Even the high-grade anti-inflammatory medications in the hands of Dr. Gavin are beyond the means of common folk. Thus, Litton had secretly vowed to develop a medicine affordable to the majority of the lower class. However, despite his average talent, he had spent years with no success. Yet now, Ron had secretly created Allison, an antibacterial agent with inexpensive and readily available raw materials, and had left behind the complete formula. The implications, though unspoken by Ron, were clear to Litton. As he clutched the vial of potion, tears streamed down his face, and a smile of gratitude spread across his features. Good lad, may you rescue Alice soon and return to us. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving the clinic, Ron walked leisurely along the main road of the town. According to the information he had received last night, Guavas would certainly follow him, though Ron's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet his demeanor remained composed. As he approached the city gate, he paused momentarily, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a figure lurking by the corner of a building. He then continued forward. Leaving the town of Hippo. That moment, from the shadowy corner of the building, a figure emerged. None other than Gashur, who was intently watching Ron's retreating figure. Suddenly, Gashur heard the sound of leaves crunching underfoot nearby, causing him to startle and adopt a wary expression. After all, he was a squire, and someone had managed to approach him without a sound. This skill made him uneasy. Gashur, how goes it? A familiar voice inquired, prompting Gashur to instinctively bow slightly to the side. Lord Guavas, that fellow has just left the town and hasn't gone far. Gashur responded, at his side. An empty space now held the hurriedly arrived figure of Guavas. Excellent, summoned Grunny. Let's pursue him together, Guavas commanded, to which Gashur nodded before signaling towards the street corner. In the next moment, another knightly figure stepped forward. This was Grunny, another servant of Guavas, akin to Gashur. Once the three had gathered, they departed the small town and followed in Ron's wake. 10 minutes later, Guavas furrowed his brow, perplexed as he observed Ron's silhouette. This fellow, taking a shortcut to Kula City. Guavas muttered, while Gashur and Grunny exchanged glances, equally astonished. Originally, they had presumed Ron would take the safer, more stable main road to Kula City, and they intended to find a secluded spot along the route to swiftly incapacitate him. However, to their surprise, Ron veered off the main path into the wild, dense forest. Perhaps he is. Gashur and Grunny exchanged uncertain remarks, knowing that adjacent to the wilderness lay the clear spring forest, which contained a secluded path leading to Kula City. Yet, after they had killed Nem and disguised the scene as an attack by magical beasts, that path had seen little traffic. This fellow has quite the audacity. Perfect for us to make our move. Guavas sneered, straightening up that at this point, there was no need for further disguise. If he simply advanced to catch up with Ron, he would surely capture him. However, just then, Ron suddenly halted in his tracks, as if sensing something, and turned to look back. Guavas raised his gaze, their eyes locking momentarily. Then a mocking smile crept across Guavas' face. Has he noticed? Alas, it is too late. Guavas thought, just as he prepared to step forward. In the next instant, Ron bolted, dashing into the depths of the forest. Trying to escape? Heh, it's not that easy. Pursue him, Guavas commanded, his eyes filled with derision as he surged forward. Gashur and Grunny followed closely behind, all three moving with the speed of galloping steeds. Yet at that moment, Ron's pace began to quicken, his movements agile and nimble like a deer, dodging and leaping with grace. This is not right. Guavas' smirk faltered, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he scrutinized Ron's figure ahead. This speed is no ordinary feat. Is he a knight? Guavas' pupils constricted, his countenance darkening. For Ron's current speed had far surpassed that of an average person. Only a knight could achieve such velocity. This fellow, he's a knight. How can this be? Guavas' face contorted with rage and disbelief. Meanwhile, Gashur and Grunny, too, had sensed the anomaly in their efforts to keep pace with Guavas. They had pushed themselves to their limits. Yet, Ron's speed eclipsed theirs, a shocking revelation. Lord Guavas, this fellow is not quite right, Gashur whispered urgently, while Grunny's face grew grave. Humph, of course, I can see that, Guavas replied coldly, suddenly accelerating, distancing himself from Gashur and Grunny. No matter what, we must capture this fellow first. Upon hearing the words, Gashi and Gruoni exchanged a glance, and with great determination, they fervently activated their breathing techniques, barely managing to keep pace behind Guavas. Chapter 88. The trap is set. A violent explosion in the lush woods. As time passed, the distance between the four figures widened increasingly. A minute later, Gashi and Gruoni revealed expressions of helplessness and rage. For the figures of Ron and Guavas had completely vanished from sight. We cannot stop. We must continue the pursuit, Gashi admonished as he noticed Gruoni faltering, his speed diminishing. Gruoni, upon hearing this, remained silent, gritting his teeth and persevering. His level was merely that of a novice apprentice knight, making him somewhat inferior to Gashi. Consequently, while Gashi ran, he still had the energy to offer reminders to him. Yet, Gruoni could utter not a word, only straining to follow along. After several more minutes, when the two finally followed the traces left by Guavas and located him, they found Guavas standing in a clearing. His face darkened as he gazed intently at a stone house not far away. My lord, Gashi and Gruoni hurriedly bowed, their breaths coming in gasps. However, Guavas paid them no heed, his focus solely on the stone house, his body utterly stilled. My lord, has that fellow hidden within the stone house? Should I investigate? Gashi, having regained some composure, immediately inquired. Upon hearing this, Guavas' gaze flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. Both of you go together, but remember to exercise utmost caution. Throughout the pursuit, Guavas had consistently increased his speed. Yet the distance between them seemed as fixed as if it had not diminished in the slightest. It was only after a turn that, upon catching up, he discovered the stone house before him. While Ron's figure had already vanished. Understood, my lord, Gashi replied, and he and Gruoni slowly approached the stone house. Simultaneously, Guavas remained tense, his mind racing with thoughts. The reason he had dared to take the risk and pursue so boldly was that his own level had now stabilized at a high tier just night. Moreover, with the enhancements from the Wolf King's breathing technique and the alchemical longsword, his strength was sufficient to contend with any formidable opponent beneath an armed knight, although Ron's displayed knightly speed had taken him by surprise. The manner in which he fled without daring to look back suggested that he had likely mastered a technique specializing in speed, with other aspects being no match for him. Otherwise, he would not have been so thoroughly cornered. Resembling a stray dog in flight, not daring to retaliate or hinder Guavas' advance. However, as an experienced just knight, Guavas would not entirely lower his guard in the face of a location such as the stone house, which was easily capable of concealing traps. He opted not to approach himself, instead sending the two servants ahead to scout. Yet, I recall this lad is supposedly the child of a farmer. He has never even attended a night school throughout his life. Guavas pondered, recalling the investigative records from the list. How then did he manage to cultivate himself to the realm of a knight? Guavas was perplexed when suddenly a thought struck him. Wait a moment. Ron Bartimirol. Streams of information intertwined as Guavas' thoughts shifted rapidly, leading him to a possibility. Could he be affiliated with that shadowy organization? Guavas' expression shifted with each passing moment. growing more convinced of his suspicions. According to the investigative records, Ron was only 15 years old this year. Even if he were a farmer's son, now bereft of family, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to possess the strength of a knight at such a tender age unless someone, or rather an organization, had been unreservedly aiding him. Guavaz's expression fluctuated between darkness and light as he regarded the stone house with trepidation. Ever since he had slain Bartom, he had felt compelled to enter this game. A shadowy organization had meticulously orchestrated events to ensure Bartom's demise at his hands. Initially, he had thought that this organization bore a grudge against Bartom. However, after Myral's sudden and mysterious death a few days prior, he had altered his perspective. Thus, Myral's death was not merely an accident, but rather a calculated assassination akin to Bartom's. The method had been so skillful that the coroner had failed to detect it. Guavaz's vigilance heightened. If his conjectures proved accurate, then this series of actions by the shadowy organization was indeed aimed at targeting the South family. However, a cascade of new questions arose within Guavaz's mind. Who exactly was Ron? Why had he received assistance from that mysterious organization to become a knight? And why had he come here today? Did the stone house conceal secrets pertaining to their organization? Just as Guavaz was deep in thought, Gushi and Gruoni had already approached within 5 meters of the stone house. Upon reaching the door, they immediately halted and listened intently. Yet within the stone house, there was not a sound to be heard. Not even the faintest breath. At that moment, Gushi slowly drew his sword and signaled to Gruoni with a glance. Gruoni instantly understood, and the two coordinated seamlessly. One kicked open the door while the other stood guard with his sword. With a resounding bang, as the door flew open, they peered inside, only to be taken aback, their bodies gradually relaxing. What is this situation? Not far away, at the intersection, Guavaz noticed the two figures standing still and furrowed his brow. His astonishment. After Gruoni kicked the door open, he actually entered the room with his sword drawn. Half a minute later, he emerged unscathed. The two then exchanged a few words before retreating. My lord, Ron is not in the stone house. It is entirely empty, Gushi spoke in a low voice, causing Guavaz to furrow his brow even deeper. When I arrived here, I certainly did not see that lad enter the house. Could it be that he has already fled? Just as Guavaz contemplated what to do next, suddenly, boom, the area where the three stood erupted violently. Flames and thick smoke engulfed a radius of approximately 20 meters, the sound reverberating through the entire forest like thunder. But a minute later, as the flames began to extinguish, the explosion site fell into an eerie silence. 50 meters away, a figure emerged from the ground. Ron. Beneath his feet lay a pit he had dug beforehand, covered with a camouflage of wild grass. Unless one possessed formidable psychic probing abilities like a wizard or had witnessed him burrowing in, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone standing nearby to detect his disguise. After another minute, seeing that the surroundings remained silent, Ron finally rose and walked toward the site of the explosion. Chapter 89. The Death of Guavaz. At that moment, Ron cautiously approached the edge of the explosion site. The once clear ground was now charred black, and due to the bomb's explosion, a deep crater with a radius of 5 meters had formed. At the center, where the explosive had been buried, the depth reached nearly 2 meters. Ron, with an impassive expression, calmly surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that the three figures of Guavaz, who had been standing here, had long since vanished. The lower-ranked Gushi and Gruoni had been utterly obliterated by the explosion, reduced to mere fragments.